Hey, Fenghua, wake up. You've only been kicked, your spirit is far too low. If you don't wake up soon, I'm leaving. If I go, you'll have no one to take care of you, you rascal. Damn it, I'm gonna help that old lady cross the street. I won't bother with you anymore. The incessant voice finally faded away. On a tatami mat adorned in traditional Japanese style, a pale 6-year-old boy slowly opened his eyes. Am I Uchiha Fenghua? A wave of unfamiliar memories surged from the depths of his mind, wildly stimulating a certain part of his brain that in an instant, his eyes stung painfully as if countless ants were crawling within, causing immense discomfort. Fenghua writhed in agony on the tatami, knocking over a mirror. In a hurry, he picked up the mirror and gazed into it, his expression turning blank. Reflected back was a pair of eyes filled with blood and foreboding. Isn't this the Sharingan? Within the crimson pupils, a black tomo slowly rotated, exceptionally enchanting. I have truly become Uchiha Fenghua. Is this the world of Naruto? Fenghua stared in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom what lay before him. Naruto was merely an anime, wasn't it? How could this be? 5 long minutes passed before Fenghua reluctantly, yet joyfully accepted this new reality. In my past life, I was just a child from an ordinary family, lacking connections or support. After graduation, I worked in a factory, often toiling until 9:30, leading a mundane life for years with nothing to show for it. I'm truly sorry, Mom and Dad. With a sigh, he realized that his Sharingan was gradually fading after all. It had only just awakened, and at such a young age, he could not maintain it for long. Eventually, the weary Fenghua succumbed to slumber once more. The next day, upon reopening his eyes, he had fully recovered. The day before, the Ninja Academy had conducted its graduation exam, and a mere 5-year-old Kakashi graduated with exceptional grades, shattering the record for the youngest graduate in the Academy's history, becoming a prodigy revered by many in Konoha. That as a member of the Uchiha clan, Fenghua, with his lofty pride, could not tolerate Kakashi's ostentatious behavior. He boldly challenged Kakashi in public, only to be sent flying with a single kick. Becoming the laughingstock of the entire school, Kakashi graduated from the Ninja Academy. This period should fall perfectly between the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. I recall that the catalyst for the Third Great Ninja War was the disappearance of the third Kazekage of Sunagakure. Fenghua paid little heed to the challenge against Kakashi, as it was not his affair. Instead, he reflected on the plot of Naruto. However, after many years, numerous details had become hazy. The Third Great Ninja War and the Fourth both were veritable meat grinders, each more terrifying than the last. Without sufficient strength, one could only become cannon fodder, unaware even of how they perished. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, and the Akatsuki organization, these individuals are all inhuman entities. By the way, Kakashi's father was none other than the legendary Konoha White Fang, a figure so formidable that even the legendary Sannin of Konoha would retreat in his presence. That if only I could receive his guidance. But I am from the Uchiha clan, and it seems my relationship with the Hitaki clan is rather strained. A multitude of thoughts swirled in Fuhuo's mind, leaving him feeling overwhelmed and distressed. That moment, a sudden sound of a door opening echoed from outside. Fuhua, incoming in. A small boy wearing goggles entered, the very same one who had attended to Fuhua the day prior. Uchiha Obito. Fuhua nearly leaped in astonishment, almost performing a complete backflip to kneel before this notorious antagonist. After a moment, he recalled that they were of the same age. Obito was still in the Ninja Academy, an underachiever whose ranking was even lower than Fuhuo's. Fuhua, you look quite surprised to see me. Uchiha Obito casually approached, kneeling beside the tatami mat and gently touching Fuhuo's forehead, muttering, "No fever, huh? You brat." Imperfectly fine. Fuhuo's face flushed with embarrassment as an adult. Being startled by a mere child was truly humiliating, and he wished he could vanish into the ground. That's good to hear. By the way, Fuhua, you should avoid going out alone for a while. Uchiha Obito continued, word of your challenge against Kakashi has spread throughout the clan, and many believe you've brought shame upon the Uchiha. Quite a few are clamoring to give you a beating. Could you at least be serious when you say that? Fuhuo's mouth twitched. I am just happy for you. Uchiha Obito laughed heartily, You've always wanted to make a name for yourself in Konoha, and now your dream has come true. I genuinely feel delighted for you. You scoundrel! In Fuhuo's memories, he and Uchiha Obito had been neighbors, growing up together and forming a strong bond. While Obito possessed a kind-hearted nature, Fuwa had inherited the Uchiha clan's characteristic stubbornness and pride, yet this did not hinder their friendship. Oh no, I had prepared breakfast for you, but on my way, I encountered an old lady trying to cross the street and ended up giving her your meal, Uchiha Obito exclaimed, smacking his forehead in dismay. Fuhuo's eye twitched. Brother, you live right next door. Do you really need to cross the street to get to my house? Tilting his head, Uchiha Obito replied shamelessly, I want to see Rin first, haha. Fuhua was utterly speechless. Rin, the girl whom Uchiha Obito had secretly admired for years, was the very reason he had ultimately fallen into Uchiha Madara's trap, becoming a puppet. However, as Fuhua looked at Uchiha Obito, he realized that this boy, just like him, was merely 6 years old. 6 years old? How could a 6-year-old child possibly understand the concept of crush? Just how precocious are you? Did you begin maturing while still in your mother's womb? Fuhua sighed, placing a hand over his forehead. Fonghua, do not be disheartened. That fellow Kakashi merely relies on the guidance of his brilliant father. If we apply ourselves diligently, we too can graduate by next year. Uchiha Obito exclaimed. His face alight with enthusiasm, he envisioned the splendid moment of his graduation, adorned with a ninja headband, standing before his goddess Rin, a smile creeping across his face as a few droplets of saliva escaped, creating an awkward atmosphere. Gurgle, having gone a day without food, Fenghua's stomach could no longer contain its protest. Fenghua, let us venture out for a meal. I shall treat you to ramen. Uchiha Obito sprang up from the tatami mat, his movements agile. Fenghua stirred slightly, realizing that his headache had lessened, and nodded in agreement as he donned his clothing. Fenghua, you are so slow. Uchiha Obito complained from the side. What could Fenghua do? He felt equally helpless. The attire he held was quite different from that of his previous life, and he could not directly inquire about how to wear it, so he could only proceed at a leisurely pace. Last, after 10 minutes, Fenghua managed to dress himself, albeit with a hint of fatigue, and departed his home alongside Uchiha Obito. Upon arriving on the street, Fenghua discovered that the nearby residents were all clad in garments emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's crest. Each individual walked with an upright posture and an air of superiority. Even those peddling wares by the roadside exhibited a hint of enigmatic pride, as if they were elite shinobi capable of unleashing formidable jutsu to annihilate an entire street at any moment. Look, it's Uchiha Fenghua. This disgraceful fellow dares to show his face. He has tarnished the reputation of our Uchiha clan. What a fool. A disgrace to the Uchiha lineage. A group of children, no more than 6 or 7 years old, gathered around Fenghua, mocking him with disdainful gestures and expressions. Nearby, Uchiha Obito shrugged and winked at Fenghua, saying, see? I was lying to you. Oh, is that not Uchiha Obito? No wonder, birds of a feather flock together. Both are fools, both are a disgrace to our Uchiha clan. It is no surprise they became friends. Upon recognizing Obito, the group of children swiftly redirected their taunts toward him. Taken aback by the unexpected onslaught, Obito erupted. You little rascals, who are you calling a fool? I am destined to become Hokage. The adults say you lack the capacity to awaken the Sharingan in this lifetime, fool. You are the fool. I will awaken it and become Hokage. Obito retorted, his fist clenched in anger, yet his voice was soon drowned out by the children's jeers. After a while, the children, having felt victorious, departed, as if they had just triumphed in battle. Hey, Fenghua, why didn't you say anything back? Obito exclaimed, still fuming from the verbal skirmish. Fenghua shrugged nonchalantly. I have no interest in arguing with a pack of children. Despite being only 6 years old, his mental maturity was akin to that of someone in their 20s. He found it trivial to engage in a public quarrel with youngsters. Come on, weren't you supposed to treat me to ramen? With a pout, Obito, still irked, led the way, vowing to become Hokage and prove himself to everyone. Fenghua followed behind, shaking his head slightly, and began to observe his surroundings. This was the heartland of the Uchiha clan, where outsiders rarely ventured. One would expect a warm atmosphere among clansmen. Yet Fenghua noted that the residents were cold and aloof, exuding an air of superiority that instilled an instinctive desire to keep one's distance. It was no wonder that Konoha struggled to accommodate the Uchiha clan. Their pride ran deep within their bones. Only someone of the caliber of the Sage of the Six Paths, Senju Hashirama, could possess the capacity to embrace them. "Hey, what are you mumbling about back there?" Weavey arrived. Obito called out, turning back. Fenghua looked ahead and realized, this isn't Ichiraku ramen. It made sense, given that this was the Uchiha clan's territory. Ichiraku ramen could hardly have a presence here. The two ordered bowls of ramen and began to devour them ravenously. I'm so full," Obito exclaimed, clutching his stomach in satisfaction. Fenghua, having been hungry all day, found everything delectable and nodded in agreement. "All right, we should be on our way." In order to thrive in this world, one must possess formidable strength. Thus, Fenghua resolved to wash dishes. He looked at Uchiha Obito with disbelief, pondering how this future supervillain could so audaciously utter such a statement. Uchiha Obito, hands firmly on his hips, declared with an air of certainty, "Otherwise, do you have the money for 2 bowls of ramen? Did you not say you would treat me?" Fenghua was utterly bewildered. Obito scratched his head. "This morning, I helped an elderly lady cross the street, and you gave all your pocket money to her, didn't you?" The corners of Fenghua's eyes began to twitch. "Oh. Aha. Fenghua, you truly understand me. After all, the elderly require assistance, and as a future Hokage, I cannot stand idly by," Obito proclaimed with pride. Fenghua was left speechless, tears having run dry. In the end, both were dragged to the kitchen by the ramen shop owner, embarking on a 2-hour dishwashing ordeal, while simultaneously receiving a 2-hour moral education from the shopkeeper. "Damn it, I actually washed dishes for 2 hours." Fenghua felt a deep sense of frustration after all. Even at his lowest point in his previous life, he had never resorted to washing dishes. "Fenghua, you look rather strange," Obito remarked, puzzled. "Haven't we done this before?" "Well, it's not the first time, but how could that ramen shop owner tolerate our repeated acts of dining and dashing?" Upon returning home, Fenghua seized Obito and inquired about training. Unfortunately, at that moment, Obito was completely inept, a true academic slacker, struggling even with the basic body flicker technique, let alone more advanced training methods. After dismissing the incompetent Uchiha Obito, Fenghua began to reflect on his circumstances. At the ramen shop, aside from eating, he had gathered ample intelligence. It was now the 39th year of Konoha, with at least 3 to 4 years remaining until the Third Great Ninja War. He needed to rise rapidly during these years. Kakashi has just graduated, which means the Ninja Academy is currently on break. I must train alone. Fortunately, during his year at the Ninja Academy, the Chunin instructors were quite reliable, imparting not only the body flicker technique but also exercises such as tree climbing and water walking to enhance chakra control, as well as shuriken throwing techniques. Given that the Second Great Ninja War had only recently concluded and border skirmishes were frequent, no one could guarantee that war would not erupt again. Thus, the students' 1-year curriculum was equivalent to several years of study for Naruto's generation in the future. A skyscraper rises from the ground up. Let us begin with refining chakra. Fenghua sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, closed his eyes, and entered a state of meditation. The essence of chakra lies in the extraction of physical and mental energy, merging them into a balanced force. With memories from his previous life guiding him, he swiftly succeeded in extracting chakra. Moreover, he discovered that his mental energy was vast. Could this be a result of my crossing over? Fenghua's eyes sparkled with excitement. With this immense mental energy, all he needed to do was focus on physical training, and he could continually extract chakra. And then there's my Sharingan. The heart of Fenghua skipped a beat, as if touched by an extraordinary bloodline limit. Upon evolving into the kaleidoscope, not only could it summon a formidable Susanoo, balancing both offense and defense, but it also granted 2 unique ocular techniques. The powerful Kamui of Uchiha Obito and Kakashi, as well as Itachi's Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, were among them. However, such power came with significant limitations. Without transforming into the eternal kaleidoscope, one's vision would gradually diminish until complete blindness ensued. Yet, these concerns felt distant. Fenghua suppressed his racing heart, restoring his composure to continue refining his chakra. By noon, Uchiha Obito arrived punctually at Fenghua's residence, expressing a desire to treat him to a meal. Fenghua's eyes twitched. He had no intention of indulging in a free meal only to be coerced into washing dishes afterward, which would be quite embarrassing. "I'll cook myself." Fenghua firmly declined Obito's offer. "You can cook?" Obito scratched his head, a look of disbelief on his face. "Did your mother teach you?" Fenghua's parents, both Jonin of Konoha, had tragically perished during a mission last year, leaving him to live alone in hardship. Were it not for Obito's care over the past year, Fenghua might have succumbed to starvation. Fenghua blinked twice and replied nonchalantly, "Just because I haven't eaten pork doesn't mean I haven't seen a pig run. Allow me to demonstrate." He then made his way to the kitchen, only to find it bare save for pots and pans. Even a Michelin-starred chef would be at a loss in such a situation. "How much money do you have left?" Fenghua questioned, as his own pockets were empty. After rummaging through his belongings, Obito finally produced a handful of coins, which seemed rather meager. Fenghua snatched them eagerly, declaring, "Let us go buy some groceries." Obito, bewildered, protested, "Hey, Fenghua, this is all the pocket money I have left for the week. Don't worry. Cooking at home is definitely more economical than dining out." Fenghua insisted, dragging Obito out the door. He glanced around and inquired, "Which way to the market?" "Fenghua, do you really know how to cook?" Obito asked, his hopes dwindling. Half an hour later, the two 6-year-old boys returned home with bags full of groceries. Fenghua immediately washed his hands and began to prepare the ingredients, washing rice and cooking. Obito squatted at the kitchen door, resting his chin on his hands, looking forlornly at Fenghua. However, minutes later, his expression transformed. It smells delightful," Obito exclaimed, nearly drooling. The kitchen was filled with a tantalizing aroma of sour and spicy flavors that tantalized his taste buds. Unable to resist, he leaned in closer. "Fenghua, what are you cooking?" "It smells amazing." "Sour and spicy cabbage," Fenghua shrugged. This dish was commonplace in his previous life, but quite rare in this world. "It smells so good." Obito's mouth almost watered into the pot. Fenghua, noticing this, promptly kicked him away. After the sour and spicy cabbage, Fenghua prepared a dish of mashed potatoes, garnished with fresh green onions, making Obito's mouth water even more. A few minutes later, the rice was ready, and Fenghua served Obito a bowl, saying, "Give it a taste." Obito, brimming with excitement, took the bowl and eagerly picked up a piece of cabbage. "Wow, it's so sour, so spicy, and delicious." He then took another bite of mashed potatoes, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. It was even more delectable than ramen. "Oh dear, Fenghua. It turns out you truly can cook. This is wonderful. I will never have to dine out again." Uchiha Obito, amidst his tears, fervently stuffed more food into his mouth, causing Fenghua's temper to flare. "Hey, Obito, you're eating too much. Leave some for me, you jerk." Eventually, the two devoured all the rice and dishes, lying on the floor with their bellies full, contentedly burping. "Obito, do you have any dreams?" Fenghua suddenly inquired. "Dreams? Of course, I aspire to become Hokage," Uchiha Obito exclaimed. His face alight with excitement, his fists clenched. "I will surely gain the recognition of everyone." "And Rin?" Fenghua turned to him, gazing earnestly. "If you could only choose between Rin and Hokage, who would you select?" Uchiha Obito froze, his hand scratching his head in deep conflict. Why? Why must I choose just one? Can I have both?" "Reality does not afford us many choices," Fenghua sighed, then changed the subject, smiling. "All right, Obito. Now that you're full, why not help the elderly lady cross the street? You could assist her all afternoon." "You jerk. This is absurd." Uchiha Obito was left in turmoil by Fenghua's words, ultimately standing up, brushing off his pants as he departed, leaving a remark that he would return for dinner together. Then, Fenghua found himself confronted with an awkward situation. Washing the dishes? "Obito, you scoundrel, come back and wash the dishes." Outside, upon hearing Fenghua's voice, Uchiha Obito took off running. Helplessly, Fenghua had to wash the dishes himself. Having traversed to this place, he had yet to thoroughly explore this home. The dwelling, though modest, exuded a sense of taste. The kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, and living room were all present, small yet complete. There was even a quaint little backyard filled with flowers and a small pond, albeit devoid of fish, its waters crystal clear. Fenghua then entered his parents' bedroom. If his parents in this life were indeed ninjas, they might have left behind some ninjutsu scrolls. After rummaging through the room, he finally discovered 2 scrolls within a wooden box. Upon unfurling them, he found they contained fire release techniques in genjutsu. Essentially, all Uchiha ninjas are introduced to fire release from a young age, and those who awaken the Sharingan become adept in genjutsu. These are the hallmarks of the Uchiha clan. So Fenghua was not surprised to find these scrolls. He immediately began examining the fire release scrolls. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique, fire release, great fireball technique, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet, and fire release, dragon fire technique. The scroll detailed the hand seals for 4 unique fire release techniques of the Uchiha clan, along with relevant training guidance. Moreover, they were all advanced fire techniques, fitting for the status of his parents as Ch Nin. He then opened the Jinjutsu scroll, demonic illusion, hell viewing technique, fox heart technique, and cut everything. In total, there were 3 Jinjutsu, yet all were merely basic techniques. Even ordinary ninjas could learn them. Alas, how unfortunate. At the very least, he could have hoped for a Jinjutsu exclusive to the Sharingan, such as the mirror heaven and earth change. Fenghua inwardly grumbled, yet outwardly he radiated joy. With these fire-style ninjutsu and illusions, he had enough to commence his initial training. However, prior to practicing ninjutsu, he needed to master 2 essential skills, hand seals and precise chakra control. The activation of ninjutsu relies heavily on hand seals, and the speed at which one performs these seals directly correlates to one's survival. Uchiha Itachi could execute 6 seals per second, while your speed was merely 2. In the time it took you to cast 1 ninjutsu, he could unleash 3. If you didn't perish, who would? A lack of precise chakra control could lead to unnecessary wastage, or even more severe consequences. Take Naruto in his early days. He was so inept that anyone could overpower him. Why? His chakra, influenced by the 9 tails, was in disarray, rendering him incapable of precise control, unable even to perform the shadow clone technique. After refining chakra for an entire morning, he practiced hand seals in the afternoon, and in the evening, he would train to climb trees and walk on water. There were 12 distinct hand seals: rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, sheep, monkey, rooster, dog, and boar. Each seal possessed its unique gesture. As Fenghua attempted the 4th hand seal for the first time, his fingers began to tremble. By the 8th seal, his pinky was on the verge of cramping, and by the time he completed the full set of 12, both hands ached with a painful soreness, rendering him quite uncomfortable. After practicing for over half an hour, Fenghua's hands were cramping. Ouch! It hurt terribly, yet he understood the necessity of perseverance. At merely 6 years of age, his body was highly malleable. If he delayed training until his fingers had fully developed, it would undoubtedly be twice the effort for half the result. He pressed on. Gritting his teeth, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his attire. He practiced each gesture one by one. When cramps seized his hands, he would rest briefly before continuing. As the sun began to set, casting a blood-red hue across the sky, the entire courtyard was bathed in a surreal glow. His 10 fingers were swollen and bruised, with his pinky and ring finger unable to touch each other. Panting, Fenghua collapsed onto the grass in the courtyard, his hands aching to the point where he wished he could sever them. Would chakra be able to alleviate this pain? Closing his eyes, he summoned his azure chakra, allowing it to flow gently into his hands. A faint blue luminescence shimmered around his fingertips, appearing ethereal beneath the setting sun. However, lacking any knowledge of medical ninjutsu, no matter how he enveloped his fingers with chakra, he could not achieve true healing. Sighing, the carefree Uchiha Obito suddenly appeared. Fenghua, dinner's ready. His face beamed with happiness. That afternoon, he had assisted several elderly ladies across the street, earning himself the Lifetime Achievement Award for helping others, which left him in high spirits, almost floating as if he were a celestial being. Upon noticing Fenghua sprawled on the ground, his hands resembling those of a chicken in an irregular shape, Obito's eyes widened. Fenghua, what happened to your hands? He rushed over, examining Fenghua's hands with an inquisitive expression, almost as if he were about to take a bite out of them. Damn it, it hurts. Let go. Withdrawing his hands, Fenghua cast a glance at Uchiha Obito and remarked, as for dinner, I shall guide you in its preparation. What? How can it be like this? Uchiha Obito replied, his face clouded with frustration. Yet, under Fenghua's assertive demeanor, he ultimately succumbed. However, this fellow undoubtedly lacked intelligence. Despite Fenghua's repeated reminders, he still made numerous blunders while cooking, forgetting to add salt, mistaking sugar for monosodium glutamate, and ultimately burning the dish. Uchiha Obito scratched his head, his expression a mixture of embarrassment and confusion. At least the rice is cooked, Fenghua thought, resigned to the meal. He kept a watchful eye on Uchiha Obito as he washed the dishes before allowing him to leave. As the moon hung high in the sky, Fenghua indulged in a warm soak for his hands before commencing his practice of tree climbing and water walking. These 2 methods of training aim to enhance chakra control. Some individuals possess innate talent, mastering these techniques with ease, while others require prolonged practice to gradually attain proficiency. Fortunately, with over 20 years of life experience, Fenghua quickly adapted after overcoming his initial discomfort with heights during tree climbing. This is rather enjoyable. Standing on the tree trunk, his body perfectly parallel to the ground, he occasionally turned to admire his surroundings. The scenery appeared novel from this unique vantage point. After some time, he grew accustomed to this view, traversing the trunk until he gradually made his way to a branch, ultimately hanging upside down like a bat. The pull of gravity caused a slight discomfort in Fenghua's insides, prompting him to instinctively channel chakra to protect his organs, swiftly alleviating the discomfort. Now, let us try water walking. Fenghua descended from the tree and approached the small pond in the courtyard, slowly enveloping his feet with chakra before carefully stepping onto the water's surface. Splash! Without warning, Fenghua plunged straight into the water. "Oh no," he exclaimed as he emerged, drenched from head to toe. This defied logic. He had been so adept at climbing the tree. Once more, he coated his feet with chakra and attempted to walk on water, this time with caution. As his foot began to sink into the water, he retracted it. Yet after several attempts, his shoes were thoroughly soaked, and he had made no progress whatsoever. It was only in the latter half of the night, with the moon at its zenith, that the 6-year-old Fenghua could no longer endure the fatigue, yawning incessantly. It seemed that the matter of yawning would have to wait until the morrow. He hastily washed up and retired for the night. The following morning, Fenghua was roused by the noise from Uchiha Obito next door. Groggy, he prepared a simple breakfast, and after begrudgingly consuming it, he noticed that his hands no longer felt sore. Is this perhaps the golden finger of my transmigration? A rapid recovery from soreness and fatigue? Fenghua pondered, inspecting his delicate hands, which were fair and tender, the fingers slender like green onions. As he gazed at them, he became entranced, his eyes nearly heart-shaped with admiration. Ah! What perfect hands! In my previous life, it would have been a crime not to play the piano with such hands. With a resigned shake of his head, Fenghua began to refine his chakra. Thanks to the vast mental energy in his mind, the process of refining chakra became relatively simple for him. After all, with 130 trillion cells in his body, extracting energy was a trivial matter. As he felt the chakra within him gradually accumulate, a sense of inexplicable fulfillment filled his heart. This is the sensation of becoming stronger. As noon approached, Uchiha Obito arrived punctually once more, clamoring for a sumptuous meal prepared by Fenghua. Unperturbed by his incessant demands, Fenghua cheerfully prepared a feast for 3. "Fenghua, why have you made enough for 3? Uchiha Obito inquired, perplexed by the spread before him. Fenghua shot him a sidelong glance, replying, "1 portion is for your grandmother." Obito was taken aback, tears welling in his eyes. "Woo-woo, Fenghua, you are truly kind. I have decided to be your lifelong friend." With a foot planted on the dining table, he bellowed with an air of indignation, veins bulging on his forehead, exuding a fierce demeanor as if to say he would turn Fenghua into a dish, resistance being futile. Fenghua's eyes twitched, and he swiftly delivered a kick, sending him crashing down from the table. Apologies, he had a touch of obsessive cleanliness. In the end, with tears in his eyes, Uchiha Obito hurriedly packed a portion and dashed next door. Fenghua shook his head with a wry smile, reflecting on how Obito's kindness was remarkable. Considering his future self as Akatsuki's member, unleashing the Nine Tails to devastate Konoha, causing the death of his sensei's wife, Kinkaku, and later instigating a series of wars, he seemed like an entirely different person. Is this what they call the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred? After lunch, Fenghua gazed at his flawless hands and resumed his practice of hand seals. Days later, in the backyard of Fenghua's home, he recited the 12 zodiac signs: Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao, Chun, Si, Wu, Wei, Shun, Yu, Su, Hai. Each word articulated clearly as he formed the seals. Though somewhat clumsy, he finally managed to complete all 12 gestures with success. That evening, Fenghua climbed trees and traversed water. After days of feeling like a drenched chicken, he finally stood steadily on the water's surface. His chakra felt as if it were an extension of his body, allowing him to sense the water's gentleness and buoyancy. He walked and ran upon the water, gradually mastering its rhythm, until ultimately, the practice became instinctual. As soon as his feet touched the water, his chakra would automatically envelop his soles, alleviating any future concerns about falling in. Furthermore, after days of intense training, Fenghua discovered a remarkable quirk. Regardless of how strenuous his training the previous day, he would awaken the next day in peak condition, though this did not aid in healing injuries. With a sigh of relief, he realized he had gained mastery over his chakra and hand seals. His eyes brightened as he swiftly performed the hand seals for the transformation technique. Transform. With a puff of smoke, a small boy wearing goggles appeared, resembling Uchiha Obito. No, rather, it was Fenghua transformed into Obito. Fenghua took out a mirror to admire his likeness. He looked just like Obito, even sharing the same subtle glint in his eyes, and he felt quite pleased. Release. He then practiced the shadow clone technique and the body replacement technique, succeeding effortlessly. Being of an adult mindset, the three-body technique was far too simple for him. Fenghua's eyes gleamed with excitement as he could no longer contain himself. He retrieved the fire release scroll and began to practice the fire jutsu contained within, fire release, great fireball technique. Si Wei, Shun Hai Wuyin. Sealing fire swiftly formed a hand seal. And the chakra within him surged with an overwhelming force, coalescing into a searing energy in his throat. With wide eyes, Sealing fire felt as though a conflagration was kindling within him, the intense heat relentlessly scorching his insides, compelling him to abandon the hand seals. In an instant, the oppressive heat dissipated. Gasping for breath, he was left shaken, momentarily convinced he would meet his fiery end. 1, 2, 3. He gently touched his throat and spoke softly, relieved that his vocal cords remained unharmed. The great fireball technique truly exemplified the prowess of the Uchiha clan's fire release ninjutsu. Sealing fire recalled that in the original tale, Uchiha Sasuke often practiced this technique by the lake. Even as the protagonist, his dedication underscored the formidable challenge of mastering it. Determined, Sealing fire resumed his training. Fire release, great fireball technique. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy surged from his throat, reminiscent of a sudden bout of nausea, prompting him to abandon the hand seals and retch. Could it be that the hand signs for this technique are flawed? After several unsuccessful attempts, Sealing fire felt a tinge of despondency. This was merely the great fireball technique. If he could not master it, how could he ever hope to learn more advanced ninjutsu? Resolute, he focused his mind and continued his practice. As time passed, the sky darkened, shrouding the moon in a veil of ominous clouds, rendering the night so dark that one could scarcely see their hand before their face. Suddenly, a spark of fire erupted from Sealing fire's mouth, only to extinguish almost immediately, as if it were a mere illusion. Had he succeeded? In an ethereal moment, he felt as though he grasped something profound, but upon attempting to press on, he discovered that his chakra was entirely depleted. Alas, it was still insufficient. Shaking his head with a sigh, he could no longer endure and retreated to his room, collapsing into slumber. Perhaps due to the intensity of his training before sleep, Sealing fire found himself practicing in his dreams. Time was inconsequential in this realm. Just as he reveled in the joy of his training, a shuriken suddenly hurtled toward him from afar, striking directly at the location of his heart. In disbelief, he lifted his gaze to see a figure in the distance, clad in a spiral mask, revealing only a blood-red three-tomo Sharingan, gazing at him with a detached demeanor. Uchiha Obito? How could this be? In a jolt, Sealing fire awoke, realizing it was all but a dream, though his back was already drenched in sweat. Breathless, he noted that the dawn had yet to break, the surroundings enveloped in silence, save for the faint chirping of a few insects in the courtyard. Sleep eluded him entirely. He donned his clothes and stepped into the small yard. Adjacent to his own abode lay the home of Uchiha Obito. It was unsettling to think that the future supervillain resided so close by, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of pressure. Currently, Obito was a good person. No matter what transgression Sealing fire committed against him, he would choose to forgive. Yet, how long could this bond of friendship endure? After the tragedy involving Rin, Uchiha Obito had even turned against his beloved mentor, Kaguya, leaving Sealing fire feeling utterly devoid of safety as his youthful companion. Wait, something is amiss. Currently, Obito has yet to awaken his Sharingan, while I have already opened mine. Focusing his attention on his eyes, a surge of ocular power enveloped them, and his distinct black and white gaze immediately emanated a sinister and bloody aura. One tomo of the Sharingan. Beneath the dim moonlight, the tomo within Fenghua's eye slowly rotated, rendering everything around him crystal clear. A mere dozen meters away, in the grass, a small insect opened its mouth to chirp, and Fenghua could even discern the fragments of leaves within its maw. A gentle breeze stirred, bringing with it scattered leaves, and Fenghua instinctively reached out his hand. By the time he realized it, those leaves had already settled in his palm. How remarkable! Fenghua swallowed hard, feeling an overwhelming sense of power surging from the depths of his being, a thought of invincibility flooding his mind. The ocular power within the Sharingan seemed to whisper to him, to destroy, to obliterate, to conquer. He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and gradually released the Sharingan. Indeed, it was ominous. Without sufficient willpower, one could easily succumb to the allure of these eyes. Since fate has granted me a chance for a new beginning, along with the Sharingan, I must wield it with my own will and ascend to the highest stage of this world. Willpower? In the original narrative, the third Hokage frequently spoke of the will of fire, which, in simpler terms, is the essence of protection. To protect the village, to safeguard loved ones, friends, and future generations. Though this protective sentiment may not significantly amplify one's strength, it fortifies one's resolve, making them more valiant and fearless in battle, willing to sacrifice everything. However, having just arrived in this world and this village, I barely know more than a handful of people. How can I embrace such a will? In a past life, Gorky once said that even a slight restraint on oneself can cultivate strength and resilience. Perhaps I can train my willpower while honing my skills. Wait, why do I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity? Suddenly, two men clad in deep green, form-fitting combat attire sprang to mind. They possessed eyebrows as thick as a thumb, beaming with radiant smiles, thumbs held high, and a single white tooth gleaming in the light. Phone was I twitched. In the original story, Mike Guy and Rock Lee trained in this very manner, stating that if they could not jump rope 100 times, they would perform 200 side kicks. And if they fell short of that, they would run 2 laps around Konoha. Through such rigorous training, they not only gained formidable strength, but also unwavering determination. Steadfast as rock. Damn it, I hope I do not become like them. The following morning, Fonghua rose early, prepared breakfast for 3, and after enjoying his portions, he hurriedly grabbed the other 2 servings and dashed to Obito Uchiha's home. Obito, are you awake? Haha, it's Fonghua. Come in. An elderly woman with a kind demeanor bent slightly as she emerged from the house, smiling warmly at Fonghua. This grandmother was none other than Obito Uchiha's beloved grandmother. Fonghua smiled as he handed over his breakfast. Thank you so much, Fonghua, the elderly man replied, his face lighting up with joy at Fenghua's filial piety. Upon entering the home of Daitu, Fenghua glanced around, noting the similarities to his own house. Fenghua, please have a seat. I will go wake Daitu. The grandmother said with a smile. No need for that, Grandma. I came here to ask if you have any training equipment like sandbags to help with physical conditioning. Fenghua inquired directly. The grandmother tilted her head thoughtfully before nodding. I remember that Daitu's father used to train diligently when he was young. Unable to awaken his eyes. After he finally did, he discarded all the training tools. I couldn't bear to part with them, so I secretly collected them. They should be in the little storage shed in the backyard. Though referred to as a shed, it resembled more of a doghouse. Fenghua squeezed himself inside, rummaging for quite some time before retrieving a plethora of scattered equipment, leg straps, weighted sandbags, iron blocks, and bandages, a significant collection indeed. Fenghua, are you planning to train your physical skills? The grandmother sighed beside him. Our families have always been neighbors, and our destinies seem so similar. Awakening the Sharingan is truly a daunting challenge. Fenghua, of course, would not divulge that he had already awakened his eyes. With a cheerful demeanor, he responded, Grandma. Reaching the pinnacle of physical training is no less remarkable than awakening the Sharingan. In the original tale's climactic battle, Might Guy opened the 8th gate, unleashing an explosive force that even the Rinnegan-wielding Obito struggled against, nearly overwhelming him. Fenghua, you are still young. Be sure to take care of your health while training. The grandmother advised, her kindness radiating warmth, completely unlike the Uchiha clan's usual demeanor. I understand. Thank you, Grandma. After expressing his gratitude, Fenghua laboriously transported the equipment back home, ready to arm himself. He strapped 1 kilogram of sandbags to his legs to strengthen his leg muscles and half a kilogram to his arms for arm conditioning. With these additions, he immediately felt the change. Walking felt as if the gravitational pull had intensified, and forming hand seals became increasingly challenging, his hands growing stiff. This was merely the beginning. He would soon acclimate. Undeterred by initial setbacks, Fenghua carried the weights from dawn until dusk, eager to adapt swiftly. Bang! Ouch, that hurt. After yet another tumble from a tree, Fenghua rubbed his backside and struggled to rise. With the added weight, climbing trees, which once felt effortless, had become a daunting task, and Chakra could no longer maintain his balance. As for wading through water, he dared not even contemplate it. Am I aiming too high? He pondered. Logically, since he had awakened his eyes, he should focus on developing the Sharingan, which could undoubtedly propel him to the pinnacle of his life. However, recalling the formidable foes from the 4th Great Ninja War, he questioned whether relying solely on the Sharingan was truly sufficient. As these thoughts lingered, Fenhua's gaze grew resolute. Since he had embarked on this journey, he refused to let it unfold in mediocrity. Even if he could not reach the summit in this lifetime, he would rather perish on the path towards it. In the subsequent days, Feng Hua, aside from refining his chakra and practicing seals, ceased his tree climbing and water walking exercises, opting instead to engage in physical training. Each day, he poured sweat in the small courtyard, performing push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, exhausting himself with every conceivable form of exercise. Such relentless training inevitably took a toll on Feng Hua's body, compounded by the meager meals that merely sufficed to fill his stomach, leading to his gradual emaciation. Feng Hua. This training is excessively strenuous. Your body may not withstand it. Obito, observing Feng Hua grow thinner by the day, felt a pang of concern. It's fine. I'll get used to it, Feng Hua replied while cooking, shaking the iron pot to ensure the heat was evenly distributed. At that moment, he had weights strapped to his arms, yet he appeared unfazed. His frail limbs already bore traces of lean muscle. After lunch, Feng Hua shooed away the incessantly chattering Uchiha Obito and resumed his training. After several days of intense workouts, he had grown accustomed to the added weight. He then began climbing trees and walking on water, mastering these burdens and gaining greater control over his body, while his chakra became increasingly obedient. With a series of sharp sounds, Feng Hua traversed the small pool, sending ripples across the surface that reflected his blurred visage. He then commenced a seal formation, Si Wei Shin, Hai, Wu Yin, fire style, fireball jutsu. A surge of ferocious energy coalesced in his throat as inspiration struck him, and he exhaled forcefully. Boom. A fireball the size of a basketball erupted from his mouth, hurtling straight towards a withered tree trunk. Crack. The moment the fireball collided with the trunk, it detonated with a thunderous roar, shattering the tree into splinters. Feng Hua widened his eyes in disbelief. His last attempts at this jutsu had ended in failure, yet now it had succeeded on the first try. As he sensed the latent power within him, he seemed to grasp something profound. Suddenly, his foot gave way, and he tumbled into the small pool. It turned out that his distraction had caused a slight fluctuation in his foot's chakra, disrupting his balance. Alas, still not proficient enough. Feng Hua muttered, climbing out of the pool, hastily washing himself before increasing his weights. Previously, he had 1 kilogram of weight on each leg, but now he doubled it to 2 kilograms. The weights in his hands also increased from half a kilogram to 1 kilogram. The sudden increase in weight rendered his limbs heavy and stiff, as if his blood flow had become sluggish. Undeterred, Feng Hua immediately began jogging around the courtyard, and soon his blood surged with vigor. So exhausting. After running for over 10 minutes, he was panting heavily. No, I must run for another 10 minutes. Gritting his teeth, determination shone in his eyes. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, finally, the 10 minutes elapsed. With a thud, Feng Hua collapsed onto the ground, or rather, he was pulled down by the weight on his limbs, his sweat quickly saturating the grass beneath him. As the weight around him seemed to intensify, a sudden wave of dizziness enveloped Feng Hua, plunging him into darkness. When he regained consciousness, he had yet to open his eyes when a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, reminiscent of antiseptic, yet far more pleasant. Unable to resist, he opened his eyes to behold a pristine white ceiling above him. Ah, Feng Hua, you have finally awakened, you foolish boy. How could you push yourself to the point of fainting? Do you even know how to take care of yourself? The voice of Uchiha Obito resonated nearby, filled with agitation, even exasperation. I had mustered the courage to confess my feelings to Rin, and you utterly ruined it. Feng Hua blinked a couple of times, recollecting the events leading to his fainting. As for the confession, had it not been for him, Obito would likely have received a rejection and been left sobbing in some corner. Humph, is that so? No need for gratitude. It was merely my duty, Feng Hua retorted. Idiot, I was thanking you. Obito nearly lost his composure. Wasn't he that the case? Feng Hua feigned innocence, though at 6 years old, he was indeed quite juvenile. Obito trembled, his forehead protector shaking with the movement. Fortunately, at that moment, a young female doctor entered the room. Feng Hua, I see you're awake, she said, clad in a white coat, with long golden hair and gentle eyes that radiated warmth. Hello, doctor. Obito quickly stood and inquired, is Feng Hua all right? The fainting was due to overexertion and training, resulting in a lack of proper nutrition. As long as he consumes more meat, he will recover swiftly. The doctor replied with a soothing smile. Meat? Obito stiffened at the thought. Given the financial circumstances of both their families, daily meat consumption seemed an unattainable luxury. Furthermore, the energy expended in training could hardly be replenished by merely adding an extra piece of meat to each meal. Sensing his concern, the doctor reassured him, it's all right. If you lack the funds, I can lend you some. Really? Thank you so much. Obito nearly leaped with joy. However, lying on the hospital bed, Feng Hua furrowed his brow and interjected, "Doctor, wouldn't tea that cause you trouble? After all, you are just a doctor." "A doctor? Haha, I am also a ninja." She chuckled. "A ninja? A medical ninja?" Feng Hua stared at her, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him as if he had encountered her before. In the original narrative, she must have appeared, but in what capacity? Her golden hair and those outdated glasses, did they not resemble those of Kabuto? Suddenly, realization struck him. She was Yakushi Nan, a medical ninja from Konoha, who later became the head of an orphanage, taking in the young Kabuto and even bestowing upon him her surname. No wonder she seemed familiar. Wait a moment. Feng Hua blinked again, a chill creeping down his spine. Yakushi Nan, prior to becoming the head of the orphanage, was seemingly an operative under Danzo from the roots of Konoha. "Ah, are you feeling cold, Feng Hua?" Obito suddenly rushed over, concerned. "You seem to be shivering." Feng Hua gazed at Uchiha Obito, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. "No, that's not it. I'm overwhelmed with excitement. Yes, utterly ecstatic. Finally, there's me teed. Oh heavens, I'm merely 6 years old. Could it be that Danzo has already taken an interest in me? Has Root infiltrated the Uchiha clan and discovered my awakening? But upon reflection, it seems improbable. After all, only I am aware of my awakening, and I rarely utilize it. The sole occasion was during a late-night incident not long ago, making the chances of being discovered exceedingly low. You two are children of the Uchiha clan, aren't you?" Yakushi no Nayu chuckled. "While I am willing to lend you some money, you must repay it in the future. Of course, I would never leave a debt unpaid." Uchiha Obito declared, hands on his hips, "After all, I aspire to be Hokage one day." At this moment, a young figure passed by outside the hospital room. It was a woman, her complexion fair, physique tall, particularly notable for her pronounced curves, reminiscent of ripe papayas, coupled with her sleek golden hair, even without seeing her face. Feng Hua recognized her immediately. Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. "Oh, Tsunade is destined to be the 5th Hokage," he mused. "Not bad, Obito. I didn't realize your ambitions were so grand, aspiring to be the man for the 5th Hokage. Do remember to put in the effort." Yakushi no Nayu patted Uchiha Obito on the head with a grin, then turned to offer a few words of advice to Feng Hua before pursuing Tsunade's departing figure. "Lady Tsunade, please wait." The faint sounds of their conversation drifted back from the corridor. Feng Hua let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that Yakushi no Nayu's appearance here was not for him, but rather for Tsunade. That old schemer, Danzo, is far too dangerous, willing to resort to any means to achieve his ends. In my current state, it is best to keep my distance as much as possible. Feng Hua, are you still brooding over what happened earlier? Uchiha Obito sat beside Feng Hua's hospital bed, resting his chin on his hand as he regarded him. Kakashi is indeed insufferable, but one must admit he is a genius. What are you talking about? Feng Hua laughed. This has nothing to do with Kakashi. It's about me. I simply refuse to live a mediocre life any longer. I wish to become strong. It's as simple as that. Well said. A youthful male voice suddenly resonated from outside the hospital room, followed by a figure that seemed somewhat familiar to Feng Hua appearing before him. "You are." Feng Hua noted, his lips twitching slightly. This individual was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, the father of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. However, at this moment, he was merely 25 years old. Uchiha Itachi had likely not even been conceived yet. "I am Uchiha Fugaku." At this point, Fugaku had not yet become the clan leader of the Uchiha. He was simply an ordinary member of the Konoha Guard. Nevertheless, his talents were beginning to shine through, and his stature within the Uchiha clan was steadily rising. "Lord Fugaku, greetings." Both Feng Hua and Uchiha Obito bowed respectfully. The Uchiha clan placed great importance on such formalities. And despite Feng Hua's dissatisfaction, he could only acquiesce while still in a position of weakness. Uchiha Fugaku chuckled. "I have great faith in you. Hee. Once you possess the determination to become a formidable warrior, the Sharingan will bestow upon you what you seek. I shall await you ahead, young one." With that, Uchiha Fugaku patted his rear and departed. Feng Hua felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Surely, he must have neglected to consult the almanac before venturing out today. "Hey, Feng Hua, who was that impressive-looking uncle?" Uchiha Obito rushed over, closing the ward door and inquiring. He mentioned his name, Uchiha Fugaku. "He should be a member of the Konoha police force." Feng Hua replied cautiously, mindful that even if overheard, no one would pay heed. "Oh, the Konoha police force. I wonder when I shall be able to join," Uchiha Obito mused dreamily. "Feng Hua, I feel much better now. Shall we discharge ourselves from the hospital? Feng Hua suggested. No way. Uchiha Obito protested vehemently. That kind doctor just offered to lend us money. We can't leave without it. Feng Hua found his logic compelling and was momentarily rendered speechless. Upon their departure from the hospital, indeed, Yakushi no Nai had graciously lent Feng Hua the funds, promising he could approach her again should he find himself in need. Feng Hua recognized that while this woman was a member of Root, her nature was kind-hearted, particularly towards children. Otherwise, she would not have left Root to become the director of an orphanage. Had it been Uchiha Fugaku offering the loan, Feng Hua would have resolutely declined. However, he felt secure borrowing from Yakushi no Nai. Thank you, sister. By the way, I still don't know your name, he said, blinking his clear eyes adorably, exuding an innocent charm. My name is Yakushi no Nai, she replied, gently stroking Feng Hua's dark hair with a warm smile. Perhaps she was the kindest soul within the ranks of Konoha's Root. With his head slightly bowed, Feng Hua felt a surge of emotions, such a good person, yet destined for a tragic end. Can I change her fate? He pondered, his heart suddenly tightening. The notion of altering a character's destiny from the original narrative seemed deceptively simple, yet when he contemplated the gravity of such an endeavor, it felt akin to challenging fate itself. He quickly suppressed these thoughts, reminding himself that he was merely a 6-year-old boy. Such considerations were far too premature. After bidding farewell to Yakushi no Nai and Uchiha Obito, Feng Hua returned home. Feng Hua, I'm off to buy some meat. Uchiha Obito exclaimed joyfully, brandishing money. You're too frail. You must replenish your strength. All right, but if you encounter an elderly lady needing to cross the street, please refrain from giving her any money. Feng Hua sighed, exasperated. Hee, I understand. Uchiha Obito chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head before dashing outside. Oh, my burden. Feng Hua remembered that during his hospitalization, his weights had been removed, and as he strapped them back on now, he felt an immediate heaviness. Clearly, he had not yet fully recovered. Gritting his teeth, he stood tall and straightened his back, affirming to himself, but I shall persevere. He then commenced his rehabilitation training, slowly walking in the backyard while channeling his chakra, striving to invigorate his cells. Yaoshiri now you is a member of the Root organization. However, she is a benevolent individual and a skilled medical ninja. I can undoubtedly learn medical ninjutsu from her. Feng Hua's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, but he quickly quelled his enthusiasm. Although Feng Hua's recovery rate is extraordinary, it does not significantly alleviate his injuries. Exercising the body inevitably leads to injuries. Who can guarantee otherwise? Even the Azure Beast of Konoha cannot assure such things. Furthermore, as a ninja, one must frequently undertake missions, and injuries are an unavoidable reality. Thus, the pursuit of medical ninjutsu must be prioritized, and the sooner, the better. Moreover, the Third Shinobi World War is merely a few years away. Currently, the pinnacle of medical ninjutsu in Konoha likely resides with Princess Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Alas, Tsunade is afflicted with hematophobia at this time, and I am of the Uchiha clan. The relationship between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan is far from idyllic. Therefore, Feng Hua's only feasible target must be Yaoshiri Naoyu. As he walked, Feng Hua gradually acclimated to his surroundings, then began to practice hand seals while lifting both hands. Z, Chou In, Mao, Chun, Si, Wu, Wei, Shun Yu Su Hai. Feng Hua's hand seals were already quite proficient, but his speed still required improvement, demanding diligent practice without shortcuts. As the sun rose higher in the sky, Feng Hua had been training for over an hour. Drenched in sweat, yet his gaze frequently wandered outside. Why hasn't Obito returned yet? A sense of foreboding crept over him. Surely, wasn't he lingering at the roadside, helping an elderly lady cross, crying and insisting on escorting her across the street? Was he? Just as Feng Hua entertained the worst of thoughts about Uchiha Obito, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by sounds of struggle and muffled groans. Was that Obito's voice? Feng Hua froze for a moment, then dashed outside. Haha. You think you can activate the Sharingan looking like that? What a fool. Spending every day with that dimwit Feng Hua. Of course, they are a pair of simpletons. Haha. That guy Feng Hua is such an eyesore. Challenging Kakashi and getting knocked out was already humiliating enough, and now he has training in taijutsu and fainting. How ridiculous. Naturally, he must know he cannot awaken the Sharingan, so he is resorting to physical training. Otherwise, he wouldn't even make it through graduation. What a pair of pitiable fools. Several Uchiha children relentlessly shoved Uchiha Obito, their words dripping with mockery. Hey, what are you holding? Is that meat? Ha ha ha, how extravagant. You're eating meat while we can't even afford it. Hey, Obito, can you share some with us? You brats. Uchiha Obito clutched the meat tightly, glaring angrily at them. Don't go too far. Too far. You and that Feng have brought great shame upon the Uchiha clan. And you are far worse than us. Yeah, beat him. Hit him. Slap, slap, slap. As a student ranked at the bottom of the ninja academy, Uchiha Obito's combat prowess was even less than that of the weakest opponents. With the sheer number of adversaries against him, he was soon knocked to the ground, groaning and unable to utter a word. On either side of the street, several members of the Uchiha clan passed by, indifferent to the scene before them. Children fighting was an all-too-common occurrence. Enough. Feng finally arrived, his voice booming. Do you wish to die? Upon witnessing the dire state of Uchiha Obito, Feng struggled to restrain the surging power within him. Oh, isn't this Uchiha Feng? Huh. The turtle finally shows itself. They jeered. I heard you fainted while training your taijutsu. How embarrassing. How can someone like you belong to the Uchiha clan? Fool. You should stick to selling trinkets instead of pretending to be a ninja. You bring shame upon yourself, idiot. Earlier, when Feng had accompanied Uchiha Obito, they had encountered a group of mocking Uchiha children. At that moment, he had been too disinterested to engage in their banter, but now he felt his patience waning. What is the matter? Want to fight? Have you mastered the body flicker technique, you imbecile? They laughed. Look at that foolish expression. Uchiha Obito, now regaining his composure, lay on the ground and shouted, Feng, you must leave. You're still injured. You can't afford to fight. Obito was in a pitiful state, his clothes torn, his face bruised and bloodied, and he seemed to have lost a tooth. Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint scent of blood wafting through the air as he struggled to suppress his overwhelming power. Reacting swiftly, he squinted and began weaving hand signs. Serpent, horse, monkey, boar, rat, tiger. Huh, is he actually performing hand signs? What a fool. Does he think he can use ninjutsu? Wait, those hand signs. Is that the Great Fireball technique? What? The Great Fireball technique. I'm going to die of shock. Ha 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 ha. Foolish. There's no way he can execute such a fire technique so easily. Feng's eyes narrowed into slits, a cold smile gracing his lips as he declared, Fire style, Great Fireball technique. With that, he unleashed a torrent of searing flames from his mouth, forming a fireball the size of a basketball, hurtling toward the group of Uchiha children. What? How is this possible? He actually succeeded? The Great Fireball technique is notoriously difficult for even lower-ranked ninjas to master. How could this fool manage it? Idiot, what are you still doing? Get out of the way. As the fireball approached, the Uchiha children snapped out of their stupor, shrieking as they jumped aside, stumbling and falling in disarray. Boom. The fireball exploded, a wave of intense heat radiating outward, with embers raining down upon the Uchiha children, causing them to wail in agony. On the ground, Uchiha Obito stared in disbelief at Feng, as if confronted by an extraterrestrial being. His expression was a mixture of shock, skepticism, and astonishment. Feng's chakra diminished by a third due to the exertion of the technique, leaving his complexion pale. Yet, the pin-up rage within him had also subsided significantly, and the wild power in his eyes began to fade. He opened his eyes to coldly regard the Uchiha children sprawled on the ground, wailing in distress. Who was it that struck Obito? Feng stepped forward, his voice subdued yet imbued with an undeniable authority beneath the recent spectacle of the Great Fireball technique. Feng, how could you possibly master the Great Fireball technique? The boy exclaimed incredulously. Cheating. You must have cheated. How could I be defeated by such an imbecile? Before he could finish his tirade, the child was sent sprawling by a swift kick from Feng, landing in a rather undignified manner. Enough. Feng, Uchiha Obito struggled to rise, not wishing to bring trouble upon Feng. Enough? What a jest. An arrogant Uchiha child gritted his teeth as he stood tall, snorting dismissively. Uchiha Feng, do not presume that mastering the Great Fireball technique makes you exceptional. My father is the deputy commander of the police force. You will pay for daring to unleash the Great Fireball technique against a clansman in the streets. Upon hearing this, Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Yet having committed to his actions, he resolved not to back down. You, who rely solely on your father and possess no merit of your own, are the true waste. Feng replied coolly, delivering another kick that sent the boy toppling over once more. You scoundrel, Uchiha Feng. The child, now covered in dust, clenched his fists, veins bulging with fury. Remember my name, Uchiha Rone. One day, I will utterly defeat you. With that, Uchiha Rone turned on his heels and departed, The other Uchiha child, who had been wailing on the ground, shakily rose, casting a fearful glance at Feng Hua before hastily following Rone out. Feng Hua squinted, noting that the gathering adults had multiplied. Prolonging the disturbance could incite greater trouble, and he might just unleash his wrath upon this group of children. Nevertheless, Uchiha Rone, how amusing. I hope you recognize your folly by the next academic year at the Ninja Academy. Otherwise, Obito, are you all right? Feng Hua helped Uchiha Obito to his feet, inspecting him carefully. He noted that while Obito appeared battered, the most severe injury was the loss of a tooth. The rest were merely superficial wounds, not warranting a visit to the hospital. After all, they were merely a group of children. Even in numbers, they posed little threat. Feng Hua sighed in relief. Damn it, I've lost my tooth. Obito lamented, tossing the meat he had been holding to Feng Hua before bending down to retrieve his lost tooth, cradling it as if it were a precious gem. Do not worry. You are merely 6 years old, and your teeth will surely grow back, Feng Hua reassured him. Let us hope so. But Feng Hua, are you hiding something from me? That fire technique you executed earlier. Uchiha Obito's eyes sparkled with envy. As a student ranked among the bottom 3 in the Ninja Academy, he yearned for strength and the validation of others. In that moment, Feng Hua had undoubtedly instilled in him a glimmer of hope. In the previous academic year, Feng Hua's performance had only marginally surpassed Obito's, yet the gap was negligible. How could someone ranked so low in their year possibly wield the great fireball technique? Cough. Feng Hua cleared his throat gently, gesturing toward the gathering adults who were whispering amongst themselves. Let us discuss this at home. Very well. But you must tell me the truth. Absolutely. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Konoha police force, a message was swiftly relayed upward, quickly capturing the attention of the higher-ups. Uchiha Feng Hua? The name seems somewhat familiar. Uchiha-san, the captain of the Konoha police force, stroked his chin as he regarded the information before him. A 6-year-old who could successfully wield the fire release. Great fireball technique. Could he truly be a genius? I recall that it was only at the age of 9 that I mastered this jutsu. Fugaku. Uchiha-san called out towards the outside. Hey. Soon, the door swung open, revealing Uchiha Fugaku, who had previously encountered the young prodigy at Konoha Hospital. Investigate this child, Uchiha-san instructed, handing him a slip of paper. Uchiha Fugaku received it with utmost respect, but upon glancing at the contents, his expression momentarily froze. Is it him? Do you know this little one? Uchiha-san inquired. His name is Uchiha Fuwa. I just met him this morning at Konoha Hospital. He is an ambitious child. I'm afraid that's all I know, Captain. Uchiha Fugaku admitted without reservation. Continue your investigation. This child may very well be a genius of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha-san chuckled like a sly old fox. A genius? Uchiha Fugaku blinked in surprise, then turned his gaze back to the information on the slip. What? He just used the fire release. Great fireball technique. He is merely 6 years old. Observing the astonishment in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, Uchiha-san chuckled. Keep this confidential. If we ascertain that he is indeed a genius, we must ensure his protection. After all, the war has just concluded, and even within the village, peace is still elusive. Before long, similar intelligence began circulating among the prominent clans of Konoha. The Senju clan. Tsunade regarded the report with disdain, dismissing it entirely. The remaining elders of the Senju clan, their power and insight waning, had gradually retreated from the stage of Konoha. Even if they harbored thoughts, they were rendered futile. The Hyuga clan. In the original narrative, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were embroiled in a fierce rivalry for the title of Konoha's foremost clan. However, at this juncture, the Senju clan had not yet fully exited the scene, with the Senju serving as a buffer. Their sensitivity towards the Uchiha clan was not as pronounced as in later times, thus they relegated this information to the back burner. In the backyard of the Fuwa residence, Uchiha Obito puffed his cheeks, attempting to blow flames forward, but only turned blue in the face and white in the eyes without producing a single spark. Damn it! Why can you succeed while I cannot? Uchiha Obito huffed in despair. Beside him, Fuwa, arms crossed, teased, Obito, you're going about this all wrong. First, you must cultivate enough chakra. Secondly, your hand seals are not up to standard. And those last 2 seals, you've clearly made errors. Moreover, even if both conditions are met, persistent practice is essential for success. After all, the fire release, great fireball technique is a unique jutsu of our Uchiha clan. It would be an insult to its name to deem it easy. Fuwa, you rascal, Uchiha Obito glared at him with indignation. Just days prior, they had stood on equal footing, yet now Fuwa, the seasoned veteran, had suddenly surged ahead, leaving Obito struggling to adjust. Sigh. I merely dedicated your time for flirting to training. Feng with an expression of delight, waved his hand, exuding an aura of mastery. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito felt a surge of determination and, clenching his fists, exclaimed, "No way. From today onwards, I shall train alongside you." "Suit yourself," Feng replied. "But I must forewarn you that training is a tedious and intricate endeavor. You must be mentally prepared." "Of course. After all, I aspire to become the Hokage," Obito shouted, embodying the spirit of Naruto. Later, Feng prepared a sumptuous dish of braised pork, serving 3 portions, one for each of them and another for Obito's grandmother. Regrettably, due to her advanced age, she could no longer chew, leaving the entirety to be devoured by the two of them. "I'm so full," Obito sighed, lying on the ground with a blissful expression, his hand resting on his stomach. Having consumed a generous amount, Feng felt invigorated, his complexion noticeably brighter. He glanced at Obito and kicked him lightly, stating sternly, "This is not the time to rest, Obito. Get up. We must commence our training." "What? Now?" "But my stomach hasn't digested yet," Obito protested lazily. "Practicing the hand seals won't hinder your digestion," Feng replied, roughly pulling Obito into the courtyard to urge him to practice the hand seals. Naturally, Feng did not remain idle himself. He too was engaged in practice. However, their focuses differed. Obito concentrated on perfecting the precision of the hand seals, while Feng sought to enhance his speed beyond the standard. As the saying goes, comparison breeds discontent. While Obito struggled with his practice, he observed Feng's swift hand seal execution, nearly moved to tears. "Feng, when did your speed become so astonishingly quick and precise?" Feng glanced at him and sighed, "Quick? My current speed is merely 15 seconds per seal. Is that supposed to be fast?" Obito rolled his eyes, struggling to even produce a standard seal in 3 seconds. "Of course, it's faster than your current ability. But my goal is not to match your present skill," Feng remarked, casting a penetrating gaze at Obito. Feeling uneasy under Feng's stare, Obito awkwardly changed the subject. "So, are we going to practice hand seals all afternoon?" "Absolutely," Feng affirmed. That sounds incredibly dull," Obito lamented, barely managing to endure the session, particularly feeling a cramping sensation in his hands. "Stay strong, Obito. Did you not say you wanted to be Hokage? If you can't endure these minor setbacks, how will you gain the recognition needed to become Hokage?" Feng delivered a motivational speech, even though the truth was that no amount of effort might lead Obito to that goal. "Damn it, I will prove to you that I can become Hokage." Ultimately, Obito persevered for 2 hours before succumbing to cramping in his hands, leaving in defeat. Alone in the small courtyard, Feng continued to practice until dusk, only to realize with frustration that his speed remained stagnant at 15 seconds per seal. In the future, Uchiha Itachi's speed would be 6 seals per second, so swift that even Kakashi's Sharingan could barely keep up. With a sigh, he proceeded step by step. Haste would avail him nothing. As night descended, Feng continued his training. Climbing trees and wading through water had ceased to pose any challenge for him, prompting him to focus on the art of kunai and shuriken. Both of his parents were nin, and their home was stocked with numerous kunai and shuriken, albeit of mediocre quality. Bang! Bang! In the small courtyard, Feng gazed at the kunai lying beneath the tree trunk, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. He had failed on his first attempt. He then threw a shuriken, which similarly slid down the tree trunk. Furrowing his brow, Feng retrieved both the kunai and shuriken, tossing them again and again until he began to grasp some technique, managing to scrape a bit of bark off the trunk with each throw. 2 hours later, Feng had discerned the characteristics of the kunai and shuriken. Although not yet at the level of effortless command, he had become quite familiar with them. With a swift motion, a kunai spun through the air, producing a sound as it embedded itself firmly into the tree trunk. Success! Elated, Feng pressed on, practicing diligently until deep into the night, progressing from 1 kunai to throwing 2 simultaneously, and eventually 3, increasing the difficulty incrementally. Yet, for Feng there was not a hint of obstruction. His hands were remarkably adept, allowing him to control every muscle with precision. Through this mastery, he could sense the fleeting moment each kunai was released, a sensation exquisitely subtle that captivated and delighted him. The same feeling accompanied his throws of shuriken, and soon he was able to launch 3 at once, each striking its intended target with accuracy. However, a slight furrow creased his brow. Something felt amiss. What could it be? Feng lifted his gaze to the moon in the night sky, then closed his eyes, keenly attuning himself to the cool night breeze. It felt as though someone was watching him. A peculiar awareness flickered in his mind. Was it due to the fire-release jutsu I performed at noon? But who could it be? The Umbu? The Root? Or perhaps the police force? Opening his eyes, he stifled a yawn, feigning weariness as he retreated indoors, extinguishing the lights and settling into sleep. Outside, a member of the Uchiha clan, with a pair of Tomo Sharingan, confirmed that Feng Hua had fallen into a deep slumber before turning to depart. With a handseal speed of 1 every 15 seconds, he could simultaneously throw 3 kunai or shuriken with precision. Uchiha Yamano, the captain of the Konoha police force, pondered over the intelligence received in the dead of night. His handseal speed was average, yet considering his tender age of 6, he mused, perhaps an 80 out of 100 would suffice. In the presence of the Sharingan, kunai and shuriken were mere trifles. At present, it remained uncertain whether he was truly a genius. Alas, further observation was warranted. Standing nearby, Uchiha Fugaku respectfully remarked, "Captain, I believe this child possesses significant potential and merits cultivation." Uchiha Yamano shook his head in response. "Fugaku, Uchiha Kagami has a descendant named Uchiha Shursui. Though merely 3 years old, he has already displayed extraordinary talent. Such a child is worthy of my investment." "I understand, Captain," Uchiha Fugaku replied. "Uchiha Shursui will be entrusted to you. Ensure he receives proper guidance." Uchiha Yamano instructed. "I will fulfill the captain's mandate," Uchiha Fugaku affirmed earnestly. After making adjustments, Feng Hua began his chakra refinement in the morning, practiced hand seals in the afternoon, and engaged in physical training in the evening. His daily regimen was meticulously packed, leaving no room for anything else. As for the covert surveillance, he paid it no mind, as long as he did not reveal his Sharingan. He believed that such training would not attract the attention of truly significant figures. Indeed, this was the case. After a week of monitoring Feng Hua, Uchiha Yamado, the captain of the police force, called back his surveillance team and labeled Feng Hua as a diligent but limited Uchiha clansman, one worth nurturing if he could successfully awaken his eyes. These monotonous days continued for half a month, and at last, Feng Hua's training began to yield results. "Si, Wei Shin, Hai, Wu In. Fire release, great fireball technique." Feng Hua exhaled, unleashing a massive ball of searing flame that was twice the size of his previous attempts, radiating an astonishing heat and destructive power. His hand seal speed had improved to 1 seal per second, finally, a sign of progress. Furthermore, he had increased his weight training, with his legs now bearing 3 kilograms and his hands 2 kilograms. Correspondingly, his daily consumption of meat had risen significantly, and the money lent to him by Yakushina Noyu was gradually dwindling. As for Uchiha Bito, he could only endure for 2 days before he could no longer resist the urge to seek a get-out-of-jail-free card from Rin. Feng Hua tried to persuade him several times, but Uchiha Bito remained unchanged, leaving Feng Hua with no choice but to relent. "Well, my chakra reserves have barely reached the level of a genin, which should qualify me to learn medical ninjutsu." Feng Hua rubbed his fists together, resolved to visit Yakushina Noyu, both to borrow money and to study medical ninjutsu. Konoha Hospital was located in the heart of Konoha Village, a fair distance from the Uchiha clan's territory. Feng Hua changed into attire devoid of the Uchiha crest and set out. This was, indeed, his first time venturing alone from the Uchiha compound. The village outside was far more vibrant than the Uchiha territory, with passers-by sporting smiles and laughter that inexplicably lifted Feng Hua's spirits. As he made his way to Konoha Hospital, Feng Hua noticed several Uchiha ninjas in police uniforms patrolling the streets, their gazes icy and scrutinizing everyone as if they were spies. Feng Hua shook his head slightly, realizing why the police force had a less than favorable reputation in Konoha. With such patrollers, it was no wonder. Before long, Feng Hua arrived at Konoha Hospital, where the flow of people was even greater. Many patients entered and exited accompanied by family members, and the air was filled with a pleasant scent of disinfectant. Upon entering the hospital, Feng Hua inquired about the location of Yakushina Noyu's office and proceeded there. With the Second Great Ninja War just concluded, Konoha's medical ninjas found themselves with ample leisure. Thus, when Feng Hua arrived, Yakushina Noyu happened to be seated at her desk, deep in thought. "Yakushi-san." Feng Hua knocked gently on the door, his youthful face tinged with a shy blush. In his 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had sought someone out to borrow money. Yakushina Noyu looked up, momentarily taken aback, before a warm smile graced her face. "Ah, it's Feng Hua. What brings you here? Are you here to repay your debts?" Feng Hua awkwardly rubbed his hands together and said, Sister Pharmacist, you guessed incorrectly. Please try again. Pharmacist Yenayu blinked a couple of times, unable to hide her bemusement, and remarked, could it be that you're here to borrow money? Sister Pharmacist, you are truly astute. Fenghua complimented her. Yenayu shook her head with a wry smile. Indeed, you little rascal. Noticing the absence of anger on her face, Fenghua seized the opportunity. Sister Pharmacist, you are a medical ninja. Could you teach me medical ninjutsu? Do you wish to learn medical ninjutsu? Yenayu asked curiously. You are only 6. Why do you want to learn it? So that when I get injured, I can treat myself and not need to go to the hospital. Fenghua replied earnestly. His words contained a blend of truth and jest, but given his tender age of 6, they resonated with absolute sincerity in Yenayu's ears. Learning medical ninjutsu is not a trivial matter. Your chakra must meet certain standards, and you must possess precise control. That's 2 prerequisites. Of course, if you lack talent. Even meeting these conditions would not guarantee success. Yenayu smiled. Are you certain you want to learn? Yes, I want to learn. Fenghua nodded seriously. Very well. I shall assess your chakra levels. Yenayu approached Fenghua and placed a hand on his shoulder. In an instant, Fenghua felt a gentle stream of energy flow through him, swirling around his internal pathways before dissipating. Yenayu's eyes widened slightly. Not bad. Fenghua, your chakra levels barely meet the standard. Considering he was only 6 years old, his training must have been arduous. She ruffled Fenghua's hair and then tested his chakra control. Can you climb trees and walk on water? Of course. I learned that long ago. Fenghua exclaimed, patting his chest, striving to emulate Uchiha Obito, for a 6-year-old must not appear overly mature. Then, let us see if you can walk up this wall. Though the office lacked trees for climbing, the wall would suffice. Fenghua approached the wall, took a deep breath, and instantly channeled chakra into his feet. He began to ascend, his body parallel to the ground, as if defying gravity. Yenayu's eyes sparkled with approval. All right, Fenghua, come down. Your chakra control is also satisfactory. Can I learn medical ninjutsu now? Fenghua jumped down, excitement radiating from him. Now we shall see if you possess the talent. Yenayu smiled. Although she was an operative of Konoha's roots under Danzo, she was not prohibited from teaching others medical ninjutsu. Additionally, her fondness for children and lack of direct grievances with the Uchiha clan made her amenable to imparting this knowledge to Fenghua. Infuse your chakra into your right hand. Just as I do. Yenayu's right hand glowed with gathered chakra, emanating a soft blue light, which was quite captivating. Fenghua followed suit, channeling his chakra into his right hand, and soon, it too began to radiate light. Medical ninjutsu is the art of healing wounds through the stimulation of cells with chakra, and through transformation, it can also achieve detoxification and offensive effects. As the medic Yaoshi Yenayu elucidated some foundational aspects of medical ninjutsu, she observed the radiant chakra emanating from Fenghua's right hand, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Medical ninjutsu places great emphasis on endurance. Akin to a surgeon who tires after merely half an hour, lacking the strength to wield a scalpel. Similarly, for medical ninjas, the chakra from Fenghua's right hand sustained its brilliance for 10 minutes before Yaoshi Yenayu cheerfully called for a halt. At that moment, Fenghua's complexion had turned pale. The continuous output of chakra, coupled with the need to maintain precision without leakage, proved to be a formidable trial for him. Fortunately, it seemed he had succeeded. Congratulations, Fenghua, you have passed the first round of testing, Yaoshi Yenayu said with a gentle smile. Alas, only the first round. Fenghua felt tears welling up. What happened to the gentle, kind, and considerate older sister persona? Sitting in the office to recover his chakra, he noticed beads of sweat forming on his small face. The attentive Yaoshi Yenayu tenderly wiped his brow before stepping out, soon returning with a fish on the brink of death. Upon seeing this, Fenghua opened his eyes, struck by a sense of familiarity. In the original narrative, Sakura had a similar experience while learning medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. Fenghua, come, see if you can save this fish. Yaoshi Yenayu placed the fish before him. Fenghua extended his hands and, feeling somewhat at a loss, looked at Yaoshi Yenayu with a hint of helplessness, saying, Sister Yaoshi, could you give me some pointers? Gathering chakra in his hands, he followed her instructions. Closing his eyes, he sensed the flow of chakra, placing his hands upon the fish's belly to feel the cells within its body. Step by step, Yaoshi Yenayu guided him, occasionally correcting his mistakes. As they progressed, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Perhaps Fenghua truly possessed the gift of dexterous hands, as he exhibited exceptional control, and soon he could sense the cells within the fish, gently stimulating them in accordance with Yoshiro Unayu's guidance, revitalizing them. However, in a moment of excitement, Fenghua's chakra became chaotic, resulting in an explosive demise of the fish, leaving nothing but ashes. He opened his eyes, embarrassment flooding his features. Yoshiro Unayu's white coat was now splattered with scales, blood, and flesh. "I am terribly sorry, Sister Yoshiro," he apologized sincerely. A true hero does not dwell on minor failures. Fenghua promptly offered his heartfelt apology. Yoshiro Unayu playfully flicked his forehead, reminding him to be more cautious next time. After spending more than half an hour learning, Yoshiro Unayu had to leave due to other commitments, and Fenghua could only return for further guidance at another time. "Take this money, and be sure to take care of yourself while training your body." Before departing, Yoshiro Unayu generously lent him some money once more. "Thank you, Sister Yoshiro." Holding the money, Fenghua felt an even stronger resolve to change Yoshiro Unayu's fate. While this course of action may easily lead to a confrontation with the cunning old schemer Danzo, it is undeniably exhilarating, is it not? Arriving in the world of Naruto. Aspiring to lead an ordinary life is akin to courting disaster. I must hasten to grow stronger, to become even more formidable. Upon returning home, I devoted myself to rigorous training, compressing my sleep to a mere 4 hours each night. I focused on refining my chakra, practicing hand seals, training my physical abilities. And now, I must also incorporate the study of medical ninjutsu. Days later, I returned to the Konoha hospital to learn medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. Tsunade had already imparted the foundational knowledge of medical ninjutsu to me. What remained was the practical application. With her guidance, my experience grew exponentially. Within a fortnight, I was able to successfully revive a fish on the brink of death. Subsequently, Tsunade began to bring chickens, ducks, and even lambs for me to heal. In the dead of night, within a clandestine underground base in Konoha, a man shrouded in shadows fixated ominously on the woman kneeling before him. This woman, with her flowing golden hair and round spectacles, was none other than Tsunade. "What have you been up to lately, Tsunade?" The man in the shadows inquired languidly. His words seemed gentle, yet his tone was chillingly rigid, akin to a serpent coiling its body, flicking its tongue in a sinister gaze upon its prey. Tsunade knelt with her head bowed, responding calmly, "Lord Danzo, I am biding my time at the Konoha hospital." Drawing closer to Princess Tsunade of the Senju clan to extract intelligence on the clan's movements. "Is that so?" The man in the shadows took 2 steps forward, revealing his gaunt face, marked by heavy bags under his eyes and sagging skin. Most striking were the 2 intersecting scars etched across his chin. This man was Danzo Shimura, the founder of Konoha's Root and one of its esteemed elder advisors, wielding significant power. The condition of the Senju clan had become evident, aside from their Princess Tsunade. The rest of the clan members were woefully inadequate, incapable of shouldering any burden, making their exit from the stage of Konoha inevitable. Danzo leaned forward, his wolf-like eyes coldly fixed on Tsunade. Furthermore, due to the death of Kato Dan, Tsunade had developed a phobia of blood. Even though she is revered as one of the legendary 3, such a Tsunade would find her progress halted, rendering her unworthy of further attention. "Yes, Lord Danzo." Tsunade dared not show any sign of defiance. "I know that deep within you lies a compassionate heart. Therefore, you shall undoubtedly find the next task to be to your liking." Danzo's eyes narrowed coldly. The Second Great Ninja War may have concluded, yet the Land of Fire remains tumultuous. You are to depart immediately, seeking out talented orphans to bring back. Understood? "Yes, Lord Danzo," Tsunade replied numbly, completely devoid of the gentle demeanor she had displayed before. She was as cold as a block of iron, stripped of all emotion. "Then I shall not trouble myself with that child," Danzo remarked, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You may proceed." "Yes." A hint of tremor finally surfaced in Tsunade's voice, yet she still dared not oppose Danzo's command. Moments later, her figure vanished. "Come forth," Danzo suddenly commanded. In the next instant, a figure appeared before Danzo with remarkable swiftness, kneeling respectfully. This individual, clad in the attire of the Umbu, wore a hummingbird mask. "Go investigate Uchiha Enho," he commanded. "Moreover, I have heard that another prodigious child has emerged from the Uchiha clan, named Uchiha Shursui." "Understood, Lord Danzo," replied the masked ninja, who then vanished from sight. The Uchiha clan. Danzo had been significantly influenced by the second Hokage and had never harbored any fondness for the Uchiha clan. Even with Uchiha Kagami, his former teammate, there lingered a subtle aversion, albeit well concealed at the time. However, with the unfolding of various events, Danzo's mindset had finally begun to shift. The Senju clan was destined to withdraw from the stage of Konoha, leaving only the Sarutobi clan behind the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Alone, Hiruzen found himself at his weakest point in controlling Konoha. Danzo needed to achieve great feats during this period to assert his presence and vie for the position of Hokage. Given the historical context of the Uchiha clan, Danzo naturally set his sights on this clan for the stability of Konoha and his own aspirations. Furthermore, the Sharingan, a powerful and unparalleled bloodline limit, was something he must obtain. Buzz. Inho's hands emanated a soft blue aura of chakra as he gently touched an elderly hen lying on the ground. Nearby, 5 or 6 fluffy chicks chirped anxiously. The old hen, nearing death due to old age, miraculously stood up and flapped its wings with renewed vigor, stimulated by Inho's chakra, much to the excitement of the surrounding chicks, who danced around her. Watching this scene, Inho smiled softly and returned home. In his bedroom, he retrieved a scroll given to him a month prior by a staff member at Konoha Hospital, reportedly at the behest of the medic, Nan. She had conveyed that he should focus on honing his medical ninjutsu without worrying about her. Of course, she had also left him a substantial sum of money. Inho understood that Nan was a member of Konoha's roots, and her sudden departure, without even a farewell, was likely a command issued directly by Danzo. Although it was improbable that Nan had perished at this juncture, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. As he examined the 3 medical techniques inscribed within the scroll, healing technique, hemostasis technique, and sage palm technique, he recalled that he had already mastered the healing technique and had successfully grasped the hemostasis technique over the past month. However, he had yet to make any progress with the sage palm technique. This advanced technique could fully activate the cells of a wound and heal it within 5 minutes, presenting a far greater challenge than the healing and hemostasis techniques. Furthermore, Inho had to dedicate considerable time to refining his chakra, training his physical skills, and practicing hand seals, which had hindered his ability to learn it thus far. Tomorrow the Ninja Academy will commence. Remembering Obito's words from before, Inho felt an inexplicable surge of excitement within him. During this period, the characters he encountered from the original work included Uchiha Obito, Yakushi Nanoyu, and Uchiha Fugaku. However, the Ninja Academy was populated with numerous original characters such as Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Asuma, and Ibiki. The thought alone was rather exhilarating. Yet, regardless of the excitement, the routine training persisted. By evening, Uchiha Obito arrived punctually with his grandmother at the Hoka residence. "Hoka, is dinner ready?" came the voice from the kitchen. "Almost done. Please wash your hands first," replied Hoka. "I truly appreciate your hospitality during these days," Obito's grandmother expressed politely, her demeanor exemplifying impeccable upbringing. Emerging from the kitchen with a bowl of stir-fried meat that exuded a delightful aroma, Hoka had meticulously sliced the meat into fine pieces, ensuring they would dissolve easily upon chewing, making them suitable for elderly consumption. For Hoka, slicing the meat thinly was not merely a culinary task but a form of training, honing his wrist control and finger dexterity as he had seamlessly integrated practice into his everyday life. Thanks to such relentless dedication to his training over the past month, Hoka's chakra levels had successfully reached that of a genin, and his hand seal speed had significantly improved to achieving a seal every 0.8 seconds. In terms of physical techniques, although he had made considerable progress in stamina through self-directed training based on experiences from his past life, he lacked practical combat application. Nevertheless, Hoka remained unperturbed, for he had already identified a mentor. In Konoha, if one were to identify the foremost practitioner of taijutsu, it would undoubtedly be Might Guy. However, at this moment, Guy was a year younger than Hoka, rendering him unable to instruct Hoka in his training. Yet, his father, Might Due, a renowned taijutsu ninja of Konoha, often ridiculed as the Eternal Genin, possessed formidable strength. In the Third Shinobi World War, in a bid to protect his son, Might Due opened the 8th Gate, the Death Gate, confronting the elite mist ninjas known as the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, ultimately vanquishing 4 of them before succumbing to exhaustion. Hoka speculated that at this juncture, Might Due had likely mastered the 8th Gate. With his guidance, Hoka was confident that his taijutsu would advance remarkably. As for whether Might Due would be willing to mentor him, Hoka felt no apprehension. Being an eternal genin, Might Due naturally possessed a genial temperament, and as a steadfast inheritor of the will of fire, he would undoubtedly heed Hoka's request. After a night of training, the following morning, Uchiha Obito rose early to rouse Hoka. "Hoka, hurry up. School starts today, and we're going to be late." Obito shouted excitedly from outside. Groggily opening his eyes to the dim light of dawn, Hoka felt slightly exasperated. Come on, this is far too early. However, under Obito's enthusiastic insistence, Hoka eventually got out of bed, prepared breakfast, and, of course, with Obito's reminders, also made lunchboxes for later. After wolfing down their meals, the two set out together, lunchboxes in hand. Throughout his journey, Uchiha Obito was filled with exuberance, glancing around as if an extraordinary elderly lady might suddenly appear, seeking to cross the street. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of her, and in an instant, he dashed forward to assist a frail grandmother across the road. The old woman grasped Obito's hand fervently, showering him with compliments that left him blushing and flustered, scratching his head in shyness. Ultimately, a beaming Obito returned, filled with the joyous sensation of having done a good deed. Ah, what a splendid feeling, he exclaimed, his spirit uplifted. Sighing, his companion, Konoha, finally understood why Obito rose so early each day. As they continued, it became evident that wherever they encountered an elderly lady, regardless of her need to cross, Obito was there to lend a helping hand, ensuring her safe passage for free. Seize the opportunity, dear grandfathers and grandmothers, do not let this chance slip away, he called out cheerfully. However, as Konoha glanced at the sky, tears threatened to spill. By now, we must be late, he lamented, oblivious to the time. Obito patted Konoha on the shoulder, urging him to hurry lest they incur the wrath of their teacher. Frustrated, Konoha contemplated whether to take a jab at Obito while he was still in a blissful state, imagining a future where he could boast of his own accomplishments. They sprinted toward the ninja academy, but alas, they arrived late. Hey, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Konoha, you've gone too far. You're late on your very first day. Their teacher, Kaion Makoto, chastised them sternly in the office. A nin with moderate combat skills, Kaion excelled in education, and he held their hands, launching into a lecture that lasted an hour and a half without a sip of water or a moment's pause, leaving both Obito and Konoha tearful and wishing for a fresh start in life. Teacher, we understand our mistake, Konoha sighed helplessly, feeling utterly powerless. Upon returning to the classroom, they were met with thunderous applause from their classmates as if they were heroes. Caught off guard, familiar yet youthful faces appeared before Konoha. Asuma Saratobi, Ibiki Marino, Shino Aburame, Kurenai Yuhi, and Rin Noera. Speaking of Rin, in the original narrative, she exuded a sense of grace and strength, rivaling any male counterpart, yet in her childhood, she was undeniably adorable. At this moment, Rin was merely 6 years old, embodying the essence of cuteness with her long black hair cascading down her shoulders and cherubic cheeks, her large red eyes sparkling with innocence and a hint of naivete, resembling a fairy. In contrast, Konoha observed that Rin's facial markings seemed to detract from her beauty. But in the world of Naruto, many shinobi adorned their faces in such a manner, including the Inuzuka clan, leaving Konoha hesitant to critique. Taking his seat according to memory, Konoha glanced around and realized he could not name the 2 children sitting beside him. Moreover, the original work does not feature him. It appears he is either a mere background character or a failure. Nevertheless, he did not belittle them. He intended to greet them warmly, to rekindle a long-lost camaraderie. But to his surprise, they fired the first shot. Humph, the Uchiha clan truly lacks manners, arriving late on the very first day of school. Such an arrogant lineage. Fenghua wore a perplexed expression. Well, let them continue to play their minor roles. He would not disturb them. Obito, truly always late. In the front row, Lin had somehow made her way to Obito's side, hands on her hips, sternly reprimanding him. Obito raised both hands in an awkward attempt to explain, yet it was evident that this did little to appease Lin. Nearby, Asuma Saratobi and Kurenai Yuhi, among others, observed Obito. Due to his frequent assistance to elderly ladies crossing the street, Obito had garnered a Lifetime Achievement Award for altruism, despite his poor academic performance. His popularity in class far surpassed that of Fenghua. After all, the former Fenghua had been exceedingly proud, dismissing everyone, as evidenced by his failure to remember even the names of his 2 deskmates, compounded by his lackluster grades, leaving him with few friends in class. Fenghua shook his head with a wry smile, only to catch sight of a face in the corner tinged with jealousy. Jealousy? Could a mere 6-year-old truly feel such a sentiment? Had he, like Obito, matured in the womb? Following the gaze of the child, Fenghua discovered that the object of his envy was none other than Asuma Saratobi. Awkward indeed. If he were to express a fondness for Lin and thus envy Obito, that would make sense, but why envy Asuma? He was simply fortunate to be born into the esteemed lineage of the third Hokage. Becoming the prominent son of the Hidden Leaf Village, what was so remarkable about that? Was it truly worth envying? As Fenghua pondered, he found himself feeling a twinge of jealousy and nearly directed a jealous glare at Asuma. Yet, that face did seem somewhat familiar, combined with the white hair. Kakashi? No. Kakashi had already graduated. Fenghua squinted, speculating that he must have seen him in the original text, but at that moment, he could not recall. However, it was certain that this fellow was merely a background character, and certainly not one who would appear for more than 3 episodes. Hey, can I ask you something? Fenghua could not resist inquiring of his deskmate to the right. What is it? The deskmate shot him a glare, responding curtly. What is that guy's name? Fenghua indicated with a nod. After all, they were merely 6 years old, and upon hearing the question, the deskmate instinctively replied, His name is Mizuki, you fool. Mizuki? Fenghua suddenly realized. So it was him. They had been classmates for a year, and he had not even remembered his name. The Uchiha clan was indeed too proud. The deskmate glared at Fenghua with indignation. Oh dear, I truly apologize. By the way, what was your name again? Fenghua feigned embarrassment. The deskmate's eye twitched. It was evident that he was internally crumbling. You don't need to know my name, idiot. Fenghua shrugged, turning away. Say what you will. I am a traveler from another world. You think you can rise to prominence without flattering me? Dream on. However, Mizuki? How amusing indeed. In the original text, Mizuki is portrayed as a traitorous ninja with a strong sense of jealousy. At the outset, he lures young Naruto into committing shameful acts, ultimately provoking Naruto's ire, leading to a fierce confrontation where Naruto decisively overpowers him, resulting in Mizuki's imprisonment in the Konoha jail. It is surprising that even at the tender age of 6, Mizuki has already exhibited such a despicable character. Amidst the commotion, Kiyono Shin entered the classroom, his unwavering gaze surveying the scene, causing an eerie silence to envelop the room. Excellent. On this first day of school, dear students, Kiyono Shin proclaimed from the podium. Exuding the aura of a successful individual as if possessed by the spirit of Jack Ma, gesturing grandly while passionately articulating his vision, let us rise above the mundane. He then reiterated the will of fire, pausing only when he felt he had sufficiently inspired his audience. With tears of excitement welling in their eyes, the classmates could hardly contain their enthusiasm, erupting into applause. Kiyono Shin was gratified by the fervent reception of his speech and, after clearing his throat, continued. Just 2 months ago, Kakashi successfully passed his graduation exam, breaking the record for the youngest graduate since the establishment of the Ninja Academy. How impressive, exclaimed Rin, Kakashi's devoted admirer, unable to restrain her excitement. Uchiha Obito cast a frustrated glance, his head seemingly adorned with a field of green. This reminded Fenghua of a song. I fell in love with a wild horse, with a field of grass overhead. Kiyono Shin commended Kakashi's achievements while urging all students present to take Kakashi as a model for their studies, striving for comprehensive development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor, thereby contributing to the modernization of Konoha. Throughout the morning, the entire class sat enraptured by Kiyono Shin's recounting of Kakashi's exploits, the aura of Kakashi's genius casting a shadow over the entire classroom. Particularly for Fenghua, he occasionally received disdainful glances from his peers, a stark reminder of the previous semester when he had challenged Kakashi and had been effortlessly knocked out. Truly, I'm being unfairly targeted, Fenghua sighed. Moreover, I must address Uchiha Fenghua directly. Kiyono Shin's gaze suddenly fixed upon Fenghua. The classmates swiftly turned to look at him in unison. Fenghua felt aggrieved. Being unfairly targeted while seated felt even more humiliating, especially after having been lectured by Kiyono Shin for over an hour. Now this? Uchiha Fenghua. Though you hail from the Uchiha clan, you have failed to apply your talents to your training, often distracted during lessons, engaging in petty antics, lacking unity with your classmates, and stirring up trouble. During Kakashi's graduation exam, you audaciously spoke out of turn, ultimately challenging him and becoming the laughingstock of the entire school and even Konoha. You have brought shame upon your teachers. Kiyono Shin's words were not unfounded. Throughout the recent holiday, he had been teased by teachers from other classes regarding Uchiha Fenghua, which had greatly embarrassed him. Had Fenghua not been from the Uchiha clan, Kiyono Shin would have long since exercised his authority to transfer Fenghua to another class. But that is not how it is, Kiyono Shin. Uchiha Obito suddenly rose to his feet, an expression of righteous indignation etched across his face as he exclaimed. Fenghua has trained relentlessly during the holidays, and he is certainly no laughingstock. No sooner had he spoken than murmurs began to circulate throughout the classroom. I heard that Fenghua, that fool, focused solely on taijutsu and ended up in the hospital. I even heard that the doctor had to cover his medical expenses. Chuckled a child from the Hyuga clan, named Hyuga Masanori, a junior member of the Hyuga family who had mastered a few techniques of their gentle fist style, making him somewhat of a notable figure in class. How pitiful it is that he, a member of the Uchiha clan with potent bloodline limits, cannot even open his eyes to his true potential and resorts only to taijutsu. Asuma Sarutobi glanced back at Fenghua, then nonchalantly turned his gaze away. What a disgrace, he added with a smirk. The other classmates, harboring long-standing grievances against Fenghua, seized the opportunity to deride him further without reservation. Fenghua surveyed the room. He was neither a villain nor a self-righteous saint. He meticulously noted each person who insulted him, adding them to his mental blacklist. This list encompassed the majority of the class, including the envious Mizuki. However, characters such as Kurenai Yuhi, Ibiki Marino, and Hinata remained silent, refraining from joining the chorus of condemnation. It was a testament to their distinct character, true to their roles in the original narrative. At that moment, Kaion Masanori raised his hand to quell the dissent, glancing at Uchiha Obito and then at Fenghua, who remained calm and composed. A peculiar sensation washed over him. Had the once impulsive Fenghua truly transformed? Any individual who strives should not be disparaged, Kaion proclaimed. Uchiha Fenghua has dedicated himself to rigorous training during the holidays. And regardless of his motives, such commitment deserves recognition. I hope you can maintain this resolve moving forward. Though his tone retained a hint of dissatisfaction, Kaion's acknowledgement of Fenghua's efforts during the break took him by surprise. However, he quickly comprehended the reality that within this class were the second generation of Hokage, Asuma Sarutobi, as well as Kakashi, son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, and other exceptionally talented individuals. The third Hokage would never appoint an ordinary person as a homeroom teacher, unlike Arika, who taught Naruto. Afterward, Kaion shared a few more thoughts before organizing the afternoon training sessions and departing the classroom. At that moment, the crisp sound of the bell resonated outside, signaling the end of the morning classes. The Ninja Academy transformed in an instant from a serene paradise into a bustling marketplace. As the chatter of countless children filled every classroom, spreading to the cafeteria, playground, and beyond. Kurenai, I brought delicious bento. Let us go eat on the rooftop. Asuma Sarutobi, embodying the spirit of the second Hokage, confidently approached Kurenai with 2 bento boxes in hand. Kurenai blinked her large, adorable eyes and nodded eagerly, her cherubic cheeks quivering, presenting the image of an innocent little girl. Obito, I brought a bento too. Let us eat together, Rin chimed in, approaching Uchiha Obito with a bright smile. Uchiha Obito paused for a moment, glancing at Fenghua, his expression tinged with hesitation. What is the matter? Lin inquired, her curiosity piqued, for she had never witnessed such a demeanor from Obito before. Well, Lin, your bento is undeniably delicious, but Uchiha Obito's internal conflict was palpable. On one hand, his bento remained with Fenghua, and on the other, he had grown accustomed to savoring meals at Fenghua's home throughout the holiday, relishing the delights of Chinese cuisine. From spicy and sour Napa cabbage to creamy mashed potatoes and stir-fried greens with mushrooms, the culinary offerings had expanded, especially with the support of Yakushi no Noyu. Introducing high-nutrition dishes such as garlic steamed shrimp, kung pao chicken, and fish head and chopped chili sauce, all of which nearly made Obito's tongue swoon with delight. Lin, why don't we eat together with Fenghua today? Uchiha Obito implored with a pitiful gaze. Why? Lin tilted her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Like many of her classmates, she harbored a slight disdain for Uchiha Fenghua, yet her gentle nature led her to prefer ignorance over confrontation. Because his cooking is truly exceptional. Uchiha Obito swallowed hard, his stomach audibly rumbling in agreement. Meanwhile, Fenghua had already picked up the bento he had prepared that morning, directing his gaze towards Obito. Ultimately, Lin acquiesced with a nod, for at the tender age of 6, her kind spirit found no reason to decline Obito's earnest invitation. The trio chose not to be particular about their surroundings, opting to dine within the classroom. Lin's bento was quite simple, comprising rice balls adorned with seaweed, shredded meat, and vegetables, a sight most pleasing to the eye. Nearby, Uchiha Obito could hardly contain himself as he eagerly opened a bento filled with rice and the dishes Fenghua had prepared that morning, spicy and sour Napa cabbage and mashed potatoes. Although they had cooled, the flavors remained unchanged, particularly the Napa cabbage, which still exuded a tantalizing aroma that wafted through the air. Some classmates, enticed by the scent, couldn't help but sneeze, yet found themselves longing for another whiff. It smells so good. Indeed, it's both sour and spicy. I can hardly contain my saliva. Whose bento is this? It is truly delightful. Uchiha Obito wasted no time in devouring his meal with ravenous enthusiasm. Lin watched in astonishment as the enticing aroma of the spicy and sour dishes emanated from Obito's bento. Shortly thereafter, Fenghua also unveiled his bento, intensifying the alluring fragrance. Lin, unable to resist, swallowed hard, her gaze filled with anticipation. Fenghua, noticing her reaction, pushed the bento towards her, casually stating, "Why not give it a try?" Lin was taken aback, instinctively wanting to refuse, yet the captivating aroma was too enticing to resist. With a slight furrow of her brow, she nodded. And upon tasting the spicy and sour Napa cabbage, her face revealed her astonishment. "This is incredible," she thought to herself. "To create such a delectable bento, Fenghua must possess a kind heart." "How is it?" Fenghua asked knowingly. Lin nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Delicious. Truly delicious. It's both sour and spicy and utterly delightful." At that moment, their other classmates were also drawn in by the enticing aroma. As the ever-enthusiastic Asuma Sarutobi and the adorable Hinata Yuhi approached the rooftop, the latter's cherubic face brimmed with a hint of longing, clearly revealing her inner food enthusiast. "Ah, this is simply delectable," exclaimed Obito Uchiha, relishing his meal with evident satisfaction. Upon noticing Rin also indulging in the feast, he couldn't help but chuckle. "So what do you think? Isn't it delicious? This is a dish personally crafted by Hokage, though it has cooled down somewhat, diminishing its flavor. What is so impressive about it? It's merely a matter of adding a bit more vinegar and chili." "How juvenile," scoffed a white-haired child, his expression dripping with disdain. When Hokage glanced up, a smile crept across his face, only to reveal it was Mizuki, whose jealousy was palpably intense over something as simple as sweet and sour cabbage. "If I were to prepare a couple of substantial dishes, would you be so envious as to resort to violence?" "I believe so, for I can cook such dishes as well. And I assure you they would surpass those made by Obito Uchiha." Many classmates who had previously looked down upon Hokage voiced their support for Mizuki, reluctantly departing the classroom thereafter. Asuma Sarutobi turned to Hinata Yuhi, who remained hesitant to leave, her face a canvas of uncertainty. May I partake as well?" she inquired, her eyes glistening at the sight of Rin savoring the food, ultimately succumbing to the temptation of the culinary delights. Asuma, exasperated, facepalmed and sighed in resignation. In the end, Obito, Rin, Asuma, and Hinata gathered around Hokage, enjoying the feast together. "But hey, you all are consuming it far too quickly. What about your humble lunch provider?" A simple meal, accompanied by Hokage's occasional light-hearted jokes, swiftly bridged the gap between him, Rin, and Hinata. The little girl was indeed easily swayed, while Asuma, displaying a hint of maturity, regarded Hokage with a scrutinizing gaze. As the eldest son of the Hokage, he had undergone elite education from a young age and was not easily convinced that Hokage could so swiftly alter his demeanor. "Once we've finished, let us wash the lunch boxes." Hokage stretched lazily, pushing several containers towards Obito. "What? Why me?" Obito protested, engrossed in boasting to his goddess, Rin, and reluctant to engage in such chores. "I'll handle it," Rin volunteered eagerly. No, allow me. Such trivial tasks shouldn't trouble Rin." Obito exclaimed, filled with excitement. "Thank you for the lunch, Hokage-san." Hinata chimed in innocently. "Next time, I'll treat you to my homemade bento." "You're very welcome," Hokage replied, captivated by Hinata's wide, innocent eyes, yearning to pinch her chubby cheeks. Not long after their meal, classmates who had ventured out began returning one by one. Soon, Masaki Kiyono appeared, leading everyone towards the outdoor training ground. The afternoon's lesson involved training with shurikens and kunai, as such exercises couldn't be conducted indoors. The playground offered a designated training area. "Shurikens and kunai are truly elementary. They pose no challenge for me," proclaimed the proud Jin Hyuga, his head held high. His gaze frequently darted toward Hokage, laden with provocation. Unlike certain individuals, who cannot even keep their eyes open and faint during physical exercises, fools, the Hinata clan possesses the bloodline limit known as the Byakugan, which is innate from birth. With diligent training, both the main and branch families can easily awaken this ocular prowess, granting them an almost 360-degree field of vision. This remarkable ability allows them to perceive the flow of chakra within their surroundings, as well as distant objects through their telescopic vision and the ability to see through solid matter. They can also discern the opponent's chakra pathways and vital points. Furthermore, by harnessing chakra, they can amplify their vision to observe objects a kilometer away, their perceptive capabilities far surpassing that of the Sharingan. Thus, in the world of ninjas, the Byakugan is esteemed alongside the Sharingan as one of the three great ocular techniques. "Who are you calling an idiot?" Uchiha Obito exclaimed. His fists clenched as he charged forward. Uchiha Konoha, smiling, seized Obito's hand and turned to Hyuga Masahiro, saying, "Hey, kid from the Hyuga clan, are you looking for trouble?" "Huh? Looking for trouble? Ha ha ha. Uchiha Konoha, are you challenging me? Who do you think you are? Have you forgotten about your challenge against Kakashi last semester? But you're fortunate. Today I'm in a good mood, so let me refresh your memory." Although Hyuga Masahiro was from the branch family, he had commendable talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been placed in the same class as Sarutobi Asuma. His gentle fist technique had already reached the 8 trigrams 2 palms at the tender age of 6, making him a formidable opponent for most. Is Uchiha Konoha challenging Hyuga Masahiro again? Honestly, what a fool, stirring up trouble. While Hyuga Masahiro might not rival Kakashi, he was still quite strong. Was Uchiha Konoha seeking further humiliation? I heard many from the Uchiha clan were eager to teach Uchiha Konoha a lesson. This semester promises to be entertaining. The chatter among the students soon caught the attention of Kaion Makoto, who glanced back with a furrowed brow, thinking that Uchiha Konoha was indeed a lost cause. However, a lesson now was better than facing death as a ninja later. With this thought, Kaion decided not to intervene in the challenge between Uchiha Konoha and Hyuga Masahiro. Uchiha Obito looked at Konoha. He was the only one present who knew how hard Konoha had worked during the holiday, achieving significant progress. If not for Kakashi's overwhelming talent, he might have believed that Konoha could even defeat him. Nearby, Rin and Yuhi Kurenai exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly struggling to connect the diligent Konoha with the one who had prepared delicious dishes before. "Don't worry, Konoha will be fine," Uchiha Obito assured the two charming girls with a thumbs up. A group of students buzzed excitedly about the challenge between Konoha and Hyuga Masahiro, eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle. Yet, the protagonist, Konoha, suddenly felt a wave of ennui, resting his hands behind his head and yawning. His emotions were conflicted. He wished to grow up swiftly and escape the childish games of school, while simultaneously desiring time to slow down to hone his skills before the third great ninja war. "It seems I must devise a way to learn the shadow clone technique. In the future, I shall let my clones attend classes while I focus solely on my training." The playground of the ninja school is expansive, with a designated training area for shurikens and kunai nestled in the northern corner. Numerous gleaming kunai and shurikens are neatly arranged nearby. Being a ninja is no trivial game. Thus, all these implements are forged from high-quality iron, exceptionally sharp. As Kiyono Makoto turned to speak, Hyuga Masamune could no longer contain himself. "Kiyono-sensei, I have something to say?" Kiyono Makoto regarded Hyuga Masamune, then glanced at Uchiha Hoka before nodding. "Hyuga Masamune, please, do share." "Very well, Kiyono-sensei." Hyuga Masamune stepped forward with an air of authority, his wide eyes scanning the entire class before settling on Hoka's face, a look of disdain curling his lips as he declared loudly, "Kiyono-sensei, just now, Uchiha Hoka has challenged me, Hyuga Masamune. Although I hail from the branch of the Hyuga clan, I shall not tarnish the name of my family. Hence, I have accepted Uchiha Hoka's challenge, and I request you to officiate our duel." Hoka burst into laughter, amused by Masamune's theatrics. They were all merely 6-year-old children. Must their speech not align with their age? The notion of the Hyuga clan's reputation, the so-called duel, and the officiation, should he not aspire to stand alongside Kaguya Ōtsutsuki instead? "Uchiha Hoka, why are you laughing?" Masamune glared menacingly. "Huh, am I laughing?" Hoka scratched his head, sporting an infuriating grin. Kiyono Makoto cleared his throat and turned to Hoka, asking earnestly, "Uchiha Hoka, are you truly determined to challenge Hyuga Masamune?" "Heh, it's merely an exercise in self-degradation. The outcome is predictable. Yet I am rather eager to witness Uchiha Hoka being thoroughly defeated." "I share your sentiment." Other students nearby began to murmur excitedly. Hoka glanced at them, recognizing them as individuals on his blacklist. If they did not offend him, he would avoid them like the plague. If they dared to cross him, they would surely regret it. "Kiyono-sensei, let us consider this a challenge," Hoka stated. Kiyono Makoto nodded. "Very well, I permit this challenge. Please, both of you, Step to the center of the arena. Go for it, Hoka. Defeat that scoundrel from the Hyuga family. Uchiha Obito shouted enthusiastically. Go, Hoka. Cheered the little girl, Yuhi Kurenai, who had just enjoyed free Chinese cuisine. Asuma Sarutobi observed indifferently, his expression one of apathy. Rin, standing beside Obito, looked worried and tugged at his sleeve. Obito, do you think Hoka can really do it? Absolutely, Rin. You need not worry. Hoka has undergone a remarkable transformation and will surely astonish you. Obito replied, brimming with enthusiasm, seemingly more excited than when he himself received recognition. TCH, who doesn't he know that Uchiha Hoka is a fool? If it weren't for his Uchiha name, he would have been expelled long ago. Last semester's challenge against Kakashi is still fresh in my memory. Among the onlookers, aside from Obito and a few others, the majority were doubtful about Hoka's chances. Hyuga Masamune will take Uchiha Hoka down in under a minute. Half a minute is sufficient. You overestimate Uchiha Hoka. Haha. I can hardly wait. In the arena, Kaion stood at the center, flanked by Finghua and Hinata Masamune. He proceeded to articulate the rules of the duel with a serious demeanor, then declared, let the duel commence. With that, Kaion vanished from the center in an instant using a body flicker technique. Hinata Masamune reacted swiftly, retreating 2 steps almost as soon as Kaion disappeared. Adopting a stance reminiscent of Tai Chi meanwhile, Finghua blinked, remaining motionless in place. Was Uchiha Finghua rendered speechless? Surely he was still processing the situation. Fool. He must be too frightened to move, haha. Hinata Masamune narrowed his eyes, scoffing, Uchiha Finghua, if I strike first, you shall have no chance at all. Do you know how the villain ultimately meets his demise? Finghua suddenly interjected, how do they die? Masamune instinctively replied, they perish from excessive chatter. With that, Finghua kicked the ground, sending several small stones hurtling toward Hinata Masamune. What a disappointment, Uchiha Finghua. Did you truly believe that ninjas engage in childish brawls? Kicking stones. How juvenile. Hinata Masamune deftly swatted the stones away with a flick of his hands. Ah, be careful. Someone suddenly shouted from the sidelines. Masamune was taken aback, thinking, I haven't even attacked Uchiha Finghua yet. Isn't it a bit premature to shout caution? But in the next instant, he realized that Finghua had vanished from sight, and a rush of wind suddenly grazed his left cheek. When did that happen? With remarkable reflexes, Masamune rolled to evade a sidekick. Those stones were merely a diversion. How childish. Having regained his footing, he was soon met with another gust of wind from his right. You scoundrel. Masamune, trained in the gentle fist from a young age, showcased his impressive agility, dodging all of Finghua's kicks with a series of rolls. Well done, Uchiha Finghua. It seems you have indeed been diligent during your break. But, HM, to employ physical techniques before the Hinata clan, do you not find that rather arrogant? Transforming into a scion, Hinata Masamune let out a mighty roar, chakra coursing through his body as he closed in on Finghua in an instant. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 2 palms. Boom. Masamune delivered a powerful palm strike, infused with chakra, aimed squarely at Finghua's shoulder. Success. Masamune felt elated, as if he had tasted honey. Yet, in the next moment, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. What just happened? His palm strike had missed its target as Fenghua's figure had vanished, leaving Masamune to punch the air. A typical person would have fallen after such a futile effort. But thanks to his remarkable physical prowess, Masamune managed to steady himself. However, from behind, a wicked foot emerged, ruthlessly delivering a kick to his backside. Masamune was sent flying, tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. What just transpired? Am I seeing things? How could Hinata Masamune be bested by Uchiha Finghua? Impossible. I told you so, ha 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 ha. Uchiha Obito proclaimed, hands on his hips, reveling in his triumph. Through a series of swift body substitution techniques, the advantage of speed allowed him to effortlessly overpower Hinata Masakazu. A truly impressive feat. Sarutobi Asuma narrowed his eyes, replaying the battle in his mind, momentarily lost in thought. Uchiha Finghua executed the body substitution technique with astonishing speed, nearly rivaling the Shunshin no Jutsu. Even I could hardly keep pace with his velocity. Damn it, Uchiha Finghua, you scoundrel. Hinata Masakazu rose, his face twisted with a grimace. If you cannot win, then concede. I shall not mock you, ahahaha. Finghua laughed exaggeratedly, hands on his hips, reminiscent of Stephen Chow. The classmates nearby all wore expressions of disbelief. You were already mocking him. You know. Hinata Masakazu could hardly tolerate it, his white eyes rolling back. Though they were already white, now they appeared even whiter. Suddenly, with a surge of chakra, Grotesque veins protruded near Hinata Masakazu's white eyes. Has he awakened the Byakugan? His classmates were astonished. Indeed, he had awakened it at the tender age of 6. Truly a prodigy of the Hyuga clan. The classmates immediately began showering him with praise. Kiyono stood to the side, his expression shifting. Hinata Masakazu was provoked into prematurely awakening his eyes by Uchiha Funghwa. What a pity, being born into the branch family, no matter how high his talent, alas. This is bad, Funghwa may lose. Rin and the little girl, Yakumo, were extremely anxious. This should be fine for Funghwa. It's just the Byakugan, after all. Our Uchiha clan's Sharingan is no less impressive. Uchiha Obito's voice grew quieter, as everyone knew Funghwa had yet to awaken his eyes. Uchiha Funghwa, I thank you. Without you, I might never have awakened my Byakugan. With his fierce white eyes, Hinata Masakazu's aura surged once more, seemingly standing shoulder to shoulder with Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, declaring concede. Before these eyes, you hold no chance of victory. Is that so? A cold smile tugged at Funghwa's lips as he kicked a few pebbles away and approached Hinata Masakazu with a body substitution technique. However, it has been stated, before these eyes, all your actions are rendered meaningless. Hinata Masakazu discerned the flow of Funghwa's chakra, as well as the movement of air, easily predicting his next landing point. He advanced decisively, gathering a significant amount of chakra in his hands. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams palms. Then, feel free to try. As Funghwa's figure materialized, his hands moved with lightning speed. Si Wei Shin. Hi, Wuyin. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Boom. A blazing fireball, the size of a human head, erupted in the arena. Its intense heat generating pressure that swept across the surroundings, astonishing all present. Fire release? How could Uchiha Funghwa, that fool, possibly learn fire release? This must be an illusion. No way can you deceive my eyes. The veins around Hinata Masakazu's eyes became increasingly grotesque. The entire world splitting into shades of gray and white, yet the violently burning flame before him emanated a terrifying aura, rapidly approaching. Hinata Masaru's face finally revealed a look of terror. This is real. It's true. Damn it. Stop. Please, stop. Yet, despite his utmost effort, he could not halt his sprint. His complexion turned pale in an instant, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. What? Asuma Saratobi, watching from the sidelines, wore an expression of utter disbelief, his mouth agape. Since the start of the term, Uchiha Hoka had seemingly shattered his mental defenses, astonishing him time and again. Fire style? Uchiha Hoka has already mastered fire style? The other students were equally taken aback, unable to comprehend that the traditionally lower-ranked Uchiha Hoka had achieved such a feat. It was nothing short of miraculous. Impressive. Rin and Karina Yuhi widened their eyes, breathing rapidly. This is disastrous. Only Kiyono Shin had a mix of shock and mild frustration on his face. Using fire style at such a close range was a breach of fair play. But there was no alternative. Earth style, earth wall. Buzz. In an instant, a wall of earth, as thick as a thumb, rose up, separating Hoka and Hinata Masaru. Boom. Hoka's great fireball collided almost simultaneously with Hinata Masaru's severely distorted 8 trigrams palm, resulting in a violent explosion. The shockwave propelled both Hoka and Hinata Masaru into the air, yet the flames from the explosion and the debris from the shattered earth wall surged towards Hinata Masaru. No. Having expended his chakra with 2 uses of the gentle fist's 8 trigrams palm, Hinata Masaru could barely maintain his form in midair, helplessly watching as the flames and stones advanced toward him. How humiliating. Although Hoka was swept away by the shockwave, he quickly regained his balance and landed steadily on the ground. Simultaneously, Kiyono Shin utilized body flicker technique to appear behind Hinata Masaru, casting another earth wall to protect him. Saved. Hinata Masaru's face turned ghostly pale, and then he felt a sudden warmth beneath him, akin to the comfort of soaking in a hot spring. However, as realization dawned, his previously pale face flushed a deep crimson, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Incredible! So exhilarating! Amazing! This is what a ninja's battle is all about. The nearby students erupted in cheers, the earlier mockery of Hoka vanishing completely with the explosion. Mizuki, hiding behind the crowd, glared at Uchiha Hoka with burning jealousy, his eyes nearly sparking with envy. Haha, Hoka, well done. Uchiha Obito gave Hoka a thumbs up, his face brimming with excitement. Standing in the arena, Hoka absorbed the admiration and congratulations from outside, suddenly feeling somewhat disenchanted. Was he taking this too seriously by truly engaging with a mere 6-year-old child? Uchiha Hoka, you have won this duel. Kiyono Shin approached to announce the outcome. Looking earnestly at Hoka, then glancing at the destruction wrought by the great fireball, shaking his head and chuckling. You have truly astonished your teacher. Just luck, Hoka shrugged nonchalantly. Just luck, is it? Kiyono Shin did not pursue the matter further, but turned to the still-sprawled Hinata Masaru on the ground, saying, the duel is concluded. Uchiha Hoka, Hinata Masaru. Please establish the mark of reconciliation. The seal of reconciliation, as its name suggests, symbolizes the ability of ninjas to mend even the most profound rifts between them. In the original narrative, Naruto had previously established a seal of reconciliation with Sasuke. However, Fonghua cast a disdainful glance at Hinata Masahiro and shook his head resolutely, declaring, I refuse. Why? Questioned Kiyono in bewilderment. It stinks, Fonghua replied curtly before turning away. It stinks? Kiyono's face reflected an expression of confusion. The onlookers outside were equally perplexed, until a voice filled with schadenfreude rang out. Look, Hinata Masahiro has wet his pants. Uchiha Obito exclaimed dramatically. What? Really? Is it blood? No, he has indeed wet himself. What a disgrace. The Hinata clan felt their dignity utterly shattered. Is it so unbearable to the point of wetting oneself? The classmates who had previously praised Hinata Masahiro swiftly changed their tune, reveling in his misfortune. Shut up, all of you. You fools, idiots. Hinata Masahiro curled his toes. His face flushed with embarrassment as his Byakugan nearly turned crimson. Kiyono felt a headache coming on and admonished, all right, enough. Asuma, take the students for warm-up exercises. I will escort Hinata to the infirmary. With that, Kiyono utilized the body flicker technique, swiftly departing with Hinata Masahiro. Fonghua leaned against a target, yawning in boredom while contemplating where to learn the shadow clone technique. At that moment, Uchiha Obito, Rin, and Yuhi Kurenai approached. Fonghua, splendid job. You did not embarrass me, ha ha ha. Uchiha Obito expressed his delight, as if he had been validated, enthusiastically patting Fonghua on the shoulder. Fonghua, you are remarkable, having already mastered such a challenging fire release technique. Yuhi Kurenai's eyes sparkled with admiration, her youthful face radiating a glow of reverence. You know of this technique? Fonghua inquired with a smile. Yes, my father mentioned it. He said the Great Fireball technique is a unique fire release technique of the Uchiha clan, and it is exceedingly difficult to master. Even some lower-ranked ninjas have yet to learn it, Yuhi Kurenai replied earnestly, seeing the earnest expression on the adorable little girl's face. Fonghua couldn't help but pinch her chubby cheeks. Hey, Fonghua, I'm congratulating you. Why are you ignoring me? Uchiha Obito interjected, jealousy evident in his tone. Fonghua's eyes twitched. It was no wonder Rin favored Kakashi over him. With such low emotional intelligence, it would be a miracle if he ever found a girlfriend. Let us make a deal. Yuhi Kurenai, only 6 years old and a proper little girl, took no offense at having her cheeks pinched, as she was accustomed to her father's playful gestures. However, this scene was a dagger to Asuma Sarutobi's heart. Before Kiyono returned, everyone was running laps around the training ground. Asuma Sarutobi, feeling a surge of frustration in his chest, could only vent it on his students. He sternly urged Fonghua and the others to join in the running. I'm sorry. I was injured during the duel and need to rest. Fonghua certainly did not wish to run alongside a bunch of 6-year-olds. It was utterly tedious. I'll stay to take care of Fonghua, Uchiha Obito cleverly declared. As the setting sun cast its crimson glow, Hong and Lin exchanged glances. Both obedient girls, they dutifully returned to their running. Sarutobi Asuma released a sigh of relief. Having lost the duel and subsequently soiled himself, Hinata Masanori, after a brief bandaging, felt utterly humiliated and, with reddened eyes, sought out his parents to report the incident. Kiyono Shin, exhaling deeply, reflected on both Hinata Masanori and Uchiha Hoka, signs of the noble clans of Konoha, hoping fervently that this unfortunate event would not ignite a feud between these two esteemed families. Perhaps this matter warranted a report to the third Hokage. Lost in thought, Kiyono Shin had already returned to the training ground. Good day, Teacher Kiyono. Sarutobi Asuma greeted, accompanied by his students. Excellent, let us commence our training. Kiyono Shin promptly replied, eager to prevent the children from gossiping about whether Hinata Masanori truly had an accident. Kunai, which can be wielded for horizontal slashes, vertical cuts, diagonal strikes, direct thrusts, and throwing, was covered last semester with throwing techniques. Today, we shall explore the other methods. As this is close quarters practice, all must exercise caution, Kiyono Shin stated solemnly. One must not exert full strength, nor aim for vital points. As he continued his instructions, many students appeared dazed, struggling to retain the information. Now, pair up and begin your practice. Kiyono Shin gestured grandly, prompting the students to seize their kunai and engage in mock combat. Behold my wind shadow shuriken, one student exclaimed, followed by another boasting, ha! Witness my super wind shadow shuriken. Numerous classmates became exuberantly playful, engrossed in their games. Uchiha Obito also teamed up with Hoka to practice. Hey, Hoka, had I known you would become this formidable, I should have trained with you more seriously before, Obito declared, thrusting his kunai towards Hoka, albeit at a leisurely pace. This speed posed no challenge for Hoka, who casually sidestepped and parried the attack, retorting, you, my friend, cannot focus on your training without a little provocation. Provocation? What kind of provocation? Obito inquired, bewildered. Hoka's gaze drifted lightly towards Lin. Nanny? Hey, Hoka, I warn you, do not entertain any thoughts about Lin, or I shall confront you. Obito snarled, his teeth clenched in indignation, ready to pounce. Come now, we are merely 6 years old. Is it truly appropriate to say such things? Hoka lamented, exasperated. I care not. You simply must not pursue Lin. Obito insisted stubbornly, just as Hoka was about to retort. A sudden cry pierced the air. Ah, what happened? Who was calling out? Someone is bleeding. Panic ensued as the faint metallic scent of blood wafted through the air. In the center of the commotion, a child lay on the ground, clutching his chest, writhing in agony, his garments soaked with crimson, the warmth pooling beneath him. Opposite him stood a pale-haired boy, his complexion ashen, clutching a bloodied kunai, his expression fraught with distress as he desperately pleaded, I didn't mean to. Mizuki you. Kiyono Makoto appeared immediately, casting a fierce glare at him before crouching down to examine the child's injuries. The wounds were not severe, yet any careless movement could lead to further tearing. Kiyono swiftly made a judgment and rose to address Asuma Sarutobi. Asuma, do not allow anyone to approach him. I will summon a medical ninja right away. He then vanished in an instant using the body flicker technique. What on earth happened, Mizuki? He exclaimed. You idiot. If anything happens to Inukai, I will not spare you. Mizuki's demeanor turned frightening. He did it on purpose. The murderer. As soon as Kiyono departed, the surrounding classmates began to unleash their accusations at Mizuki, each voice rising in indignation and righteous fury. Mizuki trembled, his grip on the kunai shaking uncontrollably. It wasn't like that. I didn't mean to. I never intended to hurt anyone. It wasn't my fault. He suddenly recalled that Inukai had been distracted and collided into something, absolving himself of responsibility. You're lying. You did it on purpose. Murderer. Funghua observed coldly from the back, suddenly reminded of Naruto's childhood experiences. During Naruto's time at the Ninja Academy, he too was surrounded by indifferent students, relentlessly attacked for his mistakes, and tormented day after day. Yet Naruto, adorned with the protagonist's halo, remained steadfast in his essence despite years of ridicule. In contrast, Funghua found that Mizuki was not inferior to Naruto in spirit, as he too had remained true to himself all these years. Jealousy. Indeed, Mizuki's true essence was that of envy, a persistent trait that had remained unchanged until the onset of the original story. What a tenaciously misguided child he was. Look, the blood is flowing more profusely from Inukai. Lin suddenly cried out. What? Asuma gasped, turning to see Inukai pressing his hand against his chest wound, exacerbating the injury and causing blood to flow freely. Idiot. Asuma's eyes brimmed with tears of frustration. Inukai, do not press so tightly. Can you hear me? To Asuma's dismay, his words only incited greater panic in Inukai, who pressed down with both hands, causing blood to gush forth like a dam breaking. Quickly, summon Teacher Kiyono. Teacher Kiyono will bring a medical ninja. It won't take more than 5 minutes. Yubiki, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Given the current situation, the best course of action would be to knock Inukai unconscious. Otherwise, he may perish swiftly. Knock him out. Asuma was taken aback. Inukai's condition was precarious enough. If he were to be rendered unconscious, he might not awaken again, and as the heir to the Sarutobi legacy, Asuma felt the weight of his reputation. Nearby, Yubiki's remarks captured Funghua's attention. In this class, alongside figures from the original narrative such as Kurinai Yui, Lin, Obito, and the second generation of Sarutobi Asuma, Yubiki emerged as a significant character. At the onset of the original tale, Ibiki emerged as an instructor for the Chunin exam, seemingly unremarkable. However, he was, in fact, the captain of the Konoha Umbu interrogation unit, a figure of considerable authority, possessing the prowess of a seasoned jonin. Funghua, lost in contemplation as he stroked his chin, failed to notice that his classmates had suddenly fallen silent, their gazes fixated upon him. Hey, Fenghua, what's wrong? Fenghua, Fenghua. Uchiha Obito tugged at Fenghua's clothing, rousing him from his reverie. Huh? What is happening? Fenghua replied, bewildered, wishing for a moment of quietude to indulge in his thoughts. It was then that he observed his companions, including Asuma, Ibiki, and Mizuki, all staring at him. Why are you all looking at me? It's making me shy, he said, lowering his head and shielding his face with his hand. Uchiha Obito, Asuma, Kurenai Yuhi, and Rin all gazed at him in speechless astonishment. Fenghua, since you've learned medical ninjutsu from Lady Yakushi, you must help our classmate in the well. Obito exclaimed proudly, as if he were the one who had mastered the art of healing. Oh, is that so? I almost forgot. Fenghua shrugged, letting out a resigned sigh. You all are really pushing me to show off, aren't you? Very well, I shall oblige. Asuma hurried over, his expression a blend of confusion and concern. Fenghua, have you truly learned medical ninjutsu? Fenghua nodded affirmatively. I have mastered both the healing technique and the hemostatic technique. What? Asuma exclaimed in surprise. He had assumed Fenghua was merely dabbling in the basics, not realizing he had already acquired 2 medical techniques. Could this individual truly be a genius? Asuma found himself in a state of disbelief. Hurry. Our classmate in the well is in critical condition. Save him. Rin cried out anxiously, tears glistening in her eyes. Kurenai, standing beside her, shared her distress. Both young women were kind-hearted souls who could not bear to witness death. Fenghua nodded and crouched down, only to be halted by another individual. The person who restrained him had white hair, their face still etched with panic. Stop. You can't save him. Mizuki shouted frantically. Teacher Kion said no one is to touch the classmate in the well. Asuma, you must stop him. What are you doing, Mizuki? Our classmate is on the verge of death. You're only making matters worse. Indeed. Let Uchiha Fenghua rescue him. The surrounding students vehemently chastised Mizuki. Yet with each accusation, his resolve seemed to strengthen. I am not in the wrong. It was Teacher Kion who instructed us not to allow anyone to touch him. Would you rather trust Uchiha Fenghua than Teacher Kion? Mizuki shouted, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his eyes darting about. I refuse to believe Uchiha Fenghua. If he causes the classmate's demise, who will take responsibility? You are creating confusion. Step aside, or our classmate will truly perish. Asuma glared fiercely at Mizuki. No. I must heed Teacher Kion's words. Mizuki shouted defiantly. Fenghua narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Mizuki's facial expressions and evasive gaze, quickly deducing the reasons behind his actions. You just claimed that you were distracted underground and accidentally got injured, Fenghua remarked with a peculiar smile. In my opinion, you are lying, clearly. It was you who was distracted and stabbed him underground. You fear that he will awaken and expose your deceit, which is why you are obstructing my efforts to save him. Am I not correct? You're talking nonsense. I am not. Shueimu's face displayed terror, beads of sweat forming densely on his forehead, his body trembling. Then why do you tremble? Are you afraid? Fenghua chuckled lightly. Perhaps you are unaware that my Uchiha clan Sharingan can swiftly hypnotize others, allowing me to easily extract any information. Would you care to experience it? And no. Don't come any closer, you scoundrel, you devil. Shueimu stammered, retreating step by step, nearly losing his balance. Unable to contain himself any longer, Sarutobi Asuma delivered a swift kick that sent Shueimu sprawling. Fenghua, quickly save him. Understood. Fenghua hurriedly knelt, his hands radiating a faint blue chakra as he pressed them against the wound on Jingxia's chest. Meanwhile, the other classmates were not idle. They surrounded Shueimu, hurling insults. Shueimu, I can't believe you are such a person. A villain. You wounded Jingxia and lied, and to cover your lies, you nearly caused his death. You are truly cruel, a devil. I don't want to be your classmate. Leave the ninja school, you scoundrel, you devil. Shueimu lay on the ground, trembling, his head buried in his arm, his eyes hollow with fear, yet deep within them flickered a spark of hatred, burning and gnawing at his heart. Enough. Everyone, quiet down. Sarutobi Asuma interjected once more. Fenghua needs silence. Using a feather as a command. How shameless. Fenghua fumed. When did I ever say we needed silence? Classmates, do not stop. Continue to scold him. If the mood strikes, feel free to kick him a couple of times. Do not restrain yourselves or hold back. You may completely disregard my presence. Yet, others could not comprehend the intricacies of Fenghua's inner world. Yes, Fenghua is saving Jingxia. Let us all be quiet. Stop the insults. Soon, Teacher Kiyo no Yama will arrive. We must reveal the truth to him, and let him see what kind of person Shuei-mu is. Uchiha Obito encouraged the group enthusiastically. Indeed, that is correct. We must ensure that Teacher Kiyo-no-Yama sees Shuei-mu's true nature. In a short span, Fenghua's hemostatic technique had taken effect. The wound on Jing Xia's chest had nearly healed, with most of the blood already coagulated, and the remaining injury was no longer critical. With Saratobi Asuma's assurance, Jing Xia finally regained consciousness and moved his hands away. Wonderful, the bleeding has stopped, Ren exclaimed, jumping in excitement. Fenghua, you are amazing. I too want to become a medical ninja in the future. Yes, Fenghua. Wait, Ren, you want to learn from Fenghua? You scoundrel. Uchiha Obito initially intended to join in the celebration, but, upon hearing Rin's words and seeing her expression, sensed something was amiss. A swift internal shift occurred, akin to aged vinegar that had fermented for over a century, leaving a sour taste. Remarkable. Fenghua has truly transformed. He has not only mastered fire release techniques but also medical ninjutsu. I believe he could surpass Kakashi. Previously, those who had disparaged Fenghua were now completely blinded by ignorance, beginning to extol his virtues. Fenghua shook his head and chuckled. These people were like reeds swaying in the wind, quick to change their stance, and it was no wonder they would never amount to anything significant in the future. It would be prudent for him to distance himself from them to avoid being dragged down by their folly. Just then, two figures suddenly flashed into the scene. One of whom was, of course, Kiyono Makoto. What is happening? Kiyono Makoto, upon seeing the blood below, felt a sense of foreboding. However, when he noticed the child below winking at him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Child, what are you doing? The medical ninja he had summoned bent down, her expression grim, yet her tone somewhat teasing. Hemostasis technique? As she spoke, her breath brushed against Fenghua's ear, causing him to instinctively retract his neck. Huh. Fenghua turned his head, only to be met with an astonishing sight. He then looked up and saw a familiar, beautiful face, pale as snow and brimming with vigor. It was Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan. Fenghua was taken aback. Kiyono Makoto had promised to summon a medical ninja, well, in terms of medical ninjutsu. If Tsunade were to concede second place, no one in Konoha would dare claim the first. However, given her hemophobia, it seemed unlikely she could employ her medical skills to aid anyone. Fenghua felt a surge of frustration, for he realized the look in Tsunade's eyes was quite perilous. Lady Tsunade, what do you think? Kiyono Makoto inquired, seeking her opinion. Do not worry. This child is no longer in danger. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, but her gaze, bypassing the blood on the ground, fell squarely on Fenghua. Yet he, at such a young age, is already capable of utilizing medical ninjutsu. He is worth cultivating. Turning back, Fenghua forced a smile, feeling a tad embarrassed. Well, my surname is Uchiha. Thwack. In an instant, Tsunade's demeanor shifted, and without hesitation, she delivered a sharp reprimand atop Fenghua's head, sending him sprawling aside. You little rascal from the Uchiha clan should stick to playing with fire. Fenghua, utterly defenseless, tumbled awkwardly on the ground, rising to find his clothes covered in dust. Tsunade, you old hag. He seethed in frustration, vowing that one day he would return the favor. Kiyono Makoto-sensei, you have finally returned. That scoundrel Mizuki was insufferable just now, blocking Fenghua from assisting below and claiming you instructed him to do so. Indeed. It was Mizuki who, lost in thought, injured the one below, yet he twisted the narrative, asserting that it was the latter who was careless. To cover his deceit, he even prevented Fenghua from acting. If it weren't for Asuma, the one below might have perished. Kiyono Makoto-sensei, Mizuki is unworthy of being our classmate. He is a villain. The surrounding classmates, finally snapping out of their stupor, gathered to lodge their complaints. No, I didn't. I was merely following Kiyono Makoto-sensei's instructions not to let anyone touch the one below. I was just obeying his words. I did nothing wrong. Mizuki trembled, vehemently defending himself. Tears streaming down his cheeks, evoking both pity and sorrow from onlookers. However, the companions around him would not let him off so easily, pointing at him and hurling insults. Shameless. That is the truth. Do not attempt to deny it. Once Jinxia awakens, let us see what you have to say. Expel Shuei-mu from the Ninja Academy. Qingye Zhen furrowed his brow, taken aback by the situation. All right, everyone, please refrain from arguing. I will certainly investigate this matter thoroughly. Asuma, take everyone aside for some regular training. We will handle things here. Yes, Teacher Qingye, Asuma nodded. As the second generation of the fire, he waved his hand, and naturally, everyone gathered at his call, moving to the side. Only Tsunade, Qingyezhen, Jinxia, Shuimu, and Fenghua remained in place. Fenghua had initially intended to leave, but inexplicably felt as though he were being watched, rendered immobile by a curious sensation that was both subtle and palpable. Without needing to guess, he knew it must be Tsunade. Just because you have an impressive chest, you think you are something special? Sooner or later, it will sag. Fenghua cursed in his mind with the utmost malice, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. Suddenly, another ninja emerged, half kneeling on the ground to pay his respects to her. It is this child, Tsunade signaled with a nod. Indeed, this ninja was a medical ninja, who immediately crouched beside Jinxia, gently placing his chakra-infused hands over Jinxia's wound. His movements mirrored those of Fenghua, but this ninja employed a more advanced healing technique. Under the radiance of chakra, Jinxia's injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Even the blood clots started to slough off. However, Fenghua's focus did not linger there. Wow, it is truly enormous. Fenghua felt a wave of relief that he was only 6 years old. Otherwise, he would have surely embarrassed himself on the spot. If such a thing were to happen, given Tsunade's temperament and his Uchiha surname, it was likely that next year on this day would mark his demise. I do not want to grow up. When I grow up, I will have to endure beatings. After a while, the medical ninja stood up, nodded to Tsunade, and then vanished with a body flicker technique. Tsunade turned her head and lightly kicked Jinxia, who was still lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Get up. Yes. Jinxia jumped up, astonished. Amazing. I am truly fine now. I just lost so much blood. Having narrowly escaped death, tears of excitement welled in Jinxia's eyes. It was quite simple. That medical ninja stimulated your hematopoietic cells with his healing technique, replenishing the blood you lost. However, your body is still weak, so remember to eat well and nourish yourself. Tsunade continued to tilt her head, not looking directly at her, as the loss of her lover, Kato Dan, had left her with a phobia of blood. Although she still held a position at the Konoha hospital, she primarily guided other medical ninjas and did not directly partake in treatments. Yes, thank you, Lady Tsunade. After expressing his heartfelt gratitude, Jinxia's gaze shifted towards Shuimu, his face suddenly contorted with anger. Teacher Kiyono, I heard what everyone just said. That guy, Mizuki. During our training, it was clearly he who got distracted and injured me, yet he had the audacity to accuse me of being the one unfocused. He even obstructed H-Ka from rescuing me. I nearly lost my life. As he spoke, the classmate Inaka was utterly heartbroken, weeping profusely. Upon witnessing this, Mizuki realized he must elicit sympathy from teacher Kiyono to navigate this predicament, so he too began to wail dramatically. I did not. I did not. I did not. Inaka cried, pointing at him. You did. You did. You did. I simply did not. I simply did not. Mizuki retorted, his tears cascading like rain. Nearby, H-Ka felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, pondering how their exchange resembled a melodramatic scene from a classic romance drama. At that moment, H-Ka felt his body lighten, and suddenly he ascended into the air as if riding a cloud. Kiyono, I shall take this child with me for now. I will return him shortly. Tsunade grasped H-Ka by the nape of his neck, as one might handle a handbag, and in an instant, they vanished from the ninja school. H-Ka's expression was one of vexation as he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in a remarkably familiar place, the Hokage Rock, frequently visited by Naruto in the original story. And at this moment, he found himself atop the very head of Tsunade's granduncle. What an absurd situation. H-Ka felt sorrow washing over him like a river. What is your name, Uchiha brat? Tsunade inquired, standing before him on the elevated terrain, the wind tousling her hair and fluttering her garments, accentuating her graceful silhouette. H-Ka's gaze momentarily faltered before he cleared his throat and declared, I am Uchiha H-Ka. H-Ka? Quite an interesting name, indeed. Do you understand the significance of fire? Tsunade turned, her piercing eyes locking onto H-Ka's. Feeling a surge of anxiety, H-Ka took 2 steps back. This question was precarious. Misstepping could lead to his untimely demise. The name was bestowed by his parents. As for the meaning of fire, well, fire is simply fire. H-Ka resolved to feign innocence. At my tender age, how could you, Tsunade, dare to engage with someone so youthful? The very thought makes me blush on your behalf. Ah, the carefree nature of childhood before puberty is truly enviable. Suddenly, Tsunade chuckled softly, a hint of exasperation lacing her tone. H-Ka paused, his mind racing. Tsunade, being one of the legendary 3 ninjas, was renowned throughout the ninja world due to the Second Great Ninja War. What could possibly bring her to such a state of exasperation? Was it the deaths of her brother, Senju Rope Tree and her lover, Kato Dan? But that had occurred several years ago. Uchiha blinked, puzzled. Logically, as a princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade would be feeling the weight of sorrow. Indeed, following the war, the Senju clan had significantly dwindled, effectively stepping back from the historical stage of Konoha at that time. Naturally, Tsunade's spirits would be low. This revelation cast a shadow over Uchiha's own mood. With the Senju clan's exit, their void would undoubtedly be filled by other prominent clans. As the Uchiha clan held power within the police force, their influence and prestige were on the rise. In contrast, how could such disparity not breed resentment? Fonghua felt more stifled than if he were in the depths of a well. I am the protagonist of a Cheonryu drama. Little brat of the Uchiha clan. Who taught you your medical ninjutsu? On Hokage Rock, Tsunade stood gracefully in the wind, her previous negative emotions seemingly non-existent. That was taught to me by Sister Yakushi. Fonghua replied earnestly, referring to the medic, no Naiyu from the Konoha hospital. Oh, it's her. She's a very gentle person. Tsunade nodded, indicating her familiarity with the individual. Yet her scrutinizing gaze roamed suspiciously over Fonghua. What is wrong with you? Fonghua felt a chill of sweat trickling down. You seem quite nervous. Tsunade remarked lightly, beginning to circle around Fonghua, her right hand stroking her chin as she spoke slowly. Uchiha Fonghua, I have seen your profile. In your first year at the Ninja Academy, you ranked among the lowest in your class. When Kakashi graduated, you challenged him and ended up knocked out, becoming the subject of ridicule. However, during the following break, you seemed to transform, diligently training, mastering the fire style, great fireball technique. And your hand sign speed reached the standard level of a genin. There were even rumors of you fainting from training in taijutsu and ending up in Konoha Hospital. Fonghua was taken aback that he had entered Tsunade's line of sight so soon, feeling a surge of anxiety. Did the third Hokage or Danzo also take note of him? The latter was the leader of the root, a shadowy aspect of Konoha, and Fonghua certainly did not wish to make contact with him prematurely. I presume it was after that you sought guidance from Yakushi no Nai on medical ninjutsu? Tsunade deduced. Yes, I don't want to keep going to the hospital every time I get hurt, and besides, I am short on funds. Fonghua candidly admitted, simultaneously taking deep breaths to quell his rising tension. Tsunade continued, training in taijutsu, honing ninjutsu, and then delving into medical ninjutsu, combined with your clan's Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan, heh. Little brat, your ambitions are quite grand. Fenghua's heart skipped a beat, and he chuckled awkwardly. I'm just a 6-year-old child. What ambitions could I possibly have? Well, who knows? Tsunade replied with a squint and a smile, her golden short hair dancing in the wind, reminiscent of a golden fox perched atop a mountain peak. However, you seem to differ somewhat from the other Uchiha. I shall keep a close watch on you. Little brat. With that, Tsunade leaped and jumped down from Hokage Rock. Upon her descent, Fonghua felt utterly lost. Hey, you crazy woman, bring me back. Fonghua stood atop the head of Tsunade's grandfather, staring blankly at the village of Konoha below. From this height, he could hardly distinguish one area from another, and crucially, while Tsunade could jump down directly, he had no such luxury. He had to find a path. This is a calamity, Fonghua lamented, his expression sorrowful as he departed from the visage of Tsunade's grandfather, seeking a route backward. Before him lay a lush, verdant forest stretching endlessly, with the occasional echo of wild animal roars that were rather unsettling. It wasn't he the forest of death, surely. There wouldn't he be any formidable beasts lurking about? Just as he thought this, a horrifying sound of collision suddenly erupted ahead. It was as if a sharp, slender piece of wood had violently charged towards a person's posterior. The sound echoed, and the sensation caused a tightening. Suddenly, a chill swept through the lower body. Ultimately, the pain of existence became unbearable, prompting a hasty retreat without a moment's hesitation. Then, an enormous noise erupted, followed by the clattering of heavy objects falling to the ground. Who goes there? A young man, bearing a serious demeanor infused with a hint of liveliness and an exuberance radiating youthful energy, appeared before the fleeing figure, maintaining his running posture. The boy recognized the familiar silhouette and scent, and couldn't he help but muse inwardly about the undeniable arrival of fortune. With thick eyebrows, a dazzlingly bright smile, in the standard deep green, form-fitting combat uniform, it was none other than Might Guy, the perennial genin of Konoha. Hey, kid, what are you doing here? Where are your guardians? Upon realizing the child was merely 6 years old, Might Guy relaxed his guard. Hello? I am Uchiha Fonghua, an orphan. I came here to train, Fonghua proudly proclaimed, with no hesitation in his deceit. An orphan? From the Uchiha clan? Might Guy furrowed his brow slightly. For the Uchiha territory was quite distant from this location. Finghua quickly elaborated. Well, you see, I am currently practicing taijutsu and inadvertently ended up here. I just finished resting and was about to head back. Oh, but the Uchiha clan possesses the powerful Sharingan. Why would you choose to train in taijutsu? Might Guy inquired. His curiosity piqued. Because I believe taijutsu is incredibly powerful, and it is not inferior to the Sharingan in any way. Finghua replied earnestly, clenching his fists with an invigorated expression, all in an effort to endear himself to Might Guy. For it would be unrealistic to seek his guidance in taijutsu without establishing rapport first. Indeed, Fenghua's strategy proved wise. Might Guy, with his innate talents in ninjutsu and jinjutsu being virtually non-existent, relied solely on taijutsu. Hence, hearing a child from the Uchiha clan declare that taijutsu was not inferior to the Sharingan brought him great joy. Kid, you have a good eye? Might Guy exclaimed, laughing heartily with his hands on his hips. Uncle, may I train taijutsu under your guidance? Fenghua's true intentions began to surface. What? You wish to learn taijutsu from me? Do you even know who I am? Might Guy responded with a perplexed expression. Though I may not know who you are, I believe your taijutsu must be exceptional. And I want to practice with you. Fenghua insisted earnestly. Might Guy appeared somewhat tempted, yet his good character compelled him to decline. Kid, the taijutsu I practice is quite arduous, placing immense strain on the body. You are too young for that. I recommend you go to the Hyuga clan. Their gentle fist technique is less taxing on the body. Being from the Uchiha clan, they should be willing to teach you. No, the Hyuga's gentle fist is as soft as a woman's. I refuse to learn from them. Fenghua exclaimed, desperation evident as beads of cold sweat began to form. Fenghua swore, his cold sweat undeniably genuine. After all, if these words reached the ears of the Hyuga clan at any time next year, it could very well signify his own demise. Might Guy gazed at him in astonishment. It is well known that at this moment, the martial arts of Konoha were dominated by the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, leaving little room for the development of other martial arts schools. Guy's own style, primarily passed down through generations, garnered little interest from others. Child, no, Uchiha Fenghua, do you truly wish to learn martial arts from me? Might Guy felt a stirring excitement within, a flicker of fire igniting. Indeed, as a staunch advocate of the Eight-Gate style, he publicly revered the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, yet his inner thoughts were unmistakable. Fenghua nodded solemnly. I wish to learn. Very well, I shall teach you. Guy responded emphatically. Fenghua too felt a rush of enthusiasm, exclaiming inwardly, the 8 gates, here I come. The Naraka Path technique allows the opponent to witness terrifying phenomena they dread the most. However, this terror is broad, on a personal level. One might see the death of a loved one, encounter ferocious beasts, or even observe themselves in intimate encounters with several imposing figures. The possibilities are endless. When Fenghua employed the Naraka Path technique on himself, what did he behold? In a solemn courtroom, several armed police officers guarded the surroundings. Rows of reporters in the audience aimed their cameras at him, seated in the defendant's chair, his hands shackled. Then, a judge adorned with a traditional headpiece approached, brandishing a gavel, and struck it down upon his forehead with a resounding thud. Fenghua, you are sentenced to 20 years in prison, deprived of political rights for life, and fined 2 million. The sound of cameras clicking filled the air, capturing this historic moment. Fenghua jolted awake, exclaiming, what is this? His face flushed with embarrassment. I never committed any heinous acts in my past life. Why should I be imprisoned for 20 years? Anger surged within him as he contemplated using the Naraka Path technique on himself once more, longing to deliver a sound thrashing to that judge. How dare he strike my handsome face with a gavel? After a moment, Fenghua finally regained his composure and, exhausted, succumbed to sleep. Who would have thought that my greatest fear would be imprisonment? The following morning, after preparing lunch, Fenghua and Obito headed to the ninja school after breakfast. On the way, Obito remained his usual self, rushing to assist an elderly lady crossing the street, crying out in concern. This time, Fenghua learned to ignore him, walking calmly towards the school. As they approached the ninja school, Fenghua suddenly noticed the crowd swelling around him, filled with lively chatter and the cheerful cacophony of children's voices. What was happening? He looked around, observing the excited expressions on the children's faces, brimming with the pride of graduating from preschool to first grade. Could it be orientation for new students? Hey, Fenghua! Suddenly, a youthful voice, tinged with eagerness, called out from beside him. As Fenghua gazed into the distance, he spotted a freckled boy from his class. Just yesterday, this boy had shown him both arrogance and subservience, and Fenghua had already blocked him from his contacts. Thus, when the boy greeted him, Fenghua merely nodded and swiftly made his way toward the school gate. The freckled boy awkwardly raised his hand, his eyes betraying a mix of anger and grievance. However, considering Fenghua's current reputation as a prodigy, he could only harbor silent resentment before trudging into the school, as Fenghua had surmised. Today marked the day of new student enrollment at the Ninja Academy. Hundreds of young children, having passed the ninja aptitude test, gathered under the guidance of their parents to respectfully listen to a speech from the third Hokage. This was Fenghua's first encounter with the living third Hokage, a middle-aged man clad in a white ceremonial robe. Though of short stature, he stood tall with a straight back, exuding a resolute demeanor and a calm gaze. Reminiscent of a commanding leader of a security team, Fenghua cast a distant glance at him before leaving the playground, feeling no inclination to linger. Upon returning to the classroom, he noticed a stark change in the demeanor of his two desk mates, who now treated him with remarkable courtesy. Referring to him as Uchiha brother and Fenghua big brother, their affectionate tone sending shivers down his spine. Sensing the disdain in Fenghua's eyes, the two desk mates exchanged glances and fell into a rather dejected silence. Fenghua, where were you yesterday? Inuzuka Akiba suddenly approached, his large, innocent eyes filled with curiosity, and his chubby cheeks brimming with natural collagen. Oh, I was taken by that crazy woman to the mountain for some fresh air, right by the Hokage rock. Fenghua sighed. Akiba, please, never turn into such a woman in the future. The latter could not comprehend this remark and merely nodded in his endearing manner. After exchanging a few more words, Akiba hurried back to his seat. Then, Rin approached, expressing her desire to learn medical ninjutsu. Please. Rin earnestly bowed in request. Even if you were this sincere. Fenghua scratched his head. Abido is becoming increasingly possessive, resembling an aging vinegar bottle. He acts like a hawk guarding his territory whenever I get close to you. Being a girl, Rin was perceptive and noticed Fenghua's internal struggle. Her expression dimming as she said, "Isn't it possible?" It's not impossible, Fenghua was about to respond when suddenly, a figure dashed toward them with remarkable speed. Ahahaha. Rin, Fenghua has been too busy training, so if you want to learn medical ninjutsu, just come to me. Uchiha Abido panted enthusiastically at Rin. He then turned to glare fiercely at Fenghua, whispering just loud enough for the two of them to hear, Fenghua, you bastard, how could you leave me behind? Fenghua reclined in his chair, resting his hands behind his head as he gazed out the window at the blue sky and fluffy clouds. Is that so? But Abido, do you even know medical ninjutsu? Rin looked at Uchiha Abido with surprise. As a student who consistently ranked at the bottom of their class, Abido's grades had remained notoriously stable, earning him a reputation throughout their grade, which made Rin's skepticism entirely understandable. Uchiha Abido's expression appeared somewhat stiff as he chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Well, Rin, you mustn't underestimate me. I intend to become Hokage in the future. How could I possibly lack medical ninjutsu? It seemed that in the presence of the goddess, Abido was determined to maintain his facade. Fenghua displayed a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth. Really? That's wonderful. Abido, during lunch break, could you teach me medical ninjutsu? Rin exclaimed, her hands clenched in excitement. Tears nearly welled up in Abido's eyes as he stammered. Lunch? This? He turned his gaze toward Fenghua behind him, desperately signaling for help. Hey, Abido, is your eye twitching? Fenghua feigned ignorance. Damn it. Abido gritted his teeth, the sound of his grinding teeth echoing in the air. Abido? Rin tilted her head in confusion. Hastily, Abido turned back, laughing awkwardly. Of course, no problem. It settled then. Nevertheless, in the depths of his heart, Abido felt a sense of grievance. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside the classroom. Many students from various classes rushed out, clearly drawn by the spectacle. What's going on? Fenghua craned his neck, but unfortunately, his position prevented him from seeing outside. Soon after, waves of gasps and cheers resonated from beyond the classroom. Curiosity piqued. Fenghua glanced at the dejected Abido and the excited Rin before stepping outside alone. In the corridor outside the classroom, students had gathered in a throng, forming a circle around two individuals engaged in close-quarters combat. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams palm. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams palm. Boom. In the center of the corridor, Hyuga Masaru sent a short-haired boy flying with a single palm strike, his expression one of disdain. Someone like you isn't even worthy of using taijutsu. The crowd erupted in a clamor, discussing the scene. Another defeat, how pitiful. I heard his father is that legendary genin who can't do anything but taijutsu. But the Hyuga clan only uses taijutsu, right? That's different. The Hyuga's gentle fist is the most formidable taijutsu in the ninja world. Oof, what's so impressive about that? Wasn't he just humiliated by Uchiha Finghua yesterday? Is that true? Really? I also heard he wet his pants, but it can't be true, can it? It is true. His pants were soaked, reeking of odor. Finghua wouldn't even perform the reconciliation seal with him. Not handsome for more than 3 seconds. Upon hearing the surrounding students' gossip, Hyuga Masaru's eyes turned white, or rather, whiter. Shut up. You guys know nothing. Masaru, both furious and anxious, blushed with indignation, exclaiming hoarsely, if anyone dares to mention this again, insulting the Hyuga clan, I will make them unable to speak. After all, the Hyuga clan was a prestigious family in Konoha, their reputation too great for ordinary students to challenge. Fortunately, Finghua belonged to Class 2. Oh, young man, did you wash your hands after wetting your pants yesterday? Finghua approached gracefully and lifted the small boy lying on the ground. Upon closer inspection, the boy's remarkably thick eyebrows were unmistakable. Indeed, he was none other than the illustrious azure beast of the Leaf Village, Might Guy, Uchiha Finghua. Upon encountering his nemesis, Hinata Masamune, his eyes were peculiarly stark white. Could it be me? Finghua turned to Might Guy and inquired, are you all right? Oh, I'm fine, Might Guy panted. Thank you. Finghua calculated in his mind. Might Guy, being the same age as Kakashi, was merely 5 years old, and his physical training was still at the foundational stage, lacking significant combat prowess. Uchiha Finghua, do not presume that spilling water on my pants can tarnish my reputation. Such childish antics I abandoned at the age of 4. Hinata Masamune shouted defiantly. Are you so proud? Finghua regarded him with a sidelong glance. Faha, how amusing. The onlookers laughed heartily, clutching their bellies. Upon hearing this, Hinata Masamune's face turned as red as a baboon's rear. Yesterday, he had returned home to lament to his father, only to receive a dose of tough love and a stern admonition to handle his own affairs, should he cause a scandal that damaged the Hinata clan's reputation. He would face dire consequences. Thus, after much contemplation, he devised a plan to absolve himself of the shame. However, it now appeared that this strategy was backfiring spectacularly. Enough laughter. Silence. Everyone, be quiet. Hinata Masamune, in a fit of rage, threatened those around him, but the more he threatened, the louder their laughter grew. Finghua turned to Might Guy and asked, Classmate, what is your name? I am Might Guy, you can just call me Guy. He replied, lowering his head. Might Guy? Finghua continued, very well, Guy. Why did Hinata Masamune strike you? You scoundrel, are you trying to defend this guy? Uchiha Finghua. Do not think for a moment that I cannot hold my own against you. Hinata Masamune roared. Finghua paid him no mind. Guy glanced between Hinata Masamune and Finghua, then replied softly, it's because I am a practitioner of taijutsu. A practitioner of taijutsu, indeed, Finghua recognized. For in the decades to come, he would become the preeminent figure in the realm of taijutsu. Someone like you is utterly unworthy of practicing taijutsu. Hinata Masamune jeered. For you know nothing of true taijutsu? With clenched fists, Guy retorted defiantly, that is not true. My taijutsu is taught by my father. Can the taijutsu of a perpetual genin even be considered taijutsu? Hinata Masamune seemed to reclaim a long-lost sense of superiority, looking down on Guy with disdain. The gentle fist of the Hinata clan is the foremost taijutsu in the ninja world. Guy gritted his teeth, feeling indignant, yet unable to refute the claim. Finghua placed a reassuring hand on Guy's shoulder and said, this world is ever-changing. Today as champion may not hold that title tomorrow. Guy, I believe you can surpass the gentle fist and forge your own style of taijutsu. Encouraged by Fenghua's words, a fire ignited in Guy's eyes. Indeed. My father said the same. He told me that youth is meant to be burned brightly, and passion is to be spent freely. With a radiant smile revealing his white teeth, he stood amidst a roaring sea, the backdrop illuminated by a dazzling beam of sunlight. The flames of conflict flicker in the corner of one's eye, transforming so soon into this state. He then turned to Hyuga Masamune and commanded, you, apologize to Kai. What? Hyuga Masamune exclaimed in disbelief, gritting his teeth. You want me to apologize to him? What nonsense is this? Who do you think you are? And who do you think he is? What do you believe the Hyuga clan represents? It is utterly impossible for me to apologize to him. Hyuga Masamune, merely a branch family member of the Hyuga clan, nonetheless embodied the sentiments of the majority of the noble families in Konoha. At this time, Konoha had only been established for 40 years, yet the noble clans had already risen to prominence. For the common ninja, these noble families monopolized vast resources and wielded immense power, their words absolute, creating an insurmountable divide. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans stood as the pinnacle of this hierarchy. To demand that a member of a noble family apologize to an ordinary ninja, while perhaps not a grand affair, was far from trivial. At the very least, Hyuga Masamune knew that should he apologize to Might Guy today, he would certainly face his father's wrath upon returning home, perhaps even dragged to the main house to atone for his perceived disgrace. The Hyuga family had long been a pillar of Konoha, contributing countless exceptional taijutsu practitioners, safeguarding the peace of Konoha and even the Land of Fire. They had made immense sacrifices during the First and Second Ninja Wars, producing countless heroes worthy of song and tribute. They had laid down their lives for the prosperity of the Land of Fire, Konoha, and the Hyuga clan. Yet here stood Fenghua, wearied by sorrow, his eyes filled with theatrical despair. How heartbroken they would be to witness their descendants reduced to this state. "You! What nonsense are you spouting?" Hyuga Masamune stammered, visibly rattled, his teeth chattering. To strike a common classmate in public, to insult his taijutsu, and to bear such pride in his unrepentance, did he not consider the weight of his actions? Hyuga Masamune, do you honor your ancestors? Do you honor those heroes of the Hyuga clan who fell in the First and Second Wars? Or is this truly the standard of upbringing in your family? Hyuga Masamune was thoroughly shaken. Despite being merely a 6-year-old child, he understood the ramifications of such words if they were to spread, especially regarding the family's reputation, which would likely plummet, inciting disdain and animosity from countless common ninjas. "No, that is not true. You are lying." Hyuga Masamune protested loudly, but his tone was weak, and no one believed him. Fenghua regarded him with indifference. The surrounding classmates, most of whom hailed from humble beginnings, fell into an eerie silence. Finally, Hyuga Masamune trembled under the pressure, stepping closer to Might Guy, gritting his teeth to utter, "I am sorry." "I cannot hear you," Fenghua replied. "I said I am sorry." Hyuga Masamune shouted. If apologies held any weight, what need would there be for the Konoha police force? Fenghua scoffed. Hyuga Masamune could hardly bear it. He was the one forced to apologize, yet upon doing so, he was met with the retort that apologies were worthless. This was beyond cruel. Overwhelmed with emotion, he burst into tears, wiping his eyes before turning to flee. Alas, the children of today are indeed coddled, crying at the slightest provocation. Fenghua shrugged innocently. "You all witnessed. I did not strike him," he cried of his own accord. The classmate beside him stared at him in disbelief. Yet many of the ordinary students regarded him with a hint of transformation in their gazes, especially Kai, who looked at him with admiration radiating from his eyes. However, Fenghua's vanity remained unfulfilled. He waved his hand and said, "All right, everyone disperse. Class is about to begin." Upon returning to the classroom, Fenghua realized that Kai was actually in the same class as him. At that moment, Kai, like the other background characters, was unremarkable, which explained why Fenghua's predecessor had no impression of him whatsoever. After the morning classes, Rin, Kurenai Yuhi, along with the conflicted Obito and the vigilant Asuma Suratobi approached. "Fenghua, here is the bento I prepared. Please try it." Kurenai, true to her word, handed her homemade bento to Fenghua. He opened it to find a very cute, girlish presentation, and as he picked up a piece of sushi, he was pleasantly surprised by its delightful taste. Just as he was about to express his compliments, he noticed Asuma beside him tightly pressing his lips together, wearing a look of despair akin to that of a man betrayed. At that moment, Rin also presented her homemade bento, her eyes fixed intently on Fenghua. The dish he had prepared the previous day had utterly captivated Rin, and of course, Kurenai as well. Fenghua felt a sense of loss in comparison. Then he sensed someone watching him from the side. Turning his head, he saw Kai, who held a thick stack of pancakes in his hands, occasionally glancing at Fenghua. From his expression, it was clear that he wished to offer Fenghua a pancake, but was hesitant to interrupt him. Fenghua smiled and beckoned Kai over. "Fenghua," Kai exclaimed joyfully as he ran over. "Thank you so much for this morning. Let me treat you to some pancakes. My dad made them himself." Fenghua took a look and, as a 3-star chef graduated from a prestigious culinary school, immediately discerned that the pancakes had merely been grilled and perhaps sprinkled with salt. Definitely a breath-stealing experience. "Oh, I really can't accept this," Fenghua quickly protested. "I'm not one to repay kindness with obligation. Even if you become Emperor Kai in the future, you shall not insult my dignity with these pancakes." Unfortunately, Kai was not one to easily relent. Seeing that Fenghua refused, He immediately cried out and stuffed the pancake into Feng Hua's mouth. Feng Hua, this pancake is incredibly delicious. I would never deceive you. Ah, Feng Hua exclaimed, tears welling up. The pancake was simply dreadful. Kurenai and Rin burst into laughter at the spectacle. Hey Kai, what are you doing? Obito Uchiha exclaimed, clearly displeased as he pushed Kai aside. Taking advantage of the moment, Feng Hua managed to extract the pancake from his mouth, nearly choking in the process. Obito, this is Kai, whom I just met this morning. Hey, we've been classmates for a year. It's rather rude to say you just met. Asuma Sarutobi huffed. It's all right. Kai quickly interjected. Regardless, let us eat together. Feng Hua took out his own homemade bento, feeling that the group of food enthusiasts was growing larger. He realized that he needed to improve his shadow clone technique. Otherwise, just cooking would consume half his day. After finishing their bentos, Obito's eyes rolled back, and he dramatically clutched his stomach before bolting away, just in time to avoid Rin's impending remarks. Lin was taken aback for a moment, then placed her hands on her hips, glaring at his retreating figure. She turned to Feng Hua and inquired, Feng Hua, is it true that Obito doesn't know any medical ninjutsu? Although phrased as a question, her tone conveyed a strong conviction. After spending an entire year in Obito's company, she had come to understand his character intimately. If he truly possessed medical ninjutsu, how could he possibly flee in such a manner? Nevertheless, Feng Hua felt compelled to defend his good friend. Lin, you are well aware of Obito's nature. He spends his days either assisting elderly women across the street or on his way to do so. He hasn't even had time to practice the basic transformation technique, let alone medical ninjutsu. How naive can you be to believe his words? Feng Hua silently applauded himself for his loyalty. Opposite him, Lin's face flushed with indignation as she puffed out her cheeks and shouted that she would never trust Obito again. Feng Hua nodded in satisfaction. As evening classes concluded, Feng Hua informed Obito that he might return home late and suggested that he prepare his own dinner. Curious, Obito asked where he was going, his tone shrouded in mystery. Feng Hua replied that he was off to train in taijutsu. Upon hearing this, Obito lost interest in probing further. As Feng Hua dashed towards the designated meeting place with Might Guy, Hinata Masahiro shyly made his way home. Father. In a sprawling traditional Japanese residence, Hinata Masahiro bowed his head, expressing his grievances to his father, Hinata. Did that Uchiha brat really say such a thing? Hinata, in his 30s, sat in a white kimono, his posture impeccably straight, and after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, such words could not possibly come from the mouth of a 6-year-old child. What do you mean, father? Hinata Masahiro asked timidly. There must be someone behind this. Hinata cast a disapproving glance at his son. Masahiro, you fool. You have awakened your Byakugan, and yet you couldn't even defeat Uchiha Feng Hua? How foolish. Father, please, grant me the full teachings of the gentle fist. I will prove myself and utterly defeat Uchiha Feng Hua. Hinata Masahiro pleaded, trembling as he knelt and dared not lift his head. Hinata nodded and said, fortunately, you have apologized, otherwise, the weight of this accusation would fall heavily upon you. I have informed the clan about your Byakugan, and they hold you in high regard, so do not disappoint me. Yes, I will diligently train in the gentle fist and defeat Uchiha Feng Hua. I will not let you down, father. Hinata Masahiro exclaimed with fervor. Excellent. Tonight, I shall teach you the gentle fist. In a secluded grove southeast of Konoha village, the sound of rapid strikes echoed. Might Guy stood before a wooden post, his hands a blur as he relentlessly struck it. Suddenly, he heard a sound and turned to the left. Is that you, Feng Hua? Indeed, Uncle Guy, Feng Hua replied, emerging breathlessly but with bright eyes. I have arrived. Splendid. You are not late. Might Guy beamed, giving a thumbs up that revealed his dazzling smile. Though the sunset was brief, not a moment of time should be squandered. Now, let us begin with warm-up exercises. Feng Hua appeared to perceive a roaring ocean behind Might Dai. It was merely a warm-up exercise. Feng Hua circled left 3 times, then right 3 times, twisting his neck and swaying his hips. Might Dai, with a furrowed brow, remarked, Feng Hua, this hardly qualifies as a warm-up. Come, run 10 laps around this small grove. 10 laps. Feng Hua gasped, for although the grove was small, circling it would still amount to at least 1,000 meters. 10 laps equated to 10,000 meters. Was this truly what one called a warm-up? Of course. If you cannot complete 10 laps, you shall skip rope 10,000 times. Might Dai stated with conviction. Feng Hua felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and silently admonished himself to remain calm and composed. After all, was this how Kai trained in the original tale? What was there to be so astonished about? Well then, I shall start running now, Feng Hua declared. Wait. Maite Dai's ears perked up, and he shouted, "Kai, you little rascal, you're late again." "Father." Kai had sprinted from the ninja academy, his face unflushed and breath steady, his stamina and endurance having been rigorously honed by Maite Dai. Fenghua, you're here too." Upon seeing Fenghua, Kai was both delighted and perplexed. Maite Dai's gaze flitted between the two. "Haha, you two are in the same class. How fortuitous. Starting today, Fenghua will train with us." "Is that true?" Kai exclaimed in surprise. Fenghua was of the Uchiha clan, renowned for their Sharingan, a bloodline limit that echoed throughout the ninja world. The thought of him training alongside his eternally low-ranking father was simply unbelievable. "Kai, I look forward to your guidance." Fenghua extended his hand. Kai raised his thick brows and grasped Fenghua's hand, exclaiming, "Fenghua, I too look forward to your guidance. Let us ignite our passions and burn with youthful fervor." That was a rather difficult sentiment to respond to, Fenghua thought, forcing a smile. "All right, you two. Commence your warm-up training by running 10 laps around the grove." Maite Dai pointed with authority. Kai immediately shouted and turned to begin his run, with Fenghua hastening to follow suit. 10 laps around the grove, and if they could not finish, 10,000 skips of the rope awaited them. If that too proved impossible, they would run 3 laps around Konoha. With Kai leading the charge, he muttered something that sent a chill down Fenghua's spine. The training regimen of this father-son duo was indeed extreme. Most adults would struggle to endure it, let alone a 6-year-old like Fenghua. Fortunately, he possessed the soul of an adult, or he would surely be overwhelmed by this pair. 10 laps, 10,000 meters was no trifling matter, yet during the past holiday, Fenghua had trained vigorously. With chakra at the level of a genin, he ultimately managed to complete the task, albeit with great effort. However, Kai found himself drained of energy in the final 2 laps and unable to finish. Unbeknownst to them, Maite Dai had appeared before the two, his expression grave. "Kai, you have not completed the task. Do you understand what must be done?" "Yes, father." Kai panted. "If I cannot finish, I must skip rope 10,000 times." "Let's begin." Maite Dai tossed 2 ropes toward them, one for Kai and the other. This was awkward. Uncle Dai, I actually completed it?" Fenghua feigned innocence. "Completed it?" But Kai did not finish. My guy earnestly articulated the essence of education. As comrades within a team, one must advance and retreat together. How could one abandon their companions? Thus, as a form of punishment, you shall jump rope 20,000 times. Fenghua's hands trembled, nearly losing control and casting a fireball at him. Such bullying is intolerable. "Fenghua, this is the fervor of youth," Kai bellowed, swiftly picking up the rope and beginning to jump. Although he had just exhausted his energy, after a brief respite, Kai visibly regained his strength, and the rope blurred into a mere shadow as he leapt. Fenghua sighed. What could he do? He felt utterly helpless. Picking up the rope, he jumped listlessly. With a fierce glare beneath his bushy eyebrows, Might Guy admonished, "Fenghua, do not present yourself as if you have not eaten. This is training. Unleash your full potential." Fenghua paused, then contemplatively gazed at Kai. In the original narrative, Kai seemed merely a supporting character, appearing utterly useless, lacking both flamboyant ninjutsu and enigmatic genjutsu. Aside from a few moves like the Leaf Whirlwind and the Leaf Great Whirlwind, he seemed merely ornamental. Yet in the later stages, when confronted by the formidable Akatsuki members and the terrifying 6 Paths of Bido, Kai exhibited overwhelming prowess. How did such a transformation occur? Fenghua tightened his grip and began to quicken his pace with the rope. Might Guy nodded approvingly and declared, "Should you make a mistake, you must start anew." Fenghua stumbled, ensnared by the rope. "Reset the count," Might Guy stated decisively. "No problem." What else could Fenghua say? Around 9 o'clock that evening, Fenghua, dragging his exhausted body, entered the Uchiha clan's territory. At this point, the roadside stalls had dwindled, illuminated only by the dim, yellow glow of the streetlights, creating a rather desolate atmosphere. As he walked, Fenghua began to sense something amiss. Haven't I just walked past this streetlight? Why does it appear again? Why have I been walking for so long and still not reached home? Despite being utterly fatigued from Might Guy's rigorous training, his thoughts remained clear. He halted, turning to survey his surroundings. On either side of the road stood several telephone poles, casting a faint light, and not far ahead lay an intersection. While the surrounding houses were shrouded in darkness, resembling specters, Fenghua advanced cautiously and soon arrived at the intersection, continuing onward. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld yet another intersection ahead, with the same familiar telephone poles lining the roadsides. Am I caught in an endless loop? No. This is an illusion. The fox heart technique? The fox heart technique is a spell that entraps one in a labyrinth, causing the victim to unconsciously circle in place. It is a rather simple genjutsu. Suddenly, the chakra within Feng Hua surged and then slowed, repeating the cycle thrice, yet everything before him appeared unchanged. Frowning, he pressed forward, only to discover yet another identical intersection behind the first. Feng Hua realized something critical. This was no ordinary genjutsu. For ordinary illusions could be dispelled simply by altering one's chakra flow. This illusion was likely cast through the Sharingan. Feng Hua squinted his eyes, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Could it be Uchiha Fugaku? Yet, he had no reason to target him during their previous encounter at the Konoha hospital. He had even praised him. Perhaps it was a member of Danzo's root organization? While the Uchiha clan appeared united, it was not impossible for a few black sheep to exist within any esteemed lineage. It was not unusual for Danzo's roots to have a few Uchiha among them. The crucial question remained, was the person behind this testing him or preparing to eliminate him? A chill ran down Feng Hua's spine. Although he possessed chakra at the level of a genin, it did not equate to having the combat prowess of one. In terms of battle experience, mastery of jutsu, or anything else, Feng Hua felt woefully inadequate. At that moment, he even felt an urge to open his Sharingan, believing that under its gaze, he could undoubtedly see through the illusion. However, the risks involved were far too great. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through. Feng Hua froze, nearly awakening his Sharingan. Wind? Where did that wind come from? He soon noticed the streetlights around him flickering, their lights warping before returning to normal. Nearby, several figures hurried past, glancing back at him, seemingly puzzled by why this child was spinning in place. A cold sweat broke out across Feng Hua's back. He dared not linger and hastily ran home. In the dimly lit underground structure, dark gray pipes clung tightly to the corners, resembling the tentacles of a lurking beast. Danzo-sama. A figure clad in black with a green crow mask knelt before him, standing tall. Yaguki, you have arrived. Danzo emerged from the shadows, a sinister light illuminating the scar on his chin, making him appear fiendish. Indeed, Danzo-sama, I have assessed Uchiha Feng Hua, Yaguki reported. What is the outcome? I ensnared him in an illusion, and he quickly reacted, attempting to alter his chakra flow to break free from my genjutsu. After calmly relaying Feng Hua's response, Yaguki concluded, his awareness is commendable, but his strength is insufficient. His temperament pales in comparison to Uchiha Shursui. Of course, Uchiha Shursui is a prodigy. Danzo replied with a smile, the movement exacerbating the grotesque scar on his chin. He continued to focus on Uchiha Shursui, dismissing any concern for Feng Hua, for now. Yes, Danzo-sama. Yaguki lifted his head, the three tomo in his crimson pupils slowly spinning, exuding a sense of foreboding. Danzo, concealed in the shadows, felt a flicker of greed in his slightly narrowed gaze, though it vanished as quickly as it appeared. The following morning, before dawn broke, Feng Hua rose early, preparing breakfast and packing a bento for Obito, leaving behind a note. He then dashed toward the grove. Since his arrival in this world, Feng Hua's physique had become extraordinarily resilient. No matter how exhausting the training, a brief rest would restore his energy completely. He was truly born to thrive in physical combat. Uncertain of who had been behind last night's events, he decided not to act rashly or investigate further, as silence seemed to be the only means of self-preservation. He must grow stronger, and swiftly. Upon reaching the grove, he found Might Guy and Rock Lee already present. Feng Hua, you're late, Might Guy bellowed. You cannot afford to be squandered. Warm up with 20 laps, and if you can't finish, then complete 20,000 jumps. Feng Hua, feeling resigned, began to jog around the small grove. Kai, what are you dawdling for? Catch up, Might Guy shouted at his son. Yes, father. Beneath Kai's thick and bushy eyebrows lay a pair of fervent eyes, blazing as they fixated on Feng Hua's figure ahead. During yesterday evening's training, Feng Hua had outperformed Kai slightly, thus Kai regarded him as his lifelong rival, second only to Kakashi. Feng Hua, I will surpass you, and then I shall surpass Kakashi. I aim to excel over both of you. Kai's eyes seemed to flame with ambition. He felt his blood boiling and his youth igniting. The sensation was exhilarating. Yeah. Kai roared, suddenly accelerating and swiftly overtaking Feng Hua. Feng Hua's eyes twitched. Could it be that Kai had truly surpassed his limits? He sensed a significant surge in Kai's stamina. Truly, he was destined to be the future Kai of the realm. Though Feng Hua, being merely 6 years old, attempted to mimic Kai's exuberant cries, he found himself unable to break through, which was rather embarrassing. After completing their laps around the grove, both boys were not spared. as Might Guy found them a reason to begin jump roping, followed by squats and push-ups. By the time the sun rose above the horizon, both Feng Hua and Kai were drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted, their bodies resembling a game of connect the dots. All right, that's enough for this morning. You too. Hurry off to class, Might Guy said, satisfied with their efforts. Panting heavily, Feng Hua eagerly inquired, Uncle Guy, could you teach me the shadow clone technique? Nanny? The shadow clone technique? Might Guy gazed at Feng Hua in astonishment. How do you know of this technique? The shadow clone technique, developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, creates identical physical clones of the user, distributing half of the user's chakra to each clone. Unlike the ordinary clone technique, which produces mere illusions, the shadow clone technique is flawless and possesses substance, enabling it to attack and perform various jutsu. However, it dissipates upon receiving a fatal blow. This technique is but a step away from the multi-shadow clone technique, one of Naruto's signature jutsu, recorded in the third Hokage's Book of Seals. Feng Hua explained. Uncle Guy, I heard about it from my clan. It can create physical clones, which is extremely convenient. Might Guy furrowed his brow. Feng Hua. This technique is primarily used for intelligence gathering. What do you need it for? Without hesitation, Feng Hua responded, Uncle Guy, I wish to use the shadow clones to attend ninja school while my real self trains with you. Although Might Guy was a perennial genin, his strength was considerable, and his intellect was sharp. He quickly recognized the potential value of the shadow clone technique. Traditionally, Konoha ninjas employed this technique for reconnaissance, and upon successful completion, the clones would disband, with the memories returning to the original. If that's the case, why not use it for attending classes? He pondered. The knowledge gleaned from classes, in many respects, bears no distinction from intelligence. Furthermore, in the realm of training, employing the shadow clone technique to practice hand seals and other skills is exceedingly convenient. Feng Hua, you are truly brilliant. Might Guy enthusiastically patted Feng Hua on the shoulder, praising him for being the first to conceive of learning and training through the shadow clone technique. Feng Hua grimaced, feeling as though his shoulder might be rendered useless from the vigorous patting. Might Guy burst into hearty laughter, but then his expression turned awkward. However, Feng Hua inwardly chuckled, realizing that Might Guy, a perennial genin and a pure taijutsu ninja, could hardly be expected to grasp the intricacies of the shadow clone technique. Nevertheless, it's of no consequence. The shadow clone technique is not overly advanced, and I shall certainly procure it for you. Might Guy vowed. Kai, watching from the sidelines, was envious. Father, I too wish to learn the shadow clone technique. Might Guy glanced at him and asked, Kai, how is your mastery of the three-body technique coming along? Kai lowered his head. The cultivation of the shadow clone technique demands a talent for ninjutsu. Might Guy hesitated, his eyes glistening with emotion. It's all right, dear father. Even with just taijutsu, as long as one exerts sufficient effort, one can still become an exceptional ninja, capable of defeating talents like Feng Hua and Kakashi. Kai's eyes blazed with determination beneath his thick brows, and a tempest of fervor surged behind him. His pearly white teeth sparkled brilliantly in the morning sunlight, dazzling Feng Hua's titanium alloy eyes. Kai, you truly are my son. This is the passionate and unyielding spirit of youth. Might Guy was so moved that tears streamed down his face, and he could not help but embrace Kai. In turn, Kai embraced him, and father and son both erupted into tears. The scene spiraled into chaos. Feng Hua stood awkwardly by, feeling utterly uncomfortable. Is this where we start crying? When did your emotional thresholds become so peculiar? The following dawn, Might Guy's training regimen was nothing short of extreme, verging on the fatal. Feng Hua had lost count of how many times he had cramped. His hands and feet were sore to the point of numbness, and his heart felt as if it might leap from his chest. He sensed that death was imminent in the next moment. Beneath a nearby tree lay several weighted sandbags. In such an extreme workout, these burdens were utterly counterproductive. Feng Hua, is this all you can manage? Might Guy shouted at him with a bowl of dubious tonic soup. Look up. The sun is rising, and the earth is rejuvenating once more. This is the power of youth. Let us burn with vigor. Burning? I genuinely cannot go on. As a medical ninja, Feng Hua was acutely aware of his own physical limits. If he continued training, he would truly be incapacitated. Kai was in a similar predicament, sprawled on the ground and unable to move. Their training that morning had pushed their limits several times, yielding significant progress but also considerable exhaustion, particularly in terms of bodily harm. If not attended to meticulously, it could result in hidden injuries. Might Guy attempted to force his dubious tonic soup upon his son Kai. But alas, Even that was of no use this time. All right then, we shall conclude this morning's training here. It seems the time is about right. You both should hurry to school. Might Guy revealed his pearly white teeth and exclaimed, gather here after school at the swiftest pace. We are about to undergo grueling training. Fenghua painfully closed his eyes. The brothers in arms had arrived at the Ninja Academy, utterly drained of their last reserves of energy. After an entire morning of classes, they had essentially spent the time slumped over their desks. With eyes half closed, Fenghua circulated his chakra within, mending the swelling in his meridians and alleviating the strain in his arms and legs. He had believed that his training during the holidays had been sufficiently rigorous. Yet compared to the intensity of Might Guy's regimen, it felt akin to that of a mere toddler. It was no wonder that in later stages, Kai was so formidable, leaving even the likes of Six Paths Obito in disarray. His dedication merited such rewards. At noon, while dining, Obito, Kai, and others such as Kurenai Yui, Rin, and Asuma Sarutobi naturally approached to share the bento that Fenghua had personally prepared. Hey, Fenghua, you looked rather lethargic this morning. Your training must have been excessively arduous. Obito remarked, speaking with his mouth full, scattering rice as he did. Training? What training? Rin inquired, dodging the flying grains. Obito, ever the informative one, responded. Fenghua has been training in taijutsu outside since early morning. Asuma glanced at Fenghua and then at Kai. Recognizing that the fatigue etched on their faces was nearly identical, he quickly surmised that Fenghua was training in taijutsu under Kai's father, Might Guy. However, was Might Guy a perennial genin, training under him in taijutsu? Asuma looked at Fenghua, a look of confusion in his eyes. The reputation of the perennial genin was notorious in Konoha, albeit not in a flattering manner. Fenghua nonchalantly replied, training in taijutsu is indeed strenuous. There's no need to make a fuss about it. Fenghua, my father says that taijutsu training can be harmful to your body. You should rest more. Kurenai said with a naive earnestness. Thank you for your concern. Fenghua responded, warmth blossoming in his heart. Kai, eating with impressive speed, chimed in, don't worry. With my father around, Fenghua will be just fine. Wait, your father? Exclaimed the others, their eyes widening in disbelief, including Fenghua and Obito. Is it possible that Fenghua is training in taijutsu under the perennial genin Might Guy? This notion seemed utterly preposterous. Noticing their expressions, Kai quickly asserted. Though my father is a genin, his strength is formidable. He is an exceptional taijutsu ninja. In the eyes of a child, a father is always the strongest. Even after countless lessons from Hinata Hisashi, he steadfastly believed this. I too think that Uncle Might Guy possesses great strength. Fenghua affirmed, his expression one of agreement. Kai looked over, gratitude shining in his eyes. Obito opened his mouth to add more, but was interrupted by a sudden commotion outside the classroom. A cacophony of footsteps accompanied by raucous voices heralded the arrival of several familiar figures at the doorway. Uchiha Fenghua, come out. A group of unruly children shouted. Their eyes fixed on Fenghua. It's you. Obito's face instantly changed upon recognizing the ringleader, Uchiha Arnai. During the holidays, he had brought a group to assault Obito, only to be saved by Fenghua. It was unexpected that just days into the new term, he would come looking for trouble. Uchiha Luane strode forward with an air of arrogance, his head held high. A dismissive glance swept over, instantly deflating his confidence. Curse it. How could Sarutobi Asuma be dining alongside Uchiha Fenghua? As the son of the deputy captain of the Konoha police force, Uchiha Luanai was acutely aware of Sarutobi Asuma's true identity. The stark contrast between them was unmistakable. Ahem. He approached, attempting to muster a cordial greeting. Yet, feeling somewhat embarrassed and unable to let it go, his frustration bubbled over as he pointed an accusatory finger at Fenghua, exclaiming, Uchiha Fenghua, the matter from the holiday is not over yet. You'd best be careful. With that, he stormed out in a huff. His entourage exchanged glances, ultimately following suit in retreat. Fenghua, deep in thought, cast a glance at Asuma before shrugging and saying, no worries, let's eat. Meanwhile, in a hall within the Hokage building of Konoha, the atmosphere buzzed with activity as ninjas gathered to exchange missions, an uncommon sight where elite ninjas were frequently spotted. Yutani, please, just let me take this A-rank mission. The young ninja Mado Dai pleaded desperately to Matsushima Yutani, the task distributor. I assure you, I can excel at it. Matsushima Yutani retorted curtly, absolutely not. You're a genin. You can only accept D-rank missions at best. But, Mado Dai protested, this mission is a piece of cake for me, with not a hint of difficulty. Mado Dai? This is a rule set by the Hokage. Do you wish to defy it? Matsushima Yutani slammed his hand on the table, declaring, just stick to your D-rank missions. You perennial genin. A look of anger crossed Mato-Dai's face, yet his fiery willpower kept him restrained, leaving him feeling utterly frustrated. Haha. A mere genin thinks he can take on an A-rank mission? Oh, Mato-Dai, you underestimate the prowess of Chunin. A ninja from the Hyuga clan approached, his tone dripping with disdain from Mato-Dai. What did you say? Mato-Dai clenched his fists, infuriated. I said your taijutsu is pitiful. You should give up on your Chunin dreams. Haha. He laughed derisively at Matsushima Yutani. I'll take that A-rank mission. Damn it. Mato-Dai suppressed his rage, his body trembling slightly. Suddenly, a hand reached from behind, resting on Mato-Dai's shoulder. A jolt of surprise coursed through him. Despite his anger, his instincts remained alert. The ease with which the hand rested on his shoulder suggested it could just as easily sever his throat. Spinning around abruptly, he was met with a visage capable of instilling fear across the entire ninja world. Konoha's White Fang. Lord Hitaki. The presence of Konoha's White Fang was both surprising and awe-inspiring. The ninjas in the mission hall greeted Hitaki Tsukumo's sudden appearance with nods of respect, though some from noble clans displayed subtle signs of discontent. The reputation of Konoha's White Fang resonated throughout the ninja realm. He was not only the head of the Umbu, but also the right hand of the third Hokage, a figure of immense power. While some sought to curry favor, others harbored resentment, but none dared to confront him openly, wary of his formidable strength. Lord Hitaki. Might Guy first encountered Kakashi Hitaki during their enrollment last year. At that time, Kakashi was also accompanied by Tsukumo Hitaki, making them acquaintances of sorts. Upon noticing you, he approached to extend a greeting. Tsukumo wore a gentle smile, entirely devoid of the fierce demeanor one might expect from a seasoned warrior on the battlefield. Might Guy remarked, "You are too kind, Lord Tsukumo." Tsukumo responded, "Shall we step outside to converse?" The two departed in succession, arriving at a telephone pole beneath the Hokage Tower. "Is there something you need from me, Lord Tsukumo?" Might Guy inquired. "Nothing of great consequence," Tsukumo sighed suddenly. "In truth, I have consistently advocated for reforming the promotion system for ninjas to the third Hokage. But my efforts have been thwarted by certain individuals." Might Guy exhibited a look of confusion. "I can sense your strength, Guy. You are an exceptional taijutsu practitioner. Something I recognized the very first time I laid eyes on you," Tsukumo stated earnestly. Might Guy was momentarily taken aback, then offered a wry smile. "No, Lord Tsukumo. I am merely a genin. I have only mastered a forbidden technique." Forbidden technique? Tsukumo pondered, feeling an innate intuition regarding Might Guy's prowess. A reliable instinct honed over many years on the battlefield, yet the extent of that strength eluded him. "I refer to it as the 8 Gates technique," Might Guy declared solemnly, "though I have yet to fully master it." The 8 Gates technique? Tsukumo mused, confirming that he had never heard of such a forbidden technique before. Could it be that Might Guy developed it himself? "I am quite eager to learn about this technique," Tsukumo said, shaking off further speculation with a smile. "If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." "Really? Is that possible?" Might Guy's excitement was palpable. "Of course. After all, our sons are the best of friends." Tsukumo laughed heartily. "That is wonderful, Lord Tsukumo. I was hoping you could teach me the shadow clone technique." Might Guy exclaimed. "Certainly," Tsukumo replied. "Please wait a moment." In an instant, Tsukumo's figure vanished. Might Guy's pupils constricted. How astonishingly swift. Such terrifying speed was beyond even Might Guy, who had trained in taijutsu for over 20 years. Unless he utilized the 8 Gates technique. After approximately half a minute, Tsukumo reappeared, holding a small scroll, which he handed to Might Guy. "This is the shadow clone technique." "Thank you so much." Might Guy expressed his heartfelt gratitude. This technique was pioneered by the second Hokage and has spread throughout the ninja world following numerous wars. "There is nothing overly special about it," Tsukumo said nonchalantly. "Now, I must attend to matters with the third Hokage. Farewell." As evening fell, the ninja school dismissed its students, and Fuka and Kai immediately dashed towards the grove. After a day of learning, or rather a day of rest, both were invigorated, particularly Fuka, who, with a foundation in medical ninjutsu, had relaxed his muscles with chakra and, combined with his naturally rapid recovery abilities, had completely restored his stamina. In the grove, Might Guy had already begun training in advance. Before him stood the thickest tree in the grove, capable of being embraced by a single person. Might Guy stood there with his eyes closed, the flow of chakra gradually accelerating, eventually producing a sound reminiscent of raging rivers. His blood coursed rapidly, and his skin took on an eerie, sanguine hue, a sight most unsettling. Simultaneously, a layer of blue, flame-like chakra blazed around his body, emanating a powerful pressure that swept outward, bending the trees and scaring away the birds and beasts. Open the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth gates. At last, Might Guy abruptly opened his eyes, and the atmospheric pressure around him surged, creating ripples in the air, just as he was about to throw a punch. He heard the footsteps of Feng Hua and Kai. With a sigh, Might Guy slowly relaxed his fist, the 5 gates within him sequentially closed, the flow of chakra normalizing, and the peculiarities on his skin swiftly vanished. Nearby, Feng Hua suddenly halted, deep in thought as he gazed ahead. Feng Hua, what's wrong? Kai inquired curiously upon noticing Feng Hua's pause. Did you not sense it? Feng Hua countered. Sense what? Nothing. Let us hurry, Feng Hua replied, running ahead, his heart ablaze. That was certainly not an illusion. The powerful presence that had suddenly emerged and then vanished was as formidable as a primordial beast. It had to be Might Guy unleashing the 8 gates technique. You two are late again, Might Guy bellowed upon seeing Feng Hua and Kai run. The grueling warm-up training commenced once more. Feng Hua completed 20 laps around the grove, panting heavily, his chest feeling as though it might explode. Feng Hua delivered 300 side kicks. Might Guy transformed into a merciless drill sergeant. With heavy steps, Feng Hua approached a tree stump and extended his left foot to kick at its top. Once, twice, 10 times. Hiss! Feng Hua suddenly gasped in pain as his left foot cramped. Despite the continuous soothing of his muscles by chakra, the sheer volume of exercise was overwhelming. Nearby, Kai was already on the ground, clutching his foot in agony. Might Guy observed coldly, feeling a pang of sympathy but maintaining his stoic demeanor. Once the cramp subsided, Feng Hua resumed his side kicks. After over 50 repetitions, blood began to seep from his left ankle. Yet, he remained oblivious, continuing to kick until the stump was stained crimson. Persevere. Do not succumb here. Feng Hua gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot from the pain. Despite the maddening agony in his left foot, he continued to lift his leg and strike the stump. 61, 72, 100. At last, upon reaching 125 kicks, Feng Hua could lift his left foot no more. Continue with your right foot. Might Guy's voice rang from behind. Gritting his teeth, Feng Hua shifted his weight to his left foot and executed a side kick with his right. Kai's training mirrored Feng Hua's. Alternating kicks soon had both of them bleeding from their feet, trembling like jelly, ultimately collapsing to the ground in disarray. If you cannot complete the side kicks, then do 100 squats. Might Guy shouted impassively. Yes, Feng Hua and Kai exclaimed, clearly at their limits yet refusing to relent, complain, or even request a moment's respite. The two individuals gritted their teeth and rose to their feet, clasping their hands atop their heads as they commenced a series of deep squats in place. However, after merely 1 repetition, Kai collapsed, clutching his feet in agony and stifling a cry of pain. Feng Hua was not faring much better. The wounds inflicted by his side kicks had reopened, bleeding anew. He attempted to employ a healing technique, yet upon extending his hands, he discovered that his chakra had been entirely depleted. The grueling training had compelled him to continuously expend chakra to restore his body, and he was now utterly drained without realizing it. Sighing, he thought, all right. This shall be enough for today. Upon witnessing both of them reaching their limits, Might Guy finally ceased the training. In the next moment, he bounded over to Kai's side, tears streaming down his face as he fervently embraced Kai, exclaiming, Kai, you are my greatest pride. Father, you are my greatest pride as well. The two wept together, their tears falling like rain, splattering onto Feng Hua's face. Helplessly lying on the ground, unable to move, Feng Hua felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing to bury himself. Feng Hua, here is the scroll for the shadow clone technique. I entrust it to you. After finishing his emotional outburst, Might Guy remembered the task at hand and produced a small scroll from his pocket, tossing it to Feng Hua. Feng Hua's heart leaped with joy as he suppressed his bodily aches and caught it, expressing his gratitude. Uncle Dai, I am immensely grateful. There is no need for thanks. I received this technique from Lord Kakashi myself, Might Guy replied with a smile. Given your talent, I am confident you will master it swiftly. Feng Hua nodded, yet within him surged a tide of thoughts. Lord Kakashi? Surely. This must refer to the legendary White Fang of Konoha, who struck terror into the hearts of ninjas across the nations, even prompting orders to abandon missions upon encountering him. Such a distinction could only belong to the White Fang or the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. However, at this moment, the Yellow Flash had yet to fully mature. Well then, We shall conclude today's training here. Fenghua, can you make your way home alone? Might Guy helped Kai to his feet and turned to Fenghua. Absolutely. Fenghua smiled. I shall rest a bit to regain some chakra, allowing me to perform medical ninjutsu on myself. Ah, I forgot you also possess medical ninjutsu. Might Guy remarked, dutifully assisting Kai to sit down again. Then perhaps you could tend to Kai as well. Kai chuckled, showing no signs of embarrassment. In truth, as a perennial genin, Might Guy's assignments were primarily of low rank, yielding meager rewards, which left him in a constant state of financial strain. Being able to save Kai the expense of medical treatment was indeed a significant aid. Fenghua was well aware of this and replied with a smile, no problem. Leave it to me. Medical ninjutsu requires regular practice. Otherwise, it becomes rusty, and Fenghua had no reason to decline the opportunity for a willing test subject. After a brief period of around 10 minutes, Fenghua regained a small amount of chakra and promptly began to heal himself. The medical ninjutsu he had mastered comprised the hemostasis technique and the healing technique, which proved effective against the injuries sustained during training. The wounds quickly ceased bleeding and began to scar, while muscle fatigue would require time to alleviate. Following this, he administered treatment to Kai. I'm feeling much better, thank you. Fenghua. Kai beamed, giving Fenghua a thumbs up, revealing a gleaming white tooth in his smile. Fenghua, you are truly dependable. Ah, thank you for the compliment. Fenghua shrugged and remarked, however, the hemostasis technique is merely a temporary fix. Remember to readdress your wounds once we return. You too, Fenghua. Might I chuckled, well then. Farewell. After parting ways, Fenghua headed towards the Uchiha clan's territory, his expression taut with unease. The mysterious genjutsu he had encountered that night had left him on high alert. However, the journey was uneventful, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. That Uchiha Luane had sought trouble at noon today. Could it be that he had enlisted his father's aid to test me that night? Fenghua stroked his chin, then shook his head to dismiss the thought. Upon returning home, he meticulously cleaned his wounds with antiseptic, bandaged them, and prepared a meal to satiate his hunger. Afterward, he secured the doors and windows of his bedroom and retrieved the scroll containing the shadow clone technique. Although the techniques within the scroll appeared unremarkable, they were invaluable to Fenghua, saving him countless hours of effort. The hand seals for the shadow clone technique differed from the conventional 12-hand seals, being a novel creation developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Following the instructions from the scroll, Fenghua aligned the index and middle fingers of both hands, crossing them to form a cross. This single-hand sign was deceptively intricate. As it was a new seal, the flow of chakra felt awkward, akin to someone accustomed to walking forward suddenly being made to walk backward. Nevertheless, compared to the multiple shadow clone technique, the shadow clone technique was far simpler. After half an hour of practice, Fenghua had mastered the hand sign, synchronizing his chakra flow. Shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, an odd figure appeared beside him, its head tilted awkwardly, eyes mismatched, and its mouth oddly positioned above its nose. Startled, Fenghua slapped the clone, exclaiming, "You scared me to death." Then it dawned on him that the shadow clone technique required him to allocate half of his chakra. He attempted again, this time successfully transferring chakra. But the clone exploded spectacularly. Although all chakra returned to him, the force of the explosion was quite unpleasant. He continued to practice late into the night. And when the moon was high in the sky, accompanied by a fit of maniacal laughter, two identical figures stood in his bedroom, hands on their hips, laughing heartily. Isn't the shadow clone technique marvelous? Fenghua mused, reaching out to touch the clone's head, only to find the sensation bizarre. Hey, don't treat me like a child. The clone protested, swatting his hand away. Startled, Fenghua paused before smiling. He was growing fond of this technique. Yet, a frown creased his brow. The shadow clone possessed his memories. Did that mean it knew of his transmigration? If any inconsistencies arose during conversations, it could lead to trouble. Do you know about Earth? Fenghua inquired of the clone. Earth? What is that? The clone shook its head, unaware. Nothing much, Fenghua replied with a smile. Starting tomorrow, you'll be responsible for cooking, attending classes, and maintaining good relations with a few close classmates. Not a problem, leave it to me, the clone declared, thumping its chest, embodying a sense of duty. You focus on your training, and I have no doubt you will become an outstanding ninja in the future. Hiki. The sensation is indeed peculiar. To be encouraged by one's own shadow clone, far more amusing than shouting words of motivation at one's reflection in a mirror. Subsequently, Fenghua retired for the night, while the shadow clone diligently practiced hand seals beside him. Once the true Fenghua succumbed to slumber, the shadow clone dissipated in a burst of smoke. transferring chakra and the experience of SEAL training back to him. At dawn, before the sun had risen, Feng Hua rose and swiftly brought his index and middle fingers together, crossing his hands. Shadow clone technique. With a resounding bang, an identical Feng Hua materialized beside him. "I'm off. I leave this to you," he cheerfully declared to his clone. "No problem," the clone replied with confidence, though Feng Hua possessed only the chakra of a genin, and even less after splitting it in half. The shadow clone was not required to engage in combat. It merely needed to cook, attend classes, and thus would not expend a significant amount of chakra. Moreover, as it wouldn't suffer fatal injuries, the shadow clone proved to be quite durable. Thus began Feng Hui's journey of cunning. He employed his clone to handle cooking, attend classes, and manage all mundane tasks, while focusing solely on one endeavor, training. In the early mornings and evenings, he followed Might Guy through grueling training sessions, each time pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion. Over time, his medical ninjutsu improved remarkably, and after half a month, he successfully mastered the healing technique, a commendable advancement. During the remaining hours, Feng Hua did not allow himself any idleness. In the mornings, he practiced hand seals, and in the afternoons, he studied ninjutsu and genjutsu. He quickly mastered all the ninjutsu contained within the 2 scrolls left by his parents, including Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, as well as genjutsu techniques such as Demonic Illusion, Hell Viewing Technique, Fox Heart Technique, and others. Excluding combat experience, Feng Hua had already become a competent genin. 6 months later, in a small grove of Konohagakure, 2 figures dashed swiftly across the field. Might Guy stood with his hands on his hips, observing the duel with a serious expression. Leaf Hurricane. In the midst of his rapid sprint, Kai abruptly halted, bending his left leg slightly, and, utilizing inertia and his own strength, delivered a powerful kick with his right leg. This technique, the whirlwind leg, was swift and potent, creating an illusion of unavoidable peril. Feng Hua remained unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he lightly tapped his right foot and soared into the air. Leaf Great Whirlwind. The wind from his legs was fierce as an eagle's cry, swiftly enveloping Kai's Leaf Hurricane and sending him flying. With a resounding thud, Kai crashed into a small tree, shattering it upon impact. "Impressive," Kai exclaimed, rolling to his feet and charging once more at Feng Hua. The two exchanged blows, their various taijutsu techniques colliding midair, creating shockwaves that shattered the surrounding air into swirling currents. Bang, bang. Time and again, Kai was sent flying by Feng Hui's kicks. Yet under Might Guy's extreme training, Kai's stamina and endurance surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, since neither combatant utilized chakra during their duel, Kai repeatedly rose from his defeats, launching relentless assaults against Feng Hua. Might Guy nodded approvingly from the sidelines, feeling fortunate to have taken Feng Hua as his disciple. The talent of Feng Hua is remarkably high. Within just half a year, he has undergone a complete transformation. Moreover, through my own martial arts, he has created formidable techniques such as the Konoha Whirlwind and the Great Konoha Whirlwind. Upon contemplating this, Might Guy's face broke into a satisfied smile. For Feng Hua generously shared these techniques with him and Kai, allowing them to learn and refine them together. Now, these techniques exhibit a formidable prowess, akin to the strength of one who is capable of 10. In the arena, Kai maneuvered behind Feng Hua and ruthlessly executed a Great Konoha Whirlwind kick. Feng Hua responded with an eerie grin, unleashing a reverse kick with astonishing speed and power. Konoha's Spirited Whirlwind. The 2 feet collided violently in midair, and after a moment of stalemate, Feng Hua's leg continued to sweep across, sending Kai sprawling and trampling yet another patch of flowers and grass, inflicting considerable damage upon Konoha's greenery, while his sense of public duty lay in tatters. "Nanny!" Might Guy exclaimed in astonishment, unable to contain his surprise. "Feng Hua, was that move just now?" "Ah, it's a reverse kick I recently created," Feng Hua replied, feeling a pang of guilt for his lack of integrity. In truth, all these techniques were originally conceived by Kai in the original narrative. He merely presented them prematurely. "Indeed, Feng Hua, you are truly a genius in martial arts," Might Guy expressed with excitement. Kai rose from the ground, battered and bruised, with numerous contusions all inflicted by Feng Hua's kicks. Yet, his thick and bushy eyebrows remained unscathed. "Well protected. Feng Hua, you have grown stronger once again," Kai said, his tone brimming with enthusiasm. "But it is this version of you that I regard as my lifelong rival. I shall grow even stronger, surpassing you. You shall never concede defeat." With a resounding cheer, Might Dai passionately embraced his son. Both of them transformed into emotional wrecks. They had witnessed such moments numerous times over the past 6 months, yet each occasion sent shivers down Feng Hua's spine. "I say, could you two please consider the reader's emotions?" Feng Hua sighed. After their tears subsided, Kai suddenly suggested to Feng Hua, "I think you should return to school for a while." During the past 6 months, Feng Hua's shadow clone had perfectly substituted for his true self, attending the Ninja Academy, building relationships with Rin, Yuhi Kurenai, and others, all without anyone uncovering the truth of his shadow clone. However, while he sought to avoid trouble, it seemed trouble was intent on seeking him out. Hinata Masakazu, a classmate, had invited him to battle on more than one occasion, while Uchiha Rona from another class, having discerned the relationship between Sarutobi Asuma and Feng Hua, had grown increasingly arrogant, frequently looking for a confrontation. As 6 months passed, previous classmates who once regarded Feng Hua as formidable began to gossip, suspecting he had neglected his studies and become a failure, while those from other classes had long forgotten him. Yet Feng Hua was unfazed. "No worries, the shadow clone possesses half of my chakra and is well-versed in combat experience. Neither Hinata Masakazu nor Uchiha Rona will pose a challenge to my shadow clone." "Let us hope so," Kai nodded, considering that with Feng Hua's current strength, he indeed had the confidence to assert such words. At noon, in the Ninja Academy, the shadow clone of Feng Hua was sharing a meal with Obito, Kurenai, Rin, Asuma Sarutobi, and a bruised guy when the audacious Uchiha Rona swaggered in once again. "Hey, Uchiha Feng Hua, how long do you intend to cower like a turtle?" Rona taunted, his expression brimming with arrogance. His lackeys chimed in, their bravado palpable. "To hide behind women is to disgrace the Uchiha clan. He doesn't deserve the Uchiha name and should be exiled." They jeered. Knowing he cannot contend, he clings to that incompetent perennial genin to learn taijutsu. What a natural pairing of master and student. Snap! The chopsticks in the hands of Feng Hua and Guy broke simultaneously. "What did you say?" Feng Hua stood up, his gaze icy as he confronted the one who insulted Might Guy. Guy also rose, shouting, "My father is not incompetent. He is an exceptional ninja." "Exceptional? Ha ha, what a grand joke." Rona, witnessing Feng Hua finally respond, displayed a sickly grin. "A mere genin who cannot even advance. Does he truly deserve the title of exceptional? That's utterly cheap. Scoundrel." Guy clenched his fists, prepared to rush at him. However, a hand restrained him. "Guy, this matter has arisen because of me. Allow me to handle it," Feng Hua said calmly. "But you..." Guy hesitated, knowing that the Feng Hua before him was but a shadow clone, and overexerting would cause it to vanish. Feng Hua declared, "Once a student, always a father figure. Uncle Guy's training saved me 5 years of effort. I cannot allow anyone to speak ill of him in my presence. I can endure many things, but not this." Might Guy's training was notoriously grueling, relentlessly pushing limits and inflicting significant strain on the body. Yet, it was undeniable that such an intense regimen far exceeded the training methods Feng Hua had devised on his own, and claiming to save 5 years was no exaggeration. "All right." Guy nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination beneath his thick brows. "Feng Hua, be careful. Obito, should I call Teacher Kion?" Rin, a pacifist, looked at Feng Hua with concern and then at Obito. Obito sat nonchalantly, tilting his head and regarding Rona with a derisive grin. "Rin, don't worry. Half a year ago, this guy was soundly thrashed by Feng Hua. It's nothing to fret over." "Is that so?" Rin frowned. Nearby, Asuma Sarutobi, who had enjoyed half a year of Feng Hua's culinary creations, felt compelled to speak up. "Feng Hua, if you don't wish to fight, you don't have to. Mind your own business, Asuma. This is an internal conflict of the Uchiha clan." Rona snapped, visibly agitated. Asuma scoffed. "No matter. Let us consider it a warm-up after our meal." Feng Hua smiled as he stepped outside. "All right, Feng Hua, this time I shall defeat you completely," Rona declared, a cruel smile gracing his lips. The news of the duel between Uchiha Rona and Uchiha Feng Hua swiftly spread across several classes. During the lunch break, as everyone had just finished their meals and sought entertainment, many eagerly signed up to witness the impending clash. As the confrontation escalated between Uchiha Feng Hua and Uchiha Lonai, the atmosphere on the playground became charged with tension. After exchanging fierce glares and taunts, they suddenly noticed a throng of onlookers surrounding them. The scene was one of chaos, with a sea of faces and fluttering banners, accompanied by a chorus of jeers. Children, merely 6 or 7 years old, thrived on the spectacle, eagerly anticipating a dramatic showdown, their chatter filling the air. Uchiha Lunai seemed to revel in the attention, standing straighter and prouder, his eyes gleaming with an insatiable thirst for victory. Uchiha Fenghua, I must sincerely apologize for the humiliation you are about to endure in front of your peers. The shame you carry will be an indelible mark upon your life. With a flourish of his hands, Uchiha Lunai unleashed two shurikens that sliced through the air with astonishing speed, aimed directly at Fenghua's left and right sides. With a swift movement, Fenghua drew a kunai, deftly parrying both shurikens, which fell harmlessly to the ground. The spectators were astonished by his prowess. How remarkable it was to deflect such rapidly launched projectiles. Who is this individual? What? You don't know him? He belongs to the Uchiha clan and challenged Kakashi-sensei at the end of last term, only to be knocked out with a single kick, becoming the subject of ridicule. How foolish to challenge Kakashi. Yet, he has made significant progress. He appears to be an entirely different person. As the whispers of the crowd melded into a singular hum, they failed to distract the combatants. Uchiha Luane darted about, hurling shuriken after shuriken at Fenghua, who stood resolute with his kunai, creating an impenetrable defense that left Luanai seething with frustration. Is this all you've got, Uchiha Fenghua? Unleash your fire release jutsu, Luanai shouted. Fueled by the arduous training he had undertaken over the past 6 months to master the fire release, great fireball technique, eager to deliver a resounding lesson to Fenghua. Ninjutsu? Don't make me laugh. At your level, I find it beneath me to employ ninjutsu, Fenghua replied lazily. The silence that followed was palpable. Uchiha Lunai suddenly realized that all eyes were on him, akin to a child misbehaving before adults, with an air of anticipation for something outrageous to unfold. You brat. Luanai gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening with fury. At last, he could no longer restrain himself and began to form hand seals. Si, Wei Shin. Hi, Wu In. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 9 seconds. Finally, he completed the 6 hand seals in 9 seconds. Pointing a finger to his lips as he bellowed, fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. A fireball the size of a human head erupted from his mouth, swelling with the wind and rolling towards Fenghua with increasing ferocity, sending waves of heat cascading outward. The crowd erupted in excitement. The students of the Ninja Academy, with few exceptions, had never witnessed true ninjutsu before. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Asuma Saratobi, Karina Yuhi, Rin, and others tensed, inexplicably feeling a surge of anxiety for Fenghua. Even with the presence of Obito, seemingly indifferent, beads of sweat trickled down his palms. Only Kai, beneath his thick and bushy brows, possessed a pair of confident eyes. Fenghua is indeed formidable. Boom. The great fireball struck true, directly hitting Fenghua, resulting in a violent explosion that also startled the onlookers. Murder! Murder! Cried the crowd. Why didn't that person dodge? Because he is a fool. A disgrace to the Uchiha clan. Yet, from the explosion fell a burning piece of wood. It was a substitution technique. Brilliant, truly outstanding. Uchiha Rone was momentarily stunned, his fury escalating. You scoundrel, Fenghua, just moments ago, you were using your kunai to block my shuriken. Why didn't you do the same this time, you deceiver? He glanced around, but apart from the noisy classmates encircling him, Fenghua's figure was nowhere to be found. An unease gripped his heart, and suddenly, he saw the apparition of his father, Uchiha Yeshing, approaching with a wooden stick bound with grass rope, a cold, fierce glare fixed upon him. Rone, you have greatly disappointed me. You are unworthy of being my son, unworthy of the Uchiha name. You are a disgrace to our clan. I truly regret it. You should have perished in the cradle. No, it's not like that. I am not a disgrace. Father, I have worked hard. Look, I have already mastered the great fireball technique. I am a genius. I am a genius. Uchiha Rone's gaze was frantic, sweat beading on his forehead, his body trembling as if he were about to collapse. The onlookers were utterly bewildered. Hey, what is wrong with him? Who is he talking to? Is he insane? This is so bizarre. Only a few could discern the underlying truth. It was the illusion technique, narrow vision, which reveals one's deepest fears. How did Fenghua manage to learn Jinjutsu when he had been training in Taijutsu with Might Guy all this time? Saratobi Asuma furrowed his brow slightly. In a corner, a somewhat taller boy, chewing on a bamboo skewer, with his hands in his pockets, observed the battle with a slight smile. Narrow vision. Heh. These two are certainly not to be underestimated. His name was Shiranui Gima, known in the original story as the examiner during Naruto's Nin exams. 2 years older than Fenghua, he had average talent and was still advancing through the Ninja Academy, yet his insights were already quite impressive. Just then, behind Uchiha Rone, Fenghua's figure suddenly emerged, delivering a powerful kick. Ah! Uchiha Rone screamed, tumbling to the ground in a most undignified manner. Simultaneously, the sharp pain jolted him back to reality. Damn it, you despicable scoundrel. Regaining his composure, he noticed the peculiar gazes of his classmates, his anger boiling to the point of biting his own tongue. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Uchiha Rone formed his hand seals again. Perhaps due to psychological effects, his speed noticeably increased, completing the seals in 8 seconds. Fire style, great fireball technique. Boom. A massive fireball surged forth, ablaze. Aimed at Fenghua. You little brat, you are far too young. Fenghua sheathed his kunai and, rather than retreating, charged directly into the oncoming fireball. Fenghua! Obito exclaimed in shock. Be careful. As the crimson sun set, even the usually composed Xie Hong was taken aback. With a clear advantage. Why would one choose to confront directly? Was it yet another substitution technique? Asuma furrowed his brow. Nara Shikamaru bit on a bamboo skewer, sensing an overwhelming aura. As if an extraordinary martial technique was about to be unleashed. Indeed, it was the Leaf Great Whirlwind. With a leap, Fenghua soared into the air, his right leg sweeping forward like a tempest. Boom! The immense fireball, before even approaching, was shattered by Fenghua's powerful kick, erupting into countless sparks that scattered in every direction. The residual force of the kick whipped against the faces of nearby classmates, leaving a lingering warmth. What? Uchiha alumni stared in disbelief at the spectacle before him. His eyes bloodshot with incredulity. How could his ninjutsu, the fire release, great fireball technique, be extinguished so effortlessly? Impossible! The onlookers gasped, each astonished by the sheer dominance of Fenghua's strike. What was this relentless, unyielding momentum? In a corner, Hyuga Masakazu widened his eyes in disbelief. What manner of martial arts was this individual wielding? 6 months prior, he had challenged Fenghua and was utterly humiliated, leaving him with a stain on his dignity. Since then, he had endured relentless mockery, particularly from within the Hyuga clan. The news of Masakazu opening his eyes reached the main family, sparking a fierce debate among the elders that lasted a fortnight. Ultimately, they decided to inscribe a caged bird seal on his forehead, under the guise of protecting the Hyuga's exceptional Byakugan from falling into enemy hands, though the true motivation was a fear of his potential becoming a liability. Masakazu understood little of this. He believed that had it not been for Fenghua, none of this humiliation would have transpired. Thus, his resentment towards Fenghua grew with each passing day. He reached up to touch his forehead, hidden beneath his bangs, yet unable to conceal the metaphorical cage bird in his heart. Over the past 6 months, he had gritted his teeth and trained vigorously under immense public scrutiny. His family's gentle fist technique had progressed to the 8th palm, astounding even his father, Hyuga Taizen, who remarked that had he not been born into the branch family, he would surely be groomed as the next head of the Hyuga clan. Damn it! Masakazu glared at Fenghua from across the arena, his fists clenched tightly. Once confident in his ability to defeat Fenghua, that assurance was now crumbling. In the center of the playground, Uchiha alumni trembled, his gaze flickering, his fighting spirit dissipating like snow under the sun. He had been forced to this extent without even using ninjutsu, cursed be his fate. As Luanai opened his mouth, he found his words faltering. Surveying the crowd, he noticed his classmates watching him, their gazes not filled with admiration for a victor, but rather laden with sympathy, disdain, mockery, or indifference. Previously, he had yearned for the attention of every student in the school. Now, he wished only for them to forget his existence entirely. Uchiha Fenghua. You. He pointed at Fenghua, struggling to find words to salvage his predicament. With his hands in his pockets, Fenghua lowered his head, his tone resolute. If you wish to concede, then apologize to Uncle Mike Guy. Otherwise, I shall see this duel to its conclusion. You are going too far. Uchiha Luanai's face flushed crimson as he retorted loudly. There's no way I would concede to you. Such a pity. With a flicker of movement, Fenghua swiftly closed the distance, transforming into a mere shadow as he executed the leaf hurricane. The ferocious wind accompanying his kick struck Uchiha Luanai's abdomen with unrelenting force. Bang! Ah! Uchiha Luanai was sent flying like a shattered sandbag, rolling across the ground multiple times before momentarily losing consciousness, choosing to feign a faint. His underlings rushed in immediately. Uchiha Fenghua, as a fellow clansman and classmate, how dare you strike so ruthlessly? You are unworthy of the Uchiha name. Come on, let us teach him a lesson. Such chaotic punches against a master. Feng Huo was taken aback by the lack of decorum exhibited by Luanai's underlings, brazenly resorting to such tactics in a duel. In the midst of his contemplation, the group of young boys rushed forward, only to be swiftly kicked away by Feng Huo once more. Ah, oh, ugh, ugh, ugh. Unbeknownst if it was intentional or not, the 6 underlings ended up piled atop Uchiha Luanai's back. His face turned a deep shade of purple, the corners of his eyes twitching uncontrollably, on the verge of lashing out. However, knowing that opening his eyes would invite mockery from Feng Huo's group, he continued to feign unconsciousness, though his chest felt ready to explode. Enough. Suddenly, a furious shout rang out from the school entrance, and a tall figure swiftly appeared on the scene. With a gentle wave of his hand, the children piled atop Luanai tumbled away, wailing in distress. Uchiha Feng Huo, how can you be so merciless towards your own kin? The newcomer immediately accused, leaving no room for Feng Huo to retort. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is the strongest bloodline limit in the ninja world. Yet you forsake your heritage to practice taijutsu and even use it against your own kin. You are tarnishing the Uchiha name. Feng Huo squinted at the sudden intruder. Adorned in the Uchiha clan's insignia, his blatant defense of Luanai infuriating. A derisive smile appeared on Feng Huo's lips. So, the father comes to defend his son after I dealt with the younger generation. Clearly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Impudent. Uchiha Yeshing bellowed. And in an instant, his eyes underwent a strange transformation, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes with 2 tomo, fixated intently on Feng Huo. You wish to die? The surrounding classmates gasped in terror at the sight of those eyes, instinctively retreating. The double tomo Sharingan belonged to the Konoha police force. Asuma Sarutobi's expression darkened. After all, this was a ninja school, and the reach of the police force was extending far too far. Asuma glanced around, his anger mixed with confusion. The duel had only lasted a short while, yet inexplicably, no teachers had intervened. Now, with the appearance of this Uchiha clan member from the Konoha police force, it was evident that the situation was escalating, while the surroundings remained eerily quiet. Was there a hidden agenda? Asuma furrowed his brow. Asuma, what shall we do now? Kurenai and Rin anxiously looked at him. Asuma surveyed the scene, where Uchiha Yeshing appeared cold and unforgiving, while Feng Huo donned a grave expression. This matter has surpassed our capabilities. We must immediately inform teacher Kiyono. Asuma declared decisively. I will go. Both Obito and Guy shouted in unison. I specialize in physical techniques, and my speed surpasses yours. I shall seek him out. Without hesitation, Guy dashed toward the classroom building. This scoundrel. Obito scoffed in annoyance and attempted to rush into the fray. Asuma seized him, asking, What are you doing? I am going to assist Hokage. Obito proclaimed with righteous fervor. Obito, do not create further chaos. Rin shouted from the side. Obito revealed a displeased expression, contemplating that with his skills, he could at least withstand a fireball jutsu. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the Ninja Academy's teaching building, 2 middle-aged men stood in conversation. Danzo, is this truly wise? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, clad in ceremonial robes, slowly exhaled smoke from his pipe. Beside him stood the leader of Konoha's root, Shimura Danzo. The Uchiha police force, since its inception, has become increasingly reckless. I can sense their dissatisfaction, and a coup d'etat is merely a matter of time. Danzo spoke coldly. Hiruzen, you must pay heed to this matter. The third Hokage released a plume of smoke, replying, the Uchiha issue has always existed, yet they hold significant positions within the police force. Their power and prestige at their zenith. Why would they risk a coup? Danzo narrowed his eyes, disdainfully scoffing. Certain truths remained unspoken, leaving him in silence. What do you plan to do next? The third Hokage inquired. Danzo glanced at the 2 individuals on the playground, a smile creeping across his face as he remarked. Uchiha Yeshing has overstepped his bounds by interfering in the fair duels at the Ninja Academy under the pretense of his police force duties. He must be punished, serving as a warning to the Uchiha clan to temper their ambitions. Moreover, I find myself suddenly intrigued by this Uchiha Fuwa. The third Hokage furrowed his brow in confusion, as a flicker of recognition crossed his mind. Where have I heard the name Uchiha Fuwa before? Do you wish to die? Uchiha Yeshing's double tomo Sharingan glared icily at Fuwa, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Fuwa, with his delicate yet youthful brow raised defiantly, retorted, Go ahead and try. Arrogant. The corner of Uchiha Yeshing's eye twitched as he swiftly hurled a shuriken. As a chunin, Uchiha Yeshing's power far surpassed that of Uchiha Rone, and the shuriken whistled through the air, transforming into a fleeting shadow poised to strike Fuwa's head. This guy truly intends to kill me. Faced with a life and death crisis, Fu Hua's lean yet athletic frame erupted with power, showcasing the fruits of Might Guy's rigorous training for the first time. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through as the shuriken pierced Fu Hua's head, yet it struck nothing but an afterimage. How swift! Uchiha Yeshing's heart raced, but he remained composed. His double Tomo Sharingan locking onto Fu Hua's figure as he advanced. He deftly switched his grip on his kunai, declaring, Uchiha Fu Hua, before you meet your end, you will witness the strength of a Chunin. You may take pride in that. With a swift motion, two afterimages crossed in the air, producing a piercing sound of metal clashing. He actually blocked it. Shock flickered in Uchiha Yeshing's eyes, his murderous intent intensifying. He turned around and launched another offensive. This time without holding back. Chakra surged continuously into the kunai, which began to emit a faint blue light, resembling a blade, sharp as a divine weapon. The kunai in Uchiha Yeshing's hand was special, capable of conducting chakra, significantly enhancing its sharpness. I cannot engage directly, my chakra is only half. And even combined with my physical chakra, it falls short of being a nin. Feng Hu's footwork shifted, opting for guerrilla tactics. His ninja pouch was filled with tools, perfectly suited for the moment. Whoosh! Shuriken transformed into a downpour of pear blossoms, wildly shooting towards Uchiha Yeshing. Is this all you have? Uchiha Yeshing casually waved his kunai, the faint blue blade effortlessly slicing through all the shuriken. Feng Hu unleashed an illusion technique, the fox's heart technique. This technique could trap its target in a labyrinth, causing them to wander aimlessly and exhaust their stamina. However, the subsequent scene caught Feng Hu off guard. He bizarrely found himself entering a maze, with walls twisting and turning, making it seemingly impossible to escape. This is bad. Feng Hu reacted swiftly, secretly reprimanding himself. Uchiha Yeshing possesses the double Tomo Sharingan. The fox's heart technique would undoubtedly rebound against me. Feng Hu immediately closed his eyes, straining his ears to listen for any sounds around him. A cruel smirk curled at the corners of Uchiha Yeshing's mouth as he approached the tightly shut Feng Hu, saying, You dared to use an illusion against me. Uchiha Feng Hu? Have you forgotten my eyes? Haha. With a cold sneer, he employed the enhanced fox's heart technique through his Sharingan once more. In the distance, Obito felt a wave of panic. Damn it, Feng Hu, wake up. I must save him. Asuma urgently held him back. Obito, calm down. This situation isn't irreparable. He wouldn't dare kill in a ninja school. What do you mean by wouldn't dare? What if he truly goes for it? No, I must stop him. Obito clenched his fists. A surge of fear bubbling from deep within. Memories of playing with Feng Hu as a child flooded his mind. Recollections of the past 6 months where Feng Hu cared for him and his grandmother, the delicious meals, the warm greetings, a unique chakra suddenly emerged from the depths of his consciousness, slowly seeping into his brain. It's over. Uchiha Yeshing's toes pressed down, his figure transforming into an afterimage as he approached Feng Hu. The kunai held in one hand, poised at Feng Hu's throat, ready to slice it with the slightest movement. Stop! Obito shouted, filled with rage and fear, as the special chakra surged within him, flooding into his eyes. Bang! As the kunai grazed Feng Hu's throat, his figure instantly turned into smoke and vanished. What? A strange expression crossed Uchiha Yeshing's face, soon replaced by a fierce anger. A shadow clone? No, if it were a clone, my Sharingan would have detected it. This must be a shadow clone. Damn it! Have I been battling Uchiha Feng Hu's shadow clone all along? How dare such an insignificant genin insult me? This is intolerable. On the other side, Rin, Sunset Red, Asuma, and others all cried out, half in response to the disappearance of Feng Hu, and half due to the abnormality of Obito. Obito. Your eyes. Rin's expression was one of shock, unable to fathom the sight before her. Asuma's eye twitched. Did the Sharingan awaken due to the shock of Feng Hua's death? This guy truly scared me. Upon witnessing Feng Hu vanish, Obito clutched his chest in a state of trepidation, only to realize that the world around him had shifted, and Rin's voice prompted a revelation. My eyes. Obito hurriedly removed his goggles, and the reflection in the lenses revealed a pair of bloody single Tomo Sharingan. Haha, I've awakened. I've awakened. This is my Sharingan, Obito exclaimed, ecstatic and dancing with joy. His dream was to become Hokage, and the Sharingan was his greatest asset in achieving that goal. Suddenly, Uchiha Yang directed his gaze towards Obito. His double Tomo Sharingan fixated on Obito's eyes. You actually awakened? What a fortunate kid. Uchiha Yang immediately appeared before Obito, demanding, Tell me where Uchiha Feng Hu is. You think I would divulge that? Dream on. Obito glared at him, the single tomo in his Sharingan slowly rotating, but it quickly faded away, reverting to ordinary eyes. Although Obito had awakened his eyes as one of the lowest-ranking students in his class, his chakra was scant, and his ocular strength was negligible. In no time, he could no longer sustain the consumption of the Sharingan. Damn it, Obito lamented bitterly. Kid, that's no way to speak to an adult. Uchiha Yang extended his hand, attempting to seize Finghua. Wait a moment. Asuma finally stepped forward, asserting, "This is the Ninja Academy. What exactly do you intend to do?" Uchiha Yang's pupils constricted, clearly recognizing Asuma's identity, yet he remained obstinate. "This is a matter for my Uchiha clan. It has nothing to do with outsiders. The students of the Ninja Academy are all from Konoha. There are no outsiders here, old man." Asuma replied calmly, standing his ground. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Ninja Academy, the third Hokage finally spoke. "This ends here." Danzo revealed a faint smile. "Don't you wish to see what he will do next?" It was ambiguous whether he referred to Uchiha Yang, Asuma, or both, but the third Hokage displayed no interest. "Very well, you are the Hokage. Your word is law," Danzo said with a smirk. He signaled in a direction. And soon a ninja appeared on the training ground and exchanged a few words with Uchiha Yang. After a moment of hesitation, Yang departed the Ninja Academy with his son, Uchiha Rone. As Uchiha Yang left, the crowd on the training ground swiftly dispersed, and without exception, the name Finghua began to circulate among the various classes. 6 months prior, he had triumphed over Hyuga Masanori, and now, having faced off against Uchiha Rone and the newly awakened double Tomo Sharingan of Uchiha Yang, he was ultimately defeated. Nevertheless, he garnered admiration and reverence from the students of the Ninja Academy, who regarded him as a genius following Kakashi. At that moment, the so-called genius sat in his courtyard, wearing a bitter smile. Upon the demise of a shadow clone, its memories returned to the original body. Uchiha Lana, truly. Finghua feels a slight headache. First, it was the Hyuga clan, and now the Uchiha clan, as if the intent is to strike down the two great noble families of Konoha. Nevertheless, even if given a chance to start anew, he would unhesitatingly fight for the honor of Might Guy. Well, the Jounin and above can defend themselves under Might Guy's guidance. However, the Ninja Academy is a place of immense importance to the third Hokage. Regarded as a sacred ground, how could they permit a Jounin from the Uchiha clan to stir trouble there? Finghua squints, pondering these matters. For the situation in Konoha is exceedingly intricate. The factions of the third Hokage, Danzo, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and the numerous ninja families dependent on these powers all vie for the position of Hokage and their own familial interests, engaging in a relentless cycle of power struggles, further complicated by the spies from other ninja villages. Currently, Finghua is but a small ant. Should he inadvertently step onto the grand stage, he would undoubtedly be crushed mercilessly. Alas, with insufficient intelligence and lacking strength, what can I do? I too am engulfed in despair. If I cannot fathom it, I shall not dwell on it. Standing up, Finghua realizes he must pay a visit to the academy, unaware of what transpires next. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanishes from the backyard. Over the past 6 months training with Might Guy, through relentless persuasion, Guy has imparted advanced body techniques to him, namely the body flicker technique, the body binding technique, and the stealth technique. Among these, Finghua has dedicated considerable effort to mastering the body flicker technique, given its high practicality. Frequently employed even in the grand scale of the Fourth Great Ninja War, warranting Fenghua's utmost diligence. Soon, he departs from the Uchiha clan's territory, traversing the streets and alleys to reach the Ninja Academy. At this moment, the playground is devoid of students, enveloped in silence. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he swiftly arrives at the classroom and knocks on the door. Upon seeing Finghua, Kiyono's pupils involuntarily constrict, though commanded to refrain from appearing during the previous decisive battle. He has been observing closely. To engage Uchiha Yeshin with merely a shadow clone, Fenghua's growth is astonishingly rapid. Perhaps he truly has the potential to catch up to Kakashi. The classroom, however, is filled with excitement. Uchiha Finghua, you are incredible. Haha, Finghua, you are our pride. That battle was simply magnificent. That Jounin was so wicked, bullying children. Fenghua's eye twitches. You are the child. Your entire family is composed of children. My psychological age has clearly surpassed 20. Finghua. Kai's gaze remains filled with intensity, especially beneath his thick brows, amplifying his ferocity tenfold. Finghua nods to indicate he is unscathed. You worry me to death, you rascal. Dato exclaims, rising with hands on his hips, joyfully gazing toward the sky. His boastful expression causes Finghua a moment of exasperation. Did you forget to take your medication today? Dato retorts, fool, I am not ill. Finghua sighs, reflecting on the blissful ignorance of children who do not comprehend cold humor. Finghua, return to your seat. Seiya Makoto silenced the commotion among the students below, instructing Hokuto to return to his seat, and then resumed his discourse on the nuances of utilizing ninja tools. Kunai typically possess 5 fundamental techniques: horizontal slashes, vertical cuts, diagonal strikes, thrusts, and projectile throws. However, certain specialized kunai exhibit a plethora of enhanced capabilities. For instance, in the recent skirmish on the playground, Uchiha Yase infused chakra into a specialized kunai, thereby augmenting its lethality and sharpness. A direct hit could inflict extensive wounds, leading to rapid blood loss and demise. Below the podium, Obito discreetly turned around, casting flirtatious glances at Hokuto behind him, alternating between left and right, and repeating the cycle. Hokuto felt as if his eyes might succumb to blindness. You pervert, stop staring at me. Hokuto exclaimed in irritation. What? I'm merely concerned about you. After all, you suddenly fled during the battle, Obito replied, grinning widely, devoid of any semblance of worry. Not far away, Rin glanced over, shaking her head in exasperation. Hokuto froze momentarily. It seemed his use of shadow clones had not been exposed. However, he noticed Seiya's occasional, seemingly casual glances in his direction. Yet he could sense the brief pause of attention. It appeared that Teacher Seiya was already aware of the situation. Hey, Hokuto, I'm talking to you, Obito said, noticing Hokuto's distraction, anxious to share the news of his awakening. Oh right, what transpired after I departed? What happened on the playground? Hokuto asked earnestly. After you left, that Nin approached me, attempting to pry into your whereabouts, but I certainly wouldn't divulge that. Then, a masked ninja appeared, and soon after, that Nin left with Uchiha Rona, Obito recounted, unable to contain his excitement. Hokuto, you know what? Just moments ago, I successfully awakened my Sharingan. A masked ninja? Was it from Root or Yanbyu? Hokuto pondered internally, then displayed an expression of disbelief. What? You awakened? How is that possible? How could you awaken so early? Hokuto was genuinely alarmed. In the original narrative, Obito only awakened his Sharingan towards the end of the Third Shinobi World War, spurred by Kakashi's desperate efforts to protect him. Could it be that the death of his shadow clone had been so convincing that it triggered Obito's awakening? Hokuto felt utterly bewildered. Damn it. I feel like I've missed out here. Since awakening his Sharingan 6 months prior, Hokuto's ocular power had become quite robust. Yet the lack of stimulation had hindered its evolution into the double tomo. Upon confirming that Obito's Sharingan was merely a single tomo, Hokuto could only manage a wry smile, acknowledging the twist of fate. Simultaneously, he recognized an important truth. The original plot could indeed be altered. Hokuto, after school, I shall demonstrate my Sharingan to you, Obito boasted, gazing at Hokuto with pride. Uchiha Obito, do not let your mind wander during class. Seiya admonished, his frustration palpable. I am aware you have awakened. But the Sharingan is not omnipotent. You must focus on mastering the fundamentals, understand? Yes, Obito replied languidly. After school, Obito indeed clung to Finghua, insisting on showcasing his Sharingan. Unfortunately, the reputation of being a slacker was not unfounded. He stared for a long time, but failed to activate the Sharingan. Obito, perhaps next time, Finghua said, patting his shoulder with a serious tone. Why can't I do it? Obito exclaimed, frustrated, glaring intensely at the wall. Finghua shrugged and exchanged a knowing glance with Kai, and then they discreetly slipped away. Finghua, I sense something amiss about this duel, Kai remarked, his expression darkening after they left the Ninja Academy. When that Nin appeared, I sought out teacher Masashi Kiyono, yet I searched the entire academy without finding him. Even the other teachers in different classes were absent, as if they had all agreed to vanish at once. Finghua narrowed his eyes. Are you certain? Yes. Kai's thick eyebrows furrowed with seriousness. Fenghua's eyes nearly widened in shock. Only the third Hokage could orchestrate such a situation. The Ninja Academy was a sacred ground of the third Hokage. Any disruption here would be a direct affront to his authority. Fenghua's expression turned grave. The third Hokage must be aware of this matter. What could his intentions be? Fenghua's thoughts raced, swiftly clarifying his reasoning. He and Nin Uchiha Yeshing were likely pawns in the hands of those high-ranking figures, and someone aimed to utilize these two pieces to construct a platform to attack the Uchiha clan. Danzo, A jolt of alarm surged through Fenghua. He instinctively felt that the shadow behind this scheme was likely Danzo. After all, the third Hokage was known for his prudence. He would not act against the Uchiha clan without clear evidence of a coup. Yet, Danzo could very well do so. This implied that he had already fallen under Danzo's gaze and had been reduced to a mere pawn. Damn it! Fenghua clenched his fist, overwhelmed by an uncomfortable sensation, as if shrouded in a layer of gloom. "What's wrong, Fenghua?" Kai asked, his concern evident. Oh, it's nothing," Fenghua sighed. He could not disclose this matter to outsiders, especially given that the existence of Root was a secret to ordinary ninjas, let alone someone like him who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower's council chamber, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, presided over the meeting. Flanked by Danzo, as well as Tsunade and Mito, both childhood companions of Hiruzen who now served as elder advisors to assist in governing Konoha. On the opposite side sat Uchiha Chika, the current clan leader, along with Uchiha Yamano, the captain of the Konoha police force, and his assistant Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Chika and Uchiha Yamano had both reached middle age, their hair grayed, and their energy slightly waning. "You are all aware of the situation. Now, let us discuss the subsequent handling of this matter," Danzo said, his face stern and cold as he regarded the three across from him. Uchiha Chika narrowed his eyes and smiled. It was merely a farce. Uchiha Fenghua and Uchiha Lanai are but children, and their playful antics are to be expected. As for Uchiha Yeshing, a father's anxiety led him to act impulsively. I hope Lord Danzo will not hold it against him. Chief Chika, please be mindful of your words, exclaimed Tsunekiri Kosun, slamming her palm upon the table. Uchiha Yeshing brazenly resorted to lethal force against an ungraduated student at the Ninja Academy. This is no trivial matter. Mito Minion naturally aligned himself with Tsunekiri Kosun, stating, I have heard that Uchiha Yeshing is even the deputy captain of the police force. This incident implicates them as well. Uchiha Yinya chuckled, Lord Mito, I have already revoked all of Uchiha Yeshing's positions within the police force. Humph, Mito Minion scoffed, turning away to ignore him. The two factions exchanged escalating remarks. One side intensified the narrative to a point where it threatened the stability and unity of Konoha, while the other trivialized it to the level of mere childhood squabbles requiring parental intervention. Ultimately, both parties turned their gazes towards the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who presided over the matter. Hiruzen, this situation hinges upon your judgment, Danzo remarked ominously. The third Hokage puffed on his pipe, the smoke obscuring his facial expression. The purpose of establishing the Ninja Academy is to nurture exceptional ninjas for the village. I will not permit anyone to interfere with the academy for any reason. His tone grew increasingly grave. The academy allows students to engage in duels, but it does not permit outsiders to meddle in fair contests. Uchiha clan leader, you must provide an explanation to the Ninja Academy regarding this matter. Uchiha Chika narrowed his eyes, quietly observing the third Hokage. After a prolonged silence, a faint smile curved his lips. I shall do so. At the back, Uchiha Fugaku wore a disgruntled expression, seemingly on the verge of voicing his thoughts, yet was silenced by Uchiha Yinya. Thus, this matter concludes here, the third Hokage declared abruptly. And I ask that the Uchiha clan leader not make things difficult for those two children. Of course, after all, they are members of my Uchiha clan. Uchiha Chika nodded, lost in contemplation. Upon exiting the Hokage Tower, Uchiha Fugaku could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, this is a trap. Duels at the Ninja Academy require a teacher's presence. Yet, as far as I know, there were no teachers present during the duel between Fenghua and Lanai, and that fellow Yeshing. Enough, Fugaku, Uchiha Yinya rebuked. Do not utter such futile words. But, Uchiha Fugaku protested, his frustration palpable. Fugaku, you are quite talented, yet you still require experience. Uchiha Chika reassured him with a gentle pat on the shoulder. The Uchiha clan appears to be ascending to glory, with power and prestige surpassing that of the Senju clan. But do you not see? The third Hokage and the three elder advisors harbor an irreconcilable suspicion towards our clan. One day, they will strike against us. Fugaku, you must be prepared. Uchiha Fugaku's face reflected shock, at a loss for words. Let us depart. This place is not ours to claim, Uchiha Chika said softly, his eyes revealing the ominous and bloody three-tomo Sharingan. Danzo stood within the shadows of the Hokage Tower, his gaze unwavering as it met Uchiha Chika's, revealing no hint of weakness. That night, news spread through the Uchiha clan. declaring that Uchiha Yeshing had been imprisoned in Konoha's jail, charged with disrupting the fairness of duels at the Ninja Academy and attempting to murder a student of the academy. Upon the dissemination of this intelligence, the reputation of the Uchiha clan was swiftly undermined. Under the manipulative influence and threats of Danzo, several families closely aligned with the Uchiha began to adopt a stance of neutrality, distancing themselves from the maelstrom of conflict. In the early hours, within a secluded grove, two figures engaged in a fierce bout, the tumultuous winds scattering countless withered leaves. Ultimately, amidst a cry tinged with anguish, the battle reached its conclusion. "Kai, you must persevere, lest you fall further behind Fuka," remarked Might Guy, arms crossed, his expression earnest as he regarded Kai. "Understood, father," Kai replied, grinning through his bruises. His face battered and swollen, with his prominent brows slightly askew. Might Guy's gaze shifted to Fuka, his eyes reflecting envy. Throughout the past 6 months of rigorous training, he had come to realize that Fuka was a prodigious talent in taijutsu. Regardless of how grueling the training sessions were, Fuka would rejuvenate after a single night's rest, restoring his vitality to its pinnacle, ready to resume his relentless training. Over these 6 months, Fuka's progress had been remarkable. In terms of taijutsu, he could easily rival the Chunin of the Hyuga clan. Meanwhile, Kai, despite his relentless efforts to catch up, found himself increasingly outpaced. Most individuals would have been disheartened by such disparity, yet it was only Kai who remained steadfast and resolute. "My son, youth does not concede defeat," Might Guy exclaimed, his eyes glistening with tears. "Father, I vow to become an exceptional ninja and will not disappoint you." The pair embraced, tears flowing freely. Nearby, Fuka leaned against a tree, lost in contemplation. After a moment, Might Guy gestured for Kai to commence his warm-up exercises before approaching Fuka. "Fuka, you appear troubled," Might Guy observed with a smile. "That is not a countenance befitting a 7-year-old. 7 years?" Fuka was taken aback, then nodded. "Indeed, 6 months have passed, and we are now in the 40th year of Konoha. Are you concerned about matters concerning your clan?" Might Guy, having heard of the situation surrounding Uchiha Ōtsutsuki, attempted to offer solace. "Hasn't the Uchiha clan imprisoned him? They should pose no further threat to you." Fuka sighed. "Uchiha Ōtsutsuki is merely a pawn. The real concern lies with the player orchestrating the game." Yet even these thoughts were too heavy for Might Guy to articulate. "Uncle Dai, I assure you, I am fine. I will recalibrate my state of mind swiftly," Fuka declared, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. Might Guy nodded, yet a flicker of hesitation crossed his face, as if he were wrestling with an internal conflict. "What troubles you, Uncle Dai?" Fuka inquired, puzzled by his demeanor. "Oh, it's nothing. Go on with your warm-up," Might Guy replied, watching Fuka retreat, pondering whether he should impart the forbidden technique of the 8 gates to him. Fuka's unique physical constitution seemed tailor-made for the 8 gates. Yet this very reason caused Might Guy to hesitate. The 8 gates, a technique that varied dramatically from individual to individual, bore immense risks as one progressed through its stages. The 8 gates, by unlocking them, the opening gate, the rest gate, the life gate, the wound gate, the limit gate, the view gate, the shock gate, and the death gate, one could exponentially accelerate the flow of chakra, culminating in unparalleled power upon the opening of all gates. The resultant enhancement in both speed and strength would reach unfathomable heights. With all 8 gates opened, it becomes the 8 gates of Duinjia formation. In the original narrative, 2 individuals have utilized the 8 gates of Duinjia formation. The first is Might Dai, who, by virtue of this formation, fiercely contended against the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, ultimately slaying 4 of them, though he perished himself from the depletion of his chakra. The second is Guy, who, upon unleashing the 8 gates, nearly vanquished the legendary 6 paths of Edo. Thus, can the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist truly be equated to that of 6 paths of Edo? This is evidently implausible. Abido could likely dispatch the swordsmen in a mere minute. Though both employ the 8 gates of Duinjia, the outcomes of their battles are starkly disparate, and the root cause of this divergence lies within their chakra reserves. Upon fully opening the gates, one can instantaneously unleash all the chakra within. Might Dai, being a low-ranking ninja, possesses only a modest amount of chakra, likely at the level of a chunin. Hence, even with all 8 gates unleashed, he could only defeat 4 of the swordsmen. In contrast, Guy, being an elite jonin, possesses chakra that far surpasses that of Might Dai, allowing him, when fully unleashed, to momentarily overpower 6 paths of Edo. To Might Dai, it remains uncertain whether Guy possesses chakra at the jonin level, yet he perceives that this child, Fenghua, is exceptionally gifted, being of the Uchiha clan. If he applies himself diligently, attaining the rank of Jonin is a certainty. At that time, with the 8 gates of Duanjia and the Sharingan bloodline limit in his grasp, Might Dai can scarcely fathom how formidable Fenghua will become. It is truly terrifying. It frightens Dai to his core. Perhaps it is best to wait a while longer. Might Dai quietly sighed. In the Hokage Tower, within the office of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle warmth upon the desk. The 3rd Hokage was diligently at work, occasionally savoring his pipe. Suddenly, a loud bang. "Old man, why did you summon me so early?" Tsunade, with her golden locks in disarray, stormed into the room, her attire light despite the winter chill, arms crossed, displaying a generous expanse of alabaster skin that shimmered in the sunlight. Hiruzen Sarutobi, exasperated, said, "Tsunade, you are becoming increasingly brazen. This is the Hokage's office." Unperturbed, Tsunade plopped herself onto the desk, retorting, "Old man, speak your mind." Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed with a wry smile, then inquired, "Tsunade, do you recall the child Uchiha Fenghua?" "Who?" Tsunade tilted her head in thought before nodding. "Ah, yes, that ambitious little brat." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. "You mentioned him to me 6 months ago." "Heh. So, has this little rascal gotten himself into trouble?" Tsunade casually asked, as she had indeed found a fleeting interest in Fenghua, but had since forgotten about him. Were it not for Hiruzen Sarutobi's mention today, she might have completely overlooked him. This child is remarkable. Hiruzen Sarutobi recounted how Fenghua had engaged in a duel while utilizing shadow clones to contend with the Chunin. He could actually hold his own against the Chunin for a moment. Tsunade's brows arched with intrigue. This little brat certainly harbors grand ambitions. I had not realized he had progressed to such a level. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eye twitched slightly as he continued, "I have looked into this child. His character is resolute and tranquil, and he diligently trains in taijutsu alongside Might Dai, reminding me of my old friend, Kaguya. Uchiha Kagami and Sarutobi Hiruzen were both esteemed disciples of the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobarama, sharing a deep camaraderie. Tsunade, on the other hand, was entrusted to him by Hiruzen himself. He need only shift in his seat for her to instinctively know his intentions. Old man, are you considering recruiting him? Let us not forget he belongs to the Uchiha clan." Tsunade remarked with narrowed eyes. Hiruzen chuckled. "He is also a ninja of Konoha, is he not?" "Do as you please, but surely you don't expect me to recruit this little brat?" Tsunade retorted, glaring fiercely. "Ah, I merely wish to make an attempt. After all, you two have met before. Tsunade, for the sake of my age, I entrust this matter to you." Ahem ahem. Hiruzen began to cough exaggeratedly. "How disingenuous, old man." Tsunade called him out directly. Hiruzen, embarrassed and furious, felt his face flush with indignation. All right, I shall go, but do not harbor excessive expectations." With a wave of her hand, Tsunade used the body flicker technique and vanished. As evening descended, snow began to fall unexpectedly over Konoha. Passers-by hurried home, their breaths visible in the chilly air, while the students of the Ninja Academy joyfully rushed to the playground, exclaiming, "It's snowing. How beautiful. It feels a bit cold. Let us make snowmen." FK, Obito, and others were also drawn out by the excitement of Yuhi Kurenai and Rin to enjoy the snowy scenery. "What is so great about snow?" FK scoffed, his hands buried in his pockets, his breath crystallizing into white droplets in the frigid air. Indeed, snow was not particularly fascinating. "You little brat, if you do not wish to see the snow, then come here." Tsunade appeared behind FK like a specter, seizing him and dragging him to a corner. Her immense strength was no idle boast. FK felt as though he were being pulled by a train, utterly powerless to resist. Obito and the others exchanged glances, but chose not to intervene. They were familiar with Tsunade and knew she meant no harm. "You little rascal." Tsunade pulled FK beneath a small tree, placing her hands on her hips and glaring at him, her demeanor fierce. "What do you want?" FK responded with irritation, his mood soured by recent events involving Danzo. "Mind your tone. Do you have any idea who stands before you?" Tsunade delivered a hearty punch to FK's head. "Ah!" FK cried out, clutching his head, stars dancing in his vision from the pain. Satisfied, Tsunade crossed her arms and huffed. "You are a shadow clone, are you not? Relay my message to that little brat immediately. I want him at Hokage Rock before sunset." "Nanny?" FK was taken aback. "If you heard me, quickly dispel the shadow clone." Tsunade delivered another punch. FK's eye twitched. "Please, are you truly one of the legendary Sannin?" How can you not distinguish between a shadow clone and the original? Due to the incident with Uchiha Yase, FK had been attending class in his original form while his shadow clone practiced hand seals and jutsu at home. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing FK, and after a moment, her expression shifted to one of realization. I knew your body could not possibly be a shadow clone. You didn't say that just now. FK protested. Little brat, I ask you, as a ninja of Konoha, what are your thoughts on the village? Tsunade, with a calm demeanor, deftly shifted the topic. In that instant, FK felt a shiver run down his spine, nearly exclaiming his willingness. Tsunade's manner of speaking is decidedly trite. It is evident that she seeks to entice him, yet she cannot be overt in her intentions. Instead, she resorts to convoluted expressions and intricate tactics. Indeed, it seems that in any world, the sentiment of deep affection cannot be retained. Only cunning can win the hearts of men. Without a moment's hesitation, Finghua responded. The village is my home. Tsunade appeared dissatisfied with this answer. Home? Is not your family the Uchiha clan? Finghua retorted passionately. I do not feel the essence of home among the Uchiha. Rather, it is within the ninja academy that I find that warmth. Moreover, Uncle Mike Guy is also my family. His eyes sparkled with emotion. And what of the Uchiha clan? Are they not your kin? Tsunade pressed on, relentless in her inquiry. Where do you place them? Finghua blinked, perplexed by her line of questioning. If Tsunade intended to recruit him, why was she repeatedly mentioning the Uchiha clan instead of disparaging them? It was baffling. Perhaps it was a method of first suppressing, then uplifting, a clever tactic indeed. Finghua replied, a clan is merely a gathering of those with shared bloodlines, while a home is formed by those with kindred spirits. To me, bloodlines are inconsequential. It is a true home that I desire. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a response from him. Damn it, this kid is not easy to deal with, she thought, her frustration mounting. Originally, she intended to sabotage this endeavor, but everything was proceeding far too smoothly. Much to her discontent. Kid, are you speaking from the heart? You must understand, if your kin were to hear these words. Tsunade threatened ominously. Fenghua's eyes twitched. Was Tsunade genuinely here to recruit him rather than ensnare him in a trap? I still do not know your name, sister, he said, playfully. Sister? Tsunade's expression shifted unexpectedly. Fenghua's demeanor inexplicably reminded her of her long-deceased brother, Nawaki. She recalled how, in their childhood, Nawaki would adopt a similar pitiful expression whenever he erred. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. Tsunade gently reached out, lightly touching Fenghua's cheek. Her gaze unfocused as memories of her brother from years past resurfaced. Nawaki, she whispered softly. Finghua blinked in surprise. Is your name Nawaki? Tsunade quickly regained her composure, her expression darkening as she delivered a swift blow to Fenghua's head. Do not call me sister, you brat. In a fit of exasperation, Tsunade used the body flicker technique to vanish. As Finghua exhaled in relief, he lamented the burden Tsunade bore. Her brother had perished, her lover was gone, and her clan was filled with those who could barely support themselves. The once mighty Senju clan now rested solely upon her shoulders. After departing from the ninja academy, Tsunade walked silently through the streets of Konoha, her expression somber. The falling snow danced around her like ethereal sprites, painting a picturesque scene. It was not until sunset that she arrived at the Hokage's office. Tsunade, how did it go? Inquired the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was still at work, his hair beginning to show signs of gray. Well, it went quite well. Tsunade recounted her conversation with Finghua. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded repeatedly, stating, a clan is merely a gathering of individuals sharing a common bloodline, while a family is formed by those who share similar ideals. That is what truly matters. This child has already transcended the constraints of his clan, drawing close to the essence of the will of fire. As he spoke, Sarutobi burst into hearty laughter. Tsunade interjected. Don't be too hasty in your joy. This little brat is still young. Who knows what he will become when he grows up? Sarutobi shook his head, countering her thoughts. On the contrary, I firmly believe he will undoubtedly become a steadfast heir to the will of fire. Suit yourself. I have matters to attend to. Farewell. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively and turned to leave. Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback, offering a wry smile as he shook his head. He then furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering the implications of Uchiha's potential. Surely, Danzo had his eyes on him as well, but the root organization was ill-suited for this child's development. Sarutobi rhythmically tapped his fingers on the desk. As night descended, Heavy snow blanketed the entirety of Kanahagakure. Within mere hours, the village transformed into a silver wonderland. With few pedestrians braving the frigid air, dim lights flickered in the biting winds, precariously swaying. In a nearby grove, the snow piled up to their ankles. Yet both Hoka and Guy persevered in their rigorous training. Thud, thud, thud. Under the pale moonlight, Hoka exerted all his strength. Fiercely practicing his left kicks against a robust wooden post, the wrappings on his feet tearing apart with each jarring impact, soon stained crimson, congealing into ice amidst the snow. Beside him, Guy delivered powerful punches against the post, producing a dull thud with each strike. It was evident that blood had begun to congeal between the knuckles of his hands, yet beneath his thick brows lay an unwavering determination in his gaze. Mike Guy stood behind them, quietly observing their training. Mike Guy raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss, his ears twitching slightly. The night wind howled, swirling countless snowflakes, which scattered like shards of glass under the dim moonlight, plunging the grove into darkness. What is happening? Hoka and Guy looked up, witnessing a chaotic flurry of snowflakes swirling at an astonishing speed. Be careful. Mike Guy clenched his fists, scanning the surroundings, sensing an enemy presence. The night wind grew increasingly fierce, lifting the snow off the ground and sending it swirling through the air, blinding them. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Mike Guy leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick towards the sky. A crescent-shaped gust of wind sliced through the air, momentarily scattering the snowflakes. However, in the next instant, the void was filled with even more snowflakes. Father, are they spies from an enemy nation? Guy shouted, filled with excitement. Mike Guy frowned, uncertain of the situation himself. Hoka's heart raced, suddenly sensing an instinct that the opponent seemed to be targeting him. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Boom. Abruptly, from the left thicket, a massive fireball, 2 meters in diameter, roared towards them, its intense heat vaporizing the surrounding snowflakes. Mike Guy immediately charged forward. Could the fireball jutsu belong to the Uchiha clan? Without hesitation, Mike Guy activated the first 4 gates, the opening gate, the rest gate, the life gate, and the wound gate. In an instant, Mike Guy's speed and power surged to extraordinary heights, almost teleporting him before the approaching massive fireball. Bang, bang, bang. Without a hint of hesitation, Mike Guy propelled himself into the air, unleashing a leaf great whirlwind that obliterated the colossal fireball. The ensuing explosion sent waves of flames rippling backward, gradually dissipating in the night breeze. With a graceful somersault, Mike Guy landed elegantly, subsequently closing the 8 gates to prevent the rapid flow of chakra from exerting undue strain on his body. Your strength is truly astonishing, exclaimed a man donning a green crow mask, enveloped in a black ninja garb, as he descended from the heavens, alighting upon a tree. Who are you? Mike Guy inquired, his expression turning grave. The green crow mask suggested he might be an operative from the Umbu, but considering that the head of the Umbu was the legendary Kakashi Hitaki, Mike Guy knew it was improbable that such a person would be sent to test him. My identity is not for you to know, the masked figure replied, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. He slowly closed his eyes, then abruptly opened them, revealing a pair of black pupils transformed into the ominous Sharingan. With 3 tomo revolving around the iris, fixated on Mike Guy and Lee. In the next moment, Lee's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into a deep slumber. The Jinjutsu wielded by the 3 tomo Sharingan was beyond the capacity of an ordinary ninja to withstand. Mike Guy barely evaded the same fate, as his chakra surged within him, counteracting the encroaching lethargy that threatened to envelop his mind. The 3 tomo Sharingan indicated that his opponent was a high-ranking member of the Uchiha clan. This is dire. His target is Konoha. What a tenacious will, indeed. The masked man chuckled coldly, already leaping beside Konoha, seizing him. Damn it. 5th gate. Open. Mike Guy shouted. Yet the alert masked figure swiftly delivered a kick to the back of his head, causing him to finally succumb to unconsciousness. While Konoha felt anxious and apprehensive, his expression remained unchanged. Your intention is not to kill, is it? Of course not. They are still alive, the masked man replied with a smirk. You seem entirely unfazed. With a series of agile leaps, the masked figure had brought Konoha to the edge of a small grove, releasing him and then retreating a step. Konoha squinted, questioning. Half a year ago, when I returned home, I was ensnared by a Jinjutsu within my clan. It was you, wasn't it? Indeed, and what of it? The masked figure retorted. Little one, your current predicament is rather precarious. It would be wise to refrain from asking such trivial questions. Konoha was certain of the masked man's identity, And with the mask, there was no doubt he belonged to Danzo's root. Was he attempting to recruit me into the root? Konoha felt a mix of amusement and despair, realizing that on the same day, both factions within Konoha had approached him for allegiance. What an overwhelming surprise. I have come at the behest of a significant individual. I require you to perform a task, the masked man announced. What task? Merely consent, and you shall immediately learn. He replied, the three-tomo Sharingan slowly rotating with an air of intimidation. Konoha's eyes flickered, seemingly affected by the aura of his peer, nearly activating his own Sharingan. Clenching his fists, the nails dug into his palms, the sharp pain heightening his awareness and suppressing the urge to awaken his eyes. Apologies, but I cannot acquiesce to a request from an unknown source, Konoha declared. The consequences of refusal. Have you contemplated them thoroughly? The cold laughter of Yague echoed, his Sharingan emanating a subtle aura of lethal intent. Kill me? Fenghua furrowed his brow, maintaining a facade of silence. Yet inwardly, he felt a surge of despair. Might Guy? This fellow had truly stumbled at a critical juncture, hadn't he? Wasn't it said that by opening the 8 gates he could contend with 4 shinobi blades? Yet here he was, brought low by a mere Uchiha's three-tomo Sharingan. Such a lack of respect. Have you reached a conclusion? Yague tilted his head, his Sharingan fixed intently on Fenghua. My patience is finite. Your time is limited. Could I perhaps return home to ponder for 2 days? Fenghua resolved to engage him in banter. Indeed, Yague's Sharingan flickered, seemingly caught off guard by Fenghua's words. Little brat, you cannot bear the consequences of inciting my wrath. Then I wish to confer with my esteemed elder. Fenghua continued the awkward exchange. You are an orphan. Yague suppressed his fury. Life is harsh. Do not dismantle it, retorted Fenghua. Scoundrel. Yagye gritted his teeth, raising his hand to deliver a lesson to Fenghua. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the thicket, followed by a terrifying presence ascending like smoke, locking onto Yague in an instant. What? Yague froze in shock, turning in horror to see a figure approaching at an alarming speed, so swift that even the three-tomo Sharingan struggled to keep pace. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Might Guy had opened the 6th gate, his chakra surging like a torrent, propelling the blood beneath his skin to a boiling state, manifesting an eerie blend of blue and red. Ah! He bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead, as he propelled himself into the air. His speed so tremendous that even the air shattered around him, unleashing a deafening sonic boom. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Boom. In that fleeting moment, extreme velocity induced a bizarre transformation. As Might Guy's legs generated crimson flames from the fierce friction with the air, accompanied by a terrifying shriek, crashing towards Yague. The expression beneath Yague's mask turned to one of sheer terror. This longtime genin had unleashed a power nearing that of an elite jonin. How is this possible? Grinding his teeth, Yague's dark past quickly steadied him, and he locked onto Might Guy's gaze, promptly unleashing 2 enhanced Jinjutsu with his Sharingan. Illusion of the Misty Shroud. This place is not. The Misty Shroud illusion conjured black phantoms of multiple figures, while the this place is not technique misled the opponent into perceiving one location as another. Used in tandem, their potency was formidable, capable of ensnaring even fellow jonin. Simultaneously, Yague activated the body flicker technique. Should Might Guy hesitate for even half a second, he would successfully evade. Yet, Might Guy did not falter for even 1/100th of a second. At that moment, the flow of chakra within him had surpassed human limits, rendering him immune to such illusions. Bang! Boom! The crimson flames, accompanied by a piercing shriek, struck Yague in the abdomen, sending him hurtling like a bullet from a chamber, skidding 50 meters across the snow before colliding with a tree of considerable girth, finally coming to a halt. Crackle! The crimson flames blazed like a peacock displaying its feathers in the snow, enduring and relentless. Cough! Yague spat out a mouthful of blood, which trickled slowly down the edges of his mask. Might Guy forcefully stomped the air, transforming once more into a phantom as he surged toward the Crow Demon. You! The Crow Demon gritted his teeth, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning wildly, yet the injuries to his waist and abdomen voraciously consumed his vitality, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. Boom! Might Guy unleashed another kick, engulfed in flames, and a myriad of wooden splinters exploded alongside the fire, piercing the nearby tree trunks like a meteor shower. In a pivotal moment, the Crow Demon utilized the substitution technique to escape, vanishing into the distance. Gasping for breath, Might Guy felt the flow of chakra surging within him, threatening to rupture his veins. Only after witnessing the crow demon's departure did he slowly close the door. Not far away, Fenghua stood in awe, trembling slightly. Unsure whether from fear or exhilaration. It was undoubtedly the 8 gates of death. That move just now was aimed at the peacock. No, it was aimed at the essence of the peacock. I can't believe I witnessed it. As Fenghua was lost in thought, Might Guy approached and enveloped him in an embrace. Fenghua, I sincerely apologize for putting you in danger. Such an incident shall never occur again, I promise. Fenghua was momentarily stunned, despite being the one who had summoned the enemy, almost endangering Kai in the process. Might Guy was apologizing to him, huffing and puffing. Might Guy continued to take deep breaths, clearly feeling the burden of opening the 6th gate. Uncle Dai. No, it's I who have implicated you and Kai. I should be the one apologizing. Fenghua hastily replied, Uncle Dai, are you injured? Let me take a look. He attempted to use healing techniques on Might Guy, but was stopped. Do not worry, it is merely exhaustion. Your healing techniques will be ineffective. Might Guy chuckled, gently patting Fenghua's head. At that moment, a figure, almost on the verge of disappearing, rushed in from the distance, its white hair swaying slightly in the snow. Dai, it truly is you. The person who appeared was none other than the legendary Konoha White Fang, the head of the Umbu, Kakashi Hitaki. From the time Might Guy opened the 6th gate to repelling the crow demon, no more than 10 seconds had passed, given the isolated nature of the grove. Even a high-ranking ninja would struggle to arrive swiftly, yet Kakashi had accomplished it effortlessly. Fenghua's eyes widened as he gazed upon this legendary ninja from the original narrative, a chill running through him. Lord Kakashi. Might Guy exhaled in relief upon seeing Kakashi. What transpired just now? The commotion here was rather loud, Kakashi remarked, glancing at Fenghua. It was difficult to fathom that this invincible ninja, who had instilled fear throughout the ninja world, bore an exceptionally calm and steady demeanor, akin to that of a friendly neighbor, providing comfort. Might Guy explained, a high-ranking member of the Uchiha clan appeared, attempting to abduct Fenghua, but I intervened. Kakashi chuckled. Indeed, a high-ranking Uchiha. Dai, your strength has not disappointed me. Might Guy offered a wry smile. Let us depart from here. The Umbu will take over the investigation shortly. Kakashi suggested. Kai was still slumbering in the grove, and Might Guy chose not to wake him, instead gently lifting him onto his back. You are Uchiha Fenghua? Upon exiting the grove, Kakashi suddenly expressed interest in Fenghua. Yes, Lord Kakashi, Fenghua replied, somewhat awkwardly, as this figure was indeed legendary. Do you know me? Kakashi smiled warmly. Fenghua glanced at Might Guy and replied, Uncle Dai just addressed you that way. Shimu Sakumo nodded and inquired, what are your thoughts on the recent events? Fenghua, feeling vulnerable, lamented, I'm just a child of 7. You esteemed figures should refrain from asking for my opinions. I have none. I merely wish to accompany you. Lord Sakumo, I truly do not know. He feigned innocence. Shimu Sakumo regarded him thoughtfully, but chose not to press further. In truth, the 3rd Hokage, who had developed an affinity for talent, had already informed Sakumo to pay a bit more attention to Fenghua. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in conversation with him. Swish. Beneath the dim moonlight, 3 ninjas wearing animal masks darted through the forest, following a trail of blood. Eventually, they arrived at a small river. Target located. Confirmed deceased. They noted, eyes gouged out, unable to ascertain if this is a member of the Uchiha clan. After deliberation, the trio resolved to bring the corpse back. Caution was paramount. Boom. The corpse was strapped with 3 explosive tags, and in a brilliant blaze, it was utterly obliterated. Damn. Are you all right? One asked. I'm fine, came the reply. The trail has gone cold. We can't report back to the minister like this. These 3 ninjas belonged to the Umbu, dispatched by Chimu Sakumo to track the crow demon. However, with the situation unfolding as it did, it was evident someone was meddling behind the scenes, erasing all traces. Once the ninjas departed, the river fell into silence. Half an hour later, they reappeared like phantoms, conducting a quiet search before finally leaving. Another half an hour passed, and suddenly the riverbed cracked open, from which a ninja adorned with a green crow mask emerged. Grievously wounded, his abdomen a horrific mess. Within mere moments, the downstream waters were stained crimson with his blood. Damn it, Might Guy. I will remember you. The crow demon struggled out of the river, his pupils swirling with 3 tomo in a frenzy. Such were the events. In the Hokage's office, Chimu Sakumo respectfully reported on the occurrences of the night. The corpse had been destroyed by explosive tags, making it impossible to confirm if the deceased was one of the ninjas who ambushed Might Guy and his companions. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe. exhaling a cloud of smoke, and slowly remarked, "Tsukumo, do you believe this method of operation belongs to the Uchiha clan?" Shimu Tsukumo narrowed his eyes and replied, "Lord Hokage, if the Uchiha clan intended to target Fonghua, they could do so within their territory. There would be no need to act outside and obliterate the evidence, which they could accomplish more flawlessly." Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply and chuckled. Indeed, this implies that those truly wishing to harm Fonghua or others. A name surfaced in his mind. Shimura Danzo. The roots, perhaps? Sarutobi Hiruzen rose and approached the window, gazing outside. Konoha was completely blanketed in snow, presenting a scene of immaculate white, utterly flawless and breathtaking. Yet beneath this pristine facade, how much darkness lay hidden. As the head of the Umbu, Shimu Tsukumo was certainly aware of the existence of the roots. Lord Hokage, the roots have infiltrated the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan, but his standing within the Uchiha is decidedly low. We could inform the Uchiha clan and urge them to eliminate this ninja. Kikuki Tsukumo spoke calmly, acknowledging that his presence would forever pose a threat to the safety of Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, however, shook his head and replied, "No, I do not endorse such actions." After taking a puff from his pipe, he continued, "I understand Danzo. If he intended to eliminate someone, he would show no mercy. The fact that the ninja chose not to kill Hokage indicates that Danzo harbors no intent to kill. He seeks to recruit this child. Thus, Hokage is safe." Kikuki Tsukumo nodded, comprehending the third Hokage's intent, to remain still and not act. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the office. Who could it be at this late hour? Sarutobi Hiruzen resumed his seat and said, "Come in." The door opened, revealing a very young ninja who strode in with an impressive demeanor. Boasting a cascade of brilliant golden locks and striking azure eyes, his face adorned with a cheerful smile, exuding remarkable valor. "Ah, Minato, you have returned," Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing the newcomer. "Hokage-sama." The visitor was indeed Namikaze Minato, known as the Yellow Flash in the original tale, the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure, and also Naruto's father. "How are things? Is the border secure?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, cheerfully puffing on his pipe. Minato, a product of Jiraiya's teachings and a sort of grand student to Sarutobi Hiruzen, naturally garnered much affection from him. "I have dealt with some enemy ninjas, and it should be safe now," Minato replied with a leader's charisma, his words imbued with a compelling aura. "And how goes your training with that technique?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile. Minato scratched his head, revealing a gentle grin. "Hokage-sama, it's going quite smoothly. I believe I will master it soon. But I wish to make some improvements." Tsukumo and Hiruzen exchanged astonished glances. That technique was originally devised by the second Hokage. Mastering it was already a Herculean task, and Minato aspired to enhance it further. "Is that so?" Tsukumo, known as the Leaf's White Fang, felt a twinge of tension. Minato humbly replied, "Perhaps I am simply well suited for this technique." "Ha ha ha." Sarutobi Hiruzen burst into hearty laughter. "Minato, you truly leave me speechless," Tsukumo said with a wry smile, unsure of how to respond. "Minato, you should return and rest," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a warm wave. "Then, I shall take my leave." After Minato departed, Tsukumo could no longer restrain himself. Jiraiya's discernment is enviable. "I didn't expect that either," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Jiraiya's infamous reputation had been gradually spreading throughout the village. Known for his lascivious antics, peeping in on women's baths and indulging in scandalous literature. Yet, he had taken on such an exceptional disciple as Minato, leaving them speechless. "By the way, where has Jiraiya run off to?" Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows, growing increasingly troubled by his three disciples. "He has gone to Mount Mayaboku to train in sage arts," Tsukumo responded. "Sage arts?" Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. He had heard the second Hokage speak of this forbidden technique, a terrifying art that absorbs the power of nature, possessing immense strength. Only those of exceptional talent can even begin to grasp it. For an ordinary person to attempt its cultivation could lead to death. It is indeed a cause for concern. Meanwhile, in a clandestine medical room within a secret underground base of Konoha, a medical ninja was tending to the grievously wounded and near-death crow demon. After leaving the river, he had immediately arrived here, but his injuries were so severe that he lost consciousness upon arrival, remaining unresponsive until now. Danzo stood nearby, observing coldly and without uttering a word. "Lord Danzo, the injuries sustained by Crow Demon are the result of taijutsu and are quite horrific. A significant portion of his internal organs has been shattered, and the remaining ones are damaged to varying degrees. He will require organ transplants to survive, the medical ninja stated. Lifting his gaze to reveal golden hair and round glasses, he was none other than Yakushi Nan. Is that so? Taijutsu injuries. Could it be he encountered someone from the Hyuga clan? Danzo pondered, narrowing his eyes. Given Crow Demon's strength, such terrifying injuries could only have been inflicted by an elite J-nin of the Hyuga clan. He needed to focus on dealing with the Uchiha clan and could not afford to provoke the Hyuga clan by waging a two-front war. Then let it go, Danzo said coldly, extract his eyes. Danzo decided to abandon Crow Demon to prevent any intelligence from altering his resolve to eradicate the Uchiha. Yakushi-nan trembled slightly, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly ceasing treatment. Just before Crow Demon took his last breath, he extracted his pair of eyes and placed them in a test tube filled with a strange light green liquid, which could preserve the vitality of these Sharingan for an extended period. Danzo gazed greedily at the Sharingan, but ultimately resisted the temptation, instructing, store them away for now. Yes, Lord Danzo, Yakushi-nan replied. I am already aware of the situation at the border. Namake's Minato truly lives up to being Jiraiya's apprentice, swiftly stabilizing that area. In that case, the collection of orphans will have to be relocated. Danzo turned to leave, adding, destroy this corpse, leave no trace. Yes, Lord Danzo, Yakushi-nan affirmed. When will these days come to an end? Yakushi-nan gritted his teeth, gazing at the gradually cooling corpse on the medical bed, falling into deep contemplation. More than half a month had passed since the Crow Demon incident, during which nothing noteworthy had occurred. The waters were calm. Yet, Kaze could sense the undercurrent stirring. I must grow stronger, and quickly. Kaze once again utilized shadow clones to manage his studies while his true self engaged in relentless training. Kaze, here is the chakra paper you requested. On Hokage Rock, Might Guy casually tossed a piece of paper. Kaze's eyes brightened as he immediately caught it. The purpose of the chakra paper is to test one's chakra attributes. Curious, Gai's companion, Kai, approached to observe. Kaze infused the chakra into the paper, and instantly, half of it ignited while the other half crinkled. It's lightning and fire attributes, Might Guy exclaimed. Kaze nodded. These two attributes were common among the majority of the Uchiha clan. Fenghua's next plan is to cultivate the Rasengan. Previously, he hesitated due to concerns about his chakra reserves, but now his chakra has reached a level between a Jinin and a Chunin. The Rasengan, an unsealing ninjutsu developed by the fourth Hokage, is not only convenient, but also possesses tremendous power. Most importantly, Fenghua is well-versed in its cultivation method. Fenghua has long recalled the training process of the Rasengan, which consists of 4 stages. The first stage involves gathering chakra in the palm. The second stage requires holding a water-filled balloon in the palm and releasing chakra to cause the water inside to move chaotically until the balloon bursts. The third stage substitutes the balloon with a rubber ball, and the goal is to manifest the released chakra until the ball is broken. The fourth stage combines all previous steps, concentrating chakra in the hand, continuously releasing and maintaining it, and finally solidifying it. This is the Rasengan. After finishing his morning training, Guy went to class, while Might Dai attended to a mission, leaving Fenghua alone atop the Hokage Rock. Let's give it a try? Fenghua spread his palm, and chakra gradually amassed in his hand. Thanks to his foundation in medical ninjutsu, the first stage was quite simple for him. Then came the second stage. Fenghua retrieved a pre-prepared balloon and filled it with water from a nearby river, placing it in his palm. Chakra flowed gently into the balloon. Soon, the water inside began to ripple, albeit faintly. What is happening? Fenghua sensed something amiss. Despite the significant amount of chakra he poured in, the results were unsatisfactory. Closing his eyes, he carefully attuned to the chakra input process, and after a while, realization dawned upon him. The chakra was leaking outwards after entering the water instead of remaining within it. Understanding the cause, Fenghua quickly made adjustments, closing his eyes to concentrate and controlling the chakra within the water of the balloon. In an instant, the water began to churn. Fenghua immediately increased the chakra input. But instead of the water becoming increasingly agitated, the balloon showed no signs of bursting. How dare it disregard me? Fenghua gritted his teeth in frustration and began to reflect, recognizing the issue. Chaotic movement. Yes, he needed to make the water move chaotically until the balloon burst. He continued to experiment, but the results were disheartening. Causing the water to move chaotically proved exceedingly difficult, akin to someone trying to focus on 2 tasks at once. Like attempting to walk left and right simultaneously. Once you go left, You cannot go right, and vice versa, unless you are two people. Am I to resort to creating shadow clones like Naruto? At that moment, his shadow clone was attending class at the Ninja Academy, unable to assist him. No, no. Naruto's thought process is straightforward, so he cannot achieve this. Can my transcended mind truly be more linear than Naruto's? This is intolerable. Fonghua gritted his teeth and practiced fervently. It was not until dusk that he grasped a hint of the technique, managing to induce chaotic movement in the water within a few seconds. Fonghua sighed in relief. I told you, there could be no mind more straightforward than Naruto's. Suddenly, Fenghua's stomach grumbled, and upon glancing up at the sky, he realized he had forgotten to have lunch. If you don't mind, I have some food here. A gentle voice resonated from behind him. Startled, Fenghua turned around and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Before him stood a figure with golden hair, azure eyes, a kind smile, a handsome visage, and a tall stature, Konoha's legendary hero, Minato Namikaze. This was indeed a moment where the likes of Li Guei encountered Li Kuei. The spiral sphere that Fenghua had just begun to cultivate was inspired by none other than this esteemed individual, the fourth Hokage, the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze. Oh, my sincerest apologies. I noticed you were training earlier. What jutsu was that? It appeared quite remarkable, Minato chuckled warmly. I'm Uchiha Fenghua. Fenghua replied awkwardly. His words somewhat mismatched. Minato, still smiling, tossed a small black pill towards him and said, This is a soldier's pill. It tastes quite good. By the way, I'm Minato Namikaze, a ninja. Nice to meet you. Fenghua accepted the pill without hesitation, confident in Minato's character. It was impossible for a person of such integrity to resort to poisoning. As the pill settled in his stomach, he felt a soothing warmth and a sense of fullness. Quite miraculous indeed. Thank you for the soldier's pill, he expressed gratefully. No need for thanks. Rather, I owe you an apology for peeking at your training earlier. Minato replied with a gentle smile. Listening to Minato's apology, Fenghua's cheeks flushed. Though he was no stranger to such occurrences, as was the case with Guy's Leaf Hurricane series, he quickly regained his composure. It's all right. This jutsu is merely a whimsical notion of mine, and I'm uncertain if it will succeed, Fenghua said, blinking a couple of times. Suddenly, he realized that with Minato's assistance, he might grasp the spiral sphere more swiftly. After all, Minato was the Golden Flash, the future fourth Hokage. Having such a formidable ally was undeniably advantageous. Impressive. To think you conceived your own jutsu. Minato praised. Would you assist me in refining it? Fenghua extended the invitation. A tad anxious, for he felt quite small in comparison. After a moment of contemplation, Minato agreed. Of course. I look forward to this jutsu. Fenghua's eyes sparkled as he shared the 4 stages of the spiral sphere's training with Minato, and together they practiced and conversed. Engaging with Minato brought Fenghua immense comfort, as if two peers were exchanging ideas, momentarily allowing him to forget that he was merely 7 years old. As the cool moonlight enveloped the earth, Minato successfully completed the 2nd stage, causing water to move erratically until it burst a balloon. Fenghua, under Minato's guidance, managed to induce erratic water movement, yet no matter how he tried, he could not burst the balloon. Alas, it seems that Li Guei cannot measure up to Li Kuei. He lamented. Perceiving Fenghua's disappointment, Minato reassured him, It's all right. With more practice, you will succeed. In truth, my motor skills are highly developed, making me particularly sensitive to the flow of chakra. Fenghua's eyes brightened at this. Just then, the voice of Might Guy echoed from afar. Fenghua was taken aback, then quickly realized, Oh dear, I forgot to train with Uncle Might Guy. His deep immersion in developing the Rasengan had caused him to overlook Might Guy's training, which initially infuriated the latter. However, Might Guy soon calmed down, acknowledging that it was understandable. After all, Fenghua belonged to the Uchiha clan, and it was essential for him to learn ninjutsu and jinjutsu, not solely focus on physical techniques. Yet, despite this rationale, his mood remained dismal. Might Guy's thick, dark eyebrows twitched incessantly, mirroring Fenghua's own unease as his heart raced. Nearby, the future 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, awkwardly introduced himself. Hello, I am Minato Namikaze. Hello. I am Might Guy. I have heard of your name. You are Lord Jiraiya's disciple and reputed to be a genius. It is a great honor to meet you. Please take care of me. Might Guy swiftly resumed his humble demeanor as a perennial genin. No need for such courtesy, Minato gently replied. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Fenghua, let us collaborate on developing this technique next time. By the way, what shall we name this technique? Fenghua waved his hand dismissively. You can name it whatever you like. Is that truly acceptable? Splendid. Then let us call it the super invincible whirlwind thunderstorm mighty great sphere. Minato was clearly overjoyed. Wait. Fenghua was startled, recalling that this gentle fourth Hokage had a rather flamboyant flair for naming, rivaling even his flying thunder god technique. What is it? Minato inquired, puzzled, suspecting Fenghua was intimidated by his grandiose title. The Rasengan. I've remembered. This technique is called the Rasengan. Fenghua pronounced each word with determination, unwilling to have to shout out the ridiculous name every time he used the technique. Ah, it already has a name? What a pity. Minato expressed his disappointment. Fenghua's eye twitched. Pity my foot. With that terrible name of yours, enough said. I might just infuriate myself further. After Minato departed, Fenghua was promptly whisked away by Might Guy for some intense, passionate training. Days later, the weather grew increasingly frigid, with heavy snowfall blanketing the village for a day and night, severely hindering the villagers' mobility. The Hokage's office swiftly issued a high-priority mission, dispatching some genin to clear the accumulated snow. Among them was the unfortunate, eternally low-ranking Might Guy. Meanwhile, the Ninja Academy enjoyed a brief respite, which could be loosely termed a winter break. Having indulged in Fenghua's complimentary Chinese cuisine for half a year, Kurenai, Yuhi, and Rin, among others, expressed their desire to invite Fenghua to their homes for a grand feast. Sarutobi Asuma, ever cunning, immediately clung to the idea of going to Kurenai's house. Refusing to leave, Fenghua felt a flicker of excitement. Kurenai's father was named Yuhi Kakashi, right? Wouldn't her grandfather be named Yuhi Very Red? And her great-grandfather would undoubtedly be Yuhi Especially Red. Fenghua's imagination ran wild, but one thing was certain. This esteemed Yuhi Kakashi was undoubtedly a master of Jinjutsu. The power of the Sharingan, which has long reached the limit of the single tomo, only requires a slight stimulus to evolve into the double tomo. However, he is reluctant to put his invaluable companions in harm's way, thus opting to experience the profound emotional turmoil of life and death through illusionary techniques. On this particular midday, Fenghua and Obito ambled through the streets, resembling two spheres. After departing from the Uchiha clan's territory, they reunited with Rin and headed toward the home of Yuhi Kurenai. Asuma Sarutobi was particularly enthusiastic, having arrived early to curry favor at Kurenai's residence, bustling about with palpable excitement. Fenghua, Obito, Rin, you've arrived, Kurenai exclaimed, her naturally naive red eyes blinking adorably, her cherubic face appearing even more radiant amidst the wintry backdrop. Without hesitation, Fenghua playfully pinched her cheeks, marveling at their delightful softness. Nearby, Asuma's teeth ground together in frustration. Kurenai, what delectable treats have you prepared? I haven't had breakfast yet, Obito declared proudly, patting his stomach. Obito, that is rather impolite, Rin admonished, covering her head. By the way, has Kai come? Kurenai inquired innocently. Fenghua chuckled. That fellow is training. He mentioned he didn't want to waste time. I see. What a pity. I made so many delicious dishes, Kurenai replied, her expression slightly downcast. As the group entered the house, Kurenai's father, Yuhi Makoto, emerged as the host. Haha, welcome, dear students. I am Yuhi Makoto, Kurenai's father. I too have dark hair and red eyes. I hope you will take care of each other, particularly you, Fenghua. Kurenai has told me that your bento is exceptionally tasty. I would love to try it sometime. Of course, I would be delighted. Fenghua's heart raced with excitement at the prospect. Good day, uncle, Rin greeted politely, and Obito followed suit with a respectful nod. Please wait a moment. The meal will be ready shortly, Makoto said, smiling as he playfully tousled their hair before departing. By the way, Rin, has Kakashi come? Obito suddenly leaned closer to Rin, whispering, Kakashi? I invited him, but unfortunately, he declined, saying he was preparing for the Chunin exams. Rin replied hesitantly, Nanny? The Chunin exams? How infuriating. That guy has just graduated from the academy and is already so arrogant as a mere genin. One day, I shall defeat him with these eyes, Obito declared, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Through countless sessions of glaring at walls, Obito had now managed to activate his single Tomo Sharingan through sheer will. Though the duration remained a persistent challenge, Fenghua, upon hearing this, remained unperturbed with his current strength. He too could participate in the Chunin exams after a period of practical experience. Nonetheless, at this moment, the Rasengan and the Sharingan were of greater significance to him. Though Makoto was a man, his culinary skills were exceptional, and the ravenous Obito, having skipped breakfast, devoured the meal with gusto, transforming himself into a veritable sphere. After the meal, the group engaged in conversation in the living room, and Makoto, ever attentive, inquired about their dreams. "My dream is to become Hokage." Obito was the first to shout. "My dream is to become an outstanding ninja like my father," Kurenai echoed. "My dream is to become a remarkable medical ninja." Rin chimed in, raising her hand enthusiastically. Asuma rubbed his head and remarked, "I am uncertain of what my dreams truly are." As the offspring of the second Hokage, Asuma evidently fell short of expectations. In the original narrative, it was noted that Asuma was quite rebellious as a child, even running away from home to serve as one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire, embodying the spirit of a typical youthful rebel. The others turned their gaze toward Fenghua. His crimson eyes, reminiscent of the setting sun, narrowed slightly. As the bearer of the will of fire and a staunch supporter of the third Hokage, he was aware of the latter's convictions. Thus, by inquiring about dreams at this moment, he sought to ascertain whether Fenghua's inner thoughts aligned with the will of fire. A master of illusion jutsu, he possessed an exceptional command of detail, meticulously observing the expressions on Fenghua's face to discern whether his forthcoming words were sincere or feigned. Unbeknownst to him, Fenghua was lost in contemplation. "My dream," Fenghua mused, reflecting on his journey through the world of Hokage and recognizing his modest achievements thus far, yet feeling that it was far from sufficient. With the specter of the third great ninja war looming, the Nine-Tails attack on the village, the Uchiha clan's annihilation, and the impending fourth great ninja war along with the formidable Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, Fenghua realized he had much further to go. "My dream is to soar into the heavens and stand shoulder to shoulder with the moon," Fenghua proclaimed with fervor. "Nanny?" The corners of his eyes twitched slightly, as it was evident to the setting sun's crimson figure that Fenghua spoke earnestly and without deception. However, what sort of dream was this? Soaring into the heavens and standing shoulder to shoulder with the moon. The absurdity of this aspiration shattered his conventional understanding. "Fenghua, what a peculiar dream you have." The honest Obito interjected, "Why would you want to soar into the heavens and stand beside the moon?" Fenghua cast him a sidelong glance, a smirk forming in his heart. "Foolish mortal, how could you comprehend the thoughts of the great prophet? Perhaps you should retire for the night." "Indeed, Fenghua. What is there on the moon?" Why Kirin inquired curiously. Fenghua responded, "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." With Wai Kirin present, Fenghua refrained from fabricating tales. Once their conversation had reached a suitable point, Fenghua made his request to Wai Kirin. "You wish to learn illusion jutsu from me?" Wai Kirin expressed surprise, for the Uchiha clan was renowned as one of the finest illusionist families in Konoha. Yet, recalling that Fenghua was a favored individual of the third Hokage, it seemed reasonable that his ideals might diverge from those of the other Uchiha. "However, as far as I know, you are currently training in taijutsu with Might Guy. If you were to also study illusion jutsu under me, I fear your energy may not suffice." Fenghua explained, "Uncle Kirin, taijutsu training consumes physical strength, whereas learning illusion jutsu engages the intellect. They will not interfere with one another." "Dad, I want to learn illusion jutsu too," Wai Kirin suddenly pouted. Asuma observed, nearly succumbing to the desire to study illusion jutsu himself, managing to restrain his tongue at the last moment. After a moment of consideration, Wai Kirin still shook his head. "Is that not possible?" Fenghua felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, unwilling to relent, as this was crucial for the evolution of his Sharingan. "I apologize, but as a Jonin, my duties are quite demanding," Wai Kirin explained. "As a Genin, my Tadai typically receives tasks that are trivial affairs within the confines of Konoha, easily resolved without leaving the village. In stark contrast, the Jonin, Yuhi Kurenai, a master of Genjutsu, engages in missions of a far more significant nature, often lasting 10 days, half a month, or even a year. Where would she find the time to teach the art of fire-style Genjutsu? However, I can introduce you to an exceptionally skilled ninja in the realm of Genjutsu." Kurenai smiled. "Who might that be?" Fenghua inquired, his interest in fire style being somewhat tepid. After all, within Konoha, aside from the Uchiha clan, there seemed to be little merit. Wait, could it be the head of the Inuzuka clan, Inuzuka Tsukuyami? Indeed, Fenghua's heart raced with excitement. The Inuzuka clan, once a venerable lineage of Genjutsu practitioners, had once stood toe-to-toe with the Uchiha clan. Yet, their bloodline limit was notoriously difficult to awaken, leading to a gradual decline. Nevertheless, every few generations, a ninja capable of inheriting the formidable bloodline limit of the Inuzuka would emerge, wielding terrifying abilities to manipulate the five senses, Just the thought of it sent shivers down one's spine. Inazuka Tsukuyami is a friend of mine. I believe he would be willing to teach you, Kurenai stated. Really? Thank you so much. Fonghua expressed his gratitude, overwhelmed with joy. As for you, Kurenai said, ruffling her daughter's hair with a smile, you are still quite young. Once you graduate from school, I will teach you Genjutsu. Oh. Yui Hong stuck her tongue out at Fonghua. As evening approached, Obito, Rin, and Asuma departed, leaving Fonghua and Kurenai to accompany Yui Kurenai towards the Inazuka clan. The Inazuka clan was once celebrated for their exceptional Genjutsu, standing alongside the Uchiha clan as a prestigious family in Konoha. However, due to the challenges of awakening their bloodline limit and a lack of talent in ninjutsu and taijutsu, they gradually faded from prominence. Yet, you must never underestimate them. Kurenai cautioned. I understand, Uncle Kurenai. Fonghua nodded vigorously. The Genjutsu of the Inazuka clan excels in manipulating the five senses, making it particularly suited for you to awaken your Sharingan. Daddy, how much farther? Yui Kurenai asked, her shoes soaked with snow as she trudged through the wintry landscape. Kurenai? Let me carry you, Kurenai chuckled as he scooped her up. Thank you, Daddy. Yui Kurenai nestled into his embrace, playfully sticking her tongue out at Fonghua below. Unable to resist, Fonghua reached out to pinch her cheek, prompting Yui Kurenai to make a silly face in retaliation. Before long, they arrived at a rather secluded estate within Konoha. Upon knocking and entering, Fonghua was introduced to his future Genjutsu instructor, Inazuka Tsukuyami. He was a man in his 20s, with a long face that bore an anxious expression, giving him the appearance of someone much older. His voice carried a somber tone, leaving Fonghua with a rather unfavorable impression. Inazuka clan leader, I entrust this matter to you, Kurenai said with a smile. So, this is the little brat, Tsukuyami remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Fonghua. How ironic that a member of the Uchiha clan comes to my Inazuka clan to learn Genjutsu. However, since you have requested it, I see no reason to refuse. But let me be clear, I will not teach this child the core Genjutsu of the Inazuka clan. As the crimson sun began to set, Shiri Jinhong expressed his slight headache and remarked, Of course, I merely request that you enlighten him. Do not overthink it. Onma clan leader. Humph. Onma Songlun snorted coldly. Very well, it is settled then. Upon concluding his words, Shiri Jinhong swiftly lifted his daughter, who had been cowering behind him, and hastily departed from the Onma clan. Meanwhile, Fonghua stood there, feeling quite awkward. Onma Songyun and Fonghua exchanged a glance, both filled with disdain, simultaneously turning away. Such rudeness. It is no wonder this child hails from the Uchiha clan. Onma Songyun showed no regard for the child, openly speaking ill of Fonghua, unafraid of potential retribution in the future. Fonghua sighed. Come with me, little brat. Onma Songyun led the way to the backyard. To comprehend illusion techniques, one must first understand the essence of illusions, and the most direct way to grasp this was. Onma Songyun's head suddenly twisted a full 180 degrees. Blood streaming from his eyes, his tongue extending unnaturally long, glistening with droplet of saliva, as he menacingly fixed his gaze upon Fonghua. By experiencing it firsthand, Fonghua was indeed startled by this abrupt scene. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the corridor beneath his feet beginning to twist and transform into a pool of blood, permeated by an overwhelming, pungent scent of iron. Beside the blood pool, several withered trees extended their desolate branches, grotesquely reaching toward the sky. Looking up, Fonghua observed that even the moon above was a blood-red hue. How strikingly real. Fonghua was astonished. Whether it was through sight, smell, or other sensations, everything felt incredibly authentic, almost beyond belief. Are my five senses being manipulated? He pinched his own face forcefully, yet felt no pain whatsoever. Little brat, enjoy the experience, Onma Songyun chuckled ominously. Fonghua was exasperated. He had come to learn illusion techniques, not to engage in a sparring match. Had this Onma Songyun been cooped up at home for too long, leading to such bizarre behavior? The illusion techniques of the Onma clan rivaled those of the Uchiha, indicative of their distinctiveness. As Fonghua navigated through Onma Songyun's illusion, he remained composed despite the shock. I can see the blood pool, the withered trees, and the blood moon, indicating that my vision is being manipulated. The absence of pain suggests my sense of touch is also under control. The metallic sense signifies that my sense of smell is likewise affected. However, I can still hear Onma Songyun's voice, yet not the sounds within this illusion, implying my sense of hearing remains intact. Among the five senses, vision, smell, and touch were manipulated. Were someone to attempt to harm Finghua at this moment, the likelihood of success would be exceedingly high. Finghua closed his eyes, concentrating all his awareness on his ears, quietly listening to the sounds around him. Breath. A faint, almost imperceptible sound of breathing emanated from the left. Finghua instinctively tilted his head in that direction, but in the next moment, the sound had vanished entirely. Anmat Songyun's expression darkened ominously, nearly allowing this little brat to discern his position. Had he grown complacent due to the prolonged absence of battle? Regarding the Uchiha clan, Kurama Songyun has consistently displayed a rigid demeanor, tinged with a sense of helplessness. In his view, the illusionary techniques of both clans are evenly matched. However, when paired with their bloodline limits, the Kurama clan undoubtedly possesses the potential to surpass the Uchihas. Regrettably, the awakening of the bloodline limit within the Kurama clan has become increasingly arduous, whereas the Uchiha Sharingan proliferates like the verdant flora of spring. This ebb and flow has led to the Kurama clan's decline, transforming from a prestigious family into a mere small clan. As Kurama Songyun gazed at Finghua, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Ultimately, he let out a cold snort and retracted the illusion. How about it, little brat? Kurama Songyun sneered. This is the illusionary technique of my Kurama clan that manipulates the five senses. Would you like to learn? Huh, but I shan't teach you. You are rather conceited. Aren't you, Uncle Horseface? Finghua retorted, rubbing his face as the sudden restoration of his visual, olfactory, and tactile senses left him somewhat disoriented. By the time he regained his composure, Kurama Songyun's figure was nearly vanishing down the corridor, prompting Finghua to hasten after him. In the backyard, Kurama Songyun, hands clasped behind his back, tilted his head skyward at a 45-degree angle, fervently boasting of the Kurama clan's illustrious achievements. Only after this did he reluctantly impart the fundamental knowledge of illusion to Finghua. Ultimately, illusion techniques are a form of mental assault. Thus, with a sufficiently resolute will, one can withstand ordinary illusions. However, illusions vary in caliber, and the Kurama clan's mastery over the five senses is such that even a physically adept ninja with formidable willpower would find it challenging. Finghua inwardly lamented. He had discerned that Kurama Songyun was indeed a narcissist, ever eager to seize opportunities to boast. It seemed that in the days to come, his ears would undoubtedly develop calluses. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Kurama Songyun waved his hand to dismiss Finghua. That will be all for today. I want to keep you for dinner. Off you go. Finghua, having reached his limits, immediately fled the Kurama residence. Not far along his path, he was intercepted by an individual with flowing golden hair and sky-blue eyes, radiating a gentle smile, none other than Namikaze Minato. Finghua, do you have a moment tonight? I wish to discuss the name of the Rasengan with you. After contemplating it for several nights, I feel that Rasengan is rather crude and simplistic. What do you think about adding a prefix like Super Invincible Whirlwind Thunderbolt Majestic Sphere? Fenghua's eyes twitched. Super Invincible Whirlwind Thunderbolt Majestic Sphere Rasengan? You think that sounds impressive? Minato's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I am indeed impressive. What kind of people are you? Leave me be. I don't know you. Minato. It would be best for you to keep quiet. A slightly arrogant, melodious voice emerged from behind Minato. In the moonlight, a girl with fiery red hair stepped forward. Her fair complexion and beautiful features marred only by her piercing gaze. Blood-red pepper, Finghua instinctively exclaimed, only to receive a withering glare from Minato. As expected, the crimson-haired girl, Kushina, had erupted in fury, her hair thrashing like an octopus as she approached Finghua, fists clenched, glaring fiercely. Little brat, what did you just say? I said nothing at all. In a display of youthful folly, Finghua pretended to be innocent and playful, yet could not escape the torment inflicted by the fiery red pepper. His beautiful black short hair was tousled into a bird's nest. Throughout this ordeal, Minato Namikaze offered his company and opinions, creating a scene reminiscent of a farcical duet. Finghua felt deeply aggrieved. Had this occurred in his previous life, it would undoubtedly have made headlines with a sensational title, shocking. 7-year-old child brutally bullied by older couple. Hair transformed into a nest. Ultimately, Minato treated Finghua to a grand meal while formally introducing the parties involved. Kushina, still fuming, glared at Finghua as if to say, if you were just 2 years older, I would show you what for. Due to Might Gaia's absence during a snow-clearing mission, Finghua was naturally taken along. Finghua, I have already completed the 3rd stage of the Rasengan, exclaimed Minato, and as he spoke, the ball in his hand burst, splattering water all over Kushina. In a fit of rage, Kushina paid no mind to whether he was her boyfriend or not, and lashed out. Please, don't hit his face. Fenghua pleaded. Bang. Minato received a punch from Kushina. His hair is so beautiful. Please don't mess it up. Fenghua cried out, only to see Minato's hair become a nest. It's so cold. Please don't pour water on him. Fenghua warned. Water style, water chaos. Kushina doused Minato completely. Fenghua sighed after getting wet. You mustn't let him catch a breeze, or he'll catch a cold. Wind style, great breakthrough. Minato's eyes welled with tears. Fenghua reflected on how rare it was to find such a kind-hearted ninja like himself, lamenting his misfortune in encountering someone as unreasonable as Kushina. Yet, he felt a sense of pride in his predicament. Once Kushina calmed down, she realized what had transpired and, hands on her hips, glared fiercely at Fenghua. You little brat. How infuriating. Fenghua replied, Sister Kushina, you're so fierce. The more I try to persuade you, the more fierce you become. Isn't that so? I've been trying to reason with you. It's not my fault you wouldn't listen. Bang. Fenghua received another beating. Finally, Kushina left in a huff. Don't take it to heart. Fenghua. Kushina is still very kind, Minato reassured, adjusting his appearance with grace. Fenghua declared, I will never choose such a wild girlfriend in the future. Minato scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Subsequently, the two engaged in a discussion about the Rasengan, with Minato primarily explaining, as he had already progressed further in its cultivation. Well then, I shall take my leave. Farewell, Fenghua. Goodbye, Fenghua waved, feeling immensely grateful. Minato had come specifically to guide him in mastering the Rasengan. What a good person. The cold winter finally passed. Yet for Konoha, this winter was just beginning. At the borders of the land of fire and the land of rain, as well as those of the land of grass and the land of soup, tensions flared continuously, even beginning to subtly escalate. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the third Hokage, was perpetually busy, much to the dissatisfaction of Asuma Sarutobi. Father, wouldn't it be better to leave the border skirmishes to the daimyo? Asuma, behind every nation lies the support of hidden villages. The disputes cannot be resolved solely by the daimyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked while puffing on his pipe, the village of rain backing the land of rain, the village of grass behind the land of grass, and the village of hot water supporting the land of hot water all possess the power to easily annihilate the daimyo of the land of fire. Father, this is not right. If the daimyo of the land of fire lacks the strength to protect himself, how can he govern this nation? Asuma found himself in a quandary. If the daimyo possessed sufficient power, would everything not change? His father would not be burdened with endless work and could spend more time with him. Asuma, you are thinking too simplistically. Behind these three hidden villages, one cannot rule out the influence of others. We must remain vigilant, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, patting Asuma on the head. Now, off to school with you. With his head down, Asuma left, a look of dissatisfaction etched on his face. The evolving situation had also resulted in an increase in tasks along the borders of the two nations, including assassination missions, reconnaissance tasks, and escort missions, all flooding into the Hokage's office. After mastering the Rasengan, Minato Namikaze took on an escort mission and departed. This development had little impact on Kazuki, who, with Minato's assistance, had made significant progress with the Rasengan and was now in the third stage, with only the final step remaining. His training in taijutsu under the relentless Might Guy left no room for carelessness. Finally, there was Jinjutsu. Studying under Arama's unproved to be a torturous endeavor. Each lesson would drift into reminiscing about the glorious days of the Arama clan, with an average of 5 recollections every 3 days, occasionally accompanied by a barrage of intense Jinjutsu directed at Kazuki, reminding him that the path of learning was as arduous as traversing the treacherous Shu Road. Amidst this grueling educational journey, Kazuki finally began to attempt the evolution of his Sharingan. The theoretical knowledge of Jinjutsu from Arama's was undoubtedly exceptional, albeit taught in a rather tedious manner, yet it sufficed for Kazuki's current stage of use. That night, Kazuki meticulously crafted a terrifying Jinjutsu, wherein he would witness the demise of several close friends. Its simplicity allowed it to evade his consciousness in dreams, stirring his emotions. He programmed the Jinjutsu to activate an hour later. I must fall asleep within the hour, otherwise, my consciousness will discern the truth of this illusion. Kazuki closed his eyes and began counting sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. After counting over 1,000 sheep, the Jinjutsu activated. Yet he had not fallen asleep. How awkward. Kazuki immediately opened his Sharingan, forcefully dispelling the Jinjutsu. Continuing, I refuse to be thwarted. He cast another Jinjutsu, delaying his sleep by an hour. It was not that he wished to extend it for 2 hours, but his current strength did not permit such a feat. It seemed even fate conspired against him. Yet again, after counting over 1,000, he remained awake. Onward. This time, Kazuki switched to counting turtles. Turtles proved ineffective, so he resorted to counting cows. Ultimately, cows yielded no better results. He toiled until dawn, his consciousness growing hazy. This time, it must work. After casting a delayed genjutsu upon himself, he felt his awareness lighten and succumbed to slumber. An hour later, the illusion manifested. In the dream, Kazahana and Yuhi Kurenai were hand in hand, engaged in playful antics. Suddenly, 2 unwelcome figures appeared, Uchiha Obito and Hyuga Masahiro, who began to berate Kazahana mercilessly. They accused him of being shameless for associating with a 7-year-old girl, threatening him with a minimum sentence of 10 years, and the maximum being death. After their tirade, they laid hands on him. Kazahana, unable to tolerate their provocations, charged at them. Meanwhile, Kurenai stood by, weeping, and her tears eventually provoked Masahiro, who rushed at her with fists and kicks. Kazahana, alarmed, attempted to intervene but was blocked by Uchiha Obito. Desperate, he called for Itachi to assist. Yet even the formidable Uchiha was soon left reeling. Stop. Stop. The blend of illusion and dream rendered everything so vividly real that Kazahana found himself ensnared. He noticed Kurenai's once bright eyes dimming and Itachi's body growing limp in resistance, while an unusual chakra began to surge within him, steadily infusing his eyes. In the warmth of his bed, Kazahana abruptly awakened, his black and white pupils transformed into blood red, double Tomo Sharingan. Panting, he felt the exhaustion from a sleepless night compounded by the intertwining of illusion and dream weigh heavily upon him. Yet, the outcome seemed promising. His ocular prowess had nearly doubled. He closed his eyes once more, savoring the newfound strength of his Sharingan, sensing within it a power greater than before. Triumphantly, he released the Sharingan and succumbed to sleep again. Upon awakening, he discovered he was not alone in his room. There were Itachi and the medical ninja, Yakushi-nan. You are finally awake, Yakushi-nan said with a gentle smile, her golden hair shimmering in the sunset, almost ethereal. Though, I must say, those eyes are rather unsightly. What are you doing here? Kazahana shook his head, feeling a dull ache, unsure if it was a remnant of his earlier ordeal. Despite having slept an entire day, he found himself more fatigued than before. You didn't attend class today, and everyone was quite worried about you. On our way here, we happened to run into Yakushi-san. So we came together, Itachi huffed. Yakushi-san, it's been a while, Kazahana chuckled, feeling a bit sheepish. Upon reflection, he realized his debts to her were mounting, making him contemplate fleeing. Kazahana, you've been plagued by nightmares for quite some time. Your spirit appears quite drained. You need to rest for a few days. Yakushi-nan frowned. I suspect you are suffering from the aftereffects of the illusion. Kazahana replied, Yakushi-san, I've been studying illusions under the guidance of the head of the Kurama clan. I see. She nodded, placing her hands on his head, using chakra to stimulate his brain cells. It felt delightful. Kazahana sensed his weary mind soaking in warmth, as if in a hot spring, providing immense comfort. Yet, he understood that such a technique could only be performed by a master-level medical ninja. Kai, Kurenai, and Rin just left, Itachi said. Please thank them for me when you return to school tomorrow. A smile crept onto Kazahana's face, warming his heart. Let the illusion remain an illusion. It shall never become reality. The fiery gaze of Fonghua radiated a resolute light, as if to chastise him for his deceitful actions. The lingering heaviness that had ensnared him for 2 days finally dissipated. Lying in bed, Fonghua realized he was squandering his youth. It was time to train. That morning, Might Dai appeared at Fenghua's residence, hands on his hips, exuding an air of authority as he bellowed. The tumultuous backdrop echoed his fervor. Yet his companion Kai exhibited an unusual demeanor. Rubbing his head, Fonghua offered a wry smile. Uncle Dai, your timing is impeccable. Just as he had anticipated. The fortune teller could not have been more precise. Summoning his shadow clone, his main body followed Might Dai out. Today, Kai indeed seemed peculiar, keeping his head down as if grappling with an insurmountable challenge. Kai, what troubles you? Fonghua inquired, noticing the furrows of his friend's thick brows nearly merging in distress. I. Kai stammered, his brows knitting tighter in frustration. Might Dai glanced at them, a sigh escaping his lips. Just days prior, he had resolved to impart the 8 gates technique to Kai, but Kai was far from pleased, as Fonghua had been excluded by his father. Angry, Kai had confronted his father, questioning why Feng Hua was not to be taught, believing that Feng Hua's selfless contributions, such as the creation of the leaf whirlwind, warranted inclusion. He expressed his indignation, declaring that if Feng Hua was not to learn the 8 gates, then neither would he. What a stubborn child, Might Dai mused bitterly. In fact, just yesterday he had sought out Kakashi Hatake to discuss the 8 gates matter. Despite Might Dai's insistence on the technique's peril, Kakashi could not fully comprehend its implications. Yet he offered his counsel. Both the third Hokage's regard and intelligence relayed by Tsunade and Hinata indicated that Feng Hua was indeed exceptional. Unlike other Uchiha who often flaunted arrogance, there was a potential for him to inherit the will of fire. Thus, Kakashi's advice was affirmative. Upon hearing this, Might Dai felt an inexplicable relief wash over him, realizing he had long since accepted Feng Hua in his heart and wished to teach him the 8 gates, yet had been apprehensive of others' objections. With Kakashi's endorsement, his reservations melted away. The trio commenced their run along the dimly lit streets, their destination set for Hokage Rock. With swift strides, they leaped from the street to the rooftops, racing against time, finally reaching Hokage Rock just as the sun began to rise. "Kai, Feng Hua, follow me," Might Dai called out without looking back, leading them into a dense forest behind Hokage Rock. Feng Hua found it curious. Had this father-son duo been transformed? Everything felt rather odd. Kai still bore the same conflicted expression, teetering on the brink of speech. Might Dai declared with gravity, "From this day forth, your training shall enter an entirely new phase." Kai paused, a flicker of realization crossing his face as he looked up at Might Dai, excitement igniting in his eyes. Might Dai nodded at Feng Hua, then turned his gaze towards him, speaking in a low tone. "With your current physical capabilities, you are already prepared to begin training in this forbidden technique." The smile on Feng Hua's face abruptly froze. Forbidden technique? Could it be the 8 gates? After a long wait, today had finally arrived, and he had contemplated this moment for ages. His heart raced like thunder, blood surging within him, overwhelmed with excitement. Might Dai observed him peculiarly. "Feng Hua, you seem quite exhilarated." Feng Hua struggled to articulate his thoughts. Uncle Dai, I cough. I merely have a slight altitude sickness. I will recover soon." "Altitude sickness? What is that?" Might Dai inquired in confusion, then suggested, "Perhaps you should rest for another day." "No, absolutely not." Feng Hua nearly leaped up, wishing to slap himself. "I am perfectly fine." He quickly suppressed his inner excitement, calming his heartbeat. Might Dai nodded and continued. "This forbidden technique took me nearly 20 years to master, and it demands an exceptionally high level of physical prowess. Misuse could lead to death." Kai displayed a grave expression. Feng Hua nodded, fully aware of this, perhaps even more than Might Dai himself. Initially, he intended to teach it to them in a few more years, but given the ongoing border skirmishes between the Land of Fire and other nations, alongside the stirring of the other 4 major shinobi villages, war could erupt at any moment. Therefore, I have decided to impart this knowledge to you now. Might Dai's demeanor was solemn. "Before we proceed, you must promise me that you will never casually share this forbidden technique with others." "Of course, father," Kai declared loudly. "I promise," Feng Hua affirmed gravely. "Very well, listen closely. Now, I shall officially begin the instruction. The name of this forbidden technique is the 8 gates." Boom. Feng Hua's heart raced once more. Might Dai glanced at him quizzically before continuing his explanation. The 8 gates comprise the opening gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, do gate, view gate, shock gate, and death gate. Opening the opening gate allows one to break through the brain's inhibitions, while activating the rest gate forcibly enhances physical stamina. As the 8 gates are successively opened, they continuously unlock the body's restrictions on chakra. When all 8 gates are opened, one can temporarily attain power surpassing that of the Hokage. What? Kai was astonished. Power beyond that of the Hokage? Feng Hua was equally stirred. Recalling the scene in the original story where Guy unleashed the 8 gates to overpower 6 Paths Madara, it ignited his spirit. Might Dai stated solemnly. However, opening all 8 gates also signifies the conclusion of one's life. Kai's eyes widened in horror. "Father, such a technique is too perilous." Might Dai replied. "That is precisely why it is a forbidden technique." Kai, Feng Hua, remember, unless absolutely necessary, you must never use this forbidden technique. Feng Hua and Kai nodded earnestly. Subsequently, Might Dai detailed the specific locations of the 8 gates. The opening gate and rest gate are located in the brain region. The life gate is beneath the Adam's apple. The injury gate is at the center of the chest, and the death gate is at the heart. With closed eyes, Feng Hua and Kai meticulously attuned themselves to the 8 gates within their bodies under Might Guy's guidance. These are the 8 gates that constrain the limits of human strength. Feng Hua swiftly located the 8 gates, yet these gates resembled iron chains embedded within flesh, impervious to breach without extreme and fervent training. Kai, your physical prowess still requires improvement. However, Feng Hua, you should now be able to unlock the first gate, Might Guy suddenly proclaimed, urging him to concentrate and direct all his chakra through his pathways to the gate. Feng Hua promptly complied, summoning every ounce of chakra within him. Thanks to his formidable mental energy and the strength cultivated through relentless training, his chakra had finally reached the level of a chunin after months of diligent effort. As the chakra coalesced, the iron chain of the first gate began to tremble, as if sensing its impending liberation. With a resounding boom, Feng Hua's mind jolted. And in that instant, it felt as though his soul ascended, everything transformed. He distinctly sensed his body becoming lighter, his strength amplifying, and the flow of chakra surging with extraordinary vigor. The human body is inherently powerful, yet the brain, in its protective instinct, often suppresses this strength. In this moment, Feng Hua experienced the cessation of such cerebral restraint. How does it feel? Might Guy inquired, arms crossed, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Feng Hua extended his hands, gently moving his fingers. Uncle Dai, I feel as though the brain suppression of my body has vanished. I can unleash my full potential. Might Guy, with a serious demeanor, responded, indeed, but Feng Hua, remember to remain vigilant over your body in this state. Do not exceed your limits. I understand, Feng Hua replied, gradually closing the gate. The exhilarating sensation dissipated, and his body felt as though it were once again shackled, devoid of the previous lightness and strength. Kai watched with shining eyes, filled with envy. Father, I will train even harder, pouring forth all my youthful passion to catch up with Feng Hua. Kai exclaimed with excitement. Kai, it is truly wonderful that you harbor such thoughts. I will always take pride in you, Might Guy said, tears streaming down his face without hesitation. Father, you are also my pride, Kai replied, overwhelmed with emotion, embracing Might Guy as he wept. I should find an opportunity to bury them, Feng Hua thought, nearly blinded by the scene. In the days that followed, as Kai had declared, he devoted all his energy to training. Kai's extreme workouts grew increasingly intense, often leaving him utterly exhausted, and he insisted on drawing blood, or else he felt discontent. Time and again, Feng Hua found himself invigorated by Kai's fervor. The two ventured further down the perilous path of extreme training, their small bodies now adorned with scars. Feng Hua's medical ninjutsu struggled to keep pace with their rigorous regimen. 2 months later, Kai successfully unlocked the first gate. Roar. His powerful aura erupted as he unleashed a tremendous punch upon a wooden post before him. The post, a half-meter in diameter, shattered under Kai's mighty blow, splintering into a shower of wood chips that fell like rain, creating an utterly mesmerizing spectacle. Father, I have succeeded, Kai proclaimed, striking a Super Saiyan pose. If it weren't for his hairstyle and his thick, bushy eyebrows detracting from the aesthetic, Feng Hua would have had no qualms about those eyebrows whatsoever. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, Feng Hua is deceiving himself in this manner. Kai, you must continue to strive. Yesterday, Feng Hua successfully opened the rest door, said Might Guy encouragingly. What? So soon? Kai looked at Feng Hua with reluctance, initially wanting to challenge him in this state. If you seek suffering, I can certainly oblige, Feng Hua teased, beckoning playfully. By the way, Feng Hua, I heard that Kakashi is participating in this year's Chunin exam. What do you think? Do you wish to prove yourself? Might Guy looked at Feng Hua with fervor. Lord Kakashi is eagerly anticipating your performance. Feng Hua furrowed his brows. The Chunin exam occurs after the graduation season from the Ninja Academy, correct? Of course. Once you graduate from the Ninja Academy, you can directly enter the Chunin exam. Might Guy replied. With your foundation, the Chunin exam will be a mere formality. Feng Hua was engulfed in contemplation. Kakashi is a prodigy, and more importantly, he is the son of Konoha's White Fang, possessing a formidable backing. No matter how extraordinary his talents, no one would dare to sabotage him from the shadows. But what about me? Since arriving in this world, I have constantly felt insecure, often concealing my true self, much like a turtle retreating into its shell at the slightest hint of danger, only to emerge when the threat is past. But is this truly the right approach? Have those dangers truly dissipated? The gaze of Danzo, the scrutiny of the Uchiha clan, and even the watchful eyes of the Hyuga clan, have they genuinely shifted away from me? Having chosen the third Hokage, why must I continue to hide and tread carefully? I do not intend to become a rogue ninja. I should reveal my true talents completely. so that I may attract the attention of the third Hokage and be accepted by his lineage. If I continue to cower, I will forever remain a mere rodent. Feng Hua's eyes grew increasingly radiant, akin to two brilliant stars igniting. Did I not decide long ago? It is either to die at the pinnacle or to perish on the path to the pinnacle. Might Guy nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Feng Hua, I have finally ignited your youth. Burn brightly, boil with fervor, and let this world witness the terrifying potential you possess. Uncle Guy, I will participate in the Chunin exam, Feng Hua declared solemnly. Excellent. For the next 2 months, I shall provide you with practical training. Prepare yourself for the reality of mortality. Might Guy stated with gravity. That is indeed the case. Feng Hua smiled, with a heart ablaze behind that grin. After training, Feng Hua returned home only to find someone already there. Sister Yakushi, what brings you here? This is wonderful. Feng Hua exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Yakushi Nanoyu. Let me treat you to a meal. Even so, you still owe me money. Yakushi Nanoyu feigned anger. Sister Yakushi, once I become a ninja, I will repay you for the tasks. Feng Hua retrieved several exquisite dishes from the kitchen, all freshly prepared by his shadow clones. Sister Yakushi, do try the flavors, Feng Hua urged, his eyes filled with anticipation. Yakushi Nanoya nodded and sampled a couple of bites but soon set down her chopsticks. What's wrong? Feng Hua sensed her mood was less than optimal. Feng Hua, I have something to ask you, Yakushi Nanoyu said earnestly, gazing intently at him. Go ahead. Have you awakened your eyes? Yaoshi Yinayu gazed solemnly into Feng Hua's eyes. What? Feng Hua was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a query from Yaoshi Yinayu. His immediate instinct was to deny it, to retreat into his shell and wait for the storm to pass. But soon the fire in his heart compelled him to swallow the words on the tip of his tongue. Yes, I have opened my eyes. Feng Hua squinted, then reopened his eyes, revealing the double Tomo Sharingan. The two Tomo revolved slowly around his pupils, emanating a sinister, bloodthirsty aura, as though a demon had unsealed the eye of hell. Yaoshi Yinayu hastily covered Feng Hua's eyes, exclaiming, Quick, hide them. You fool. Feng Hua felt the callous skin on his cheeks, yet it was not rough. Rather, it exuded an indescribable tenderness. Sister Yaoshi, there is no one else around. Feng Hua chuckled, obediently concealing his Sharingan. It would be disastrous if someone saw. Alas, you shouldn't have admitted it. No. It's my fault for asking you that question. Yaoshi Yinayu admonished him, then smiled, adding, Thank you, Feng Hua, for still choosing to believe in me. Sister Yaoshi, I will always believe in you, Feng Hua declared earnestly. Thank you. Yaoshi Yinayu took a deep breath, pausing for a moment before speaking. Feng Hua, I have learned that the third Hokage is quite concerned about you. You must strive to integrate into his lineage. Remember, you must remember. Feng Hua was taken aback. Sister Yaoshi, has something happened? Yaoshi Yinayu revealed a troubled expression. Shimura Danzo's ambitions and desires are inflating wildly. Moreover, I have witnessed Danzo's intense gaze upon the 3 Tomo Sharingan that was taken from the Crow Demon. Such longing is chilling. Feng Hua, promise me you will join the Umbu. In Konoha, the only force capable of resisting the root's encroachment is the Umbu. All right, I promise. Feng Hua nodded. Understanding from Yaoshi Yinayu's expression that Danzo, that twisted individual, was once again up to no good. At noon, Feng Hua rose and made his way to the Akimichi clan. Though the Akimichi were in decline, many remained, mostly lower and middle ninjas. Aside from their prowess in illusion techniques, their other skills were rather lackluster. Upon entering Akimichi Jun's home, Feng Hua navigated to the backyard, where the sullen-faced Akimichi Jun had been waiting for some time. Kid, you have been learning illusion techniques from me for over 2 months. Let me see how well you have grasped them. Akimichi Jun wasted no time and immediately cast an illusion. The space distorted instantaneously, and enormous green plants surged from the ground. Upon closer inspection, they were colossal pea plants, almost absurd in size. Akimichi Jun's upper body emerged from the peas, coldly shooting a flurry of shuriken. Remember, if you are injured in the illusion, the pain will manifest in the real world. This level of skill won't harm me. Feng Hua drew out a kunai to deflect the shuriken, his chakra fluctuating as he attempted to dispel the illusion. However, the surrounding giant peas multiplied, pressing in on him relentlessly. Futile. If this is all you have learned, then I can only express my regrets, kid. The shuriken wielded by Onma Songyun grew increasingly sharp and cunning, aimed directly at you. Are you a masochist? The seal of fire was damaged, and without hesitation, the 8 gates of Duinjio were employed. Open gate. Rest gate. Open. Boom. As the suppression in the brain was instantaneously lifted, physical strength surged, and the chakra within unleashed like a torrential flood, stirring up tumultuous waves inside. With two gates opened, a wave of discomfort surged through the body of the seal of fire, delivering a strong warning to the brain. It could last no more than 10 seconds. Without further delay, the seal of fire leaped towards the corner, beneath a towering pea plant, Konoha Great Whirlwind. What? That spot was clearly devoid of any presence. Yet a voice of surprise echoed. Your illusion techniques are ineffective against me now. The seal of fire silently began a countdown, closing the distance before delivering a powerful kick. Bang! Onma Songyun fell awkwardly, the pea in the air disappearing in a twist. You fool! You imbecile! Onma Songyun rose from the ground, pointing at the seal of fire with a tirade of insults. I tested your illusion techniques, and you dared to counter with physical skills. How foolish! How idiotic! As the seal of fire closed the gates, a wave of soreness washed over, accompanied by various pains. Don't give me that sour face. Onma Songyun roared. Well, Master Onma, you only taught me the theoretical aspects of illusion techniques. How can I convert that knowledge into practical skills to compete with you? The seal of fire endured the pain and rolled his eyes in frustration. Should I teach you the illusion techniques of the Onma clan, you little brat? You are overthinking it. Onma Songyun gritted his teeth, feeling utterly humiliated by being bested by a mere child. What more could the seal of fire say? Wasn't he this blatant bullying of a child? Onma Songyun, still fuming, began reminiscing about the glorious past of the Onma clan. The seal of fire thought to himself, this is bad. Judging by his demeanor, he might recall tales from the Warring States period all the way to the Second Shinobi World War. This afternoon would be wasted. I must slip away. Until later, when the god of the shinobi, Senju Hashirama, founded the Hidden Leaf Village. My Onma clan was the first to respond to the call and settled in Konoha, providing a plethora of illusion ninjas. You little brat, you dare to escape. Onma Songyun's face elongated in frustration. Leaving the Onma household, the seal of fire headed directly to Hokage Rock, commencing training on the Rasengan. Buzz. Chakra gathered in the palm. Swirling as chaotic chakra fluctuated within his grasp, yet a powerful repulsive force emerged, causing the Rasengan to dissipate before it could take form. The seal of fire frowned. He had been practicing the fourth stage for quite some time without progress, and especially in these past 2 months, Minato Namikaze had been away on missions, unable to spare any time to instruct him. After several futile attempts, he helplessly shook his head. How intriguing. Suddenly, a cold, serpent-like voice slithered from behind. The seal of fire felt goosebumps rise at the sound, as if a venomous snake had locked onto him, rendering him almost immobile. Could it be Orochimaru? His heart skipped a beat as he slightly turned his head, spotting a strikingly handsome man not far behind. His skin as pale as jade, eyes narrow like a fox, complemented by a pair of golden snake-like pupils. The seal of fire's pupils constricted. A harbinger of doom indeed. It was Orochimaru, who developed this technique. Orochimaru approached slowly. Finghua was uncertain whether Orochimaru was conducting human experiments during this period, yet he instinctively sensed danger closing in and could not help but retreat. Orochimaru suddenly revealed a strange smile, extending his tongue to lick his eye socket. Fenghua's eyelid twitched. A normal person's tongue couldn't even reach their own nose. Are you truly Orochimaru or merely long-tongued Maru? Little brat. Orochimaru continued his advance. I developed it myself. Finghua replied. You developed this technique yourself? Little brat. Haven't you grown tired of the Ninja Academy's games yet? Orochimaru sneered, his serpent-like eyes narrowing, releasing an overwhelming aura of menace that surged forth like a tempest, leaving Finghua feeling like a solitary boat in a vast ocean, on the brink of being engulfed. Clenching his teeth, Finghua felt his chakra circulating autonomously, resisting Orochimaru's terrifying aura of death. At that moment, having endured the Second Shinobi World War, especially the battle against the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, Orochimaru had officially entered his golden age, his strength escalating rapidly, improving almost daily, now possessing the prowess of a Jonin. Indeed, your potential is commendable. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, rating his level of perversion as 3 stars. Finally, he gradually retracted his killing intent. Tell me your name. Uchiha Finghua. Haha. So you are a member of the Uchiha clan, little brat, Orochimaru remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly, genuinely astonished. And who are you? Finghua feigned ignorance. You do not deserve to know my name. Ask me again when you step onto the battlefield. As Orochimaru turned to leave, he glanced back. A serpent's gaze coldly fixed upon him, a smirk playing on his lips. That goosebumps-inducing encounter, what a sight it was. Feng Hua took a deep breath, giving himself 99 pats on the back to calm his nerves, omitting one for fear of arrogance. What of Orochimaru? I am not afraid of you. Give me 10 years, and I shall reduce you to a mere worm. After resting momentarily, Feng Hua resumed practicing the Rasengan, his chakra coalescing in his palm, transforming into a vibrant azure sphere. Perhaps spurred by Orochimaru's provocation, this attempt proved extraordinarily smooth. Overjoyed, Feng Hua forcefully slammed the Rasengan into a nearby rock. Boom! The black stone was instantly shattered, leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl, with numerous fissures surrounding it, fragments of stone cascading from the cracks. Feng Hua's eyes widened. I did it. Boom! Boom! In the dense forest behind Hokage Rock, trees as thick as bowls danced like willow fluff in the wind, crashing to the ground. In the sunlight, a flurry of wood and stone debris soared as two figures raced through, colliding and unleashing terrifying aftershocks. Guy stood nearby, his eyes brimming with excitement as he watched the battle unfold. When did Feng Hua become this strong? Previously, when they sparred, Feng Hua had not utilized his shadow clones. Possessing only half his chakra, now, fighting with all his might, his strength had naturally multiplied. Konoha's gale wind. Rasengan. Boom. A terrifying explosion accompanied by a violent shockwave swept in all directions, the airborne debris shattering like a delicate veil. Feng Hua, this level is still far from sufficient. Might Guy's eyes, vibrant and piercing beneath his thick brows, revealed a fierce determination as he opened the four gates. His skin, under the pressure of his bloodline, took on a strange hue, yet his aura surged like a blazing inferno, intensifying with each moment. Opposite him, Feng Hua gasped for breath, struggling against Might Guy's overwhelming prowess. In terms of taijutsu, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage, lacking in both speed and strength. Coupled with the enhancement from the 8 gates, Might Guy's movements became almost imperceptible to Feng Hua. Were it not for the recently completed Rasengan, he would have surely faced defeat. Is that so? Feng Hua narrowed his eyes slightly, and a wave of ominous, bloodthirsty energy began to swirl within his gaze. What is this? Might Guy's pupils constricted. Was that the Sharingan? And a double tomo at that. When did Feng Hua awaken his eyes? Even I was unaware. Uncle Dai, what comes next will be my all. Feng Hua, without reservation, charged at Might Guy, his hands swiftly forming seals. Serpent, horse, monkey, pig, horse, tiger. Fire style, grand fireball jutsu. A colossal blaze erupted, swelling in the wind and surging towards Might Guy. Leaf, great whirlwind. Might Guy, unwavering since the battle commenced, unleashed a whirlwind kick, sweeping away the fiery onslaught. Monkey, horse, serpent, dragon, rat, ox, tiger. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. 3 spheres of intense heat surged forth from the front, left, and right, converging towards Might Guy in a fierce embrace. The extreme heat distorted the air, blurring the very fabric of reality. The 5th gate, open. Without hesitation, Might Guy unleashed the 5th gate, his chakra raging violently, enveloping him in a pale blue aura. Leaf rock rising. With a powerful kick directed upward, he unleashed a horrific gust of wind that redirected the searing flames skyward. Boom. The flames erupted in the air, dazzling like fireworks. Jinjutsu, demonic illusion, hell-viewing technique. Jinjutsu, heart-disturbing body technique. Feng Hua cast 2 Jinjutsu enhanced by a Sharingan, but alas, Might Guy had already succumbed to a state of fury, wholly unfazed by such rudimentary illusions. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Might Guy was walking freely through the air, deftly switching his form to close the distance to Feng Hua. Thanks to the exceptional vision granted by his double Tomo Sharingan, Feng Hua managed to keep pace with Might Guy's speed. Boom. Simultaneously, 2 azure orbs of chakra surged from his hands. Rasengan, leaf whirlwind. Boom. The shockwave swept through, fracturing the earth beneath them. Feng Hua shielded his face with his hands, his body involuntarily retreating, leaving shallow furrows in the ground. With the 5th gate open, Might Guy's strength approached that of AJ Nin. Cough. Feng Hua coughed up a mouthful of blood, having endured Might Guy's kick, his body now wounded. Open. Rest. Open. Feng Hua immediately activated 2 gates, his double Tomo Sharingan locking onto Might Guy's lightning-fast form, as he prepared to unleash a Rasengan from his palm. As the 2 gates were opened, the chakra within Feng Hua was unleashed, resulting in a significant increase in the size and power of his Rasengan. With a thunderous crash, Feng Hua was mercilessly kicked away by Might Guy, who sent him sprawling through the air, causing him to cough up blood and crash into a tree, which splintered under the force. Feng Hua, in a disheveled state, was dragged several meters along the ground. Might Guy took a deep breath and gradually closed the 5 gates. The battle with Feng Hua was not merely a test of his skills, it was also a means of self-improvement, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of the 8 gates. Feng Hua, are you alright? Kai rushed to help him up. I'm fine, just a bit of pain in my chest, Feng Hua replied, looking down and thinking to himself that he could still endure a little more. Come on, it was just a sparring match. Did you really have to break my ribs? What kind of grudge do you hold? Are you still that same Xia Yuhua by the Daming Lake? With a sense of grievance, Feng Hua utilized his healing technique to mend his wounds. Feng Hua, you've made some progress, but passing the Chunin exam might still be a stretch for you, Might Guy said, hands on his hips. Despite panting from the exertion of opening the 5 gates, he wore a relaxed and joyful expression, as if the recent battle had been merely an exhilarating exercise. Uncle Dai, I think my rib is broken. Feng Hua hoped to see a hint of guilt on Might Guy's face, but he was disappointed, as there was none to be found. Haha, this is youth, Feng Hua. As a ninja, injury is part of the journey. You must learn to embrace it. Might Guy gave a thumbs up, his smile shining brilliantly. Keep pushing forward. I believe you will succeed. What more could Feng Hua say? He felt rather helpless. By the way, Feng Hua, what about your eyes? Might Guy's expression suddenly turned serious. Oh, my Sharingan. I awakened it a while ago, Feng Hua replied with a smile. Might Guy gazed deeply at him, and, after a moment, said, Feng Hua, the Sharingan is a powerful bloodline limit, but it also harbors great peril. You must continually sharpen your will and not succumb to the allure of its power. I understand. Feng Hua nodded earnestly. And what about the jutsu you used earlier? Might Guy inquired with interest. It's a ninjutsu of my own creation, Feng Hua said with a shy smile. You truly are a genius. Might Guy could only express admiration. Under the influence of the healing technique, Feng Hua's rib injury healed quickly. The next day, after a good rest, he felt rejuvenated and full of energy. He visited the Anma clan to inform Anma Tsungyun that he needed to focus on gaining practical combat experience and would not be attending illusion techniques training for a while. Anma Tsungyun's expression was inscrutable, caught between joy and displeasure, and under his piercing gaze, Feng Hua hurriedly made his exit. He then went to the Ninja Academy to request leave from teacher Saya Makoto, citing preparations for the graduation exam as his reason. Saya Makoto seemed to have received some directive and did not challenge Feng Hua's request. With the leave granted, Feng Hua no longer had to divide his focus with shadow clones and could fully immerse himself in combat. Boom. The battle commenced once more. Faced with a taijutsu specialist like Might Guy, Feng Hua completely abandoned ninjutsu and jinjutsu, relying solely on his Sharingan in conjunction with Rasengan and the 8 gates to contend. Nevertheless, each encounter resulted in him being thoroughly bested by Might Guy. Uncle Dai has tormented me 1,000-fold, yet I cherish him as I would have first loved. With a heart burdened by the frustrations of stock trading and the heartbreak of unrequited affection, I, Feng Hua, repeatedly challenged the formidable Dai. His combat experience rapidly accumulated through each encounter, learning to adjust his stance to mitigate injuries when thrown off balance, and mastering the art of perseverance in the face of adversity. As time passed, and the graduation examination of the Ninja Academy drew near, my practical experience flourished, and my skills with the Sharingan and Rasengan, along with the 8 gates, became increasingly harmonious. Finally, 2 months later, in the summer, under the blazing sun, the graduation season of the Ninja Academy arrived. Hey, have you heard? The Uchiha Feng Hua, who has been absent from school for 6 months, is participating in the graduation examination. Really? I recall he has defeated his classmates Hinata Masanori and Uchiha Rone. He must be quite strong. Surely, he can pass the graduation test? In the corridor of the academy, a group of students gathered, chattering excitedly, their voices drawing the attention of the passing Mizuki. With his striking white hair styled in a classic middle part, Mizuki's gaze turned green with envy at their words, and he sneered. Heh, you're all unaware, aren't you? The genius Kakashi has already signed up for the Chunin exams. What? Kakashi is participating in the Chunin exams. Indeed, that's the real news. Uchiha Feng Hua. He isn't even worthy to carry Kakashi's shoes. Mizuki proclaimed loudly. True enough, when Kakashi graduated last year, he knocked Feng Hua out with a single kick. A satisfied smile spread across Mizuki's face as he turned to leave. Within the classroom, Obito, Yui Kurenai, Ren, and others huddled around Fenghua, their expressions grave. Hey, come on. Do we really need such serious looks for a 7-year-old? Fenghua felt an awkwardness creeping in. Damn it, Fenghua, you're actually going to participate in the graduation exam. Obito clenched his fist. Didn't we agree to graduate together next year? Fenghua twitched at the corner of his eye, forcing a chuckle. Did I ever say that? Fenghua, after you graduate, will you directly take part in the Chunin exams? Kurenai inquired cautiously, her wide-eyed innocence reflecting her concern. What? The Chunin exams? Rin gasped. Fenghua, you wouldn't be thinking of challenging Kakashi again during the Chunin exams, would you? Fenghua hurriedly waved his hands. Don't misunderstand. Yes, I will participate in the Chunin exams, but it has nothing to do with Kakashi. A cold sweat broke out on Fenghua's brow. What on earth had these girls been raised on? By the way, Kurenai, how did you know I was participating in the Chunin exams? Fenghua swiftly changed the subject. My father told me, Kurenai replied. Worry etched across her youthful face. He said with your strength. You could have applied for the graduation exam long ago without taking a long leave to train, unless you wanted to participate in the Chunin exams. I heard my father say that people can die in the Chunin exams. Don't worry, your father is just trying to scare you. Fenghua reassured, pinching Kurenai's cheek. Appreciating its softness. Not far away, Asuma observed this scene, a conflict evident in his eyes. For the past 6 months, he has been engulfed in a profound sense of despair. As a father, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been preoccupied with border skirmishes, leaving him with little time to attend to his sons, resulting in a gradually simmering resentment. Upon witnessing FK's audacious flirtation with Akatsuki, he could not suppress the urge to abandon Konoha. FK, are you serious? Obito exclaimed, his foot slamming onto the table as he shouted. Do you truly intend to participate in the Chunin exams to challenge Kakashi? FK was taken aback. When did you become deaf? I just denied that, alright? Yet, his classmates paid little heed to his protestations. What? FK is also entering the Chunin exams? Challenging Kakashi? This must be a joke. Hinata Masahiro, seated in the front rows, turned sharply to glare at FK, a mix of shock and anger in his expression. Chunin exams. Don't be ridiculous. You think you're Kakashi or something? FK, uninterested in further explanations, dismissed their opinions as inconsequential. Hey, have you heard? Last year, Uchiha FK challenged Kakashi. And now he is daring to face him again in the Chunin exams. It is said that he took a 6-month hiatus from school to train under an elite jonin, mastering formidable jutsu. Absurd rumors began to circulate across various classes, embellished with details, images, and witnesses. I heard it with my own ears. Uchiha FK declared in class that he would defeat Kakashi. Mizuki seized the opportunity, recklessly pouring scorn upon FK's reputation. Even before the graduation examination had arrived, FK had become a trending topic, gracing the front pages of multiple class discussions. In the afternoon, Kaion Masaru entered the classroom, his demeanor grave as he announced, Uchiha FK and Hinata Masahiro, follow me. All eyes in the class immediately turned towards Hinata Masahiro. Oh, has Hinata Masahiro also applied for graduation? I had no idea. Perhaps he seeks to make a remarkable impression. Amidst the murmurs, Hinata Masahiro rose with determination, leaving the classroom without a backward glance. FK, give it your all. Obito and others wished to observe, but were denied by the school. Don't let that Hinata Masahiro guy outshine you. FK shrugged and departed with ease. The pair followed Kaion Masaru to the playground, where numerous students gathered, all candidates for this year's graduation examination. Look, 2 little kids have arrived. How naive. Thinking they are Kakashi. Don't say that. What if one of them is a genius? They might just surprise you. Check that kid out. He is from the Hyuga clan. Come on. How could a member of the main branch attend a ninja academy? He must be from the branch family. Perhaps already branded as a caged bird. Ha ha ha. These students, around 10 years of age, towered over FK and Hinata Masahiro, sneering at them with expressions of derision. Kaion Masaru shot them a stern glare and then addressed FK and the now somber Hinata Masahiro, saying, please wait a moment. There is one more candidate. In the testing area, a 10-year-old boy turned to smile at them before swiftly hurling a kunai without a second thought. Thud. The kunai struck the target 10 meters away with precision. Wow, Sato's skill with the Shuiken is undoubtedly impeccable. Please, refrain from showcasing it too much. It might frighten our junior students. Ahaha. Is that truly the case? Sato innocently shrugged, offering an apology to Hojo and Hinata Masamiya. Oh dear. I must sincerely apologize to you. I hope that after witnessing my performance, you still have the confidence to test yourselves. With that, Sato leaped into the air, effortlessly launching shuriken, striking 3 targets with precision. Alas, only one hit the bullseye. Sato glanced back, feigning a sigh. 90 points. The recording teacher announced loudly. Just 90? Well, that's not too shabby. I wish you all the best. Sato, hands in pockets, coolly sauntered to the side, where a wave of congratulations erupted. A truly flawless performance, Sato. Your display might affect the 2 little ones that follow. You certainly lack the demeanor of a senior. I can hardly bear to watch. Ha. I am merely looking out for them, allowing the frog at the bottom of the well to gain an early understanding of the vastness of the sky. What could be wrong with that? Sato wore a light smile, exuding confidence and composure. You always make perfect sense. Now it's your turn. Who will go first? Kiyono spoke directly to Hojo and Hinata Masamune. I shall go first. Hinata Masamune stepped forward without hesitation, his gaze sharp as he looked at the group. All right, let the shuriken throwing test commence. Hinata Masamune approached the spot where Sato had stood, observing the 5 wooden targets arranged a meter apart. To his left, 2 rows of shuriken gleamed faintly. Sato and the others stood not far away, their expressions filled with playful mockery. Surely, he won't miss the target? What a joke. After all, he is a member of the Hinata clan. I eagerly anticipate his performance. Kiyono announced loudly. Begin. Hinata Masamune shot a disdainful glance, his hands moving simultaneously as he sent shuriken flying in quick succession. Thud, thud, thud. 3 crisp sounds echoed as 3 shuriken struck the red bullseye simultaneously. What? Is this a joke? The confident expression on Sato's face was swiftly replaced by shock. Was it mere luck? Thud, 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 thud. Hinata Masamune leaped into the air, throwing 5 shuriken, 3 of which hit the red bullseye, while 2 grazed just outside. 98 points. The recording teacher exclaimed. Hinata Masamune cast a cold glance at Sato and the others, slightly raising his chin, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, silently mocking the group. Sato felt his lips twitch, as if his face had been slapped, realizing he had become the proverbial frog at the bottom of the well. The classmates beside Sato exchanged glances, feeling the embarrassment wash over them. Hojo, it's your turn. Kiyono prompted. Yes. Hojo approached, brushing past Hinata Masamune. After all, he is from the Hinata clan. Even as a branch family member, such prowess is understandable. Sato suddenly forced a smile, then turned to Hojo, attempting to ease the awkwardness, saying, I believe this fellow is merely here to gain experience. As the remaining individuals were about to echo their agreement, Fonghua casually seized a handful of shuriken and, without even a glance, hurled them forward. Thud. 5 shuriken almost simultaneously pierced the crimson target, producing a harmonious sound. The throwing technique earned 3 stars. Fonghua clapped his hands, his expression composed. What? The most insidious form of deception. Sato's lips twitched, his face flushed with embarrassment, utterly humiliated. The onlookers gazed at the 5 shuriken embedded in the target, at a loss for words. 100 points. The teacher recording from across the room exclaimed, the first to commend. Kid, your throwing skills are exceptional. Thank you, uncle. Fonghua replied. Hey, I'm not your uncle, you brat. Kiyono Masaru chuckled. Fonghua, it seems you have truly transformed. Humph. Merely clever tactics, Hinata Masamune retorted from behind. Being able to hit a shuriken does not qualify one as a ninja. Fonghua laughed derisively. Defeated adversary, come back when you have the skill. If I don't beat you to a pulp, I won't carry the Uchiha name. Brat. Hinata Masamune fumed. A real hero doesn't dwell on past glories. Why do you incessantly bring it up? He longed to confront Fonghua on the spot, yet images of half a year ago, when Fonghua fought against Uchiha Yeshing, flashed in his mind. Reality told him that challenging Fonghua would only bring disgrace upon himself. Now, it was time for the second trial. Kiyono Masaru interjected. You must withstand 3 minutes without defeat against the teacher to successfully pass the test and graduate with your ninja headband. Otherwise, you'll obediently return and study for another year. The format of the graduation exam at the ninja school varied each year to prevent students from merely training for the exam and neglecting other knowledge. Battling against a nin teacher for 3 minutes without defeat was undoubtedly the most challenging of all trials. Yet, Fonghua was brimming with eagerness, his body trembling with anticipation. Every encounter with Might Dai had ended in his dismal defeat, nearly shattering his confidence over the past 2 months. He desperately sought victory to affirm his worth. Kiyono Masaru, shall we begin now? Feng Hua's eyes sparkled with intensity, fixated on Kiyono Masaru. Kiyono Masaru's face twitched. A foreboding sensation creeping in. Feng Hua, you don't need to rush. Take your time and adjust your state. Teacher, I'm in excellent condition right now. Feng Hua exclaimed. His fervor ignited. Ah, I see, but... Kiyono Masaru realized that Feng Hua was set to participate in the CHNIN exam, and his skills might far surpass those of his peers. Such a troublesome student, he thought it better to assign to another teacher. Kiyono Masaru, then let us commence. Without hesitation, Feng Hua charged forward. Kiyono Masaru, feeling vexed, was forced into a defensive stance as he retreated repeatedly from Feng Hua's vigorous assault. Very well. If it must be this way, prepare for your demise. Kiyono Masaru's expression shifted as he activated the body flicker technique, disappearing in an instant. Feng Hua propelled himself forward, muscles surging with power, instantly dodging 3 shuriken that shot towards him from afar. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Kiyono Masaru swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a fiery assault mid-air. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Feng Hua has inherited the combative style of Maite Dai, engaging in a barbaric exchange of assaults, directly charging forth with a colossal fireball to devastate the battlefield. 2 immense fireballs collided in the air, merging with such intensity that the searing heat warped the very fabric of space. Boom! At last, an explosion erupted, sending rippling waves of flame cascading through the air. Fire release, flame bullet. After landing, Qin Yizhen utilized the body flicker technique to appear behind Feng Hua and launched his attack. Instinctively, Feng Hua formed the hand seals for the great fireball technique, only to find a wall of earth suddenly rising beneath him, crashing into his chin. This was not the flame bullet. It was the earth release, earth flow wall. Feng Hua, caught between laughter and exasperation, deftly evaded using the body flicker technique. The usually steadfast and honest Qin Yizhen astonished Feng Hua with such underhanded tactics. Blushing slightly, Qin Yizhen quickly regained his composure, stating, Feng Hua, the battle between ninjas is no mere game. It is a matter of life and death. If you are not prepared for this reality, it would be wise to concede early. Feng Hua took a deep breath, then swiftly formed hand seals. Wu Si, Chun Zi, Cho In. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. 3 enormous fireballs surged toward Qin Yizhen from left, center, and right, while Feng Hua propelled himself forward, lowering his stance for rapid approach. Boom! Qin Yizhen summoned an earthen wall to block the oncoming fireball assault. Spiral sphere. A sky-blue chakra sphere, the size of a balloon, materialized in Feng Hua's right palm, striking the wall with immense force. Bang! The already crumbling wall shattered under the impact of the spiral sphere, continuing its relentless momentum toward Qin Yizhen. What is this technique? Qin Yizhen exclaimed in shock, hastily employing the body flicker technique to evade. Yet, in the next moment, Feng Hua reappeared, the spiral sphere closing in on him. Teacher Qin Yizhen, if your speed is inferior to mine, you will have to take it head-on. Feng Hua declared with a confident smile. Do not become too arrogant. Qin Yizhen gritted his teeth and, at the critical moment, activated the earth release once more. Earth release, earth substitute technique. Bang! In an instant, the spiral sphere struck Qin Yizhen's visage, melting his head into a puddle of mud. Earth release, decapitation technique. Qin Yizhen suddenly emerged from beneath the ground, seizing the bewildered Feng Hua and dragging him underground, leaving only his head exposed. Feng Hua, it hasn't even been 3 minutes. Qin Yizhen crouched before Feng Hua, brandishing a kunai toward his eyes, and said earnestly, Concede. Concede? Isn't it a bit too early for that? Feng Hua's voice came from behind Qin Yizhen. Nanny? Qin Yizhen gasped in astonishment, thrusting the kunai forward, only for Feng Hua to dissipate into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone technique? When did this happen? Qin Yizhen rolled away to dodge the searing fireball from behind, then hurled a kunai and swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth-shattering palm. Qin Yizhen concentrated his chakra in both palms and slammed them into the earth, which instantly fractured and spread toward Feng Hua. Teacher Qin Yizhen, you cannot afford to be distracted in a ninja battle. Using such ninjutsu will have no effect on me. Feng Hua, muscles taut and legs coiled, sprinted along the edge of the fissure. Qin Yizhen gritted his teeth. This is my strongest strike. Feng Hua, prepare yourself for death. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Roar. Beneath the fissure, a sudden roar echoed. A menacing stone dragon emerged, forcing its way through the crack, spewing forth a torrent of mud projectiles amidst the swirling debris. Is this truly the graduation examination for the Ninja Academy? It must be a jest. Confronting such a level of combat would lead to our demise. What shall we do? We might not graduate after all. Sato and his companions huddled in a corner, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the clash between Kiyono and Fuwa. Their hearts racing, uncertain of where to turn. Boom. Massive clumps of mud erupted from the dragon's maw, thundering towards Fuwa. This technique appeared to be the third generation's earth-style ninjutsu. However, the effectiveness of any jutsu ultimately hinges on the skill of its wielder. Suddenly, Fuwa's pupils shifted, and in an instant, he activated his double Tomo Sharingan. Under its gaze, the trajectory of the airborne mud projectiles became vividly apparent, and with a confident smile, he advanced rather than retreating, deftly evading dozens of the projectiles as a surge of sky-blue chakra coalesced in his right palm. Amidst the chaos of flying debris, visibility was severely compromised, rendering even Kiyono unable to discern Fuwa's Sharingan. Rasengan. Fuwa hurled the spiraling sphere towards the dragon's head and simultaneously deactivated his Sharingan. Leaping high into the air. Boom. The dragon's head detonated upon impact with the Rasengan, sending a deluge of dirt and flames cascading outward. Kiyono gritted his teeth, resorting to the substitution technique to escape. Though he was a Chunin, he was not a combat-oriented ninja, and having battled Fuwa until now, he found himself outmatched. Yet Fuwa, brimming with enthusiasm, simultaneously formed Rasengans in both hands, intent on charging at Kiyono. Wait. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kiyono's forehead. What is it? Fuwa inquired, puzzled. The 3-minute mark has passed. Fuwa, you have successfully completed the test, Kiyono hurriedly stated. Oh, has it really? Fuwa had genuinely not noticed. Congratulations, Fuwa. You are now a qualified genin. Kiyono promptly stepped outside the arena, signaling to the teacher in charge of recording the results. The recording teacher furrowed his brow, noting that only a minute and a half had elapsed. Yet with Kiyono's proclamation, he found himself at a loss. Well, 3 minutes have indeed passed. The two had seamlessly orchestrated the situation, leaving no room for doubt or dissent from others. Next, Hinata Masamune, it is your turn. Kiyono called over another teacher to assist with the testing. Fuwa stood by, blinking in confusion, sensing something amiss. But seeing Hinata Masamune already engaged in combat with a Chunin teacher, he decided not to dwell on it. Gentle Fist 8 trigrams palm. Gentle Fist 8 trigrams 4 palm. Gentle Fist 8 trigrams 8 palm. In the arena, Hinata Masamune activated his Byakugan, his hands a blur as he struck and sealed his opponent's chakra points. The Chunin teacher, in contrast, took a more lenient approach, employing only basic ninjutsu, resulting in a spirited exchange with Hinata. Are they deliberately holding back? This is outrageous. Fuwa fumed. Just moments ago, Kiyono had unleashed the Earth Dragon technique against him, a formidable display of skill, possibly even high-level ninjutsu. While this current bout resembled little more than a child's play, the sound of the flames was neither loud nor soft. Yet it fortuitously caught the attention of the Nin instructor, who, blushing, inadvertently intensified his assault. Under the mounting pressure, Hige Masahiro faltered, his gentle punches revealing numerous flaws. Ultimately, he was swept aside by a water release technique from the instructor, rendered powerless. Glancing at the clock, he noted that only 8 seconds remained until the 3-minute mark. The instructor, wearing a look of helplessness, cast a glance at Hige Masahiro, sharing in his frustration. Masahiro lay sprawled on the ground, trembling with rage. Uchiha FK, you scoundrel! I shall not let you escape this. His throat felt as if it were on fire. Had it not been for FK's sarcastic remarks nearby, he was certain he would have passed the exam this time. Curse be the situation. FK stood awkwardly to the side, feigning innocence. Is this my fault? The subsequent tests proved even more straightforward, with FK and Masahiro present. The Nin instructors, eager to save face, were compelled to exert themselves, leaving no room for leniency. In the end, Sato and the others, without exception, all failed. Their expressions were a complex tapestry of anger, resentment, and the urge to weep. They realized that if not for FK's disruptive presence, at least half of them would have successfully passed. The instructors exchanged glances, instinctively looking at FK, who innocently gazed at the sky. Very well, Uchiha FK. Hige Masahiro, please accompany me back, Kiyono said, scratching his head, feeling rather embarrassed as he bid farewell to the other instructors. I sincerely apologize, haha. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Uchiha FK, You did that on purpose, you rascal. Masahiro gritted his teeth. Come now, challenge me. You, a coward. Fear my graduation from the ninja academy, resorting to such despicable tactics to thwart me. Come now, challenge me, you troublemaker. FK looked at him in surprise and replied cheerfully, I did not expect you to possess such acute self-awareness. What? Masahiro was momentarily taken aback. As you said, ahem. Well, at least I am a stick. What about you? Masahiro felt as if he might explode. Kiyono walked ahead, helplessly rubbing his forehead, advising, all right, enough of this. The classmates are watching us. FK looked up and indeed saw Obito, Guy, and the others standing nervously just beyond a dividing line. FK raised his hand, signaling a peace sign, which elicited a chorus of astonishment from them. Masahiro, unable to contain himself, scoffed, Uchiha FK, do you remember this time last year? When you challenged Kakashi right here and ended up knocked out? That memory is still vivid and nostalgic. Come now, challenge me. Masahiro's emotions were in turmoil. FK, congratulations. Congratulations, FK. I always knew you would succeed. Obito, Guy, and Rin raised their glasses in celebration at the High household, but the glasses contained only juice. FK smiled and said, I merely took the lead. I believe you all will catch up soon enough. After all, I aspire to be the Hokage. With fervor. Obito stamped his foot on the table, his eyes gleaming with the allure of the Sharingan. However, beauty fades quickly. His chakra proved insufficient, and the eye closed shortly thereafter. Where is Asuma? Finghua inquired, surprised, as this fellow typically followed closely behind, fearful of any indiscretions with Kurenai. It seems he had a quarrel with his family and is in a foul mood. Kurenai replied, her voice trailing off. Family? Ah, that must be the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Quite the character. Finghua remarked. Once you become a Genin, you can accept missions and earn money, finally able to repay Lady Yakushi, Obito expressed joyfully. Fenghua's demeanor shifted. He had nearly forgotten that matter. Who taught you to bring up such topics? Speak, and I assure you, it won't end well. Finghua, are you truly intent on participating in the Chunin exams next month? Kurenai asked once more. Finghua nodded earnestly, time waits for no one. The third great ninja war is but 3 years away. How can I waste time on the mundane tasks assigned to Genin? While he felt a twinge of guilt towards Might Guy, who tirelessly undertook such trivial missions, reality remained unchanged. Every ninja had a mission quota. Failure to complete it was not an option. And the tasks available to Genin were largely menial, such as watching over old Wang S' house or scratching the back of the village widow. Tedious and unchallenging. They consumed precious time. Higher-ranked missions were seldom available to Genin, and if he did not participate in the Chunin exams, Finghua would find himself mired in these lower-tier assignments for the foreseeable future. After the celebration, Kion approached Finghua, eager to take photos and obtain a certificate. Finghua was taken aback. Photos and a certificate? But I am still a minor. They ascended to the top of the Hokage building, where an antiquated camera awaited them. Alongside a middle-aged man clad in ceremonial robes, quietly observing the horizon while puffing on a pipe. Lord Hokage. Kion greeted respectfully. Fenghua's heart raced. And a classic phrase echoed in his mind. The gears of fate, long stagnant, were finally beginning to turn. Ah, you must be Uchiha Finghua. Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a warm smile. Greetings, Lord Hokage. I am Uchiha Finghua, he replied. Splendid. I have been keeping an eye on you for quite some time, Finghua. Hiruzen remarked with a nostalgic look. In you, I see the spirit of my old friend, Uchiha Kagami. I remember our childhood days spent training in ninjutsu. Finghua inwardly groaned, recognizing that Hiruzen was yet another of those older individuals who loved to reminisce. Apologies, apologies. With age comes the tendency to ramble. Now come, Finghua. Let me take your picture. Hiruzen personally captured Fenghua's image, affixing it to a small booklet before stamping it. From this day forth, you are a Genin of Konohagakure. Here, take your ninja ID and headband. Cherish them well, my child, he said solemnly. Finghua accepted the items with reverence, placing them close to his heart. I have heard you plan to participate in the Chunin exams next month? Hiruzen inquired suddenly. Indeed, Lord Hokage. Finghua resolutely declared. Uncle Dai believes my abilities are sufficient to participate in the Chunin exams, and I am eager to give it a try. Such ambition is commendable, however. To partake in the Chunin exams, one must complete a requisite number of D-rank missions. Over the next month, you must exert yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Is that so? Finghua thought to himself, perplexed. Could this old man be deceiving himself? After bidding farewell to the third Hokage, Feng Huo found his long-awaited mentor, Might Dai, in the mission reception hall beneath the Hokage building. Uncle Dai, I just heard Lord Hokage mention a prerequisite for entering the Chunin exams? Feng Huo eagerly inquired. Indeed, you must complete 20 D-rank missions and 1 C-rank mission. Time is of the essence. Feng Huo, you must spring into action and ignite your youthful spirit. Might Dai exclaimed, clenching his fists. Well, do D-rank missions really require such fervor? Feng Huo retorted, the corners of his mouth twitching. Might Dai then guided Feng Huo to the mission distribution counter, where a young ninja adorned with a Konoha forehead protector sat. This is Matsushima Ueda, the ninja responsible for issuing missions, Might Dai introduced. Hey, Dai, are you devoid of common sense? Stop bringing children here. This is a ninja mission hall, not a playground. Matsushima Ueda had been irked by Might Dai's presence, feeling it absurd that a seasoned genin would bring a child to such a place. Feng Huo's expression shifted as he produced his ninja identification and tossed it towards Ueda, stating, Matsushima Ueda, open your eyes and see what this is. What? Are you insulting me? Ueda's expression darkened, glaring at Feng Huo. You little brat, do you understand the consequences of your words? It was only then that he glanced at the identification on the table. A ninja ID? What a joke. You, a mere child, dare to flaunt such a thing? Is this how the teachers at the Ninja Academy instruct their students? Matsushima Ueda scoffed, slamming his hand on the table. Tell me, who is your instructor? Feng Huo found amusement in the absurdity of the encounter. It was indeed a novel experience. Might Dai, suppressing his anger, interjected, Matsushima Ueda, mind your tone. This ninja ID is authentic. Feng Huo has graduated from the Ninja Academy and has become a genin. Graduated? A genin? This little rascal? Ueda furrowed his brow, pondering if he was akin to a prodigy like Kakashi. His heart raced as he opened the ninja ID, noting Feng Huo's photograph, the official seal, and a series of identification numbers. Upon verification, he realized the ID was genuine, and his expression turned pale. While Dai was a genin without much promise, Feng Huo was different. Matsushima Ueda glanced at Feng Huo again, realizing that this young boy might very well ascend to the rank of Jounin in the future, potentially reversing their roles. Matsushima Ueda quickly changed his demeanor, wearing a warm and amiable smile. Ah, is this not Uchiha Feng Huo? What a delight. Wait a moment. He bears the Uchiha name. Oh no, I might lose my job. Matsushima Ueda chuckled, overwhelmed by a blend of laughter and despair. The first mission assigned to Feng Huo was to assist an elderly woman living alone in the village in locating her beloved cat. The clues indicated that the feline was rather slender, with brown fur. This task presented a considerable challenge. The village of Konoha was vast, and searching for a brown cat amidst its expanse left Feng Huo feeling quite overwhelmed. The task issuer, Matsushima Yamada, had completely lost his bravado and, with a forced smile, remarked, If you are not fond of this task, it is perfectly acceptable. I have other missions of varying ranks for your consideration. Standing beside him, Might Dai glared at Matsushima with irritation, recalling how he had been met with disdain each time he ventured to claim a mission, never once having witnessed a smile from him, let alone such attentive service. Feng Huo, undeterred, took the mission scroll and began to peruse its contents. With a resigned sigh, he concluded that these lower-ranked missions were indeed trivial, offering meager rewards, demanding labor, and ultimately wasting precious time. Completing 20 lower-ranked missions within a month, alongside a higher-ranked task, was no easy feat. Observing the expression on Feng Huo's face, Might Dai could not help but interject. Feng Huo, do not underestimate these lower-ranked missions. They are essential for honing your survival skills as a ninja. The knowledge you acquired at the Ninja Academy, skills such as tracking, counter-tracking, intelligence gathering, and stealth, must be practiced within the framework of these tasks. This is precisely why a genin must complete 20 lower-ranked missions to qualify for the Chunin exam. Realizing the truth in Dai's words, Feng Huo eagerly responded, Uncle Dai, I understand. Let us commence our quest to find this brown cat. Before long, Feng Huo met the mission's client, an elderly woman in her 70s. Grasping Feng Huo's hand, she spoke with heartfelt emotion. Xiaohua has been with me since she was a kitten, for 3 years now. She has always been well-behaved and obedient. I remember when Feng Huo felt his patience waning. He was confronted with yet another loquacious individual. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to squander it on tedious recollections. Excuse me, may I ask you a few questions? He interjected. Of course, dear child. Ask away. As long as you can help me find Xiaohua, I will share everything I know, the old woman replied, her resolve evident. Feng Hua chuckled awkwardly. It's just a cat. There is no need to be so serious. Mai Dai stood by, observing Feng Hua's inquiries without offering assistance. Where does Xiaohua usually like to play? Feng Hua asked. In the park and the small woods, she responded. Has Xiaohua ever had kittens? Upon hearing this, the old woman leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, Xiaohua is actually a male cat. Feng Hua raised an eyebrow in realization. After concluding his questions, he proceeded to the elderly woman's home to gather further intelligence. Here is a tuft of Xiaohua's fur. Holding the strand of hair, Feng Hua made his way to the park and expanded his search area. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How foolish of me. Shadow clone jutsu could be of great assistance. He quickly summoned a shadow clone to search the small woods for Xiaohua, effectively doubling his productivity. The park was bustling with cats and dogs. As Feng Hua wandered about, he found various furs, with brown cat hair, in abundance. If only I had mastered sensory ninjutsu, this would be so much simpler, he lamented. In times of sorrow, Feng Hua suddenly returned with a brown cat in tow, exclaiming, I found it. Its paw is broken and it was hiding in the grass. Please tend to it. With a swift motion, he tossed the little flower towards me. Splendid. Feng Hua praised enthusiastically. Being handsome indeed makes a difference. I chuckled heartily. My looks are merely a reflection of your brilliance. Please refrain from such flattery. It makes me feel bashful. Embarrassed, Feng Hua then released my shadow clone. Mai Guy, who had been an unobtrusive observer throughout, felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against the wall. You are essentially the same person. Aren't you embarrassed to praise yourself in such a manner? After Feng Hua utilized a healing spell to mend the little flower's injury, he hurried off to find the elderly lady. Upon seeing the little flower, tears streamed down the old woman's face. Meow meow. The little flower responded excitedly, nuzzling her hand with its head. Child, I cannot thank you enough. Without the little flower, I don't know how I would have managed, the elderly lady sobbed, grasping Feng Hua's hand tightly. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have achieved the beginner's helping hand achievement. Feng Hua seemed to hear the system notification whispering in his ear. He then led the weeping old lady to the Hokage building to complete the quest. The lady expressed her gratitude repeatedly and generously rewarded him with 500 ryo. After taxes were deducted, Feng Hua received a sum of 400 ryo. That's quite a bit of money for ramen, he mused. How much do I owe the pharmacist Yenayu again? Suddenly, the thought of immigrating sounds appealing. How does it feel to earn money? Mike Guy suddenly inquired. I am deeply moved and exhilarated. First and foremost, I must thank Konoha for providing such a perfect platform. I also owe gratitude to Uncle Guy. It is your rigorous training that has enabled my growth in such a short period. Furthermore, I must thank the Ninja Academy. Mike Guy's expression froze, his face a mask of bewilderment as he gazed at Feng Hua. Is this excitement overwhelming you? Subsequently, Feng Hua embarked on a series of rank missions. From locating pets to collecting litter, from harvesting taro to caring for infants. He eventually received a rather peculiar task. A widow at the village's edge feared thunderstorms at night and required companionship. Feng Hua glanced up at Mike Guy. With a righteous demeanor, he declared, Feng Hua, such tasks are unsuitable for children. Days passed, and with only 2 days remaining before the Chunin exams, Feng Hua successfully completed 20 rank missions. Now, only 1 rank mission remained. Feng Hua, rank missions carry the risk of injury. You must prepare yourself mentally, Mike Guy warned. Feng Hua nodded solemnly. Matsushima Yamato welcomed him warmly, saying, Feng Hua, come here. I've selected several rank missions for you, which can be completed in just a day, and they are absolutely safe. As he examined the tasks, Feng Hua noted one was an escort mission, another involved eliminating bandits, and the last pertained to capturing ferocious beasts. They indeed appeared simple and devoid of peril. Trusting the information, Feng Hua opted for the bandit elimination mission. Feng Hua, do not underestimate those bandits. They are capable of anything, Mike Guy cautioned. Moreover, rank missions must be completed alone, so I will not accompany you this time. I understand, Uncle Dai, rest assured. I am perfectly fine. Subsequently, Feng Hua returned home, swiftly tidied up, replenished his ninja pouch with tools, and prepared some military rations before departing from Konoha. In a dark, damp underground structure, a ninja adorned with a grotesque mask emerged from the shadows, gradually fading into the distance. Over 200 miles away from Konoha lay a small town, accompanied by a nearby hamlet. However, the treacherous mountain paths rendered transportation difficult, and recently, a band of mountain bandits had emerged, severing the connection between the town and the city. Do not worry, I have devised a way to summon Konoha's ninjas for assistance. Soon all will be well. The mayor proclaimed loudly. Mayor, our stockpiled mountain goods have been stagnant for several days. If we do not sell them soon, they will spoil. Another voice chimed in. Indeed. All our hard work over the past few months will have been in vain. Mayor, please allow us to go. I refuse to believe these bandits will remain vigilant on the road. Even ferocious beasts take a moment to rest, let alone those lazy bandits. Do you all agree with me? A middle-aged man with a goatee shouted passionately. Yes, Mayor, let us go. If the bandits dare to show themselves, we shall confront them. Yes, let us confront them. The mayor, observing the fervor of the townsfolk, turned pale. Everyone, please calm down. These bandits do not hesitate to kill. Is it worth risking your lives over a mere pittance? Besides, the ninjas from Konoha will arrive shortly. Yet, no matter how the mayor implored, the townspeople were resolute in their decision, unwilling to listen. The man with the goatee smugly stroked his facial hair, a mocking grin upon his face. Soon, the townsfolk gathered, loading 5 large carts with mountain goods, accompanied by over a dozen able-bodied young men, marching forward under the goatee man's leadership. Do not fear, bandits are human too. Seeing our numbers, they will surely tremble in fear. Ha ha ha. The goatee man shouted, clearly relishing his role as leader. Several hours later, as the sun ascended to its zenith, the sky was vast and clear, with mountains and rivers flourishing, and apart from the rugged paths, the group proceeded safely. The goatee man frequently glanced at the surrounding forests, holding a mirror to reflect sunlight into the foliage. Before long, a cacophony erupted from the adjacent woods. Listen up. Lie on the ground and do not resist, or everyone else will perish. Kill. Kill. Out from the forest charged over 20 towering, burly men wielding machetes. Their faces twisted in ferocity. The goatee man, upon witnessing this, turned pale with fright. Oh dear, we have encountered bandits. Do not be afraid, let us confront them. However, the young townsfolk, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, were instantly terrified, fleeing in terror and abandoning the carts. Do not run, bandits are not so fearsome. The goatee man shouted in indignation, while subtly signaling to the foremost bandit, before joining the retreating crowd. Old rules apply, Old 7 and Old 8. Take your men and transport these goods to the city to sell. We shall keep 80% of the profits. The bandit leader laughed heartily. Boss, that goatee man is getting off too easily. He does nothing, yet still takes 2 portions, more than the brothers. Old 7 grumbled in dissatisfaction. What do you know? The leader of the mountain bandits sneered, having heard that the town mayor had summoned ninjas from Konoha. If it weren't for the assistance of the bearded man, we might have encountered the ninjas at any moment. Our leader is truly wise. It's just unfortunate for that bearded fellow. As the bandits bickered among themselves, they dispersed. In the town, the survivors returned, weeping and wailing, their hearts heavy with grief. Fortunately, no one was injured, which was a blessing. The mayor promptly emerged to comfort the townsfolk. Mayor, we were wrong. Had we heeded your advice, this tragedy would not have occurred. The bearded man sighed deeply, then abruptly shifted his tone, puffing, it's all the fault of those Konoha ninjas. If they had arrived sooner, this calamity could have been averted. Indeed. If only the ninjas from Konoha had come sooner. The townspeople, easily swayed, cast all blame upon the ninjas. The mayor, witnessing this, found himself at a loss for words. Just then, Fenghua finally arrived, albeit belatedly. To save time, he had traversed rugged terrain without following the trails. What is that child? He wondered. Could it be a bandit? No, wait. Look, he bears the forehead protector of Konoha. He is a ninja. The mayor, sharp-eyed, felt a surge of joy, quickly followed by despair. The townspeople exchanged bewildered glances. A Konoha ninja? Surely this cannot be a mere child. The townsfolk, who had just suffered significant losses, grew restless, clamoring for an explanation from Konoha. Fenghua, having journeyed arduously to reach this place, was in no mood to entertain the complaints of the townspeople. Raising again, he struck a nearby rock with a mighty blow. With a deafening crack, the stone was blasted, leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl, its edges marred with twisted fractures. Witnessing this astonishing display, all the townsfolk stood in stunned silence. Impressive. How could such a little one possess such power? The bearded man's expression shifted as well. The ninjas from Konoha truly were formidable. Fenghua dusted off his hands and inquired, now? Who will enlighten me about the situation with those bandits? I will. I am the mayor of this town. Welcome, esteemed ninja from Konoha. The mayor stepped forward. Meanwhile, the bandits, led by the 7th and 8th members, arrived in the town, hauling 5 carts of stolen goods. Hold on a moment. I need to relieve myself. The 8th member suddenly exclaimed, clutching his stomach as he darted into a nearby grove. The 7th member cursed under his breath in annoyance. After a considerable time had passed without the 8th member's return, the 7th, growing furious, cursed his mother before following him into the grove. Soon after, the 2 emerged. One after the other. Apologies, my stomach was unsettled. I took a bit longer than expected. The 8th member chuckled sheepishly. The 7th member cast a puzzled glance back at him. Since when did this guy become so polite? However, he quickly shifted his focus. Upon entering the town, the bandits efficiently distributed the 5 carts of stolen goods, and within an hour, they departed, laden with a substantial amount of cash. Meanwhile, within the town, Feng Hua had finished listening to the mayor's report and was now apprised of the bandits' basic situation. The plunderers have transported everything from the small town to the nearby city. It is peculiar. One would think that bandits would merely steal for riches, or seize goods for their own consumption. The mayor remarked, Lord Feng Hua, in fact, just before your arrival, we suffered another theft of goods by the bandits. How intriguing. A cold smile graced Feng Hua's lips. It was evident that the bandits could not be interested in anything other than wealth. Their theft of goods must indicate their ability to sell these items in the city. It is plausible that they have accomplices there, or even within this small town. Feng Hua's gaze swept over the townsfolk, quickly honing in on the man with the goatee. This was not due to Feng Hua's superior intellect, but rather a common trope seen in television dramas of his past life. From the intelligence at hand, it appeared that these bandits were hiding deep within the mountains and likely had insiders both in the city and the town. But enough of this. It was exhausting to ponder. They were merely a band of thieves. Did it truly warrant such mental exertion? Feng Hua approached the townsfolk directly and declared, I am about to eradicate the bandits and require a guide. Who among you will accompany me? The townspeople exchanged glances, retreating in unison, their faces betraying fear, concern, and skepticism. Even with the confirmation of Feng Hua being a ninja from Konoha, the dread of the bandits kept them from easily committing themselves. At that moment, the man with the goatee, his eyes darting, stepped forward with a sense of righteous determination. Honorable Lord Feng Hua, I am willing to be your guide. He then turned to the townsfolk behind him, proclaiming, as long as we can eliminate those bandits, I am ready to do whatever it takes. His words were heartfelt, with saliva flying and his eyes brimming with theatrical fervor. Deceived by his appearance, the townsfolk erupted in cheers, and several warm-hearted individuals could not refrain from tossing him 10 taels of paper money. The goatee man twitched at the corners of his eyes, barely able to tolerate such indignity. Very well, let us depart at once, Feng Hua said, a smile revealing his thoughts. Just moments ago, he suspected this man was an insider for the bandits, yet now he seemed so eager. If one were to claim there was no ulterior motive, Feng Hua would not believe it under any circumstances. Be cautious, noble ninja. You must eradicate the bandits, we implore you. The townsfolk parted to allow Feng Hua and the goatee man to pass. The mayor had already summoned 2 old horses for their transportation. Feng Hua accepted without hesitation. For the goatee man was merely an ordinary fellow. Walking would waste immeasurable time. My lord, I have seen the bandits. There are 20 to 30 of them. Fierce and imposing, wielding large blades. They are formidable foes, the goatee man murmured from atop his horse, boasting of the bandits' prowess. You seem quite familiar with these bandits. Feng Hua chuckled. One might mistake you for one of their insiders. How absurd. I could never be one of them. I have grown up in this small town. I am not the person you suggest. The goatee man's face paled, his words tumbling out in a disordered rush. Merely a jest, Feng Hua replied without turning back. The goatee man exhaled, relieved, for the fright from Feng Hua's words rendered him speechless for the remainder of the journey. Soon, the 2 arrived at the site of their recent ambush. Sir, this is where we were just robbed. The bandits charged down from that mountain. Gobeard pointed towards the hill on the left. Indeed, Feng Hua acknowledged with a noncommittal nod, surveying the surroundings. He quickly discerned the chaotic signs on the ground, scattered footprints, hoofprints, and the traces of wagon wheels. He then raised his gaze towards the mountain peak. Meanwhile, figures atop the hill were also watching them closely. Boss, look. It's Gobeard. Let's go down and rob them. Hold on. Gobeard hasn't signaled yet. Are you seeking death by rushing down? The bandit leader bellowed. Do not forget that the ninjas from Konoha could arrive at any moment. Boss, you can't be suggesting that the little brat beside Gobeard is a ninja, can you? I could take on 2 of those little ninjas with one hand. I could take down 5. I could take 10. The bandits boasted, each one trying to outdo the other. At that moment, The Elder 7 and Elder 8, who had gone to the nearby town to sell their loot, returned with bundles of cash. Upon seeing the bills, the bandits couldn't contain their excitement. Silence. The bandit leader shouted furiously, "If you make any more noise, I'll take his head." The bandits immediately fell silent. On the mountain path, Goatbeard wiped the sweat from his forehead and chuckled nervously. "Sir, it seems the bandits are absent. Shall we return tomorrow?" Fenghua shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "That won't do. My time is limited. I must return to Konoha by tomorrow evening." Goatbeard's face lit up with joy, but he quickly masked it with concern. "But sir, night is fast approaching. Entering the mountains at this hour is perilous. Besides the bandits, there are many man-eating beasts. Even the fiercest beasts pale in comparison to those who wear human skins. Am I not correct?" Fenghua turned back, a bemused smile playing on his lips. Simultaneously, he discreetly cast a few illusions to ensnare Goatbeard. A flicker of struggle crossed Goatbeard's eyes, but he was soon under Fenghua's control, dazedly retrieving a mirror to reflect sunlight towards the mountain. "Boss, look. Goatbeard is signaling. Haha, though he may be a child. What if he is the offspring of a wealthy family? This could be our big break." The bandits, unable to resist the temptation, charged down the mountain with wild cries. Seeing the commotion, the bandit leader had no other thoughts. "Let us go." Before long, a horde of bandits surrounded Fenghua and Goatbeard. As they drew nearer, they noticed something amiss. Goatbeard remained eerily still atop his horse, neither fleeing nor making a sound, his eyes vacant, holding the mirror as if he were a guardian spirit. The child was even more peculiar. From start to finish, he wore a serene expression, exuding confidence, crucially refusing to meet anyone's gaze. "Does he look down on us?" The bandit, unable to bear the insult, drew his sword and charged forward. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fenghua swiftly formed seals, transforming into a fiery avatar, and unleashed a massive fireball. The fireball expanded in the wind, the searing heat singeing the bandit's hair. "Not good. It's a ninja. Run, run." The bandits instantly abandoned their weapons, fleeing in terror, regretting that their third leg was not long enough to assist them. Boom. The blazing fireball erupted, and the violent flames along with the shockwave instantly claimed the lives of 7 or 8 bandits. With a swift application of the fire flash technique, he unleashed a barrage of shurikens, dispatching another 5. Following this, he drew a kunai and engaged in close combat. A few audacious bandits, seeing what they believed to be an opportunity, charged at him brandishing their cleavers, only to be met with a kick that sent them soaring, followed by a swift slash from the kunai that sealed their fates. As the bandits fell one after another, soon only 3 remained before him, the bandit leader and 2 others, Old 7 and Old 8. "You two, go. I will hold the line," the leader commanded, pushing Old 7 and Old 8 into the fray as cannon fodder. Without hesitation, Old 7 rushed forward, only to have his throat slashed by the kunai. The leader gulped nervously, then kicked Old 8 in the rear. "You, go." Old 8 turned, revealing a cold smile, and with a swift swing of his cleaver, he cleaved the bandit leader in half, spilling blood and entrails onto the ground. "Now, the nuisances will no longer impede us," Old 8's voice carried a sinister charm, casting a chill into the air around him. The fire's brows furrowed, a look of surprise crossing his face. "A ninja?" Old 8 casually discarded his bloodied cleaver and approached with a sly grin. "Allow me to introduce myself. You may call me Crow Demon." Suddenly, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and from it emerged a figure donning a green crow mask. Upon seeing the mask, Fire's pupils constricted before he regained his composure. "It seems you are not unfamiliar with this mask," Old 8 sneered. "This makes things much simpler. I have inherited this mask and the tasks of its predecessor." "Interesting." Fire scoffed, recognizing the affiliation with the Akatsuki. "Your ambitions remain unquenched. Do you not sleep until you attempt to drag me down with you? I trust you are aware of my purpose, submission or death." Old 8 barked. "Come now, spare me the theatrics meant to frighten the innocent." Fire retorted. "The management of ninjas in Konoha, particularly those of the Jonin rank, is exceedingly strict. They are rarely permitted to leave the village, lest they be deemed rogue ninjas. Even members of the Root organization are still considered Konoha ninjas and are bound by the same restrictions. Thus, Fire concluded that this individual before him could only be at the level of a chunin at best. Jonin? Impossible. Is that your answer? Old 8 assumed a fighting stance. Drawing kunai in both hands, aimed squarely at Fire's throat. My answer is that my fate lies in my own hands, not determined by destiny. Seeking death, are we? In an instant, Old 8 surged forward, closing the distance to fire. Fire quickly formed hand seals, his speed of sealing having increased by 0.1 seconds. He could now complete a seal in just 0.5 seconds. Fire style, great fireball technique. Boom. The fireball engulfed Old 8 in an instant, roaring fiercely as it collided with the surrounding forest. Little brat, the ninja game ends here. Old 8 leapt high, having completed his hand seals. Water style, water chaos wave. Fire looked up just in time to see Old 8 puff out his cheeks like a toad, releasing a torrent of water with a resounding splash. With a nimble jump, Fire evaded the deluge. Water style, water whip. A whip of water swiftly coiled around Fire's ankle, ensnaring him. Lightning style, earth walk. Boom. The white lightning surged like a whip, striking Feng Hua in an instant. Crack. Boom. Feng Hua instantly transformed into a wisp of smoke, dissipating into the air. A clone technique? Lao Ba sneered, slowly turning in circles to search for Feng Hua's whereabouts. Concealed in the shadows, Feng Hua observed clearly. This fellow's hand seal speed was slightly faster than his own. If they were to compete in ninjutsu, he would have to unveil his Sharingan. Perfect. I am eager to test the might of my eyes as well. In the midst of his thoughts, Lao Ba had already located Feng Hua and swiftly lashed out with a stream of water, severing nearby foliage. Surrender your futile struggle, Uchiha Feng Hua. Lao Ba formed another set of seals. In, Chun, Shun, Z, Hai Cho. Huh, what? Lao Ba's brow furrowed as he was taken aback by the scene before him. Feng Hua's blood red, double Tomo Sharingan was fixed intently on his hand seals. In, Chun, Shun, Z, Hai, Cho. Precisely identical, without a single error. How could this be? Panic surged through Lao Ba. This little brat had activated his eyes, and they were the double Tomo Sharingan. A detail that had not been mentioned in the intelligence reports. This was a significant oversight. His face betrayed a moment of doubt, but he quickly regained composure. Sneering, the double Tomo Sharingan cannot see through this technique. Moreover, it is truly unfortunate. This ninjutsu is an advanced water release technique. And without the chakra of a Chunin level, success is utterly impossible. Wu, Su In, Chun, Cho Shun. Lao Ba continued his hand seals, and Feng Hua mirrored him. Lightning release, Raging Thunder Tiger. Lightning release, Raging Thunder Tiger. Crack. Streams of lightning like chakra swirled around the two, converging into two massive blue tigers. Their bodies enveloped in crackling electricity, roaring as they charged at one another. Impossible. Lao Ba was astounded. Could Uchiha Feng Hua truly execute this ninjutsu? Had his chakra already reached the Chunin level? How old could this brat possibly be? Lao Ba's murderous intent surged. Boom. Crack. The two colossal blue tigers collided mid-flight. Entangled lightning erupting in an explosive display, engulfing an area of several dozen meters. Both Feng Hua and Lao Ba were forced to retreat. Uchiha Feng Hua, I underestimated you. But the outcome is already sealed. Lao Ba formed seals once more. Feng Hua's double Tomo Sharingan remained fixated, ready to replicate, when suddenly his brow furrowed. This is not good. This is a water release technique, and my chakra is solely lightning and fire nature. I have yet to master the transformation of nature, rendering me incapable of utilizing water release ninjutsu. Damn it. Feng Hua was infuriated, but he quickly regained his composure. If that is the case, I shall have to defeat him with taijutsu. Open the gate. Rest gate. Open. Feng Hua directly activated the 8 gates, liberating the brain's restrictions on chakra while forcibly enhancing his physical prowess. Water release. Water chaos wave. Leaf great whirlwind. Bang. The furious torrent was kicked apart by Feng Hua, its momentum undiminished as it surged towards Lao Ba. Lao Ba frowned, utilizing the body flicker technique to evade while continuing to unleash water release ninjutsu. Wait, something is amiss. Feng Hua suddenly became alert. Tobarama, having dispatched this individual to confront me, must possess considerable confidence in his capabilities. However, throughout this skirmish, I have not found myself at a disadvantage. This opponent is, at best, a mere CH Nin, or perhaps even lacking the strength of an ordinary CH Nin. One must ponder how such a character could be entrusted with significant responsibilities by Tobarama. As my Sharingan spun slowly, I failed to detect any peculiarities in the figure of the 8th Elder. Yet, the one feigning death upon the ground appeared to have underestimated the situation. How intriguing. Subsequently, I engaged the 8th Elder in a few exchanges, deliberately allowing myself to appear as though I were faltering, retreating strategically. His eyes glimmered with arrogance as he pressed his assault, compelling me to retreat in a specific direction, drawing ever closer. It was at this precise moment Boom. The seventh elder, who had been lying motionless, suddenly leapt into action, thrusting a kunai towards my throat with alarming speed. I had been waiting for this. Spiraling sphere. Bang. What? Before the eighth elder could complete his sentence, he dissipated into smoke. The seventh elder, however, was struck directly in the heart by the spiraling sphere. Meeting his demise without hope of recovery, I finally exhaled in relief, simultaneously sealing the 8 gates, as a wave of soreness surged through my body. That was a close call. I had not anticipated the treachery of this individual. Despite possessing a significant advantage, he resorted to using a shadow clone to engage me directly, while he himself lay in wait, feigning death to deliver a killing blow. Fortunately, I remained vigilant. This battle has imparted a crucial lesson. The realm of shinobi combat defies logic, and anything can transpire. Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced the air from behind. The goat-bearded man, having finally awakened from my illusion, beheld the gruesome scene of blood and corpses and was sent into a frenzy, scrambling away toward the village. I narrowed my eyes slightly. This goat-bearded man had colluded with bandits, endangering the villagers. He deserved his fate. Noticing a bandit's machete at my feet, I kicked it with precision, and it arced gracefully through the air before embedding itself in the goat-bearded man's body. Thus, one must never betray their own. As I surveyed the scene littered with lifeless bodies, I realized that despite it being my first act of killing, I felt no discomfort. After nearly a year of training under Might Guy, my mental fortitude had surpassed the ordinary, rendering me unfazed by such trivial spectacles. The real concern lies with the root member. Though it is not a matter of either his death or mine, the aftermath could prove interminable. I returned to the village to inform the mayor that the bandits had been dealt with, their bodies lying along the mountain road. I requested that he gather a few men to handle the remains and provide me with a completion certificate for the mission. The mayor nodded eagerly, dispatching several villagers to investigate the mountain road before inquiring about the goat-bearded man's involvement. Foolish humans. That individual was in league with the bandits. Observing the incredulous gazes of the nearby villagers, I implored them to reflect. Was the goat-bearded man not always present during their robberies, and yet never suffered any consequences? The villagers exchanged glances, their memories aligning in realization that indeed, this had been the case. Several townsfolk seemed to recall something, bursting into Goatbeard's home with fervor. After a thorough search, they uncovered a substantial sum of cash that left even the richest man in town drooling. Goatbeard, like the others, barely scraped by with his meager mountain goods. Where could such wealth possibly come from? It was evident that he had profited as an accomplice to the mountain bandits. The townspeople were incensed, rushing into Goatbeard's home to ransack it. This table caught my eye first. You scoundrel, that iron pot belongs to me. I'm taking this tatama mat. No one dare contest me. The mayor, visibly embarrassed, stammered, esteemed ninja, please forgive this spectacle. Finghua, with a slightly furrowed brow, rubbed 2 fingers together in front of the mayor. The mayor, uneducated and inexperienced, failed to grasp the meaning of the gesture. Finghua was truly incensed. Before long, the townsfolk had stripped Goatbeard's home bare. At that moment, the mayor returned from inspecting the bodies, his face ashen, his gaze towards Finghua filled with trepidation. Mayor, that band of thieves is dead, and there's blood everywhere. It's horrific. Many bodies have been charred to cinders. Finghua scoffed. Spare me the details. Just write the certificate. Following his first failed attempt at extortion, Finghua was in a foul mood. The mayor hastily pinned the completion certificate, signing his name and affixing his seal, then respectfully handed it to Finghua. Esteemed ninja, I am deeply grateful. I can scarcely repay you. Indeed, indeed. Finghua's eyes sparkled, and he rubbed his fingers together again. The mayor, flustered, eventually mirrored Finghua's gesture, seemingly wishing to unite in camaraderie. Finghua was further incensed at the sight of the mayor. Departing the town, he retraced his steps, traversing mountains and valleys under the stars, finally returning to the outskirts of Konoha before dawn. Calculating the time, he realized it was the final day for registration for the CHNIN exam. Entering Konoha, he registered at the gate and proceeded towards the Hokage Tower. As he walked, he observed many townsfolk bustling about, sweeping and setting up stalls, a scene brimming with vitality. After submitting the mayor's certificate in the mission hall of the Hokage Tower, Finghua successfully completed his first rank mission. Next, he aimed to register for the CHNIN exam. In the original narrative, the CHNIN exam required teams of 3, with participants from various ninja villages. However, during this time in Konoha, 40 years had passed, and each village conducted their exams independently, with no stipulation for trio formations to register. Finghua arrived at Sarutobi Hiruzen's office and knocked before entering. Finghua, you have arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted him with a faint smile, puffing on his pipe. Have you completed your mission? Yes, Hokage-sama, Finghua asked nervously. Am I eligible to register for the CHNIN exam? Having eliminated a member of the route, he had undoubtedly made an enemy of Danzo and needed to cling to Sarutobi Hiruzen for protection. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, retrieving a registration form. Please fill this out. Finghua accepted the form, completed it, and returned it to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded after watching the scene unfold. The Chunin exam begins tomorrow. Remember to gather at the Ninja Academy by 8 o'clock. Understood, Hokage-sama. Half a day later, Danzo received alarming intelligence. Uchiha Kafuka had reportedly slain the Raven Demon. How could this be possible? Danzo's expression darkened ominously in his plans. Uchiha Kafuka had only two fates, to become his loyal subordinate or to meet a grim demise. Yet now, he had returned, full of life. Lord Danzo. When I arrived at the scene, the townsfolk had already cleaned it up. I could only examine the body of the Raven Demon, and I found that he had perished from a powerful fire release technique that incinerated his heart instantly. Is there any other information? Danzo inquired coldly. Upon inspecting other bodies, I deduced that apart from the Raven Demon, only Uchiha Kafuka was present at the scene. This meant that Uchiha Kafuka had indeed killed the Raven Demon? Danzo's eyelids twitched. This boy was far too cunning. Having graduated from the Ninja Academy less than a month ago, he had already managed to slay a member of the Root organization. This achievement tightened Danzo's chest with unease. If he could not be utilized, then he was a threat that must be eliminated. As Danzo closed his eyes, darkness enveloped him. That evening, Obito, Guy, Ren, and Yui Kurenai pooled their resources to treat Kafuka to a grand feast at a barbecue restaurant, celebrating his anticipated success in the Chunin exam. Ren had initially invited Kakashi, but he was whisked away for special training by his father, Hataki Tsukumo, and could not attend. Kakashi, already a prodigy, now under the guidance of the Leaf S White Fang, stood a significant chance of passing the exam. Should he succeed, Kakashi would set a record as the youngest Chunin. In the barbecue restaurant, many ninjas discussed the upcoming Chunin exam, with Kakashi being the focal point of their conversations. As the son of the Leaf S White Fang, Kakashi had always exhibited remarkable talent, garnering the hopes of numerous clans and commoners alike. Why are they all talking about that insufferable Kakashi? Obito grumbled, crossing his arms in annoyance. Guy, devouring meat with gusto, furrowed his thick brows, his spirit igniting with determination. Kakashi, I will catch up to you. Rin blushed at the mention of Kakashi's name, while Kurenai cast a concerned glance at Kafuka, who sat with a solemn demeanor, seemingly grappling with a formidable challenge. Kafuka indeed faced a dilemma. The news of the Root member's death would surely have reached Danzo's ears by now. How would he retaliate? The answer was almost too obvious. Tomorrow's Chunin exam. Kafuka felt a surge of heat rising within him as he chewed on the meat. On the following morning, Kafuka rose early, having breakfast before heading to the Ninja Academy. The school, now on break, was nearly empty, with only about 20 individuals present, all wearing the leaf headbands, preparing for the Chunin exam. As Kafuka observed the others, they were equally scrutinizing him. What a young boy. Is he Kakashi? Hey, Kakashi has white hair. It can't possibly be him. Indeed, these younglings show little respect for us veterans. Participating in the CHNIN exams at such a tender age, where are we to place our dignity? Most of these genin are already in their teenage years, with some resembling uncles, their futures appearing dismal and bleak. Upon witnessing the youthful Uchiha FK, it is only natural for them to subtly express their dissatisfaction. Are you Uchiha FK? Suddenly, a friendly young man approached, clad in dark attire, with the Uchiha clan emblem emblazoned on his back. I am Uchiha Tenkwon. With a flourish, he revealed his double Tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Tenkwon, around 17 or 18, possessed striking features that marked him as an idol in the making. FK's heart skipped a beat. His first thought was that this fellow may be a pawn of Danzo. Hello, do you know me? FK inquired cautiously. Of course. My father is Uchiha Yamane, the captain of the Konoha police force. Tenkwon replied, his pride subtly evident. I've heard my father mention you. Is that so? FK remained non-committal. He would not naively accept the words of a stranger upon their first meeting. Even if it were true, what could not be accomplished by Danzo's means? Ah, is that Kakashi? With his white hair, it was unmistakably him. These youngsters are truly insufferable. FK turned to see a slightly shorter boy entering the school gate, his flamboyant white hair partially obscured by a black mask, with lifeless eyes reminiscent of a dead fish. How can he be so insufferable at such a young age? FK scoffed. Kakashi was a prodigy, scrutinized from a young age, already impervious to criticism. Unfazed by the throngs of genin, he maintained his aloof demeanor, well, as aloof as one could appear with such fish-like eyes. He then glanced at FK, showing a flicker of surprise in his gaze. I will not accept your challenge, Kakashi remarked as he passed by FK. Not even turning his head. FK's eye twitched. Where did this absurd confidence stem from? Initially inclined to ignore him, he now reconsidered. Failing to land a proper beating on him would be a disservice to his own formidable fists. At last, everyone had arrived. A languid voice suddenly echoed from the front, as a ninja, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere, announced, "All of you, assemble in classroom 101. Whoosh. The nearby genin sprinted off in an instant. Kakashi, even more decisive, utilized body flicker technique. FK strolled leisurely behind, his eyes narrowing. He needed to confront Danzo's machinations. That was the crux of the matter. Observing the figures ahead, he silently pondered who among them might be Danzo's pawn. The Ch-Nin exam was much like the original tale, commencing with a theoretical examination. The questions on the test were not difficult. With careful consideration, one could unravel them. The true challenge lay in the ominous presence of the ninjas stationed in each corner of the classroom, exuding a chilling aura of menace. This oppressive atmosphere enveloped the hearts of all genin like a shroud of darkness, making it all too easy to falter under pressure and miscalculate. Yet, none of this posed any challenge for Fenghua. His will had long been tempered to a resolute iron by Maite Dai, and having just vanquished over 20 bandits, he felt no fear in the face of their murderous intent. Quietly, he completed the test and closed his eyes to rest. When the papers were collected, two ninjas, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of death, broke down and lost control in front of everyone, creating a scene of chaos. Aside from these two lower ninjas, the rest managed to pass the test, regardless of their performance. The second examination would take place in the Forest of Death. Prepare yourselves for the inevitability of death. Drawled a lazy-voiced ninja as he suddenly turned, revealing another ninja standing behind him. This ninja, with long hair cascading down his shoulders, possessed skin as pale as snow and eyes reminiscent of a fox, adorned with a pair of golden slit pupils. Lord Orochimaru will oversee the second examination. A stunned silence fell over the crowd, which was soon followed by gasps of astonishment. Lord Orochimaru. It is indeed the legendary Orochimaru from the Three Sannin. How remarkable. Yet, Fenghua abruptly sensed a thick malevolence emanating from the world around him. Orochimaru as the proctor? Could it be any more unreliable? Fenghua shivered internally, pondering whether Orochimaru and Danzo were involved in any clandestine dealings. If so, his own meager skills might not suffice. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils surveyed the assembly, pausing momentarily on Kakashi before settling heavily upon Fenghua. The corners of Fenghua's eyes twitched, and he felt unwell. When they arrived at the outskirts of the Forest of Death, Orochimaru announced the specifics of the examination. I intend to eliminate half of the participants, meaning only 10 out of the 20 will pass. A sinister smile spread across Orochimaru's face as he continued. The task is to traverse the Forest of Death and reach the central tower within 5 days. Suddenly, Uchiha Tion-1 interjected, Lord Orochimaru, may we employ any means necessary? Indeed. If required, feel free to resort to any method to eliminate them. Orochimaru replied coldly. In that case, we could simply compete here. The 10 who lose would automatically be disqualified. Wouldn't that suffice? Suggested a clever lower ninja. Orochimaru smirked. But there is an additional rule for this examination, hee. Any ninja who enters the central tower in an odd-numbered position will be eliminated, while those in even-numbered positions will pass. The lower ninjas froze in shock. Odd-numbered disqualification and even-numbered qualification? This meant that those entering the central tower in positions 1, 3, 5, and so on would be eliminated, while those in positions 2, 4, 6, and beyond would succeed. This was exceedingly difficult. Once dispersed, they would have no way of knowing who had entered the tower and who had not. Even if they did, they could not ascertain whether they had entered in an odd or even position. Killing everyone to secure the first position would still result in disqualification. This was infuriating. It was a gamble of sheer luck. Many lower ninjas wore expressions of despair. So, are there any questions? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, then extended his tongue to lick his face before, after a moment, he grinned malevolently. Since there are no inquiries, let the second examination commence, now. In the deathly forest, towering ancient trees stood thick as blades of grass, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Walking along the branch of a colossal tree, Feng Hua felt a peculiar sensation of diminishment. Whoosh! Shadows darted swiftly nearby, desperately racing towards the heart of the forest. Despite the bizarre regulations set by Orochimaru, the majority of the genin could not resist the urge to reach the central tower at the earliest opportunity. Feng Hua cautiously concealed himself, attuning his ears to the surrounding sounds as he advanced slowly. Roar! Suddenly, a beast's roar erupted from the left, causing the very ground to tremble. A massive wild boar, its eyes ablaze, charged towards him, heading straight for the giant tree where Feng Hua stood. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Feng Hua formed hand seals and unleashed a barrage of fireballs that arced gracefully toward the boar. Roar! 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 The boar's hide was tough and resilient, and this particular specimen was a formidable one. Having gone decades without a cleansing, its exterior was encrusted with layers of dark grime, which not only absorbed the fireball's explosion but also shielded it from the searing heat. Boom! The boar's tusks collided violently with the tree trunk, creating two gaping holes. And with a twist of its head, it toppled the majestic tree. Feng Hua nimbly leaped to another giant tree, his gaze fixed on the boar. Yet his awareness remained attuned to the surroundings. Encountering a wild boar so soon after entering was too coincidental. Could it be that someone was driving the beast towards him? With such thoughts in mind, Feng Hua proceeded with caution. After a prolonged encounter, the boar, growing weary, began to lose its will. Puff! Puff! The boar's immense size drained its energy rapidly, and it soon found itself panting heavily, the air from its nostrils vaporizing into mist. In a final twist of its head, it scurried away. Feng Hua felt a twinge of embarrassment. He hadn't even exerted himself. Nevertheless, he refrained from pursuing it. Let it be an unexpected occurrence. With narrowed eyes, he turned and continued towards the forest center. As he ventured deeper, he occasionally encountered formidable beasts, some nearly as powerful as Nin. Feng Hua would engage in battle when possible, but if it required excessive energy, he would flee to avoid becoming embroiled in a struggle where he might find himself outmatched. Along the way, he discovered a giant tree with gnarled roots forming a hollow. At the entrance of this hollow lay deep crimson stains, already slightly dried. Feng Hua gracefully descended to inspect the scene within. Upon drawing closer, he was met with a chilling sight. A corpse lay inside, one he recognized as a fellow genin who had participated in the Nin exam. Judging by the temperature, the individual had recently perished, with rigor mortis yet to set in. Feng Hua searched the body and noted that all possessions remained intact. Already on the first day, a death had occurred. He shook his head with a wry smile. The ensuing 4 days promised to be most intriguing. Look, there's a tree hollow. I can smell blood. 2 figures approached the hollow. Feng Hua furrowed his brow and stepped out. What is it? Oh, it's just you little rascal. A young man and woman, both around 18 or 19 years of age, approached. The man bore a knife on his back. Upon encountering Feng Hua, they initially regarded him with disdain. But upon noticing the corpses behind him, their expression shifted to one of wariness. Little brat, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. Feng Hua shrugged nonchalantly. If I claim I didn't kill them, would you believe me? Of course, we would choose to believe you. Haha, the young male ninja scoffed, his hand already reaching for the knife's hilt. Indeed, after all, how could a mere child commit murder? The female ninja squinted, her grip on her shuriken tightening. The 2 ninjas slowly separated, flanking Feng Hua on either side. I advise you to leave quickly, Feng Hua spoke up. That cannot be allowed. Someone has died under mysterious circumstances, and we must investigate. The 2 ninjas moved in perfect unison, almost simultaneously charging at Feng Hua. Feng Hua raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing his lips. Truly unaware of your impending doom. Moon Crescent Dance, the male ninja shouted, instantly creating 3 shadow clones that attacked Feng Hua from different angles. Is this the with leaf swordsmanship style? Feng Hua summoned chakra from his left palm, forming it into a brilliant azure sphere. Rasengan, the female ninja launched her own assault. Wind release, shuriken. The massive shuriken spun through the air at incredible speed, stirring up a flurry of leaves. Feng Hua remained calm, first using the Rasengan to repel the male ninja, then gracefully leaping to evade the female ninja's wind shuriken. Impossible. The male ninja was taken aback. Despite having divided his focus into 3 clones, he was swiftly seen through by Feng Hua, who used an uncanny technique to force him back. His eyes. This little brat is from the Uchiha clan, the female ninja exclaimed in shock. Feng Hua, with his double Tomo Sharingan activated, displayed a hint of a sinister expression on his youthful face. Double Tomo Sharingan? The male ninja was horrified. This boy was a prodigy of the Uchiha. It was only a genius who could awaken the Sharingan to this extent at such a young age. The two ninjas exchanged glances. The Uchiha clan was a prestigious lineage in Konoha, while they were merely common ninjas. If they were to kill Fenghua, the news would inevitably reach others, and they would likely meet their demise during a future mission. No, it was not a possibility. It was a certainty. Damn it. The male ninja gritted his teeth, the veins in his hands standing out as his dissatisfaction with reality and envy towards Fenghua coalesced into a torrent of hatred. We should leave. The female ninja calmly assessed the situation. This child, like Kakashi, is not someone we can provoke. Humph. Lucky brat. The male ninja begrudgingly sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Fenghua tilted his head, observing his retreating figure, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Stop. What? The two ninjas turned simultaneously. You think you can come and go as you please? Haha, who granted you such privilege? Fenghua's eyes, with their two spinning tomo, radiated an aura of malevolence and foreboding. Little brat, don't think we fear you. The male ninja retorted angrily. We are only letting this slide for the sake of your Uchiha clan. Oh really? Then allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of the Uchiha. Fenghua rapidly formed hand seals, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Boom. 3 enormous fireballs, radiating scorching heat, descended suddenly. Water release, water chaos wave. The female ninja formed a series of seals, unleashing a torrent of water to counter the fireball. Meanwhile, the male ninja leaped high into the air, lunging towards the fire. He had removed his scabbard, gripping it horizontally at his side, with his right hand firmly clutching the hilt. Iato. A flash of blade gleamed like lightning as it darted from his waist, a crescent-shaped blade of energy accompanied by a buzzing tremor swiftly slicing towards the fire. In the face of the rapidly descending blade, the fire user remained calm, hastily forming seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. The fireball instantly engulfed the blade's light, its searing heat rebounding towards the airborne male ninja. Damn it! The male ninja hadn't anticipated the swiftness of the fire user's seals. As he beheld the oncoming fireball, he frantically employed the body replacement technique to evade. How could such a level possibly pass the CHNIN exam? The fire user's voice coolly resonated behind him. Leaf Great Whirlwind. The male ninja turned in panic, only to see a shadow rapidly enlarging before him. Bang! Amidst the flying wood splinters, the male ninja was hurled into the massive tree trunk, losing consciousness. Bastard! The female ninja, wielding a kunai, charged forward, but stood no chance against the fire user. In terms of both speed and strength, she simply couldn't keep up, and within moments, she was beaten to the ground, spitting blood, rendered powerless. Infuriating. The female ninja bit down hard, drawing blood from her gums as she glared at the fire user. Inexplicably, her mood suddenly brightened considerably. The fire user clapped his hands, feeling refreshed, glanced at the fallen female ninja, and chuckled lightly. So, one should not be overly conceited, understand? You and I understand now. The female ninja trembled with rage, yet her rationality compelled her to suppress her anger, bowing her head in defeat. Very well, then. I wish you good fortune. The fire user leapt away with a smile, hoping the murderer had departed. Goodbye. The female ninja was startled, quickly realizing that the unconscious subordinate in the hollow tree was not slain by the fire user. Otherwise, why spare their lives? Gritting her teeth, she staggered to her feet, intent on rescuing the male ninja, but suddenly felt a rush of wind behind her. Before she could react, her consciousness plunged into absolute darkness. Mercy can lead to dire consequences, Uchiha Fenghua. Beside the female ninja's body, a handsome youth wiped the blood from his kunai, his tone dripping with malice, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He then casually approached the nearby giant tree. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. A massive fireball surged into the tree, incinerating the male ninja within, before he leisurely departed. Half an hour later, a leaf from a nearby giant tree trembled suddenly as Fenghua emerged from its concealment. His eyes bore a grave expression, his muscles taut, seemingly trembling uncontrollably. How cruel. In truth, while battling these two ninjas, Fenghua had sensed someone lurking in the shadows. His earlier departure was a deliberate ploy to ascertain the identity of the observer. Uchiha Tianquan. Indeed, the figure in the shadows was none other than the young man who had greeted Fenghua on the playground of the Ninja Academy. Uchiha Tianquan. Uchiha Tianquan possesses striking handsomeness, particularly when he smiles, exuding a gentle charm akin to a refreshing spring breeze. However, beneath this facade lies a heart as cold and merciless as ice. a revelation that is profoundly shocking. Although these subordinate ninjas are rivals, they hail from the same village. To strike with such lethal intent is indicative of a twisted disposition. Indeed, a perverse one. Most alarming is Uchiha Tianquan's formidable strength, rivaling that of a Chunin. His recent strikes were as swift as lightning, showcasing remarkable prowess in taijutsu. Furthermore, his Sharingan has achieved the double tomo, equally impressive as my own. A formidable adversary. Feng Huan narrowed his eyes, contemplating whether this individual might be affiliated with Danzo. Should he take decisive action to eliminate him? After all, he has witnessed my double tomo Sharingan and would surely harbor jealousy towards my exceptional talent. Igniting feelings of resentment akin to the lament of why must there be a shining jewel among mere stones, particularly in light of my unparalleled beauty. The more Feng Huo pondered, the more resolute he became in his intent to eliminate him. Subsequently, he quietly departed, advancing towards the heart of the forest of death. As days passed, the number of deceased ninjas continued to rise. Feng Huo even witnessed a beast gleefully wagging its tail while gnawing on the corpse of a ninja, prompting him to swiftly dispatch the creature. The closer he approached the center of the forest of death, the heavier his heart grew. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, it appeared that Uchiha Tianquan, this madman, genuinely intended to reduce the number of participants in this examination to a minimum, perhaps by eliminating 18 ninjas, compelling the last survivor to enter the central tower. If he entered second, he would emerge as the sole victor of the test. Feng Huo reflected on the ninjas, comparing them in silence, and concluded that aside from Kakashi and himself, the rest were mere bystanders, utterly incapable of matching Uchiha Tianquan's prowess. Yet, a discrepancy arose. In the original narrative, Kakashi had attained Chunin status at the tender age of 6. Hence, would Uchiha Tianquan ultimately be defeated? Feng Huo pondered long and hard. But one thing he failed to consider was that his arrival had already altered the course of events. In the original tale, Orochimaru was not a proctor for this Chunin exam, thus eliminating the peculiar rules that had been established. Therefore, whether Kakashi could still pass the examination and become the youngest Chunin in Konoha's history remained uncertain. At last, the 5th day arrived, marking the final day of this examination. Feng Huo had reached the center of the forest of death and could even glimpse the tower's pinnacle in the distance. He remained oblivious to whether anyone had entered the central tower. Feng Huo could certainly walk straight in, but if fortune did not favor him, he might find himself entering in an odd sequence alongside Uchiha Tianquan, unaware of how many lives this individual had already extinguished. Feng Huo contemplated for a moment, forming seals to summon a shadow clone, instructing it to stir the grass nearby and flush out any lurking foes. Surrounding the central tower, several ninjas remained concealed, sharing Feng Huo's cautious mindset, reluctant to take the lead into the tower. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tianquan lounged carelessly atop a massive tree branch, squinting as he calculated. 11 out of 20 ninjas had perished at my hands. Excluding myself, only 8 remain. To my left is 1, to my right are 2. Yet simultaneously confronting 3 would prove quite challenging. Uchiha Tianquan squinted, pondering that had Kakashi agreed to ally with him yesterday, they could have effortlessly dominated the exam in the Death Forest and passed with ease. Alas, then another name surged in his mind, Uchiha Feng Huo. Collaborating with him would yield the same objective. However, the mere thought of Uchiha Feng Huo's double tomo Sharingan ignited a fervent bloodlust within Uchiha Tianquan. Being the son of Uchiha Yenya, the captain of the Konoha police force, he was privy to more secrets than the average clan member. He understood that beyond the 3 tomo Sharingan, there existed even higher levels. Thus, Uchiha Feng Huo, having awakened the double tomo at such a young age, must be eliminated. This conviction would never waver. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a figure darting swiftly among the towering trees ahead. Uchiha Feng Huo. As Feng Huo appeared, Uchiha Tianquan's eyes narrowed into slits. What was this fellow up to? Kakashi and other concealed ninjas shared the same intrigue, yet they all remained perfectly still, lurking in silence. After a while, Feng Huo's shadow clone, realizing that these individuals were intent on prolonging the game, devised a cunning plan and turned directly toward the central tower. What? He just entered like that? Could he be using a shadow clone? Is he the first one? Damn it. Not a shred of intelligence could be gleaned. Uchiha Tianquan immediately activated his Sharingan, and upon witnessing the chakra within the other, his confusion deepened. Simultaneously, a small dog suddenly approached from behind the tree where Kakashi was concealed. Parker, did you see clearly? Yes, I saw. There are no lower ninjas inside the tower. The little dog, adorably speaking in a high-pitched voice while adorned in deep blue attire, sported a Konoha forehead protector on its head, being one of Kakashi's summoning nin dogs. I understand. Thank you, Parker. With a pop, the smoke dissipated and Parker vanished. Kakashi peeked from behind the tree, observing Fenghua's figure as he entered the central tower. His brow furrowing in concern. Shadow clone? Or is he gambling on luck? If it's the latter, then the ninja who follows him in would be the second to pass the exam. However, if it's the former inside the central tower. Orochimaru stood alongside several nin examiners, watching Fenghua enter with a sinister smile that hinted at deeper implications. One of the nin examiners called out, Uchiha Fenghua. Do you know what number you are? Fenghua grinned and surveyed the surroundings, responding casually, I have no idea. You are the first, so wait. Orochimaru interjected with a light chuckle. As an examiner, it would be quite remiss not to recognize a shadow clone. What? This is a shadow clone? The nin examiner exclaimed in surprise. Fenghua, scanning the area yet finding no one else, inwardly cursed the ninja turtles outside for their patience. Esteemed examiners, I hope you do not mind my presence here? Fenghua inquired. Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, of course not. Orochimaru's gaze made Fenghua feel somewhat uneasy. Time flowed slowly. And as night deepened, not a single ninja entered the central tower. As the time ticked away, only half an hour remained until the examination concluded. Damn it! Are these ninja turtles truly going to wait until the last second to enter? Finally, a figure emerged from the shadows at the entrance of the central tower. Stepping into the light. Without hesitation, Fenghua dashed forward. Konoha's great whirlwind. The figure was caught off guard, receiving a kick to the side of the face. Dissipating into smoke. How shameless. Resorting to a shadow clone for probing. Fenghua fumed. Hey, kid, don't forget that you too are a shadow clone. Came Orochimaru's teasing voice from behind. Startled, Fenghua quickly leaped aside. Yet, upon turning around, he clearly saw Orochimaru standing at a distance, not moving an inch. How bizarre. As time slowly elapsed, anxiety grew among those outside the central tower. It was nearly time. Uchiha Tianquan formed seals to summon a shadow clone, intending to ascertain whether Uchiha Fenghua's true self was within. Leave it to me. With rhythmic footsteps approaching, Fenghua grasped two Rasengan with both hands. Behind him, Orochimaru's narrowed eyes were fixated on Fenghua's hands. No seals, no build-up. How intriguing that he had indeed developed this jutsu. The footsteps halted abruptly at the entrance of the tower, the light within illuminating the figure's feet. Then, it continued forward, gradually stepping into the light. First the feet, then the legs, waist, chest, and finally the face. Uchiha Tianquan. Muscles tensed, Fenghua charged forward, smashing the two spheres towards his face. Uchiha Fenghua. This is no way to treat a clansman. Uchiha Tianquan, skilled in taijutsu, leaped away, forming seals with his hands to unleash a great fireball. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Fenghua immediately formed seals to counter. Boom. The fireball exploded within the tower, blinding flames surging out through doors and windows, illuminating the surrounding area for half a mile. Lord Orochimaru? Are we just going to stand by and watch? A nin examiner in the corner expressed frustration. These genin were too arrogant, showing no respect for the examiners. This was insurrection. Hee, isn't this quite exhilarating? Enjoy the show, Orochimaru chuckled coldly. As one of the legendary three, Orochimaru held considerable power in Konoha, and despite their dissatisfaction, the nin examiners dared not oppose him. Boom. As the fire techniques of Fenghua and Uchiha Tianquan clashed, the temperature within the tower surged dramatically, waves of fire crashing against the walls. A few nin examiners begrudgingly used earth release to shield the central tower, lest these two youngsters demolish it. Fenghua and Uchiha Tianquan stood on opposite sides, coldly locking eyes. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. No time to waste. If we don't enter now, it will be too late. A genin shouted anxiously. Whether I pass or fail depends on my luck. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. Fenghua and Uchiha Tianquan simultaneously unleashed their fire techniques. Boom. The surging flames violently burst forth from the central tower's entrance, engulfing the figure within. Bang. The lower ninja instantly dissipated into smoke. Another shadow clone. How insincerely charming. The fire shadow clone scoffed disdainfully. Opposite, Uchiha Tenkan furrowed his brow, still unable to ascertain whether the entity before him was the true form of Fenghua or merely a shadow clone. 5 minutes remain. Orochimaru's cold voice echoed throughout the central tower. Outside, the lower ninjas grew anxious. If they delayed any longer, the exam time would elapse. Lord Orochimaru. Could an unforeseen incident occur? The Chunin examiners were equally troubled, fearing complications. Unforeseen incidents? Aren't they always occurring? Orochimaru extended his tongue, beginning to cleanse his face. Meanwhile, outside the central tower, Kakashi stealthily approached a fidgety lower ninja. It's you. Kakashi swiftly drew the short blade from his back and charged forward. Who? The rush of wind startled the lower ninja, who instinctively threw a kunai backward without looking, simultaneously dodging to the left. Kakashi swung his blade to deflect the kunai and struck down fiercely. Boom. The battle within the central tower intensified, the scorching heat causing the floor tiles to crack. Meanwhile, both combatants' chakra reserves were nearly depleted. In the Hokage's office, the Elder Advisory Council of Konoha, including Danzo, had gathered. The expressions of Tsunade and Mito Minion were dark as storm clouds, but none compared to Danzo's scowl. Understandably so, he had believed he had crafted a brilliant scheme, intending to cradle Finghua tenderly, only to have it disrupted by the old fool Sarutobi Hiruzen, turning his plans into utter chaos. His mood understandably soured. Hiruzen, I will never agree to this. Tsunade exclaimed sharply. How could you allow two Uchiha to join the ANBU? What were you thinking? Ever since the battle at the Valley of the End, the hearts of the Uchiha clan have shifted. They have resisted the Senju clan at every turn, even aspiring to the position of Hokage. The second Hokage established the police force to stabilize their sentiments, placing Uchiha clan members in crucial roles to maintain harmony. After all these years, Hiruzen, have you forgotten all of this? Mito Minion spoke earnestly. By allowing two Uchiha to join the ANBU, should any issues arise, the secrets and intelligence of the ANBU could be leaked. Have you considered the magnitude of such consequences? Danzo could no longer contain himself. Hiruzen, you have indeed been remiss in your considerations. As Hokage, you must prioritize the greater good. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply from his pipe, glaring at Danzo, and retorted. Wasn't this your suggestion, Danzo? Nanny? Tsunade and Mito Minion turned to Danzo, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Danzo, unfazed, replied coolly, Hiruzen, it is my duty to offer suggestions. But the final decision lies in your hands. Shameless. If he were 30 years younger, Sarutobi Hiruzen swore he would have pummeled Danzo until his face was a blooming mess. Hiruzen, regardless of the circumstances, the Uchiha clan must not be permitted to join the ANBU. As I traverse the path of the Uchiha clan, particularly with regard to the enigmatic Uchiha Tenkyu, one might perceive him as gentle. However, beneath the facade lies a heart of profound cruelty, coupled with extraordinary talent. His Sharingan has already evolved to the double tomo, evoking memories of his illustrious ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Such a notion is unfathomable. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a sidelong glance at Danzo, internally scoffing. It is noteworthy that Uchiha Tenkyu achieved the double tomo at the tender age of 15, whereas Fuho is merely a child. In Hiruzen's mind, Fuho's significance looms ever larger. So young, yet so gifted, with an unshakable disposition, he is perfectly suited to inherit the will of fire. Nurtured within the Anbu for 2 years, he is destined to become a pillar of Konoha. Conversely, Uchiha Tenkyu could easily be coerced into safeguarding the secrets of the Anbu through the use of cursed seals, a skill at which the torturers of the Anbu excel. Danzo, Kosun, and Monin, I have made my decision regarding this matter. Do not press further. Hiruzen declared with unwavering authority. Hiruzen, you, Kosun retorted, her anger evident as wrinkles formed at the corners of her eyes. Danzo was equally agitated, a tempest of emotions swirling within him, his very organs vibrating with tension. After enduring the trials of the Forest of Death, he had become acutely aware of Fuho's double tomo Sharingan, intensifying his desire to possess such talent. Yet, he was taken aback that Hiruzen would stake the entire Anbu on Fuho, utterly shattering his grand schemes. This is utterly illogical. Danzo's expression darkened. If he could not secure Fuho, he must ensure that the boy does not flourish. For the sake of Konoha's stability, unity, and prosperity, the emergence of a genius from the Uchiha clan cannot be permitted. In the office of the Konoha police force, Uchiha Yamato gazed at his son, unable to suppress his furrowed brow. Father, what is it that you require of me in the Anbu? Uchiha Tenkyu inquired, his eyes alight with restless ambition. Tenkyu, regardless of your thoughts, do not act rashly. Uchiha Yamato warned gravely, for the Uchiha were not yet prepared for such a leap. Securing the secrets and intelligence of the Anbu would not only prove futile for the Uchiha, but could directly compel the third Hokage to take action against their clan, resulting in dire consequences. Father, this opportunity is 1 in a million. even if we do not utilize it now in the future. Tenkyu may stubbornly believe that his intentions will benefit the Uchiha clan. A heated argument ensued between father and son, culminating in a discordant parting. This boy is increasingly becoming a source of worry, Uchiha Yamato exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Beside him stood a young ninja, Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku. As you can see, Tenkyu appears astute, yet he is brimming with bravado and lacks wisdom. He is of little use. Uchiha Yamato spoke earnestly. For the future of the Uchiha clan rests upon your shoulders. Lord Yamato, your words are too heavy. Uchiha Fugaku replied, filled with trepidation. Danzo's stance towards our clan grows ever clearer. The future of the Uchiha can only resonate with a singular voice. Do you understand? Uchiha Yamato intoned gravely. Both I and the clan leader, Lord Chika, have high hopes for you. What does this imply? That I am to be both the leader of the Uchiha clan and the captain of the Konoha police force? Such happiness has come upon me so unexpectedly. Uchiha Fugaku found himself utterly bewildered. By the way, how have you and Makoto been developing? Oh, well, it's going fine. The topic shift was rather abrupt, leaving Uchiha Fugaku somewhat disoriented. If it's appropriate, you should marry soon and have offspring, Uchiha Yamano advised as the clan leader. Lacking heirs would indeed be a significant issue. However, the Chikage clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, hesitated. The son of Lord Chikage lacks the capacity to inherit the Uchiha legacy. Rest assured, even if Lord Chikage steps down, he will join the Elder Council to guide you. I see, I understand now. Uchiha Fugaku no longer hesitated. I will marry Makoto soon. After marriage, treat her well, Uchiha Yamano chuckled. Of course, I truly cherish her, Uchiha Fugaku smiled blissfully. Cheers. Cheers. In a barbecue restaurant, several friends gathered once more. Obito, Guy, Yugao, Rin, Fuhua, and Kakashi. Kakashi, you rascal, after graduation, we hardly see you. Rin exclaimed upon seeing her idol, her heart racing, her youthful face flushed with excitement. Obito sat nearby, his heart shattered at Rin's display, glaring at Kakashi with gritted teeth. What is the matter? My apologies, Kakashi shrugged casually, exuding an effortless charm. Speaking of which, Fuhua, are you and Kakashi going to join the Umbu together? Yugao looked at Fuhua with sparkling eyes. I want to join the Umbu too. Fuhua gulped down his juice, his heart still trembling. He had initially thought he would have to escape from Danzo's grasp as a rogue ninja, yet unexpectedly, the third Hokage made such a decision. Truth be told, Fuhua felt immensely grateful. However, what delighted him more was that you and Kakashi did not come to blows. I had been worried about that, Yugao said, adopting a motherly demeanor, her innocent eyes radiating purity. Upon hearing this, Fuhua and Kakashi simultaneously looked at each other. It's fine, I will not accept his challenge. Kakashi replied with a hint of arrogance. Rin, infatuated, chimed in. Kakashi, can't you be a bit more tactful? I truly apologize, Kakashi acquiesced. Fuhua's eyelids twitched. His mouth quirked, goosebumps beginning to rise. Apologies to your esteemed elder. What are you two lovebirds scheming together? Is this a provocation? Do you want to fight? Fuhua was incensed, his resolve to thrash Kakashi only intensified. Guy, while devouring the barbecue, remarked, I believe Kakashi might not be able to contend with Fuhua anymore. That is sincere. Your friend Fuhua has just logged in and given you a thumbs up. I agree. Obito slammed the table, glaring provocatively at Kakashi. Kakashi, are you afraid to accept Fuhua's challenge? This situation felt like old vinegar boiling over, the jealousy palpable from blocks away. Hey, Kakashi is quite formidable, Rin shouted in defense of her idol. I believe Fuhua is not yet Kakashi's match. The group was in an uproar, completely excluding Fuhua and Kakashi from their banter. Fuhua glanced at Kakashi, raising an eyebrow. He observed Kakashi as he slightly lowered his head while savoring barbecued meat, gently lifting his mask just long enough to devour a chicken leg with astonishing swiftness, before promptly covering his face once more. The speed of his actions was utterly astonishing. Fuhua stared intently, unable to discern Kakashi's features. What could this fellow possibly look like, to conceal his visage even while dining? Fuhua harbored the most malevolent speculations about Kakashi. As the conversation continued, Lin, Hinata, and others found their spirits once again plummeting. With Fuhua and Kakashi now engaged in the Umbu, it would become increasingly difficult to meet again. A year or more without a single encounter would be entirely normal. Obito and Guy, of course, were carefree, consumed by their meals while eyeing the remaining food, nearly coming to blows over a few pieces of barbecued meat. The following morning, Fuhua arrived at Hokage Rock feeling refreshed, where he found Mike Guy and Lee already training. Uncle Dai? Feng Hua exclaimed joyfully. It's truly wonderful. Once I enter the Umbu, I must perform admirably to ensure I can remain there for another month. Mike Guy approached with a broad smile, enthusiastically patting Feng Hua's head. Feng Hua swore he felt as though his bones might crack under the pressure of Guy's hearty slap. Uncle Dai, be gentle, he protested, dodging Guy's large hand. Then bowing deeply, thank you for your care this past year. Mike Guy paused, then, with one hand on his hip and the other giving a thumbs up, he beamed. Feng Hua, I have learned so much from you this past year. You are truly exceptional. However, you must remember to remain humble and not become complacent. Otherwise, be wary of Lee surpassing you. Lee clenched his fists, his voice brimming with excitement. Yes, Feng Hua. I will not slack off after you leave. I will train even harder to surpass you and become the finest ninja. The birch tree swayed gently behind the father and son duo. Feng Hua took a deep breath, preparing to express his sentiments, when suddenly Mike Guy and Lee burst into tears, their sobs resounding as tears spilled onto the ground, splattering onto Feng Hua's feet. Though he had never been accustomed to such displays, this time, Feng Hua found himself unable to restrain his own tears. Once their weeping subsided, Lee officially challenged Feng Hua. Feng Hua, I wish to ascertain just how great our differences truly are. Beneath his thick brows, Lee's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. If you persist. Feng Hua did not decline the challenge. Feng Hua, do not hold back. Mike Guy urged solemnly from the side. Understood. Feng Hua inhaled deeply, preparing to remove his clothing. Lee followed suit, shedding his garments as well. As Feng Hua disrobed, he inexplicably felt a twinge of shyness. Under Mike Guy's rigorous training over the past year, both had transitioned from nearly facing death during their initial sessions to gradually acclimatizing, eventually donning weights, and once again flirting with peril, only to grow accustomed to the burden. With a resounding thud, they carelessly discarded their weights onto the ground, producing a dull sound that stirred up clouds of dust, dancing in the sunlight. Feng Hua and Lee positioned themselves on opposite sides, their gazes locked in concentration. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Lee launched the first offensive, charging forward with a spinning kick. The gust of wind rustling leaves as he advanced. The flames did not flicker or retreat. Instead, they met the fierce Konoha Great Whirlwind head-on. Bang! As their legs collided, Kai instinctively took 2 steps back to regain his balance. With a swift movement, he propelled himself forward once more. Konoha's Might Whirlwind. Feng Hua executed a powerful spinning kick in retaliation. Kai crossed his arms, firmly blocking the attack, and then retaliated by launching Feng Hua high into the sky with a Konoha Rock Rising. Bang! Feng Hua's figure dissipated into smoke. Kai crouched low, his ears perked up, and he aimed a kick at a large tree to his left. Feng Hua chuckled lightly, revealing himself as he swiftly formed hand seals. Fire Release. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. 3 blazing spheres of flame, each a meter in diameter, engulfed the area, their intense heat singeing the grass beneath. Kai gritted his teeth, hesitating momentarily. Regardless of the martial arts employed, chakra was essential for maximizing their power, and at that moment, Kai was lacking in chakra. He was uncertain of his ability to extinguish the 3 fireballs with a single kick. However, his hesitation lasted only a second, and the next instant, he charged forward with fervor. Open the first gate. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Boom. A violent explosion formed a small mushroom cloud, and Kai's scorched figure was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the grass. At this juncture, Feng Hua had already attained the combat prowess of a CH Nin, while Kai had yet to reach even the level of a Genin in terms of chakra. Even with his enhancements in martial arts, he could not extinguish the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. In truth, even Feng Hua himself could only deflect the attack with Konoha Rock Rising, unwilling to take it head-on. Of course, he could still extinguish the Great Fireball. Kai struggled for a moment before finally rising to his feet, his stubbornness striking a chord of admiration. Onward! He shouted as he charged again, his body singed by fierce flames, with some areas gruesomely wounded, yet he felt no pain. Konoha Great Whirlwind. After opening the first gate of the 8 gates, Kai's martial prowess had significantly increased, and this kick possessed the strength of a Genin. Yet, against Feng Hua, it was far from sufficient. In an instant, Feng Hua activated his double Tomo Sharingan and cast a fox illusion technique, momentarily ensnaring Kai. He quickly regained his senses. But that moment was enough to determine victory or defeat. Boom. Feng Hua delivered a heavy kick to Kai's abdomen, sending him soaring through the air. Before he could land, he lost consciousness. Might Dai sighed nearby. He doesn't even possess the strength to force Feng Hua to open the 8 gates. After inflicting severe injury upon Kai, Feng Hua would need to tend to him, lest I take matters into his own hands. Thanks to a year of rigorous training, Feng Hua's medical ninjutsu had advanced remarkably. He had become quite adept at healing techniques, successfully treating all of Kai's internal and external injuries. Slowly, Kai opened his eyes. Upon seeing Feng Hua, his eyes lit up like bulbs. Feng Hua, from this day forth, I will challenge you until I defeat you. Kai exclaimed with fervor. Might Dai beamed with pride. Kai. This is what youth is all about. Father. Kai. The two of them burst into tears once more. However, this time, Feng Hua could not join in the weeping. As a shadow seemed to cloak his heart, a sense of unease creeping in as if he had been touched by some malevolent spirit. 3 days hence marks the day for reporting to the Umbu. Feng Hua rose early, diligently preparing himself before heading directly to the Hokage building. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he found himself confronted. Uchiha Fugaku? A sudden jolt coursed through Feng Hua's heart. Why had this individual come seeking him? It had been quite some time. If memory serves me correctly, your name is Feng Hua, is it not? Uchiha Fugaku regarded him with a pleasant smile. Ah, indeed. I have had the honor of meeting Lord Fugaku. Feng Hua responded with a composed and respectful greeting. Uchiha Fugaku nodded before cheerfully inquiring. Today is the day for your Umbu report, is it not? A question he already knew the answer to. Feng Hua, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, Yes, Lord Fugaku. If you have no further matters, I am somewhat pressed for time. In fact, I came to seek your assistance today, Uchiha Fugaku stated plainly. Although your youth gives me pause, I find myself without alternative. You do not intend for me to pilfer intelligence for you and the Umbu, do you? That would be the responsibility of your eldest son. I cannot usurp his duties. Feng Hua inquired with a stern countenance. Lord Fugaku, what is it that you require? It concerns Uchiha Tenkian. He continued. This child has a somewhat extreme temperament, and should he engage in any reckless behavior within the Umbu, I hope you might lend your support. Ah, so that is the matter at hand. Fear not, for with me present, I assure you he will meet a most unfortunate fate, nay, a fate unworthy of burial. Feng Hua responded with a light-hearted smile. Rest assured, Lord Fugaku. I shall comply with your request. Thank you. Regarding the Uchiha clan, Feng Hua had not sought information deliberately, yet he was naturally aware of the pertinent details. Presently, the clan leader is Uchiha Chika, while the captain of the police force is Uchiha Yamano. These two individuals serve as formidable pillars of the Uchiha clan. In a few years, when Uchiha Fugaku ascends to the role of clan leader while simultaneously commanding the police force, the Uchiha clan shall become a cohesive unit, further fueling Fugaku's ambitions. When faced with malicious machinations from the likes of Danzo, such ambitions may inevitably transform into the means for a coup. Should Uchiha Fugaku suddenly meet an untimely demise, it would certainly be a grand spectacle. Such thoughts are rather distant. Feng Hua lifted his gaze and found himself before the Hokage building. Ah, Feng Hua. Kakashi, clad in his mask, strolled past with an air of cool detachment. Though he acknowledged Feng Hua, his eyes did not meet his. He simply brushed past him. How infuriating. Feng Hua felt a surge of annoyance, never having encountered such arrogance. Upon entering the office of the third Hokage, Uchiha Tenkian had already arrived. Humph. Upon seeing Feng Hua, Uchiha Tenkian scoffed, tilting his gaze disdainfully towards the window at a 45-degree angle. Well then, everyone is present. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, appeared to be in good spirits. Casting appreciative glances between Kakashi and Feng Hua felt a chill run down his spine. Surely this esteemed figure would not create discord among them? Shikaku, I entrust these three to you, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly addressed the air. In response, a figure emerged, white-haired with gentle eyes reminiscent of a kindly neighbor, none other than Kakashi's father. The legendary Konoha White Fang, Hatake Shikaku. Yes, Hokage-sama. After exchanging a few more words with Feng Hua and the others, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed Hatake Shikaku to escort them. Follow me. Kakashi Hatake led the way, descending along the path of the Hokage's building. In the dimly lit alley, he navigated through twists and turns before entering an underground structure. Following the waterway, they walked and walked until they finally arrived at a lengthy dark passage. As they traversed the tunnel, a gentle light emerged from outside, accompanied by a soft autumn breeze that brought a hint of chill. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by a lush forest, though its exact location within the hidden leaf village remained uncertain. Kakashi did not pause, continuing forward. Along the way, they noticed hidden ninjas lurking in the dense foliage, casting suspicious glances at them. However, upon recognizing Kakashi, their expressions shifted to one of respect. At long last, Kakashi spoke. revealing a colossal tree before them. He formed hand seals to open a barrier, unveiling a black stone staircase that descended into the depths below. Kakashi stated, "Your captain will soon impart the hand signs for dispelling the barrier, but before that, there is a customary task for new team members." Beneath the dark stone steps lay a profound underground complex, shrouded in dim light, with numerous structures obscured in darkness. Kakashi, unbeknownst to the moment, had donned a mask adorned with a white base and black patterns, which appeared rather eerie in the depths below. "Enter," he beckoned, approaching a foreboding building and pushing open the creaking door, which emitted a haunting sound, reminiscent of a haunted house. Fenghua remained silent throughout, feeling an inexplicable sense of oppression. The three followed Kakashi inside, discovering a room reminiscent of a lounge, furnished with sofas and tea. At the far end of the room stood an iron door. Kakashi approached and knocked, prompting an inquiry from within. He uttered a coded phrase, and the door swung open, revealing a hoarse voice that beckoned, "Sir, please." "Kakashi, you may enter first." Without a glance back, Kakashi stepped through the door. Kakashi stood tall, hands in pockets, and strode in confidently. Bang! The iron door slammed shut behind him. After a moment, Kakashi's voice echoed again, "Uchiha Fenghua, enter." "Yes." Fenghua took a deep breath and approached the iron door. Behind him, Uchiha Tianquan squinted, contemplating. "If I am not mistaken, they intend to place curse seals upon us to prevent the leakage of Umbu's secret language, data, and various intelligence." How naive. Uchiha Tianquan bore a proud expression, dismissing the curse seals entirely. Inside the iron door, Fenghua seated himself on a wooden chair as a long-haired ninja approached him. The ninja, tall and imposing, clearly a man, gazed at Kakashi, who shook his head slightly. "Do not resist," the long-haired ninja instructed, placing a hand upon Fenghua's forehead. A peculiar energy surged into Fenghua's mind, causing his heart to race with fear of revealing his identity as a traverser. After a moment, the ninja withdrew his hand and nodded to Kakashi in the corner. Kakashi announced, "Uchiha Tianquan, enter." Fenghua opened his eyes, puzzled. Was that all? He examined himself and discovered a peculiar curse seal nestled between the fingers of his right hand. Is this the seal that prevents me from divulging the secrets of the Umbu? Just then, Uchiha Tianquan entered with an air of arrogance, plopping down onto the wooden chair. The long-haired ninja raised his gaze towards Hatake Sakumo, who nodded in response. "Do not resist." The long-haired ninja's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold smirk formed beneath his mask as he placed his hand upon Uchiha Tianquan's forehead. In the next instant, a piercing scream erupted from Tianquan. He convulsed violently, his hands and feet racked with pain, as if he were being subjected to the intimate advances of 100 brutish men in turn. Fenghua watched, his heart racing. Was there really a distinction in treatment? I like it. A smile spread across Fenghua's face. Tianquan's wails persisted for a considerable duration before finally subsiding. The long-haired ninja withdrew his hand and nodded at Hatake Sakumo. "Very well, next, someone will escort you to your respective teams. For now, take a moment to rest." Sakumo spoke blandly before turning to leave, followed closely by the long-haired ninja. Kakashi emerged coolly from the shadows, silently retreating to the outer lounge for a respite. In the dimly lit room, only Fenghua and Uchiha Tianquan remained. "Damn it." Tianquan regained some composure, one hand clutching his head while the other propped him up from the chair as he attempted to rise. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with a fierce expression. Generally, seals, even those from the root, are merely inscribed upon the body, such as on the hands, feet, or tongue, and could be dispelled by the Uchiha clan's abilities. However, that long-haired ninja had inscribed a seal directly within his mind, a most terrifying seal that was exceedingly difficult to dispel, as it involved the enigmatic brain. A slight misstep could lead to death. With this seal in place, I will be rendered utterly ineffective within the Umbu, unable to achieve anything. Even if I were to withdraw from the Umbu, the third Hokage would refuse to remove the seal from my mind under the pretense of safeguarding the Umbu's secrets and intelligence. Damn it, damn it. This truly feels like plunging into the depths of the Umbu, where freedom becomes a distant memory. Uchiha Tianquan was both furious and frustrated. Having hoped to achieve great merit for the Uchiha clan within the Umbu, thereby seamlessly inheriting the position of captain of the police force from his father. But now, everything had become an illusion. With this seal, he could not disclose even the slightest information about the Umbu, and the Uchiha clan would never allow someone like him to assume the role of captain of the police force. Then he caught sight of Fenghua and was momentarily taken aback. Previously, Kakashi and Fenghua had not emitted any screams. Kakashi was one thing, but what about Fenghua? Could it be that his seal was not inscribed within his mind? Upon noticing the peculiar expression on Uchiha Tenkwin's face, Finghua immediately adopted a dramatic demeanor. Ah, 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 it hurts, it hurts. Finghua grasped his forehead, gasping for air, exclaiming how excruciating the seal was, as if it were unbearable. Uchiha Tenkwin's eyelid twitched. Could he be any more theatrical? Just then, several shouts echoed from outside. The Umbu members who were to escort them had arrived. Although the trio of Finghua has joined the Umbu, it is noteworthy that the Umbu is divided into several divisions, such as the Torture Department, the Assassination Department, and the Intelligence Department, among others. Fenghua's contemporary, Ibiki, is destined to become the future captain of the Torture Department. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tenkwin has cheerfully joined this Torture Department, primarily tasked with overseeing critical suspects. The assignment is indeed monotonous, and the environment is somewhat harsh, yet it undeniably serves as a profound test of character. The third Hokage, along with Kakashi, has strategically placed him in such a role, which carries significant implications. Significant? What a jest! Uchiha Tenkwin's eyes twitched, and his spirits plummeted. On another front, Kakashi has been assigned to the Intelligence Department, where he is immersed in various tasks related to intelligence, including valuable information from other ninja villages. As for Finghua, he has been allocated to a different division, the Defense Department, with the primary duty of safeguarding the Hokage and other prominent figures in Konoha. In simpler terms, he is essentially a security guard. A security guard. Fenghua's mood soured at this revelation. Initially, Umbu members adopt codenames. For instance, my codename is Flying Sky. The enthusiastic captain of the Defense Department encouraged, you should choose one as well. Fenghua was momentarily taken aback and casually replied, Fenghua. Huh, is that your real name? Flying Sky expressed surprise, advising, young one, the work in the Umbu is not as easy as it appears on the surface. It can easily offend certain individuals. If you use your real name. Fenghua inhaled deeply and asserted, I aspire to stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. If I lack such resolve, it would be a jest. The pinnacle of the ninja world? Flying Sky gazed at Fenghua, wishing he could shake him awake. Little brat, perhaps you should wash up and get some rest. Nevertheless, since Fenghua had made his decision, he had no grounds for dissent. Very well, I shall write it down. Flying Sky inscribed the name Fenghua on his Umbu identification and handed it over. Here you go. This is your identification. Additionally, choose a mask. Fenghua randomly selected a white mask adorned with a black eagle and donned it. A tad awkward. This mask is slightly oversized, but it will suffice. Suppressing a chuckle, Flying Sky meticulously conveyed the hand seals for the Umbu entrance barrier and the communication codes, reminding him that despite the existence of cursed seals, this information must not be leaked. Following this, Flying Sky introduced him to the other team members. However, as all were wearing masks and addressed each other by codenames, their true identities remained a mystery. Now, your upcoming task is, after a lengthy procedure, Flying Sky finally issued a formal command to Fenghua. Protect the Hokage. You must be joking. Fenghua felt a sense of frustration. He wasn't Navi. This was clearly some covert manipulation. Sarutobi Hiruzen was undoubtedly attempting to instill in him the will of fire. Surely, this was the ultimate test for me. Before long, I shall receive a promotion, become a manager, marry a wealthy beauty, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. The thought alone stirred a hint of excitement within him. Fenghua endeavored to deceive, no, to reassure himself. Then, he immediately assumed his post. Protecting the Hokage is an exceedingly arduous task, monotonous and unrelenting, day and night. Fortunately, the Umbu have a humane approach, implementing a day-night shift. Otherwise, even an Iron Man would struggle to endure. Fenghua was assigned to the night shift. Coincidentally, it had grown dark outside, and he hastily gathered some supplies from the Umbu's underground headquarters before setting off with 3 Umbu ninjas. These 3 ninjas, codenamed Dylan, Jiet, and Saochi, were all male, and by their voices, they appeared to be around 25 years of age, with little variance. Fenghua silently followed behind, maintaining a quiet demeanor. Before long, they arrived at the Hokage Tower, where they exchanged duties without uttering a single word, communicating entirely through hand signals. These gestures were part of the Umbu's coded language, and if they were to be leaked, the chances of assassinating the Hokage would increase exponentially. To prevent such a scenario, the hand signals exchanged daily would change. Fenghua perched on a tree outside the Hokage's office, his form perfectly concealed in the shadows, suppressing even the faintest sound of his breath. After working for over half an hour, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally raised his head slightly, Addressing the air, Feng Hua, you may come out. Feng Hua's eyes twitched, wearing an expression that conveyed his awareness of the situation. He executed a body flicker technique and appeared in the office, kneeling gracefully on one knee. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, continuing to focus on the documents before him. Feng Hua rose and stood attentively nearby. As anticipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to communicate with him, intending to pass on the will of fire primarily through recollections. He recalled the Warring States period when various ninja clans clashed, rendering the common folk unable to live in peace. This memory weighed heavily on Feng Hua, for he dreaded such moments when one would insist on reminiscing. They could drag on for ages. Yet, before him stood the esteemed Hokage, compelling Feng Hua to muster his spirit and engage earnestly. In the fluttering leaves, the fire continued to thrive. The flames would illuminate the village and nurture the budding new leaves. As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with deep emotion, tears welled in his old eyes. It was the sacrifices and bloodshed of their ancestors that had paved the way for the current stability and prosperity of Konohagakure. Feng Hua felt tears welling up as well. It was nearly 11 o'clock now, having arrived around 7. How taxing this was. Alas, as one ages, words tend to flow more freely. Very well, Feng Hua, you may leave now. One cannot simply encapsulate this in mere words. What could Feng Hua do? He felt quite helpless. After bowing, he executed the body flicker technique and returned to the tree outside, blending into the darkness. Around midnight, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally rose to return home, with Feng Hua and the others discreetly providing protection. The Hokage's residence was not far from the tower, a grand abode that was, at this hour, remarkably quiet. Dylan signaled for Feng Hua to monitor from the rooftop, while Jie stationed himself near the front door and Cao Qi positioned himself at the back. Dylan remained mobile, ready to respond to any suspicious activity. He's back. In the main house's bedroom, Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife, Sarutobi Bawako, stirred awake, murmuring a few words in her sleep. I apologize for waking you. What nonsense are you speaking? The elderly couple exchanged a few playful words before the lights in the room dimmed, descending into tranquility. Feng Hua stood atop the roof, enveloped in an eerie silence, with the luminous moon casting its gentle light like a flowing stream. The leaves in the courtyard swayed softly in the night breeze, producing a rustling sound that heightened the tranquility. This enchanting scene inspired Feng Hua to compose poetry on the roof of the third Hokage's residence. When will the bright moon appear? I raised my glass to inquire of the azure sky, he mused, only to be interrupted by a stone that fell from above, striking him squarely on the forehead. Who on earth is throwing stones at this ungodly hour? Are you practicing your flying daggers? He exclaimed, noticing Delin perched on a nearby tree, glaring at him with discontent. Realizing he was still on a mission, Feng Hua quickly silenced himself. The night passed uneventfully, and at dawn, as the first light of day began to break, Sarutobi Hiruzen rose from his slumber. Feng Hua calculated that he had managed only 5 hours of sleep. And considering his demanding duties, it was no wonder he aged so rapidly. Shortly after Sarutobi Hiruzen awoke, his wife, Sarutobi Bawako, also got up and began preparing breakfast for him. You needn't trouble yourself today, he said gently. Oh, why is that? Sarutobi Bawako replied, puzzled. Feng Hua, having stood on the roof all night, felt a chill run down his spine. Feng Hua, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Resigned. Feng Hua leapt from the roof and, with a weary tone, asked, What orders do you have for me, Hokage-sama? With a cheerful smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. I have long heard that your culinary skills are exceptional. Today, would you be so kind as to prepare a delightful breakfast for this old man? Of course. It would be my honor, Feng Hua declared, though inwardly he felt a profound reluctance. Exploiting child labor, how shameless, he thought. In our world, you would surely be sent to a reform facility. Sarutobi Bawako looked at Feng Hua with surprise. This boy, despite his youth, is a genius. Moreover, he possesses remarkable talent in the culinary arts. Bawako, you are in for a treat today, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, pulling out a pipe and beginning to smoke. You should smoke less, Bawako advised. Could he be the classmate Asuma spoke of? It's incredible that he has already joined the Umbu. Indeed, that's the boy, Sarutobi Hiruzen affirmed. Meanwhile, Feng Hua had already entered the kitchen, his mask obscuring his face, yet his eyes were filled with despair. What sort of predicament is this? It's worse than before. At least I had shadow clones to assist with cooking. As he washed vegetables, ignited the flame, poured oil, and stir-fried, Feng Hua worked diligently, tossing in a handful of chili peppers, sour and spicy cabbage, exceedingly spicy, spicy chicken cubes, yes, also extraordinarily spicy. Finally, guilt tugged at his conscience, prompting him to prepare an additional bowl of chili. Haha, what joy! He exclaimed, as he placed 3 dishes on the dining table. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Bawako began to sneeze incessantly. The abundance of chili had proven overwhelming. The elderly couple exchanged cautious glances before tentatively sampling a bite. Tears welled in Sarutobi Bawako's eyes as she remarked, "The cabbage is well done, though quite spicy." "Indeed, this dish is delightful, albeit a bit too fiery," Sarutobi Hiruzen added. The final bowl contained chili, and merely gazing upon it was enough to instill a sense of trepidation. Fonghua hastily declared, having heard from Asuma that his family relished spicy food, that he would not bear the responsibility for this particular dish. Sarutobi Izashi took a sip of tea, shaking his head in amused disbelief. "Fonghua, you truly are something else." Sarutobi People Lake stifled a laugh beside him, unfazed and lacking any sense of remorse. Fonghua remained composed, not even blinking. After a long evening of rice and 10 bowls of tea, Sarutobi Hizashi, with lips swollen and red, set off for work with a light heart. Around 7 o'clock, members of the Umbu arrived to take over the shift. After a night of diligent work, Fonghua finally clocked out. Meanwhile, within the Konoha police force, Uchiha Tenkwon looked on with indignation at Uchiha Yamano and Uchiha Fugaku beside him, his gaze akin to that of one witnessing a grave injustice. In truth, it was nearly the same. When Uchiha Tenkwon informed Uchiha Yamano of the curse mark inscribed upon his mind by the Umbu, the latter surprisingly exhaled in relief and introduced Uchiha Fugaku, subtly indicating that Fugaku would be the future leader of the Uchiha clan. How could Uchiha Tenkwon not feel anger and frustration? It was as if he had just stepped into a pit of filth, only for Yamano to tell him not to worry, that the Uchiha no longer needed him. Did he not consider his own son in this matter? Did he not feel any pangs of conscience? "Tenkwon, your talents are commendable, yet your vision is too narrow. Your capacity insufficient to shoulder the responsibilities of the Uchiha. I hope you can come to understand this," Uchiha Yamano sighed. "Moreover, your current situation is not suitable for leadership within the Uchiha. Father, I fear that may not be the case. Even if I do not join the Umbu, you do not intend to pass the police force to me," Uchiha Tenkwon shouted in despair. "Enough. Do you think the police force is something I can simply pass along as I please?" Uchiha Yamano glared at him with disapproval, banging his hand on the table. "Since you have joined the Umbu, focus on your work there. It may not be such a bad path after all." Uchiha Tenkwon clenched his fists, his face flushed with indignation. "Very well, you may leave." Uchiha Yamano waved him off. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, recognizing that this was not the time for him to interject. "Fugaku, do not mind him. This child has been spoiled by me," Uchiha Yamano remarked. Fugaku merely stated that Tenkwon had character, attributing his behavior to the rebelliousness of youth, assuring that he would mature with time. Uchiha Yamano smiled wryly. Upon returning home, Fonghua fell into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted from standing guard all night. Awakening in the afternoon, he rose and washed up, suddenly feeling a sense of ennui. Life in the Umbu was entirely unlike his expectations. He had imagined a relentless cycle of missions, assassinations of rogue ninjas, or intelligence gathering, even preparing himself for the sacrifice of his own identity in enemy territories, yet instead found himself in a role akin to that of a security guard. A security guard. "Oh heavens, strike me with a bolt of lightning and send me back." "Wait, lightning?" Fonghua's spirit ignited. His chakra affinities were fire and lightning. Lightning? Chidori. Having already mastered the Rasengan, it would not be too outrageous to attempt Chidori as well. Moreover, this technique belongs to Kakashi, and he seems to harbor no qualms about appropriating it. However, the Chidori and the Rasengan involve intricate transformations of chakra both in form and nature, and he is utterly inexperienced in this domain. Without seeking guidance from someone knowledgeable, it is certain that he cannot master the Chidori. The first person that came to his mind was Minato Namikaze. Although his talent for naming is quite humbling, his admirable character and genius-level intellect make him exceedingly dependable. He wondered if Minato was currently in the village. The last time he dined with Minato and Kushina, Minato had mentioned his home address, which he quickly recalled while asking for directions. However, after knocking for quite some time, there was no response, indicating that he must be on a mission outside the village. Who else could he turn to? Might Guy? Orochimaru? Tsunade? Perhaps not. Each of them was more formidable than the last. In truth, had he not joined the Umbu, the third Hokage would have surely arranged for a guiding jonin. Nonetheless, now that he was part of the Umbu, it would be inappropriate to allocate a guiding jonin. Kakashi has his father to back him up, and Uchiha Tenkian also has his father as a mentor. Where could he possibly find such support? As he strolled through the streets, a sudden chill enveloped Fenghua, as if he were being scrutinized by an ancient, colossal beast. Any slight movement could spell disaster. He stiffly turned his head and beheld a humanoid female dinosaur standing before a small shop, her blood-red hair cascading down as her cold gaze pierced through him. How fortuitous. Kushina. Fenghua attempted to raise his hand in greeting, but the cold had rendered his fingers numb. How unfortunate it is to encounter you while shopping. Kushina placed her hands on her hips, her expression decidedly displeased. Shouldn't it be I who feels disheartened? Did you not just utter something peculiar? No, absolutely not. I swear. Fenghua, in a panic, sought to divert the conversation. By the way, Kushina, does Minato call you sister? Kushina regarded Fenghua with irritation. The current generation truly lacks manners. I shall endure. Fenghua forced a smile. Sister Kushina, might I inquire about your boyfriend? Nanny? Kushina looked at him with confusion. I meant your boyfriend, Fenghua clarified. Boyfriend? I have no such thing. Speak another word, and I shall have to discipline you. Kushina's face flushed crimson, her fiery hair swirling about her like an octopus. Her fierce eyes glaring at him. You seem embarrassed. Fenghua found himself at a loss for words and opted for simplicity. By the way, is Minato in the village? He has gone on a mission and has yet to return. Do you need him for something? Kushina's fiery locks gradually settled. Fenghua sighed. Yes. I wish to consult him about a few matters. What is it? Perhaps I can assist you. Kushina's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Her strong-willed nature led her to believe she was not inferior to Minato and always sought to measure herself against him. Fenghua hesitated for a moment before inquiring with hope. Sister Kushina, do you understand the transformations of chakra and form in nature? Just this? Kushina stared at him in disbelief. Young one, isn't this foundational knowledge? How could you possibly not know it? The Ninja Academy never taught us. Did you fall asleep during class? May I strike you? Scoundrel, go perish. Bang. The flames of Fenghua transformed into fireworks, briefly illuminating the village of Konoha. After delivering a thorough thrashing to Fenghua, Kushina felt invigorated and in high spirits. Then meticulously taught him the intricacies of chakra's form and nature transformation. Fenghua, despite his bruised visage, was immensely grateful for the lesson and chose to overlook this encounter. Considering it a courtesy to Minato Namikaze, after all, he was graduated from Class 2. In a flash, Fenghua returned to his modest courtyard and began to practice. Chakra gathered in his hands as he endeavored to apply the nature transformation as instructed by Kushina. As night descended, the chill brought by the autumn breeze roused Fenghua from his immersion in training. Oh dear, I still have work. Fenghua, now a respectable employee, could not afford to be absent without reason. Noticing the time, he hurriedly prepared to leave his home, but upon reaching the door, his eyes brightened. Back in the days at the Shinobi Academy, he had attended classes using shadow clones while his true self trained. Now, he could simply go to work with his real body while leaving a shadow clone to continue his training. Quickly forming the necessary seals, Fenghua summoned a shadow clone, then dashed towards the Umbu headquarters. The clone commenced practicing chakra's form and nature transformation at home. Apologies for my tardiness, Fenghua said as he arrived at the Umbu. Donned his equipment, and put on the white mask adorned with a black hawk, only to realize that the other 3 members had already assembled. Make sure to arrive earlier next time, Darren remarked with a hint of indifference. Kazekiji and Takeda shrugged, their demeanor friendly. The ninjas within the Umbu were meticulously chosen by the 3rd Hokage, ensuring that those with malevolent dispositions were not admitted. Well, except for Uchiha Tenkin. The quartet silently took their positions outside the Hokage building, exchanging shifts with other Umbu members. Fenghua stood concealed within the shadows of a tree, his presence subdued. This, in truth, was also a form of training. Every ninja possesses a unique aura. For instance, Orochimaru exudes a chilling presence, while Tsunade radiates a volatile energy. During special missions, these auras are as conspicuous as the moon in the night sky, easily perceptible to anyone who is not blind. Thus, a qualified Umbu must master the skill of suppressing their aura. However, barely had he suppressed his presence when Sarutobi Hiruzen called his name. Fenghua wore a disgruntled expression. Would he be summoned again tonight? As it turned out, life is replete with disappointments. Sarutobi Hiruzen took Fenghua by the hand, reminiscing about their past glories, hoping to subtly instill the will of fire within him. Fortunately, Fenghua wore a mask. Otherwise, had Sarutobi seen the grimace of discomfort upon his face, he might have invoked the Rui Jingu Bang to clear the way. Around midnight, Fenhua's shadow clone dissipated due to chakra depletion, flooding his mind with the memories and fatigue from the training, nearly causing him to topple from the rooftop. Hiss! In the past, his limited knowledge from school meant he never felt weary upon absorbing the memories of his shadow clones, yet compared to Might Guy's grueling training. This mild discomfort was swiftly overcome. Indeed, progress is commendable. Fenghua, having watched the memory of shadow clone, wore a satisfied smile upon his face. After becoming a civil servant, he embarked on a career as a security guard, marked by the wise teachings of the third Hokage, leading a life that was both enriching and fulfilling. What brought Fenghua the greatest comfort was his training in shadow clones. After more than half a month of diligent practice, he finally mastered the transformations of chakra's form and nature. One evening, after rising, Fenghua commenced his training in the small courtyard. Chakra gathered in his hands, gradually transforming into strands of lightning that crackled with impressive force. Though somewhat difficult to control and lacking the harmonious sound of the Chidori, Fenghua recalled that the Chidori was a hand-seal ninjutsu requiring specific hand gestures. What were those hand signs for Chidori again? They seemed rather brief. After pondering for quite some time without success, he resorted to the tedious method of trial and error. It was undoubtedly a foolish idea, but fortunately, he had the assistance of shadow clones. Otherwise, he might have lost his sanity. A tranquil month swiftly passed. The Chunin exams for Fenghua, Kakashi, and Uchiha Tianquan concluded today. The three were summoned to the Hokage's office by Kakashi Hitaki to receive a speech from Sarutobi Hiruzen. With an air of authority, Hiruzen took a couple of puffs from his pipe before slowly addressing them. Kakashi, Fenghua, Uchiha Tianquan, you have been in the Umbu for a month, and during this time, I have closely observed your growth. Fenghua felt a surge of disdain within. For this entire month, all he had received was brainwashing, purely an indoctrination into the ideology of love for the village. What audacity! While his inner thoughts were sharp, he maintained an innocent facade, appearing like a trustworthy young gentleman. Hiruzen, seeing the honest child before him, felt quite pleased and could not help but commend him. After a lengthy discourse, Hiruzen concluded with a smile, I am delighted to inform you that your Chunin exams are now officially over, and you have all passed. Kakashi wore a look of nonchalance, while Uchiha Tianquan appeared somewhat constipated. Having anticipated a chance to bring glory to the Uchiha clan, but instead found himself at the mercy of Hiruzen, the cunning old fox. Next came the issuance of their certificates, rather, the processing of paperwork, as their status from Genin to Chunin was formalized. Kakashi, you have set a new record in the ninja world, becoming the youngest Chunin in history. Hiruzen's spirits were high as he glanced at Kakashi, and then at Fenghua, growing increasingly elated. Occasionally, his gaze flickered toward the overlooked Uchiha Tianquan, but he quickly diverted his attention elsewhere. Though Kakashi had broken the record, he bore no expression of pride, which in itself was indicative of his prideful nature. Only a truly proud individual would deem his own achievements as unworthy of boasting. After their promotion to Chunin, Hiruzen did not assign them immediate positions, signifying the end of their days in the Umbu. Kakashi and Fenghua's curse seals were promptly dispelled by the long-haired ninja. Intriguingly, only the two of them were present to lift the seals. Uchiha Tianquan was absent, which allowed Fenghua to glimpse the profound intricacies of Sarutobi Hiruzen's strategies. Prior to joining the Umbu, Fenghua had envisioned a life filled with chaos, either assassinating rogue ninjas, gathering intelligence, or employing his charm for subterfuge. He had even prepared to eliminate Uchiha Tianquan if necessary. However, to his surprise, he spent an entire month merely serving as a guard, encountering nothing of significance. After a month of this mundane duty, Fenghua found himself somewhat unsettled by the abrupt cessation of his routine, yet he swiftly adjusted his schedule. His shadow clones continued to explore the hand seals for the Chidori, while he himself sought out places to play hide and seek. The news of their promotion to Nin inevitably spread. Naturally, the most conspicuous was Kakashi, who had earned a reputation as a prodigy from a young age. At merely 6 years old, he shattered the record for the youngest Nin in history, and with his lineage as the son of the esteemed Konoha White Fang. Kakashi's brilliance was unparalleled, drawing the attention of several prominent clans in Konoha. Fenghua, being just a year older than Kakashi, though overshadowed by Kakashi's genius, still garnered significant attention, particularly from within the Uchiha clan, with numerous invitations flowing in. Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Chika, police force captain Uchiha Yamano, and the elders residing in the Uchiha compound frequently reached out, eager to extend greetings and forge friendships with him. Faced with these overtures, Fenghua found himself at a loss, unable to accept or reject their advances, and thus chose to evade them. Meidodai, Yugao, and even members of the Kamizura clan visited him. Upon seeing Fenghua, Kamizura clan leader Kamizura Songyun wore a long face of disdain, summoning a servant to attend to Finghua instead. Meanwhile, Fenghua's recent actions had not gone unnoticed by the higher-ups of the Uchiha clan, sparking considerable unrest. In the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Chika, Uchiha Yamano, and several grim-faced elders convened to deliberate on Fenghua's situation. Uchiha Fenghua, this traitor, one elder declared, immediately pinning Fenghua to the pillar of shame. I propose we erase his name from the clan registry. Meidodai, Yugao, and the Kamizura clan, indeed, all were aligned with the third Hokage. It seems our young genius has already charted his future course, Uchiha Chika remarked with a slight smirk. From his position, he prioritized the Uchiha clan's interests, and Fenghua undeniably posed a threat to their advantage. We must extract his eyes. A hot-tempered elder slammed the table, insisting that the Uchiha bloodline limit must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Indeed, Fenghua has evolved to the double tomo at such a young age. His eyes are extraordinary and must be reclaimed. Another elder added. Uchiha Yamano furrowed his brow and voiced his dissent. If we proceed with this course of action, we are effectively declaring war on the third Hokage. I believe Uchiha Fenghua is still young and impressionable. After all, blood is thicker than water. We can gradually guide him to assimilate back into our fold. Yamano, this matter has been decided. Do not speak further. An elder, with a serious expression, decisively called out. The other elders stood in solidarity with him, forming an impenetrable wall. Without the support of Uchiha Chika, Uchiha Yamano was compelled to concede. Meanwhile, after school, Obito and his friends pooled their resources once again to celebrate Hokage and Kakashi at a barbecue restaurant, and this time, Asuma Saratobi was also present. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses, toasting and congratulating Hokage and Kakashi while sipping their drinks. There is no need for such a celebration for these matters, Kakashi remarked, holding his drink without lifting his mask to take a sip. Rin chided, Kakashi, you really should consider our feelings. Indeed. We can barely graduate while both you and Hokage have already become nin, came the soft, endearing voice of Kurenai Yuhi, which resonated pleasantly. Hokage felt an urge to pinch her cheeks, but Asuma, seated between Kurenai and Hokage, remained silent, shining like a light bulb. The following day, Hokage rose early, leaving a shadow clone at home to practice Chidori while he made his way to the Hokage building. Along the way, he encountered numerous Uchiha clansmen, who uniformly glared at him with contempt or disdainful snorts, displaying an unpleasant demeanor. Traitor, you don't deserve to possess the Sharingan. A white-eyed wolf. The attitudes of the Uchiha elders significantly influenced the sentiments of the Uchiha clan members, and at this moment, Hokage felt completely ostracized by his own people. He let out a silent sigh. What could he do? Currently, he was under the scrutiny of Danzo, facing an uncertain fate, and within the village of Konoha. The only one capable of ensuring his safety and providing him ample time to grow was Saratobi Hiruzen. Though the Uchiha were a prestigious clan, a glance at the fates of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi in later generations revealed that, in the face of Danzo and Saratobi Hiruzen, the Uchiha were still at a disadvantage. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, Hokage instinctively glanced at the tree outside the Hokage's office. Nostalgic for his days as a security guard, Hokage has arrived. Inside the Hokage's office, Saratobi Hiruzen greeted Hokage with a warm smile. Hiruzen had noticed Hokage's avoidance of the Uchiha upper echelons in recent days and thought he was making a mountain out of a molehill. Yet seeing the expression on Hokage's face, he knew deep down that he was genuinely pleased. You've come at the right time. Although you are already a nin, you still require guidance from a nin. I have arranged for you to be mentored by Yuhi Kurenai. What do you think? Hokage's eyes lit up, and he replied earnestly, I think that's wonderful. Kurenai's Jinjutsu skills were exceptional, and being under her tutelage would undoubtedly be beneficial. At present, his physical techniques had been honed remarkably well under Might Guy's training, and with consistent practice, the future appeared to be a broad, smooth path. However, his mastery of Jinjutsu was still somewhat shaky. Previously, he had benefited from Kurenai's mentorship alongside the leader of the Inuzuka clan, but it had mostly involved theoretical knowledge mixed with various memoirs, which left him feeling exhausted. Given the current attitude from the Uchiha, he felt reassured at the prospect of learning from Kurenai. Then it's settled, Saratobi Hiruzen said, puffing on his pipe and exhaling smoke rings, exuding an air of confidence as if claiming all the world's talents for himself. With the guidance of a nin secured, Hokage immediately expressed his intention to seek out Yuhi Kurenai. Fenghua, do not rush. Jinhong is currently on a mission and will not return for some time. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. Some time? Finghua felt an ominous premonition. It won't be a year and a half, will it? By then, everything will be too late. Lord Hokage? Finghua felt deeply wounded. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and reassured him. Do not worry. He should be back in no more than half a month. Finghua sighed in relief. Upon leaving the Hokage building, Finghua unexpectedly collided with a couple, Minato and Kushina. His excitement surged upon seeing them. Haha, Finghua, congratulations, exclaimed Minato, approaching with a smile and ruffling Fenghua's hair. The corner of Fenghua's mouth twitched. Although he was only 7 years old, his height had already reached Minato's chest. And being patted on the head like a puppy inflicted immense psychological damage. But that was not all. Kushina rushed over, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. How many times must I tell you? Call me sister. Sister, sister, you little rascal, do you not understand? Smack, smack, smack. After the combination attack, Finghua felt utterly defeated. Haha. Are you all right, Finghua? Minato asked with a hint of mischief. Of course not. Finghua gritted his teeth. Kushina clapped her hands beside him, looking up at the sky with a haughty demeanor. Finghua, has Lord Hokage arranged for you to be tutored by a Jonin? Minato inquired seriously. Yes. He just arranged it. It's the Jonin Yu Jinhong, Finghua replied. Minato nodded, smiling. His genjutsu is exceptional, rivaling that of the Uchiha clan. You must study diligently. By the way, while I may not excel in genjutsu, if you require assistance with ninjutsu or sealing techniques, feel free to seek me out. Really? Fenghua's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was well known that Minato's sealing techniques were learned from Kushina, belonging to the powerful Uzumaki clan, capable of even restraining the Ninetales. How could Finghua not be tempted? Minato glanced at Kushina. This bronchitis, how dare you look down on me? Finghua was infuriated but felt powerless. Kushina was the dominant one here, so he resorted to calling her sister in a cute manner. Reluctantly, Kushina nodded. I suppose it's acceptable, but I know my limits. Minato executed his signature head pat. Kushina immediately turned red, flustered, and bashful. Seeing this, Finghua hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Kushina and I still need to find Lord Hokage. See you next time, Finghua. Minato waved goodbye. Goodbye, little rascal, said Kushina, unexpectedly showing a rare gentleness that sent chills down Fenghua's spine. However, upon noticing this, Kushina's temper flared, and she kicked Finghua away. You little brat. Minato chuckled awkwardly. Later, Finghua sought out Might Guy, who was engaged in a task, helping an elderly lady locate her lost kitten. Finghua volunteered to assist, chatting with Might Guy and gleaning some information about the outside world. Although everything seemed peaceful at the moment, there had been persistent tensions along the borders, possibly supported by the 4 great shinobi villages. Might Guy, though appearing rough, possessed a keen awareness and had already sensed the underlying issues. The silence of the flames is profound. Indeed, should the 3rd Great Ninja War erupt, Konoha will find itself confronting the other 4 great nations, for ninja villages, all at once. In such a scenario, even the students of the Ninja Academy will be summoned to the battlefield. The two soon located the missing kitten, and after completing their task, Might Guy turned to discuss matters with Finghua. The 8 Gates technique is immensely powerful, yet the existing taijutsu is insufficient to unleash its true potential. I aspire to develop a taijutsu specifically tailored for the 8 Gates. Finghua, you possess remarkable talent in this area, and I hope you can assist me. Might Guy stated earnestly. Of course. Finghua replied readily, feeling no pressure since it was your son's creation. The techniques, Biao Lianhua, Li Lianhua, Cheikok, Zhuahu, Shixiang, are all yours to utilize. However, merely knowing the names is inadequate. We must gradually explore and systematize them. In this regard, Finghua found himself at a loss. Might Guy, undeterred, was invigorated by the ingenious ideas he gleaned from Finghua. He promptly seized a piece of wood and began experimenting. He kicked the wood into the air, leapt up to wrap it in bandages, and then embraced it, spinning rapidly as he fell to the ground. Biao Lianhua. Bang. The wood bounced twice, utterly unharmed. This was indeed awkward. Finghua left him with a succinct wish of good luck before making a swift exit. Soft footsteps echoed from the darkness, gradually approaching, only to halt abruptly. Yao Shi, what are you lingering for? Danzo's voice was cold and hoarse, imbued with a chilling malice. Danzo-sama. Yao Shi emerged slowly into the dim light, appearing particularly haggard. She knelt on one knee, her fingers trembling, revealing her unease. Your next mission is exceedingly simple. Danzo intoned darkly, assassinate the Uchiha clan as prodigy. Yao Yuno gritted her teeth. Uchiha Fenghua. Danzo's face twisted into a cruel smile. This child is terrifying. He appears innocent, yet is a spy placed next to the third Hokage by the Uchiha clan. As a senior advisor of Konoha, it is my duty to eliminate him. Even if it means bearing the brunt of public scorn, I shall not hesitate. Yao Yuno trembled slightly, her voice quivering as she voiced her dissent for the first time. Danzo-sama, I refuse. Danzo's pupils constricted violently, a surge of rage spilling from his eyes. The root is his foundation, and he cannot tolerate any dissent within its ranks. Even the most gifted Yao Yuno would face only a dead end. However, her utility must be exhausted. As a shrewd strategist, Danzo understood the art of patience. He quickly suppressed his fury, slowly approaching Yao Yuno, his voice laced with devilish temptation. I know you have taught him medical ninjutsu. He trusts you implicitly. If you act, your chances of success are 100%. Complete this mission, and I shall grant you your freedom. Is this not your greatest desire? Yao Yuno shook her head resolutely, her gaze unwavering. Danzo-sama, I refuse. Danzo narrowed his eyes, coldly scrutinizing the kneeling Yao Yuno, a murderous intent gleaming in his gaze. You possess no authority to refuse. Danzo bellowed. As a member of Root, devoid of a name, emotions, past, or future, your mission is the sole value of your existence. Yakushi Nanoyu, Uchiha Fa, your fate is sealed. I can only grant you 3 days. With that, Danzo turned away, his visage stern. Yakushi Nanoyu, unable to withstand the weight of despair, collapsed onto the ground. How did it come to this? Fa yearned to embark on a mission outside the village, yet he understood that the current climate was too precarious. Danzo's machinations had faltered, and the Uchiha's attempts at alliances had crumbled. To venture out alone could very well lead to assassination. He had always approached his enemies with the utmost suspicion, never allowing himself to grow complacent. What shocked him was Danzo's audacity in dispatching Yakushi Nanoyu to eliminate him. Fa gazed at Nanoyu, who sat across from him, her countenance tranquil, and a tempest of anger surged within him. Sister Yakushi, let us seek the Hokage. Your medical ninjutsu is exceptional. He will surely assist you. In that moment, Fa felt utterly powerless to protect her. Yakushi Nanoyu replied with a bittersweet smile. It is futile. I am a member of Root, beholden to Lord Danzo. Even the Hokage lacks the authority to intervene. Fa felt a pang of frustration, having considered this possibility. Moreover, Hiruzen Sarutobi had just saved him from Danzo's clutches. He would not risk offending Danzo for the sake of a Root member. Suddenly, Yakushi Nanoyu sighed deeply. In truth, I have long grown weary of this existence. There seems no way to escape Root. Perhaps this situation offers a form of liberation. Sister Yakushi, do not despair. I will seek assistance. There must be a solution. Fa's thoughts immediately turned to Kakashi Hatake, the Leaf's White Fang, an elite ANBU captain of great renown. Even Danzo could not hope to rival his prowess. However, Fa halted in his tracks. Kakashi was the right hand of Hiruzen Sarutobi. If even the Hokage hesitated to act, how could Kakashi dare intervene? Wait. There is someone who might. Tsunade, as a descendant of the first Hokage, princess of the Senju clan, apprentice to the third Hokage, and one of the legendary Sannin. Tsunade held a unique position in Konoha. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans, as well as Danzo, would think twice before incurring her wrath. If she were to step in, she might save Nanoyu. Even a temporary reprieve would suffice. Just grant me time to grow stronger, Danzo. I wish to see whom you dare to kill next. Sister Yakushi. Do not worry. I have devised a plan to rescue you. Fa dashed outside. Yakushi Nanoyu observed his retreating figure, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Tsunade, where do you reside? Panic surged through Fa. The Senju clan had gradually withdrawn from the limelight of Konoha. Even their residents had shifted from the bustling districts. Having never paid attention before, he now felt like a headless fly, unable to find a path. He hurried to the Hokage tower to seek out the third Hokage. Looking for Tsunade? Hiruzen Sarutobi remarked, puffing on his pipe with a chuckle. If you wish to find her, head to the gambling hall. Fa paused, realization dawning upon him. Of course, Tsunade was a notorious gambler. How could he have forgotten? Enlightenment washed over him instantly. Thank you, esteemed Hokage. Fenghua immediately dashed outside. The expanse of Konoha is vast, and naturally, there are numerous gambling establishments. However, given Tsunade's disposition, she would undoubtedly head to the largest one. After all, it is the legendary cash cow. Half an hour later, Fenghua arrived at the entrance of the grandest casino. The rich tycoon casino? Upon pushing the door open, He was promptly halted. Hey, who is this little brat? This isn't a place for kids like you. Scurry back home. A few ruffians, brawny enough to ride horses and with chests that could crack eggs, approached. Don't block the way, clear off. Fenghua had no time to entertain them. You've got some nerve speaking to us like that, kid. You can't just ignore us. The ruffians, grinning and rolling up their sleeves, advanced. But they were no match for Fenghua. Konoha whirlwind. With a swift kick, he sent them sprawling to the ground, crying for their mothers. With a cold snort, Fenghua stepped over them and proceeded inside. Come on, come all. Bet high or low. Once you buy, there's no turning back. Haha, I've won again. Pay up. A voice boomed. What terrible luck. I've lost everything in just half an hour. Is my 2 years of savings gone like that? No, I must win it back. I absolutely must. Hey there, young man. Our casino offers loans. The interest may be a bit steep, but I can see fortune smiling upon you today. You are bound to strike it rich. The cacophony of sounds buzzed around Fenghua like a swarm of bees, but he calmed his mind, swiftly filtering out the irrelevant chatter. Have you heard? The cash cow has arrived again. Shoo, keep it down. We mustn't let too many know. Let us go take a look. The whispers continued. The cash cow loses every time she gambles. If we bet against her, our chances of winning are certain. Fenghua's eyes sparkled with realization. There she was, the cash cow. Hey, are you cheating? How could you win 10 times in a row? Hey, cash cow, no, Tsunade, you cannot accuse me unjustly. Who doesn't he know that our casino is the epitome of fairness? Otherwise, our patrons would tear us apart. Humph, you wouldn't dare cheat in front of me. Inside a small private room, Tsunade sat cross-legged at one end of a long table, surrounded by eager gamblers who gazed at her with the same reverence one holds for a deity of wealth. Why are we not allowed inside? Exactly. We have money. Why can't we gamble? Outside the private room, a few gamblers, having heard of the cash cow's reputation, rushed over, eager to establish a monetary relationship with Tsunade, only to be blocked by the ruffians. Can't you see it's already packed inside? Get lost. Come back earlier next time. The ruffians were also eager to face off against the cash cow, but alas, they had duties to fulfill. Damn it. A gambler craned his neck to peek inside, only to find the gambling table crowded, and with reluctance, he departed. Oh, there's a kid? Aren't kids not allowed? What are those guards outside doing? As several ruffians attempted to intercept Fenghua, they suddenly found themselves entranced, frozen in place, as Fenghua employed a genjutsu to control them. Tsunade also turned her gaze towards him immediately. No wonder I have been losing money. It turns out to be your fault. Tsunade, upon seeing Fenghua, immediately shifted the blame, declaring him a mere child of the Uchiha clan, responsible for her losses. Fenghua stood there, bewildered. How could this person be even more shameless than I am? Lady Tsunade, I have only just arrived. It is precisely because you are here that I am losing money. You little rascal, are you trying to evade your debts? Tsunade's anger flared, her ample bosom heaving, leaving Fenghua parched. Lady Tsunade, I have legitimate business with you. However, Tsunade at the gambling table seemed disinclined to discuss any serious matters. If you wish to avoid losing money, I might have to use you as collateral. This was utterly unreasonable. Fenghua, feeling both anxious and helpless, could only approach and sit beside her. Very well, I actually came here to assist you. Tsunade regarded him with a skeptical expression. Is this little rascal related to you? Inquired the onlookers at the gambling den. Tsunade readily nodded. Indeed, he is my brother. Fenghua froze momentarily, then became excited. Could it be that his standing in Tsunade's heart had reached such heights? If that were the case, should he lose everything? He would have to use him as collateral at this gambling house. Tsunade's expression turned serious. Fenghua spat out a mouthful of blood. In this society, Tsunade was ruthless and spoke little. Fenghua felt as if his intestines were in tatters. The gambling continued. Tsunade turned her head, coldly stating, Little rascal, you handle it. As she spoke, she produced a stack of paper money and looked at Fenghua. Reluctantly, he braced himself. He glanced at the gambling table, where they were currently betting on dice, big, small, and triples, simple enough to understand. Curiously, everyone at the table was fixated on Tsunade, clearly waiting for her to place her bet first. If the dealer were not cheating, it was indeed a game of pure chance. Tsunade had been on a heartbreaking losing streak. My friend, Fenghua discreetly inquired, Lady Tsunade, which bet do you think will win? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the table, murmuring, Small, betting on small will surely yield a win this time. Fenghua immediately exclaimed, Big. Let us bet on big. Tsunade's expression darkened instantaneously. Little rascal, are you toying with me? Trust me, this is infallible. Finghua chuckled awkwardly. The other gamblers, seeing Tsunade place her money on big, immediately threw their bets on small. The dealer promptly shook the dice. Finghua observed closely, confirming that the person was indeed not cheating. With a clap, the dice landed on the table, revealing 556. Big. Haha, we won. We won. Tsunade joyously patted Finghua on the head. How is it possible? The big player actually won. Damn it, I bet all my money on this. It must be this little rascal's doing. Cursed be he. The gamblers were infuriated, directing their frustrations at Finghua. Tsunade, having rarely won, was eager to continue. Finghua, feeling helpless, could only ride on Tsunade's luck, betting in the opposite direction she anticipated. Although there were occasional triples, overall, he managed to win quite a bit. As for the other gamblers, he could not concern himself with them. As night fell, the big player finally satisfied his gambling cravings. Haha, little rascal, let us depart. Tsunade generously pulled out a bill and tossed it to Finghua. This is your reward. Finghua accepted it with a bitter smile. Leaving the gambling house, Tsunade strode forward, with Finghua hastily trailing behind. Soon, the two of them exited the bustling streets of Konoha and ventured into a small grove. What is it that you want from me, brat? Tsunade asked, crossing her arms and dismissing him after pocketing the money. Tsunade-sama, I have a request, Finghua replied earnestly. I implore you to save someone. Save someone? I'm afraid that's beyond my abilities. Tsunade resolutely declined. She was currently afflicted with hemophobia. The notion of saving someone was absurd to her. Realizing the misunderstanding, Finghua hurriedly explained the situation regarding the pharmacist Nanoyu. Root? Pharmacist Nanoyu? Anger flashed across Tsunade's face. So she is a member of Root. Finghua was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Had Nanoyu wronged Tsunade in the past? He recalled their first encounter when Nanoyu had interacted with Tsunade. It must have been something from that time. Tsunade-sama, Sister Nanoyu is not acting of her own volition. Finghua insisted urgently. Not acting of her own volition? You know nothing of what Root represents, brat. The ninjas within have no names, no past, no future, and certainly no emotions. Do not be deceived. Tsunade-sama, I trust Sister Nanoyu completely. If she truly intended to harm me, I would have perished long ago, Finghua exclaimed. Yet she did not, even divulging everything to me. Even in death, she would not wish to harm me. There are no absolute villains in this world. Please, lend her your aid. Tsunade fell silent, coldly regarding Finghua. Even if what you say is true, I am under no obligation to assist you. I am willing to pay the price, Finghua asserted resolutely. A price? What could you possibly offer? Tsunade scoffed. You are far too naive. Finghua, feeling desperate, retorted. You may see me as an insignificant child now, but who knows what my future holds? The future? Tsunade's brow furrowed slightly. I am destined to stand atop the pinnacle of the ninja world, Finghua declared, enunciating each word with gravity. The pinnacle of the ninja world? A mere Uchiha brat dares to utter such arrogance? Yet, Tsunade could not help but recall a name in her mind. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, who once stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, was the only formidable ninja capable of rivaling the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. His terrifying Sharingan could even manipulate the Nine Tails, instilling fear across all the ninja villages. Even Hashirama had praised Madara's might on numerous occasions. Do you even comprehend what you were saying, brat? The pinnacle of the ninja world? Do you have any notion of the strength required to reach that position? Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, as if wishing to banish the image of Uchiha Madara from her thoughts. Finghua fixed his gaze upon her unwaveringly. No matter how difficult it may be, I will not give up. Please, Tsunade-sama, save Sister Nanoyu, and I promise I will repay you. Tsunade glared at him in irritation. Yet as she beheld his resolute eyes, her hesitation began to surface. Why not seek the Hokage instead? Finghua fell silent. Tsunade, too, remained quiet. Finghua gritted his teeth and said, Tsunade-sama, you must have someone dear to you as well. If they were in peril, could you not empathize with my plight? I am truly at my wit's end. Tsunade's countenance briefly flickered with anger, only to be swiftly replaced by profound sorrow. Memories of her younger brother, Senju Rope Tree, and her beloved, Kato Dan, flooded her mind. Two individuals she cherished most in life, both lost during the Second Shinobi World War. The memory of Dan's tragic demise in her arms was particularly harrowing. It felt as though she were transported back to that fateful night, armed only with her medical ninjutsu. Helplessly watching as his lifeblood ebbed away, his body gradually succumbing to death, while she stood powerless to intervene. Desperation? You have no inkling of what that word signifies. Tsunade turned and departed in haste. Finghua, alarmed, pursued her, but their disparity in strength was insurmountable. Within mere moments, she vanished from sight. Had he uttered a misstep? A sense of guilt washed over Feng Hua. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have refrained from speaking those words. As darkness enveloped the sky, he wandered aimlessly for hours before ultimately returning home. Upon entering, he found the space desolate. Yakushina Noyu had already left. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the courtyard, prompting Feng Hua to furrow his brow and teleport there instantly. Obito? He stared incredulously at the figure illuminated by the moonlight, baffled by why this individual was climbing walls instead of resting at such an hour. Haha, Feng Hua, I knew it was you, Obito exclaimed joyfully, claiming he couldn't sleep and had come out to gaze at the moon, only to scale the wall upon hearing a commotion. Feng Hua sighed. Obito's intellect truly warranted a recharge. Who else could it possibly be but himself? Feng Hua, you appear troubled. Is there something on your mind? Obito approached with a look of camaraderie, urging him to share any worries, proclaiming that no obstacle could thwart him in the presence of those eyes. Under the moonlight, Obito playfully activated his single Tomo Sharingan, casting flirtatious glances at Feng Hua. The latter's eyelid twitched. Did Obito remain unaware that he had already awakened the double Tomo Sharingan? Should he enlighten him merely for amusement? Obito had always been a beacon of positivity, living a carefree life, and even after harboring unrequited feelings for Rin, who fancied Kakashi, he radiated vitality. Seeing him inexplicably alleviated some of Feng Hua's burdens. Thank you, Obito. Ah, what is this? Hiki, Obito replied with a proud grin. The two sat in the courtyard, conversing under the moon's glow as time flowed gently by. By the way, do you have school tomorrow? Feng Hua noticed the clock nearing midnight. Obito's eyes widened in realization. I almost forgot. I'll be late. Feng Hua, we'll talk later. I must get some sleep now. With that, Obito swiftly leaped back over the wall to his home. Feng Hua looked skyward, resolutely thinking, no matter what, I will not give up. The following day, Feng Hua returned to the Daitoryu gambling house, waiting for the legendary big catch. Regrettably, he waited from dawn until dusk. And even as the moon ascended, the big catch never materialized. Anxiety gripped him. Danzo had allotted Yakushina Noyu only 3 days. After noon, just 1 day would remain. If Tsunade was intentionally evading him, a single day would scarcely suffice to locate her. The next day, Feng Hua made his way directly to the Hokage's office, acquired Tsunade's address, and armed with a large axe and cannon, approached her residence. Yet, only a handful of servants remained, and inquiries about Tsunade yielded naught but confusion. So she truly is hiding from me. Feng Hua was seething with frustration, yet he found himself utterly powerless against Tsunade. It was the final day. Like an ant on a hot pan, he could do nothing but pace restlessly. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Danzo stormed in with a dark expression, radiating a menacing aura. Hiruzen, you must give me an explanation regarding this matter, Danzo demanded directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up in confusion. What is the issue? Danzo approached and slammed his palm on the desk, exclaiming with anger, without your support, how would Tsunade dare to touch my people? Hiruzen's brow twitched. It was rare to see Danzo so unhinged. Tsunade, his apprentice, was becoming a growing source of annoyance for him. Danzo, clarify your words, for I do not understand, Hiruzen stated, taking a puff from his pipe. You have crossed the line. Danzo gritted his teeth. Crossed the line? Hiruzen's heart raced. Could it be that Tsunade had indeed acted against members of the root? Danzo's root had long been a thorn in his side, impossible to expel or swallow. If Tsunade had truly targeted members of the root, it would be quite splendid. Danzo, I genuinely do not comprehend what you are insinuating, Hiruzen replied calmly. After years of contention, Danzo could easily see through Hiruzen's facade. Very well, I will not let this matter rest, Danzo declared, realizing that further discussion would lead to endless bickering. He left with a cold snort. Once he departed, Hiruzen slowly spoke. Send for Tsunade. Yes, Hokage-sama. An Umbu member responded from the shadows. Half an hour later, the strikingly confident Tsunade entered, visibly impatient. Old man, what do you want? With a resounding clap, Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table. Tsunade, you are utterly oblivious to the gravity of your actions. You dared to provoke Danzo's root. Do you realize the severe repercussions this may entail? Hiruzen's performance was commendable, his wrinkles deepening with seriousness. Humph. Did he come to confront you? What a petty old man. Tsunade crossed her arms, indifferent. As the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, Hiruzen's pupil, a princess of the Senju clan, and one of the legendary Sennin, she felt no fear towards Danzo. Such thoughts were inconceivable. Tell me, what is the reason behind this? Hiruzen pressed. Ah, it's just that brat's request. Tsunade directly sold out Fenghua, yet for reasons unknown, she refrained from divulging the pivotal conversation at the pinnacle of the ninja world to Hiruzen. After hearing the entire story, Hiruzen fell into silence. After a moment, a faint smile appeared on his face. Indeed, if Fenghua had sought him out directly. Given the current circumstances, he could only protect Fenghua and would not intervene on behalf of the pharmacist Nan. However, if Tsunade intervened, the situation would be entirely different. This child, Fenghua, possesses a complex mind, Hiruzen remarked with a smile. You're not angry? Tsunade asked, puzzled. Hiruzen laughed heartily. Over the past month, he had been instilling the will of fire in Fenghua daily, and now he finally saw the results. Why would he feel anger? After all, only by understanding the true essence of protection could one inherit the will of fire. In the depths of the root headquarters, the furious Danzo, possessed by an overwhelming rage, wreaked havoc, shattering anything within reach, transforming the foreboding stronghold into a veritable junkyard in mere minutes. Yet his dissatisfaction led him to adopt the guise of a small teddy bear, shaking his legs and recklessly assaulting the walls. Damn it! Sarutobi Hiruzen Tsunade. As he surveyed the dismal state of the walls, his temper gradually began to subside. Someone come. Yes, Lord Danzo. A root ninja appeared behind him. Have you located Yukushinan? My lord, we have already traced her whereabouts to the heart of the Senju clan. The efficiency of Root was commendable. The Senju clan? Danzo inhaled deeply, suppressing the murderous intent that brewed within him. While he dared to take action against the Uchiha clan, he treaded carefully in the face of the seemingly weakened Senju clan. A small lapse in patience could disrupt the grand scheme. I must remain composed. Uchiha Obito. What role do you play in this? Just as Danzo issued the command to eliminate Uchiha Obito within 3 days, Yakushi-nan was whisked away by Tsunade. To claim that Obito was uninvolved would be an assertion he could not accept. However, the current demeanor of Sarutobi Hiruzen rendered him cautious. Would the assassination of Obito interfere with his plans? Obito only learned of Nan's abduction after being summoned to Hiruzen's office. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, he expressed with fervent gratitude. No need to thank me. Just remember your promise, Tsunade replied coldly before departing. Lady Tsunade, what about Sister Nan? Do not worry. She is in a very safe place. Tsunade's voice echoed from outside the door, but you cannot see her for the time being. That Sundara nature of hers. Obito mused, recalling Tsunade's attitude from the previous night, feeling both touched and amused. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, spoke slowly. Obito, how well do you understand Root? Obito felt a chill run down his spine, promptly suppressing his emotions. Sister not only mentioned that it is Danzo's subordinate unit. Hiruzen nodded, sighing. Encountering the dark underbelly of Konoha at such a young age may be unsettling for you, but remember this, Konoha will always be your home. Obito nodded earnestly. I will have a word with Danzo, but you must also prioritize your safety. Hiruzen advised. I understand, Lord Hokage. Ah, how time flies. In days gone by, I studied alongside Danzo under the first Hokage, along with Mon and Koharu. Hiruzen reminisced while puffing on his pipe. Obito silently breathed a sigh of relief. Thankful that the memories began with the first Hokage. Had they begun in the Warring States period, he would have had nothing to do tonight. Upon leaving the Hokage's office, Obito felt a lightness in his being, as if the weight of the world had been lifted from his shoulders. Even the chakra flowing within him felt more vibrant. As the saying goes, good fortune often arrives in pairs. The following day, Obito's shadow clone successfully deduced the hand seals for Chidori. Uo Tatsu. Lightning release. Chidori. A torrent of chakra concentrated in his right hand, instantaneously forming a high-voltage current that crackled through the air, as if 1,000 birds were chirping chaotically around him. Looking down, Obito beheld his right hand enveloped in a dazzling, radiant white electricity, and with a gentle wave, he felt as though he could pierce through space itself. Fenghua immediately ceased his ninjutsu and hastily made his way towards the Hokage Rock. Upon reaching the dense forest where he trained with Might Guy, he eagerly began to test the power of the Chidori. Lightning release, Chidori. The crackling energy surged through his right hand, and overwhelmed with excitement, he started to run, piercing through every obstacle in his path with the Chidori. Boom, boom. Towering trees, rocks, vines, and earthen slopes. None could withstand the piercing force of 1,000 years. It was as if a sharp arrow had penetrated paper, rendering the barriers utterly inconsequential. Onward. Fenghua's chakra showed no signs of depletion, prompting him to conduct further tests. After several attempts, he discerned a few shortcomings of the Chidori. Its attack trajectory was linear, lacking the ability to turn, and it was solely offensive, unable to provide any defense. It was no surprise that Kakashi later sought to upgrade the Chidori into the Raikiri. Having mastered the Chidori, Fenghe was far from satisfied. Yet, the Raikiri was a high-level ninjutsu, and given Fenghe's current capabilities, he doubted he could successfully upgrade it. With the 8 gates, Rasengan, and Chidori, he believed he had become quite proficient in taijutsu and ninjutsu, though he felt lacking in jinjutsu. However, in just 2 weeks, he would begin his studies with Hinata, so there was no need for haste. Perhaps I should seek out Minato to learn sealing techniques? Would that be too greedy? Fenghe pondered, blinking his eyes. After all, with the shadow clone technique, having more skills would not be a burden. He promptly created a shadow clone to find Minato while he himself focused on honing his taijutsu. Mastering the 8 gates was not merely a matter of knowing the method. It required relentless practice to refine one's physical body to its utmost limit. However, Fenghe had been preoccupied with the activities of the Umbu for the past month. Leaving him little time to train his body, he felt as though he were on the verge of rusting. Thud, 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 in front of a massive tree stump. Fenghe assumed a horse stance and relentlessly struck with his fists. Each punch was delivered with all his might, creating a resounding thud against the stump, and soon, his knuckles began to bleed, leaving 2 crimson impressions on the wood. 100, 101, 248, 527. Sweat poured down Fenghe's body, soaking the grass beneath him, and his hands grew nearly numb, devoid of sensation. Panting heavily, he paused to gather chakra into his hands, initiating a healing process. Gradually, feeling returned to his hands, accompanied by a flood of sensations, soreness, pain, tightness, and numbness that made him wish for amputation. The effects of the healing technique were remarkable. Within 5 minutes, the visible injuries on his hands began to heal at a noticeable pace. Next came the side kicks. Fenghe continued to challenge the tree stump, striking fiercely with his left foot. 27, 28, 320. As Fenghe trained with such fervor, his shadow clone had found Minato. Honestly, you only sent a shadow clone. This is infuriating. Kushina exclaimed upon seeing Fenghe's clone, her red hair seemingly defying gravity, teetering on the brink of fury. Minato quickly intervened. Please, let me apologize on Kushina's behalf. Kushina was left feeling quite exasperated. Konoha's legendary figure, Minato Namikaze, is not only the disciple of Jiraiya, but also the grand student of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naturally, he received intelligence about FK early on, aware that he too was a bearer of the will of fire. However, it was not merely this information that fostered his recognition of FK, but rather the spiraling sphere, known as the Rasengan. At first, Minato found it intriguing to see FK develop this technique, but only upon mastering it did he truly grasp its formidable strength and boundless potential. The Rasengan is an attribute-less ninjutsu, akin to a blank canvas, ready to be infused with any hue. By incorporating variations in chakra's form and nature, it can evolve into numerous advanced techniques. The sheer power of this ninjutsu, which FK shared without the slightest hesitation, filled Minato with admiration. Of course, had Minato known that this technique was originally conceived by him, he might have reacted with a chuckle. To learn sealing techniques, one must begin with theory. Minato exhibited remarkable patience as he engaged FK's shadow clone in discussions that lasted until the early hours of the morning. At the end of their session, he gifted him a book containing invaluable knowledge of various sealing runes, a treasure that he and Kushina had painstakingly authored together. To be frank, mastering the runes within this tome would enable one to swiftly learn most of the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts, including the 4 symbols seal, the 5 elements seal, and the Bagua seal, all of which would pose no challenge. Ultimately, Minato also imparted to FK a relatively simple sealing technique known as the binding formation. The execution of this formation requires 4 sealing symbols, making it particularly suitable for novices. Thank you so much, Minato, FK exclaimed with excitement. Mind your manners. You ought to address me as Big Brother, Kushina playfully admonished, delivering a gentle punch to his head. Ah, it's quite all right, Minato replied with a tender gaze towards her. Yes, Big Brother Minato, FK conceded, eager to appease. Enough now, it's getting late, so you can take your leave, Kushina commanded. Initially, FK intended to dissolve the shadow clone, but recalling the precious book in his possession, he was compelled to return home. Once there, he slumped in his courtyard, gazing at the moonlit sky. The exhaustive physical training had left him utterly fatigued, yearning for sleep, yet aware that slumber would lead to the dissolution of his shadow clone. He summoned the strength to remain awake. Eventually, he spotted his shadow clone leaping in from beyond the wall, unable to resist any longer. He closed his eyes and succumbed to sleep. With a resounding pop, the shadow clone dissipated, and amidst the ensuing white smoke, the book fell directly to the ground. The memories of the shadow clone flooded into FK's consciousness in an instant. The following day, as the sun reached its zenith, FK woke. The book. His eyelids fluttered open, and he sprang up with urgency, scouring the area until he finally discovered it nestled in the grass. Thank goodness it didn't fall into the water. After a night of restorative slumber, FK's energy had fully returned, and he had absorbed the theoretical knowledge acquired by the shadow clone. He summoned the clone once more to prepare breakfast while he perused the book filled with intricate sealing runes. What on earth are these bizarre symbols? Upon perusing the contents of the book, Fenghua felt a tremendous weight upon his mind. A cursory glance revealed that the tome was replete with no fewer than 100 intricate sealing runes, each appearing as arcane as ancient script. Fortunately, alongside these enigmatic symbols were annotations penned by the illustrious Wave Wind Watergate, rendered in clear and comprehensible language, which alleviated his concerns significantly. The initial 4 sealing runes were precisely those required for the binding formation. Fenghua promptly retrieved paper and ink, embarking on the task of sketching. Remarkably, the process evoked memories of the elderly oracle at fairs from his past life, who would inscribe similar symbols. However, this task necessitated the infusion of chakra, which demanded no technical prowess, relying entirely on practice. After numerous attempts, 1, 2, 10, 100, Fenghua finally succeeded in rendering the 4 sealing runes. He then proceeded to experiment, affixing the runes to the 4 corners of a small courtyard before introducing several chickens and ducks into the enclosure. With a surge of energy, he activated the binding formation. A flicker of soft light emanated from the runes, swiftly intertwining to manifest a barrier. Within this confinement, the fowl became utterly immobilized, frozen in place. Success! In the next instant, the glow from the runes dissipated, the barrier vanished, and the chickens and ducks regained their mobility, startled into flapping their wings and fleeing the courtyard. The duration was somewhat brief, rendering it impractical for direct confrontation, yet it proved suitable for setting traps. After the meal, Fenghua instructed his shadow clone to study the sealing runes while he ascended to Hokage Rock. In recent days, my guy had been diligently developing the 8 gates technique based on Fenghua's prodigious insights whenever he found the time. Byakuren. Bang. Another wooden post shattered under Might Guy's vigorous assault, though this time it differed from the original narrative, as he directly crushed it midair. Fenghua. Your timing is impeccable. Why have I been unable to develop Byakuren? Might Guy lamented, his expression fraught with frustration. Well, you ought to consult your son, for this technique is his original creation. Naturally, this thought remained unvoiced. Fenghua encouraged Might Guy to attempt the exercise once more, ultimately uncovering the root of the issue. Uncle Guy, when you wrap the wood with the bandages, ensure your grip is not overly rigid. You must apply finesse to secure the bandages tightly, preventing the adversary from wriggling free. Might Guy was accustomed to overwhelming force, pouring every ounce of strength into combat without reservation, while Byakuren necessitated an exceptional degree of dexterity and resilience to maximize its destructive potential. When ensnaring an opponent with bandages, the more they struggled, the tighter the bindings would become, akin to sinking into a quagmire. However, employing brute strength as Might Guy did would allow the adversary to break free with the slightest resistance, as they were not mere wooden objects. After a moment of contemplation, Might Guy suddenly proposed, Fenghua, how about we conduct a practical experiment? Fenghua's lips twitched. Without a second thought, he dashed off. Uncle Guy, I just remembered that I left the gas on at home. I must take my leave. What a jest. Should Might Guy inadvertently injure him, would he be destined to spend the rest of his days confined to a wheelchair? What? Gas? Might Guy appeared utterly bewildered. In truth, Fenghua did not stray far, instead retreating to a nearby area to train. Lacking wooden posts, he utilized a spiraling sphere to forcefully break a tree, crafting his own training apparatus, and commenced his practice. With a series of straight punches, side kicks, deep squats, and frog jumps, one could engage in reckless abandon, bolstered by medical ninjutsu, with no fear of injury. His unique constitution allowed him to recover from even the most arduous training with a mere night's rest. Upon hearing the commotion, Might Daitai shook his head in amusement, then resumed carving a piece of wood, continuing his exploration of the lotus blossom. As dusk fell and the Ninja Academy's day came to an end, Kai rushed over without hesitation. After an impassioned father-son exchange filled with tears, he joined Feng Hua in his reckless training regimen. Thus, over the course of more than half a month, while Feng Hua trained diligently, he also studied sealing ninjutsu. Eventually, as the sun set, Tsunade returned to the village after completing her mission. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe and stated, "This is the situation, Tsunade. I entrust this child, Feng Hua, to your care. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I shall guide him well," Tsunade affirmed. However, the trio was still lacking two members. Feng Hua's circumstances were somewhat unique, and given his age, only Kakashi could be his partner. Yet, I had inquired with Shikaku, who expressed a desire to personally mentor Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. "I understand." Tsunade realized that the Hokage intended for her to teach Feng Hua one-on-one, which took her by surprise. "I have high hopes for this child. You must guide him earnestly," Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded. Indeed, as dawn broke, Tsunade joyfully welcomed Feng Hua into her home, calling out to her bedroom, "Daddy, Feng Hua has arrived." "Understood. Please have him take a seat," Tsunade replied with a smile as she slowly emerged from her room, adding, "Why don't you pour him some water?" "Oh." Tsunade nodded enthusiastically and hurried off to find a cup. "Uncle Tsunade," Feng Hua said with a smile, "I look forward to your guidance." Tsunade's crimson eyes scrutinized Feng Hua, exclaiming in astonishment, "I must say, you are a true prodigy. At merely 7 years old, you have already advanced to Ch Nin, awakened the double Tomo Sharingan, and excelled in Taijutsu. Moreover, you have even created your own ninjutsu, the Rasengan, correct?" "Yes, Uncle Tsunade," Feng Hua replied modestly. "I merely stumbled upon it." "Do not be so humble, Feng Hua. I have looked into it. While the Rasengan is indeed a rank, it possesses boundless potential, capable of evolving into various elemental forms. The Hokage holds this technique in high regard," Tsunade remarked. "But fret not, since you developed this ninjutsu, the Hokage will not disclose it without your consent. Is this akin to protecting intellectual property?" Feng Hua pondered silently. As Feng Hua took a sip of water, Tsunade joyfully bounded over, her wide eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Thank you." "Hey Tsunade, what about mine?" Tsunade pouted, visibly annoyed, her eyes reddening with irritation. Tsunade retorted, "Dad can pour his own." Feeling disheartened, Tsunade decided it was time to send his daughter off. "All right, Tsunade, you should be heading to school, otherwise, you'll be late." "Understood, Dad." Tsunade busied herself once more. Once she departed, Tsunade turned to the matter at hand. "Feng Hua, the esteemed Hokage has entrusted me to guide you as your Jonin instructor. You must comprehend the significance of this responsibility. You cannot let him down." "I understand," Feng Hua solemnly declared, with a resolute spirit. "Konoha is my home. I shall not forgive anyone who dares to harm our village." Kyubi nodded in agreement and shifted the conversation. "You have already studied the principles of Jinjutsu under the leadership of the Karama clan. Now, I will teach you the art of Jinjutsu directly. And when the time is right, I shall impart the Uchiha's techniques to you." Feng Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that true?" "Of course. I have no reason to deceive you," Kyubi replied confidently. This assertion held no fault. Since the Warring States period, the Senju and Uchiha clans have had a tumultuous relationship, often collecting and deciphering each other's techniques. When Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara established Konoha, the two clans entered a period of camaraderie, resulting in frequent exchanges of ninjutsu. It is undeniable that these techniques were inherited by Sarutobi Hiruzen, enabling him to become a master of all 5 elemental ninjutsu. Kyubi's residence was modest and unsuitable for practicing Jinjutsu, so the two ventured to a nearby forest. "Feng Hua, what Jinjutsu have you mastered?" Kyubi asked, crossing his arms confidently. "Show me." Feng Hua nodded. "Uncle Kyubi, I beg your pardon. Here it goes. Nariku's Vision, Fox Heart Technique, Kadal, Mind Disarray Technique, Kasei's Descendant Technique. And this place is not technique." Feng Hua rapidly executed 6 Jinjutsu, his hand seals swift and precise, yet all were rendered ineffective against Kyubi. "Impressive. These techniques are sufficient to deal with ordinary ninjas. Feng Hua, it is no wonder the Hokage holds you in such high regard. You are truly a prodigy," Kyubi exclaimed. With mastery in Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, Ninjutsu, and a powerful bloodline limit, the future of Feng Hua appears limitless. Should I consider entrusting my daughter to him? Kyubi abruptly dismissed the thought. No, I am not that kind of father." He then focused on the task at hand, earnestly guiding Fenghua to solidify his foundational skills. Days later, he taught him the binding technique. This advanced genjutsu could ensnare an enemy to a tree, rendering them immobile. In the original narrative, Kyubi had previously employed this technique against Uchiha Itachi with less than favorable results. However, this does not diminish the potency of the technique. If one cannot see through this genjutsu, they remain bound, awaiting their demise. Fenghua experienced this firsthand when Kyubi immobilized him with the binding technique. Despite his desperate attempts, he could not escape until he activated his Sharingan, barely managing to break free. Had Kyubi intended to eliminate Fenghua, he could have done so 100 times over during this period. Having felt the formidable nature of the binding technique, Fenghua was eager to practice. Upon receiving the hand seal instructions, he dedicated himself to relentless training. Fenghua, sometimes overexerting oneself in study can be counterproductive. It is wise to relax occasionally. Kyubi advised with a smile. Fenghua appeared perplexed. Come to my home for dinner this weekend. Kyubi has been mentioning you frequently. Kyubi chuckled, a playful glint in his eye. Fenghua, feeling somewhat reluctant, attempted to decline but was met with resistance. Very well, he conceded, accepting his fate. Upon returning home, the shadow clone of Fenghua remained engrossed in the study of sealing runes. The tome co-authored by Minato Namikaze and Kushina was not something one could master in a brief period. He not only needed to comprehend the significance of these sealing runes, but also had to learn to inscribe and illustrate them. After more than half a month, despite frequently seeking clarification from the two authors, he had barely grasped less than 1/10 of the sealing runes. The journey of learning sealing techniques indeed lay heavy upon him. However, Fenghua remained unhurried. Everything was proceeding as it should. With diligent training and the passage of time, he was certain to see fruitful results. Due to the necessity of studying illusion techniques, his training in physical arts inevitably diminished, prompting Fenghua to train even more fervently and zealously. Might Guy continued to develop the lotus technique, having nearly cleared a small forest in the process, which caused significant ecological damage and elicited numerous complaints from the residents of Konoha. The third Hokage, unable to overlook the situation, seized an opportunity to reprimand him sternly. Why does failure persist? Might Guy lamented, feeling despondent. Fenghua, could it be that your concept is flawed? Fenghua pondered, stroking his chin, and after a few moments, shifted the blame. Uncle Guy, I believe we should let Lee give it a try. Lee? Might Guy was taken aback. Indeed, Lee has only recently begun training in the 8 inner gates. He can simultaneously train and develop the exclusive techniques, and with your guidance, success is certain. Fenghua coaxed. Might Guy's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Yes, that's it. He paced excitedly. I'm so foolish. It took me 20 years to master the 8 inner gates. How could I possibly develop a unique technique for them? But Lee is different. He is young and highly malleable, and with Fenghua's assistance. This is the essence of youth. Suddenly, a tempestuous roar erupted behind Might Guy. Fenghua felt immensely awkward. Their discussion had been going so well. Yet now it had ignited such fervor. With Fenghua as their strategic advisor, Lee's arduous days began. Each day, apart from managing his studies at the Ninja Academy, he was subjected to extreme training and the development of the exclusive techniques of the 8 inner gates. His days grew increasingly arduous. Had it been anyone else, they might have crumbled under the pressure. I have never been a genius. My perseverance to reach this point relies on an effort 100-fold that of the ordinary. And that is my youth. Lee lay prone on the ground, his body bruised and battered, yet his spirit remained fierce. Might Guy gently held Lee's hand beside him, moved beyond words. As the days passed, the Uchiha clan's attitude towards Fenghua grew increasingly unfriendly and distant. The police force frequently visited, citing various trivial grievances regarding his property, asserting that there were unauthorized constructions and serious safety hazards with his stove. Essentially, there were no significant issues, only incessant minor complaints. When encountering other Uchiha children on the road, they would often notice him from afar and hastily avoid him, displaying a clear desire for distance. Fenghua found himself completely isolated within the Uchiha clan, save for his good neighbor Obito. Fenghua, why has this happened? Obito questioned. Kakashi became a Nin at 6, praised by all as a genius, yet you are only a year behind him. Why do your clansmen treat you this way? Obito was utterly perplexed. Although he had awakened the Sharingan, the elders of the Uchiha clan assessed that his temperament was still lacking, opting instead for a more hands-off approach. Consequently, He continued to engage with the mundane environment of a ninja academy, unable to fathom the intricate power plays of the higher echelons. He believed that Fenghua, being a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, deserved the respect of the entire clan. However, reality eluded his understanding. Daitu, do not concern yourself with this matter, as it may bring you unnecessary trouble, Fenghua advised. But, Daitu protested, when you grow up, you will understand everything, Fenghua continued. Honestly, you are the same age as me. So why act so mature? Daitu grumbled in dissatisfaction. Indeed, we are all just young friends. Let us not delve into such trivial matters, Fenghua replied. As time passed slowly, Fenghua led an exceptionally fulfilling life. He studied illusion techniques under the tutelage of Hinata Makoto, trained in martial arts with Might Guy, and practiced sealing techniques through shadow clones, all while finding time to frolic with his companions. Unbeknownst to him, heavy snow fell once more. Fenghua had been in the world of Hokage for a year and a half, reaching the end of the 40th year of Konoha. On this day, a multitude of ninjas from the Uchiha clan suddenly appeared. Yamashiro Aoi, Akimichi Chusa, Nara Shikaku, as well as Namikaze Minato, Kushina, and even Jiraiya, who had just returned from Mount Mayaboku, all bearing exquisite gifts. They arrived one after another at an expansive residence, which dwarfed Fenghua's home, being 3 times larger than his own. The residence was adorned in festive decorations, radiating a joyful atmosphere, as many Uchiha clansmen dressed in vibrant red welcomed the arriving ninjas. Led by Uchiha Fugaku himself. Today marked the wedding day of Uchiha Fugaku. Haha, Fugaku, congratulations, they exclaimed. Fugaku, you must work even harder after marriage, remarked several elders of the Uchiha clan, their words laden with meaning. Uchiha Fugaku respectfully invited them inside. Fugaku, congratulations on your nuptials, Minato said, handing a gift to the person beside Fugaku. You must treat Mikoto well, otherwise, I shall not let you off lightly. Kushina, a close friend of Uchiha Mikoto, added. Uchiha Fugaku smiled and replied, Of course, Minato. Kushina, thank you for coming, please, do come in. Before long, Inazuka Kiba, Nara Shikaku, and Jiraiya also arrived. The latter sporting white hair, a face adorned with makeup, and eyes roaming eagerly like radar, scanning the women in attendance. Lord Jiraiya. Uchiha Fugaku greeted him with a respectful demeanor. Ah, one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya, has also come to celebrate Lord Fugaku's wedding. Several Uchiha guests proudly conversed. In comparison to the visiting ninjas like Namikaze Minato, the Uchiha clan members were evidently more numerous at this wedding, aside from those on missions or incapacitated by injury. Nearly all of the clan's ninjas were present, while the ordinary Uchiha clansmen could only watch the festivities from the entrance. Outside the Grand Gate, numerous children from the Uchiha clan played merrily, setting off firecrackers, creating a lively atmosphere. In the distance, the fleeting figures of Konoha and Obito could be glimpsed. Konoha. Shall we not join them? Obito appeared eager to partake in the festivities. If you wish to go, then by all means, do not mind me. Konoha replied with a smile. That will not suffice. Obito insisted resolutely. Konoha shook his head. To be candid, he held little interest in the wedding itself. What intrigued him were the couple tying the knot, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto. Their 2 sons were remarkable, particularly Sasuke, one of the 2 great saviors, unparalleled in his prowess, only rivaled by Naruto's verbal jutsu. Not long after, the Uchiha clan's leader, Uchiha Chika, along with the head of the police force, Uchiha Yamato, and his son Uchiha Tenki, arrived to offer their congratulations. At that moment, Fugaku's grand residence was bustling with elite J-nin and numerous chunin, the sounds of celebration echoing across several streets. As noon approached, Shimura Danzo unexpectedly made an entrance with several ninjas. Lord Danzo. Fugaku greeted him with a slight frown yet maintained a courteous demeanor as he ushered him in. Danzo cast a peculiar smile in his direction. Ah, what brings this fellow here? At the banquet table, Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina sat together, accompanied by Inoshikicho, all affiliated with the Hokage lineage. Indeed, Lord Danzo has always harbored biases against the Uchiha. What could possibly compel him to attend Fugaku's wedding? Minato pondered. It must be a scheme. Kushina exclaimed angrily. Harboring a strong disdain for Danzo, his gaze always made her feel repulsed. Kushina, do not think so harshly, Minato sighed with a smile. At that moment, Danzo bypassed their table to sit directly with the Uchiha clan leader, the police chief, and several elders. Given Danzo's status, his presence there was not inappropriate. Yet one had to question his motives and integrity. Uchiha Chika smiled warmly upon seeing Danzo, rising to greet him amicably, creating a disconcerting atmosphere for Jiraiya and the others. As the guests gathered and the auspicious hour arrived, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto officially became husband and wife amidst the blessings of the attendees. After the newlyweds delivered their speeches, they began to toast each table, marking the commencement of the feast. Come, come, let us drink, Jiraiya proclaimed. 1 foot perched on his chair, his nose reddening from the alcohol. This lecherous man had a penchant for drink, and if he became inebriated, he would surely engage in mischief, taking advantage of unsuspecting maidens. Nearby, Ino Shikicho indulged in food and drink, particularly a Kimichi Choji, who devoured a pig's trotter in one hand and a chicken leg in the other, his mouth smeared with grease, attracting quite a few glances. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Ino and Nara Shikaku intentionally distanced themselves, drawing a line between them and Choji. Minato accompanied Kushina in feasting, his ears perked up, yet the revelry was overwhelmingly boisterous, rendering it impossible to discern the conversation at Danzo's table, especially with the raucous toasts from Fugaku and Mikoto. Then, Lord Danzo, I entrust the ensuing matters to you. Uchiha Chika raised a glass and toasted to him. Danzo drank from his cup, and then stood up decisively. Chika, since the matter is settled, I shall take my leave. There is no need for farewells. Without waiting for Uchiha Chika and the others to react, he exited the room. As he departed, Danzo suddenly cast a glance towards Minato Namikaze, causing Kushina to startle. At that moment, her gaze met Danzo's. His eyes flickered momentarily before he continued on his way, seemingly unfazed. However, Kushina felt a chill run down her spine. What's wrong? Minato noticed something amiss with his girlfriend. Humph, that Danzo is no good, Kushina exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. Minato appeared perplexed. Honestly, you don't believe me at all. Seeing his expression, Kushina's irritation flared, and she reached for the soft flesh at his waist, spinning him around in a playful yet exasperated manner. Minato's handsome face contorted into a comical expression. Hey, Minato. Why are you just standing there? Come and have a drink. Jiraiya leaned in, appearing quite tipsy. Yes, right, let us drink, Minato stammered, his words becoming somewhat disjointed. After leaving Uchiha Fugaku's wedding feast, Danzo made his way directly to the Hokage Tower. Hishi. Danzo strode into the Hokage's office with an imposing presence, approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, weren't you at Uchiha Fugaku's wedding? Sarutobi chuckled, puffing on his pipe. Has the feast concluded? Danzo narrowed his eyes. He had only decided to attend the wedding at the last minute, yet it seemed Sarutobi had already received word of his presence. Indeed, Hishi, the banquet was quite lively. I had a conversation with Uchiha Chika and left early, Danzo replied with a smile that concealed his ulterior motives. What do you mean by that? Sarutobi squinted. Both men engaging in a silent duel of gazes, each vying for dominance. Uchiha Chika intended for Uchiha Anka to join the police force, as he was a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Danzo's smile masked a blade. The police force was responsible for maintaining village security, and Inka's life experience was insufficient for such responsibilities. Hishi, this matter should not be for you to decide, Sarutobi retorted, attempting to regain control of the conversation. Danzo remained unflappable. Uchiha Tenkien has already completed 2 C-rank missions and 1 B-rank mission since his promotion to Chunin. Even Kakashi, who is younger than Inka, has accomplished 1 A-rank mission. Hishi, with the year drawing to a close, it seems Inka has yet to complete even a single mission. This does not adhere to the regulations. Sarutobi's expression shifted. Indeed, to prevent certain ninjas from becoming complacent, there were strict regulations in place. Even genin were required to fulfill a certain number of missions each month. Do you not see the perennial genin, Mike Guy, often scurrying around the village, seeking out cats and playing with dogs, tirelessly working? Of course, considering the complexity of higher-ranked missions, the task load for Chunin was generally calculated on an annual basis. Danzo's argument left Sarutobi at a loss for words. After all, Uchiha Tenkien and Kakashi had both completed at least 1 A-rank mission alongside Inka's promotion. I understand. Sarutobi's face darkened, and his earlier good spirits dissipated. Tans chuckled softly. Undertaking an advanced mission carries a certain level of peril. I sincerely hope that Uchiha Keika will navigate through it smoothly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened further. Whom was this blatant threat directed at? Are you plotting a rebellion? With a cheerful demeanor, Tans turned to leave. Then, I shall take my leave. As soon as he departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly summoned Anbu to call upon Akatsuki Shin. Soon, Akatsuki Shin appeared in Hiruzen's office. Lord Hokage, he greeted. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe and inquired, Shin, how's Keika faring? Lord Hokage. Keika is a prodigy, and his grasp of Jinjutsu improves daily. I believe it is time to impart the Uchiha clan's Jinjutsu techniques to him. Akatsuki Shin responded enthusiastically. This was not mere self-promotion. Keika had proven his capabilities through tangible actions. Over the past few months of study, Keika had developed a profound understanding of Jinjutsu. Having lived in an era of information explosion, where exposure was abundant, making it easier to draw parallels, something that the shinobi of this age could hardly compare to. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Even without your mention, I would have taken action regarding this matter. Alas, Lord Hokage, what has transpired? Akatsuki Shin sensed something amiss. Today, Tans attended Uchiha Fugaku's wedding. What? This is inconceivable. Akatsuki Shin was taken aback. Everyone knew Tans's attitude towards the Uchiha clan. How could he possibly attend Uchiha Fugaku's wedding? If I am not mistaken, the Uchiha and Tans must have struck some form of deal, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, puffing on his pipe with disdain. Could it be for Keika? Akatsuki Shin quickly realized. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Uchiha Tenki and Kakashi have already completed an advanced mission after being promoted to Chunin. And Keika. Akatsuki Shin was momentarily stunned, cursing inwardly. He felt a wave of guilt. As Keika's guiding J-nin, the greatest responsibility lay with him. Lord Hokage, I apologize. This is my fault. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. Do not dwell on it. This situation was bound to arise eventually. Indeed. Since Tans and the Uchiha clan harbored intentions to eliminate Keika, whether the mission was undertaken earlier or later made little difference. I will dispatch Anbu members to accompany you. Prioritize safety. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated solemnly. Akatsuki Shin assured him, rest assured, Lord Hokage, I will ensure Keika returns safely. Upon leaving the Hokage Tower, a grave expression crossed Akatsuki Shin's face. With Tans's roots and the Uchiha clan involved, undertaking this mission with Keika would not be an easy endeavor. At Uchiha Fugaku's wedding, the Uchiha elders were engaged in private discussions. Although the assistance from Tans's roots would enhance the success rate, would the cost be too high? Were they truly willing to entrust Uchiha Keika's eyes to Tans? This is merely a temporary measure. When the time comes to assassinate Uchiha Keika, our shinobi will inadvertently damage his eyes. Tans cannot possibly acquire Uchiha Keika's eyes. This thought reassured them. Several Uchiha elders lifted their cups and joyfully began to drink. Akatsuki Shin found Keika and conveyed the seriousness of the situation. Keika, do you comprehend the significance of the upcoming mission for you? Fenghua's words resonated deeply. Uncle Jinhong, whether it is fortune or misfortune, one cannot escape fate. Jinhong's eyes sparkled with understanding. Such a succinct summary. After all, when the sky collapses, there are always those tall enough to bear the burden. Fenghua responded with nonchalance. Jinhong's cheeks twitched. Surely, the tall one referred to was him? Well then, there is still time. Let us proceed to accept our mission. Taking a deep breath, Jinhong inhaled the winter's chill, instantly rejuvenated. In the mission hall, the tasks were still being issued by the Chunin Matsushima Ueda. Upon seeing Fenghua, the brief flicker of awkwardness on Ueda's face vanished, and he turned to Jinhong, greeting him. Lady Jinhong. She nodded in acknowledgement. Are there any high-level missions available? Indeed. There are many. The borders of the Land of Fire are quite unstable. Merchant caravans frequently encounter bandits and sometimes even rogue ninjas from hostile nations. Thus, various mission requests flood into Konohagakure like snowflakes, Ueda explained, pulling out the task list. Jinhong took the document and perused it closely. Most tasks involved escorting merchant caravans, alongside assassination and intelligence-gathering missions. However, considering Fenghua's age, escorting tasks were evidently more suitable. This one will suffice, Jinhong declared, pointing to a task on the list. Very well, I will register it immediately. The task Jinhong selected involved escorting two brothers back to the Land of Waterfall. Their names were Inoue Naka and Inoue Suki. A month prior, they had entered the Land of Fire with a merchant caravan, only to suffer complete financial ruin, leading to the caravan's disbandment. The brothers sought to return home, but faced dangers at the borders, prompting them to request assistance from Konohagakure. The task offered a reward of 80,000 ryo, barely meeting the threshold for the mission's grade. Fenghua examined the task request. The Land of Waterfall? His only recollection of this nation was of the Akatsuki's Kakuzu, who had once assassinated the sage of the shinobi world, Shinja Hashirama. A creature of greed, he possessed the earth grudge, fear, and 5 hearts. Living to the ripe age of over 90, yet retaining a penchant for literature. We shall depart tonight. Jinhong instructed Feng Hua to prepare at home, planning to convene at the village gate by 7 o'clock. Feng Hua had little to pack. His ninja tool pouch was always fully equipped, so he merely gathered a few changes of clothing and some seasonings. He then visited his neighbor, informing Obito about the mission. What? You're heading to the land of waterfall? How splendid. Obito gazed at him enviously. Remember to bring back some local specialties. I'm heading on a mission, not a vacation. Oh, all right, I'll bring some back, Feng Hua chuckled. By the way, I'm leaving tonight, so I want to have time to say goodbye to the others. Could you let them know? Leave it to me. Go on without worry, Obito shouted. Feng Hua rolled his eyes. Another person would likely have been infuriated by such a lack of conversation skills. After bidding farewell to Obito, he made his way directly to the village gate, where several ninjas stood guard, monitoring those entering and exiting. Shortly after, Jinhong appeared, and after reuniting with Feng Hua, she presented their mission documents to the gatekeepers before they swiftly departed. On the rooftop of the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood, pipe in hand, gazing out at the village entrance. Shikomo? Hokage-sama. Hatake Shikomo materialized at his side. Is everything arranged? Indeed, everything has been meticulously arranged. Soon, the news of Uchiha Feng Hua and Hinata Chihong's departure from the village reached Danzo and the Uchiha clan. Ha ha ha, I never anticipated Danzo's swift actions. The treacherous Uchiha Feng Hua has finally left the village. Who shall we dispatch next to eliminate the threat? Hinata Chihong, a Nin adept in Genjutsu, poses a risk despite Danzo's roots. We must remain vigilant, especially regarding Uchiha Feng Hua's eyes, which must not fall into Danzo's grasp. Is it feasible to draw personnel from the police force? Such a move would be too conspicuous. Uchiha Fugaku would be the ideal candidate, but he has just wed. Let us send Uchiha Kitsune and Uchiha Lin instead. Uchiha Kitsune and Uchiha Lin, you say? I concur. Agreed. Shortly thereafter, 2 middle-aged individuals emerged from the Uchiha ancestral home, casually accepting 2 A-rank missions from the task hall before departing the village. Concurrently, Danzo dispatched members of his roots for assassination. Time passed slowly, and the night deepened. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood resolutely on the rooftop, gazing up at the luminous moon. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Kitsune and Uchiha Lin have left the village. Hatake Shikomo suddenly appeared behind him. What of Danzo's roots? Regrettably, I cannot ascertain their whereabouts. Earlier, a dozen ninjas accepted missions and departed. Aside from Uchiha Kitsune and Uchiha Lin, the others remain unverified. Sarutobi nodded. This was indeed characteristic of Danzo's meticulousness, leaving no trace. Hokage-sama, shall we investigate these ninjas? Hatake inquired. Sarutobi shook his head. The root ninjas are exceedingly secretive, and even an investigation would yield little. His eyes narrowed slightly. He even suspected the existence of roots within the Umbu. We must avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Sarutobi stated slowly. Understood, Hokage-sama. Beneath the moonlight, Feng Hua pursued Hinata Chihong, racing through the mountains and forests in tandem. A heavy snowfall had blanketed the area just hours prior, transforming the landscape into a shimmering sea of white. With a whoosh, Feng Hua landed on a tree, dislodging a cascade of snow. He looked up to see Hinata Chihong traversing the snow without leaving a trace, and he couldn't help but marvel. Feng Hua, when running, one must master the balance of the body and breath, allowing oneself to meld with the wind. Hinata Chihong imparted his wisdom. Feng Hua nodded, learning swiftly while maintaining his pace. The two sped onward without pause, quenching their thirst by consuming snow and melting it into water, and when hunger struck, a single soldier pill sufficed for an entire day. They lost track of how many mountains and forests they had traversed, finally arriving at a city as the sun rose. Feng Hua, let us find an inn to rest. We shall meet the employer at noon, Hinata Chihong suggested, showing no signs of fatigue after a night of relentless running. Glancing back at Feng Hua, who appeared equally unfazed, he chuckled. It seems that Might Guy's training is more rigorous than I had anticipated. Feng Hua chuckled. Uncle Chihong, I swear I will far surpass your expectations. Haha. That brings me great comfort, Hinata Chihong laughed heartily. Feng Hua then inquired, Uncle Chihong, could you tell me about the land of waterfalls? As the crimson sun began to set, the figure of Akatsuki mused, the land of waterfalls, a nation encircled by 4 others, including our Fire Nation and the Earth Nation. This land is adorned with cascading waterfalls, and behind the largest one lies the enigmatic Takigakure village. This hidden village seldom reveals itself to the outside world, rendering our intelligence about it quite scarce. Suddenly, Kazuki inquired, "Uncle Akatsuki, do you know of Kakuzu?" "Ah, the notorious rogue ninja from Takigakure, a perilous individual." "You've heard of him, haven't you?" Akatsuki smiled. "Indeed. I've heard he once attempted to assassinate the first Hokage. Although he failed, he managed to escape." Akatsuki chuckled lightly. "Ha, Kazuki, do not be swayed by external rumors. Kakuzu's successful escape was solely due to the first Hokage's reluctance to take his life. How could he have possibly fled otherwise?" Kazuki pondered this, acknowledging that Shinja Hashirama was indeed capable of subduing even Uchiha Madara. How could Kakuzu hope to escape? "Do you think your mother bore you with 4 legs?" After a morning of rest, Kazuki had restored most of the stamina expended during their overnight journey, prompting Akatsuki to express his surprise. Soon after, they met their employer at the town's inn, the twin brothers Inoue Nakahiro and Inoue Suki. Identical in appearance and in their mid-30s, their expressions were notably grim. "Dear ninja, we entrust our safety to you," said the polite elder brother, Nakahiro, despite his evident distress. The younger brother, Suki, displayed a more volatile demeanor. "If we encounter danger along the way, our remuneration will be reduced." The brothers had traveled to the Fire Nation for trade, only to suffer significant losses. Were it not for the insecurity of the border, they wouldn't have spent 80,000 ryo hiring ninjas. "Rest assured, Kazuki and I shall ensure your safety and escort you to the borders of the land of waterfalls," Akatsuki assured them. "What? This brat is coming with us? What nonsense!" Suki protested, immediately questioning, "If danger arises, will you save us first or him?" Nakahiro echoed his brother's dissatisfaction. "Fear not, Kazuki is also a ninja," Akatsuki began to explain, but Kazuki interrupted, declaring, "Don't be deceived by my youthful appearance. I am actually 50 years old." "Nanny?" Both Nakahiro and Suki stared at Kazuki in disbelief. Even Akatsuki was taken aback, but he quickly recovered, clearing his throat. "Yes. Kazuki possesses a rather unique form of ninjutsu, hence the appearance." "Is that truly the case?" "He looks like a child," they remarked, intrigued. "Is it an immortality technique?" The brothers surrounded Kazuki with curiosity. "Humph. You two brats, what are you gawking at? Hurry up and gather your things," Kazuki commanded authoritatively. Yes, we'll prepare at once." The brothers appeared to be the type who would hesitate and retreat under pressure, but with a few stern words from Kazuki, they promptly fell into line. Akatsuki couldn't help but give Kazuki a thumbs up, bemused. The brothers hired a rather dilapidated carriage, carrying only a few garments. Clearly indifferent to wealth, their attitude suggested they had resigned themselves to bankruptcy without a second thought. Kazuki admired their resolve. "Go." Inoue Nakabuchi struck the old horse's rear, prompting the cart to commence its slow journey. The setting sun cast a crimson hue as both Fenghua and Shiri Jinhong vigilantly surveyed their surroundings, ever watchful. The town they occupied was a considerable distance from the land of waterfalls, and given the cart's pace along with the current weather conditions, it would likely take 2 months to reach their destination. Wasting time solely on travel was not an option. Fenghua formed a series of hand seals to summon a shadow clone, then tossed the book given to him by Minato Namikaze to it. The shadow clone leaped onto the roof of the cart, engrossed in reading, while Fenghua engaged in the practice of 12 hand seals. His speed had improved to 4 seals per second, and he aspired to condense it to 3 seals in 1 second. Nearby, Shiri Jinhong observed with a smile of satisfaction. As dusk approached, the group sought a flat area to prepare a meal and rest. The Inoue brothers were not surprised by the sight of Fenghua's shadow clone. Fire style, fireball technique. Fenghua gathered nearby branches and ignited them with his fire technique, creating a fierce blaze that provided warmth amidst the frigid winter. "We only brought our own provisions, and we want to cater to you," Inoue Suki remarked coldly. "You little brat, lacking respect for your elders. One day you too shall be old," Fenghua replied with playful sarcasm, casting a sidelong glance. Shiri Jinhong stifled a laugh at the exchange. The brothers found it somewhat difficult to adjust to Fenghua's tone, awkwardly sitting beside the fire while consuming their rations. The shadow clone, being free from the need for sustenance, remained atop the cart, engrossed in reading, while Shiri Jinhong consumed a military food pill and sat beside the cart in contemplative silence. Meanwhile, Fenghua scanned his surroundings. Although the military food pill was satisfactory, there was no immediate danger, and procuring some wild game would be a delightful alternative. The landscape was blanketed in snow. and to the left lay a small grove, its branches weighed down by the snow, resembling a gentle slope. Feng Hua dashed towards it. The cold wind whipped against his ears, chilling him. Upon entering the grove, he discovered no animal tracks in the snow. Most creatures had already settled into hibernation for the season. He began to search for tree hollows, burrows, or any nearby water sources or patches of grass. In a moment of impatience, he unleashed a fiery assault, exclaiming, "Fire style, great fireball technique." The scorching fireball soared through the air, crashing into several trees. With a thunderous crack, the trees splintered, dislodging snow and creating a flurry of white powder that extinguished the flames. Not long after, a furious roar erupted from one of the fallen trees. Eep, eep. Curiously, Feng Hua peeked, only to find a plump rabbit, its large ears flopping as it bared its teeth in a threatening manner. Angered, Feng Hua extended his hands menacingly. The crackling fire continued to burn, casting a warm glow that failed to dispel the lingering gloom in the hearts of the Inoue brothers. Feng Hua sat nearby, roasting the snow rabbit, occasionally sprinkling it with seasonings. Soon, a tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the air. Gulp. Inoue Ōtsutsuki swallowed hard, his resolve wavering. "Uncle Jinhong, come and try the rabbit meat," Feng Hua called out. Shiri Jinhong opened his eyes, though he had already consumed a military food pill. He could not resist the enticing scent of roasted rabbit. With a smile, he approached and tore off a rabbit leg to savor. "Wait a moment, you little rascal. Are you trying to deceive us?" Inoue suddenly realized that if he were truly 50 years old, how could he possibly refer to him as uncle? Alas, there was no alternative. It was simply a consequence of his own lesser status. Feng Hua nonchalantly dismissed the matter while savoring the succulent rabbit meat, a look of delight adorning his face. "Scoundrel," Inoue Ōtsutsuki retorted, "you deceitful wretch. What, do you wish to fight? I would allow you a single hand." Feng Hua chuckled. The two brothers recalled the commotion Feng Hua had caused in the woods and deemed it more fitting for merchants to engage in reasoned discourse. "If you share the rabbit meat with us, we shall overlook this incident," they proposed, for merchants naturally prioritize profit and utilize negotiation as their means. "Then you might as well continue to dwell on it," Feng Hua scoffed. Had the brothers been willing to share their rations earlier, they would certainly have received a portion of the rabbit meat. But now? Hey. Although the brothers were irked, they found themselves at a loss against him. In no time, the rabbit had vanished into the bellies of Feng Hua and the evening sun's true crimson. "Rest early, we must set out again at dawn," the evening sun's true crimson remarked, patting his belly contentedly. "Uncle Crimson, do we not need to keep watch tonight?" Feng Hua inquired in a hushed tone. "Rest assured," Crimson replied softly, "we have only just departed. They cannot possibly act so swiftly." "Hey, what are you two discussing?" Inoue Ōtsutsuki interjected, irked. "I advise you to speak less and sleep more." Feng Hua retorted, "I find individuals like you, who refuse to sleep in the dead of night, particularly vexatious." "Va, little brat." Inoue Ōtsutsuki's temper flared. At the break of dawn, everyone awoke, hastily consuming a meager meal before setting off once more. "I long to leave this country," Inoue Zhong lamented, taking out his frustrations on the horse as he struck its rear. The four of them traveled by day and rested by night, journeying towards the land of waterfalls. After a month and a half, the weather grew increasingly frigid, with the wind slicing through the air like icy blades, capable of severing one's ears. "Feng Hua, we must exercise caution from here on," the evening sun's true crimson gravely warned. "We are now at the border, where ninjas are assassinated daily." Feng Hua nodded knowingly, understanding that Danzo would choose this place for his nefarious deeds. He immediately dispersed his shadow clones, focusing intently. The border between the land of fire and the land of waterfalls was primarily rocky terrain, and due to the cold, the stones appeared to be cloaked in a frost-like garment. "Damn this weather!" Inoue Zhang shivered incessantly while driving the carriage, casting disgruntled glances at the evening sun's true crimson and Feng Hua. Throughout their journey, they had encountered not a single bandit. Had he known it would be like this, he would have refrained from hiring a ninja, thus saving himself 80,000 ryo. How fortunate it would have been to encounter a few bandits. Truly, these two ninjas have it easy. Inoue Zhong grimaced. "Be careful." The evening sun's true crimson suddenly leaped into the air, unleashing a flurry of shuriken towards the left. "Haha. It is a leaf ninja. Let us eliminate them." For ninjas clad in red garments and brown vests emerged, their foreheads adorned with ninja headbands bearing the emblem of two rocks, the unmistakable insignia of the rock-hidden village. Earth-style, rock pillar prison. The leading rock ninja summoned earth pillars near the carriage, attempting to entrap them. With an instinctive leap backward, Feng Hua formed a hand seal and exclaimed, "Fire release, fire dragon flame bomb." Boom. 3 colossal fireballs erupted amidst the gaps of 4 earthen pillars, obliterating them entirely. "Not bad, little brat, but unfortunately, you've run into me," scoffed the leading IWA ninja with a sinister grin. "Hey, your opponent is me," Yue Jinhong remarked, a playful smile gracing her lips. This group of IWA ninjas, aside from their leader possessing exceptional Jainin strength, comprised mainly of lower-ranked ninjas evidently out on a mission for training. "Eliminate them," commanded the leader decisively. "Please, don't kill us. We're merely passing merchants." The Inoue brothers, Nakajima and Suki, exclaimed in terror, hastily abandoning their cart and scrambling behind a nearby rock, crying for help. Nakajima wished he could slap himself in frustration. Binding technique. Yue Jinhong initiated her Jinjutsu. "Is that all you've got?" The IWA leader sneered as he formed hand seals. Earth release. Rock concealment technique. This technique allowed him to traverse through the rocks at will while concealing himself. As he activated the jutsu, his body sank into the stone beneath him. Yue Jinhong narrowed her eyes, meticulously surveying her surroundings. Meanwhile, the other 3 lower-ranked ninjas charged towards Feng Hua. Earth release. Earth spike. 3 massive and sharp rocks viciously erupted from beneath Feng Hua's feet. If they landed, he would surely be skewered. Yet, alas, these rocks were too fragile. Konoha whirlwind. Feng Hua executed a kick, shattering the rocky projectiles. "Huh, a taijutsu ninja? Little brat, you'll die?" The 3 IWA ninjas, seasoned in combat, resorted to a war of attrition, launching a relentless barrage of rock spikes from beneath his feet, forcing him to expend his stamina in defense. As Feng Hua retreated while kicking the spikes away, he realized they had been employing this same jutsu for quite some time. "I say, you 3, is this the only technique you know?" A cold smile crept across Feng Hua's lips. "If that is the case, I must apologize." In a flash, he vanished amidst the onslaught of rock spikes, utilizing the body flicker technique to appear behind the 3 lower-ranked ninjas. With both hands, he conjured 2 azure spheres of chakra, thrusting them towards 2 of the IWA ninjas. Rasengan. "Oh no." The IWA ninja called out. "Earth release. Earth substitution." "Fool. A mere brat's jutsu hardly warrants fleeing." "Earth release. Stone transformation." Boom. What? The Rasengan detonated against the stoneback ninja, leaving a spiral-shaped scar. If left untreated, it would likely result in fatal blood loss in no time. Gasping, the IWA ninja attempted to stanch the flow of blood with his hand, but it was futile. Vivid crimson gushed forth like a waterfall from his back, accompanied by fragments of bone. The light in his eyes dimmed, and he soon collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The 2 remaining IWA ninjas, having narrowly escaped, were taken aback. What kind of jutsu was that? Its power is immense. The earlier use of the earth substitution had been instinctive, unexpectedly saving his life. They hadn't even seen him form any seals. Could it be a non-hand seal jutsu? Feng Hua regarded the IWA ninjas, who dared not approach him, a sinister aura flickering in his eyes. "Is that the Sharingan?" A ninja of the Uchiha clan. 2 rock ninjas were startled, simultaneously preparing to defend against the illusionary techniques. However, they were mistaken. Chomashin, lightning release, 1,000 birds. A brilliant flash of electricity enveloped Feng Hua's right hand. The thunder crackled, resembling 1,000 birds chirping in his ears. Feng Hua activated his technique, dashing towards them like the wind. Chirp, chirp. Earth release. Earth flow wall. The 2 rock ninjas snapped back to reality, realizing it was too late to evade. They hastily combined their powers to unleash a ninjutsu and a wall of earth, roughly the thickness of a palm, abruptly rose before them. Yet, in the next moment, amidst the flying debris and exploding thunder, Feng Hua's 1,000 birds pierced through it directly. Under the dazzling lightning, 1 rock ninja was impaled through the chest, lifeless. Damn it! The other rock ninja, in a state of disarray, rolled aside, attempting to rise. But his legs felt weak. Feng Hua, relentless in his pursuit, formed a Rasengan and charged forward. "I cannot perish in this place," the rock ninja bellowed. But under the threat of death, his trembling hands could not even form the necessary seals, and he was obliterated by the Rasengan, not far behind a rock. Witnessing this scene, Inoue felt a tremor coursing through him, nearly losing control of his bladder. He had initially thought Feng Hua was merely a minor nuisance, only to discover he was a merciless killing machine. Standing amidst the chaos, Feng Hua had dispatched 3 rock ninjas in rapid succession, a considerable burden for him as well. particularly on his legs, which felt as though they might crack from shattering the rock spikes. This is what you get for being arrogant. Fenghua chastised himself while employing healing techniques on his legs. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, a special Jonin's expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. You are from the Uchiha clan. The rock ninja's mind was suddenly flooded with murderous intent as he abandoned his comrade, Siri Shinju, and charged at Fenghua. A child from the Uchiha clan, already possessing the double tomo at such a young age, who could eliminate 3 lower ninjas in such a short span, was undoubtedly a prodigy. This child must not be allowed to live. Hey, this is not the behavior expected of an adult. Siri Shinju utilized a body flicker technique to appear before him, immediately casting an illusion. Annoying pest, perish. Earth release, mountain earth technique. Boom. The earth and stone on either side of Siri Shinju were manipulated into 2 massive hemispheres, crushing him fiercely. Yet, in the next instant, he found himself ensnared by a colossal tree. As a special Jonin, such extreme emotions should not arise. Siri Shinju realized that Fenghua was already behind him, a kunai gliding lightly across his neck. Just as this rock ninja fell, a sudden surge of mist enveloped the area, rendering visibility non-existent. This is bad. It's the hidden mist technique. Siri Shinju's face paled. It must be a member of the mist. He hurriedly made his way towards Fenghua's location. But amidst the thick fog, a piercing shriek erupted, and countless shuriken rained down from above. Siri Shinju swiftly dodged, but in doing so, he lost sight of Fenghua. At that moment, Fenghua also faced a barrage of shuriken. He evaded while knocking away the shuriken aimed at him with a kunai, his expression grave. Though the mist hidden technique is the signature ninjutsu of the mist village, Fenghua is not naive enough to believe that the assailants are mere mist ninjas. The roots? The Uchiha? Having just dealt with the rock ninjas, he now faces an assassination attempt, with a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. Ah, my hand, my hand. I am doomed. The brothers Inoue Nakahara and Inoue Suki were unfortunately caught in a rain of shurikens, their cries silenced, leaving their fate uncertain. Amidst the dense mist, hurried footsteps disrupted Fenghua's hearing. The third Hokage had dispatched Anbu to protect him. Thus, the enemy must allocate sufficient forces to contain them. Moreover, the mist technique does not distinguish between friend and foe. The assassins concealed within the fog would not be numerous, likely only 2. One to distract Uncle Akahiru and the other to eliminate me. The more Fenghua pondered, the clearer his understanding became, and he remained composed. The footsteps grew increasingly frantic, drawing nearer. Open the door, rest the door, open. Faced with the Anbu, or perhaps an Uchiha assassin, Fenghua dared not be careless. He activated the second gate of the 8 gates, liberating his mind from the constraints of chakra while forcibly enhancing his physical strength. With a hum, he grasped a kunai in his right hand while forming a Rasengan in his left, prepared for any eventuality. In the next moment, he felt his footing falter, as if being pulled into the earth. The decapitation technique? Startled, Fenghua hastily unleashed the Rasengan. Boom. The ground shattered, dirt flying. And Fenghua seized the opportunity to escape with body flicker technique. However, just as he steadied himself, a sharp wind sliced toward his side. Clang. At a critical moment, Fenghua blocked with his kunai, a tremendous force pushing him back 3 steps, yet he glimpsed a blurred figure within the thick mist. Without hesitation, he hurled the kunai forward and quickly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Boom. The fireball blazed fiercely, whistling as it sped away, soon vanishing into the mist, followed by an explosion that sent waves of flames surging. Suddenly, another sharp gust of wind struck from behind. Fenghua swiftly pivoted, delivering a kick. Bang! The figure transformed into a piece of wood, which Fenghua split in 2 with his kick, but the next instant, flames erupted from within the wood. Though his Sharingan could not pierce the mist, at such close range, he could discern some details. An explosive tag? This is bad. Fenghua barely had time to use body flicker technique before a wooden board rolled out. Boom. A violent explosion created a half-meter deep crater. Fenghua found himself in a precarious state. Several wounds inflicted by the blast, blood flowing freely. Fortunately, after rigorous training under Might Guy, he had developed an extraordinary tolerance for pain. Moreover, as a medical ninja, he immediately utilized healing palm technique on himself. A refreshing breeze swept through, and a dozen leaves fluttered in the mist, producing a rustling sound. But Fenghua felt a chill run down his spine. In the winter season, where did these leaves come from? They were clearly explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions erupted in succession, and Fenghua retreated further, the double tomo of his Sharingan spinning wildly, alert to the explosive tags that drifted down through the mist. A heavy gloom settled in Fenghua's heart. Throughout this battle, he had been at a disadvantage. And the critical issue was he hadn't even caught a glimpse of the enemy's appearance. As the retreat from the flames commenced, the footing unexpectedly faltered, leading to a sudden plunge into a pit. Boom! Several explosive tags detonated within the pit, casting a brilliant blaze that momentarily dispelled the surrounding thick fog, only to have it swiftly engulfed once more. Concealed within the mist, the assailant approached silently, a pair of blood-red, three-tomo Sharingan fixated on the epicenter of the explosion, unwavering even amidst the dazzling flames. Humph! Quite adept at the body flicker technique. Uchiha Fox scoffed, sprinting directly toward the location of the flames, deftly flicking several explosive tags from the tips of his fingers. Boom! Amid the cacophony of explosions, Uchiha Fox relentlessly pressed the attack, forcing the retreat of Fenghua. Meanwhile, Uchiha Lin had already engaged with the crimson-haired Shiyu. After a few exchanges, Shiyu immediately recognized his opponent. Uchiha Lin? Is that you? Hee. I know not of what you speak. Uchiha Lin retorted with a cold smirk. Has the Uchiha clan truly fallen to such depths? Shiyu remarked somberly, shocked that they would conspire with Danzo to assassinate their clan's prodigy. Silence. Uchiha Lin's temper flared momentarily, but he quickly suppressed it. His task was merely to restrain Shiyu, for Uchiha Fox was more than capable of handling the rest. Shiyu's heart weighed heavily. The illusionary arts of the Uchiha clan were formidable, rivaling his own. And with their bloodline limit, even if he could triumph over Lin, it would surely take time. But could Fenghua endure for so long? At that moment, Fenghua, disoriented by the explosive tags, desperately dodged, occasionally deflecting the shurikens launched by Uchiha Fox, feeling quite beleaguered. This cannot continue. I must find a way to break free. Evading yet another explosion, Fenghua formed hand seals, lightning release, 1,000 birds. With this, he charged violently in a specific direction. The mist concealment technique's range was determined by the chakra of the user, and Fenghua doubted that his opponent possessed chakra of tailed beast caliber. Zing! The brilliant, sharp lightning pierced through the fog like a lethal arrow. Not good. Uchiha Fox's expression shifted to one of fury. Fenghua, already exceptional in taijutsu, activated the 8 gates. And in the state of 1,000 birds, his speed surged beyond Uchiha Fox's expectations, allowing him to slip away. The fog's range was indeed limited, merely half a mile. And with that burst of speed, Fenghua burst forth from the mist. Gazing upon the clear expanse beyond, Fenghua finally exhaled in relief, but his expression swiftly darkened. Within the fog, Uchiha Fox pursued relentlessly, his silhouette gradually becoming distinct. Tomo, an elite shinobi of the Uchiha clan. Not bad, little brat, you've managed to escape. Among your peers, perhaps even Kakashi could not achieve such a feat. Uchiha Fox remarked coldly, his aura of murderous intent sharpening. We are of the same root. Why the haste to turn against each other? Fenghua sighed. Uchiha Fox expressed his confusion. Given the vast rivers and mountains, can we not show a modicum of mercy? Fenghua earnestly pleaded for clemency. This, Uchiha Fox understood, his eye twitching. Little brat, do not waste time. Awaken to your fate. The 3 tomo within his Sharingan began to spin rapidly, unleashing a barrage of enhanced Jinjutsu without restraint. The double tomo Sharingan sealed by fire is utterly incapable of resisting these illusions. One moment, he finds himself in a labyrinth, and the next, he is in a courtroom, confronted by an elderly judge wielding a gavel that strikes his head. Enraged, he exclaims, "How dare you strike me again?" Without hesitation, he forms hand seals and unleashes a colossal fireball. Boom! The searing flames instantly reduce the judge to ashes, yet the chilling aura of impending death draws nearer. Wind release, great breakthrough. The combat experience of Uchiha Fox is extensive. As the fireball detonates, he deftly uses wind release to redirect the flames back, amplifying their ferocity as they surge forth. The double tomo Sharingan spins wildly, and with the aid of the 8 gates technique, he finally escapes the illusion. Upon witnessing the oncoming wind and fire, he retaliates with a powerful kick. Leaf Rock rising. The force of his kick diverts the fierce winds and flames, narrowly missing his forehead. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Uchiha Fox offers no respite, maneuvering around him, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire techniques. When direct assaults prove ineffective, he resorts to sheer strength to overwhelm. As he defends with his own fire techniques, Fenghua attempts to close the distance, but Uchiha Fox, armed with ample intelligence, is acutely aware of Fenghua's unsealed jutsu, the Rasengan. Without the cover of the misconcealment technique, he will not allow Fenghua to approach. Boom. The two engage in a fierce clash of fire techniques, the intense flames erupting around them, causing the surrounding rocks to crack under the strain. Yet, Fenghua feels increasingly cold. Competing against a Jonin in ninjutsu drains his chakra at an alarming rate, and the 8 gates technique is taxing on his stamina. With the Sharingan activated, Fenghua has reached his limit, but he cannot afford to pause. It is as if he is racing on a highway, nearly out of fuel. Stopping now would mean being obliterated by the pursuing vehicles. Blood seeps from his feet, trembling slightly, while his skin is dotted with an unsettling array of blood spots. Damn it, I can't hold on much longer. Fenghua's eyes flicker. The 36 stratagems, retreat, is the best option. You're nearing your limit, aren't you, little brat? Haha. Uchiha Fox laughs maniacally. I take great pleasure in extinguishing prodigies like you, and those eyes of yours. I shall crush them before you perish. Fire release, great fireball technique. Seizing the moment as Uchiha Fox rambles, Fenghua directs a fireball towards the left rock wall. Boom. Countless boulders, the size of human heads, rain down, scattering debris. Wind release, great breakthrough. Uchiha Fox disperses the rubble, yet Fenghua's figure has vanished from sight. You can't escape. Uchiha Fox sneers, rapidly pursuing him. Fenghua's lungs feel as if they have been punctured, each breath a struggle, yet he dares not halt, desperately fleeing. Along their path, they had passed a cliff overlooking a rushing river below. Given the dire circumstances, his only chance for survival lies in leaping from the precipice. Whether he will plummet to his death, or if Uchiha Fox will follow suit is no longer a concern. He must jump. You cannot escape, little brat. Haha. The figure of Uchiha Fox appeared 100 meters behind, swiftly closing in. Damn it. Fenghua felt a wave of darkness before him, his body pushed to its limits. The Sharingan closed, and the gates within him automatically shut. Wind release, great breakthrough. As Uchiha Fox approached within 10 meters, he cautiously halted and unleashed a wind attack. Whoosh. The fierce gust hurled Fenghua several meters away. He tumbled on the ground, rolling, and continued to roll. Oh dear, he was still rolling. Uchiha Fox frowned. Looking ahead, he suddenly spotted the cliffside and could not help but smirk. You naive child, my mission is to personally destroy your eyes. Jumping off the cliff? How foolish. With the last ounce of his strength, Fenghua finally rolled off the cliff, embracing the sky. Whoosh. His figure fell freely through the air, accelerating rapidly. And with a splash, he plunged into the river below the cliff. The pain nearly made him faint, but the icy river water jolted him back to consciousness. In the surging river, Fenghua's figure bobbed and floated, swept away by the current, his fatigue and the cold water failing to extinguish his will. The rigorous training from Might Guy was no joke. That guy was still there, although Fenghua's Sharingan was closed. A fleeting glimpse beneath the water revealed a blurred figure on the cliff above. Uchiha Fox was racing atop the cliff, his 3-tomo Sharingan fixated on Fenghua's silhouette. Child. Experience the decay that death brings, Uchiha Fox sneered. This time, the Uchiha clan collaborated with Danzo, leaving no room for error. Fenghua was doomed. Just as Fenghua had suspected, the Umbu ninjas dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen were held back by Danzo's route, unable to provide effective rescue, granting Uchiha Fox ample time to torment Fenghua. The frigid river water relentlessly eroded Fenghua's body, attempting to drag him into the abyss of death. He knew that if this continued, he would surely freeze to death, but leaving the river would mean facing Uchiha Fox's pursuit. Either way, it was death. What to do? What to do? Fenghua felt his muscles and blood beginning to stiffen. At that moment, Fenghua suddenly spotted a tall man on the opposite bank. Tightly wrapped in layers, with a forehead bearing the symbol of the Takigakure, but with a distinct scar running through the middle. A rogue ninja from Takigakure. This is? Fenghua's eyes lit up. This man's attire was plain, but that even plainer face was all too familiar. Kakuzu. It was indeed Kakuzu. Help, help, Fenghua shouted, inadvertently swallowing a few mouthfuls of icy river water, causing him to cough uncontrollably. On the other side, Kakuzu heard the commotion but simply stood up and walked away. Ignoring him, Fenghua hastily called out, I'll pay you 100,000 ryo to hire you. Upon hearing the mention of money, Kakuzu's ears perked up, and he turned to sprint toward Fenghua, pulling him from the icy water. You little leaf brat, Can you really come up with 100,000 Rio? Kakuzu, noticing the forehead protector on Fenghua's head, spoke in a raspy voice tinged with skepticism, his eyes glinting like a malevolent spirit. Of course, my master is wealthy. Exceedingly wealthy. Fenghua shivered from the cold, but his tongue was quick. With great enthusiasm, I accept your offer. Kakuzu, driven by avarice, finds immense joy in the prospect of wealth. However, I strongly advise you to keep your distance. Upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Fox let out a cold laugh and leaped off the cliff, landing firmly upon the surface of the river. Those who wish to engage with the Uchiha must step aside if they wish to remain alive. Kakuzu, upon seeing his Sharingan adorned with 3 tomo, wore a delighted expression and addressed FK. Little one, is this ninja here to kill you? He is indeed a jonin of the Uchiha, hehehe. A dog-eat-dog situation, but a mere 100,000 Rio is insufficient. How amusingly poetic, and the audacity to raise the stakes. Truly, Kakuzu embodies the essence of greed. Double it. 200,000 Rio. FK countered. Kakuzu shook his head, chuckling disdainfully. 500,000 Rio, and I will only protect you for 3 days. 3 days? 500,000 Rio? FK was drenched in cold sweat. For nearly 2 months, he and Akatsuki had escorted the brothers Inoue, earning merely 80,000 Rio. How could he demand 500,000 Rio for just 3 days? Why not aim for the heavens and stand alongside Kaguya Ōtsutsuki? Nonetheless, whether it was 500,000 or 100,000, he knew he could not afford it. Yet, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Uncle Akatsuki, as a jonin, surely you must have some savings? His only hope now rested on Akatsuki. Otherwise, even if he survived Uchiha Fox, Kakuzu would surely devour him whole. Upon concluding their deal, Kakuzu burst into laughter, his spirits soaring. How audacious of you, a mere rogue ninja from the land of water, to meddle in Uchiha affairs. Your audacity is commendable. But it ends here. Uchiha Fox glared intensely, casting several enhanced genjutsu silently towards Kakuzu, followed by a series of hand seals, unleashing a colossal fireball. Boom. The searing fireball soared across the river's surface, creating ripples that crashed towards Kakuzu. Ha ha ha, a mere Uchiha ninja dares to strike at me? Kakuzu disregarded the genjutsu entirely, tossing FK behind him while swiftly forming hand seals. Tiger, rat, monkey, rabbit, pig, rooster, ox, horse, dog, tiger, snake, rat, monkey, rabbit. Water release, great waterfall technique. Boom. In an instant, the river's water surged upwards, reaching heights of dozens of meters, swirling like a water tornado before descending abruptly, obliterating the fireball and rushing forth with the force akin to a natural disaster. Uchiha Fox's expression darkened as he hastily employed his body flicker technique to evade. Boom. The massive water vortex collided against the opposing cliff, shattering countless rocks and sending enormous splashes into the river. Who on earth are you? Uchiha Fox questioned, bewildered as he gazed at Kakuzu. Who am I? I have no qualms about revealing that, but what will you pay? Kakuzu's eyes sparkled with mercenary intent. Do you dare mock me? Uchiha Fox fumed, brandishing his kunai as he charged in for a close-quarters combat. In his view, money was a concern only for lower-ranked ninjas and civilians. For ninja of their caliber, strength reigned supreme. Kakuzu's incessant focus on wealth was nothing short of an affront, a derision. Your ninjutsu is indeed formidable, but I merely need to close the distance. You beast. Uchiha Fox looked at Kakuzu, his Sharingan nearly rolling back in disbelief at his current demeanor. Suddenly, from the corners of Kakuzu's mouth and the sides of his shoulders, a multitude of dense black lines surged forth, coalescing into what appeared to be a grotesque mass of writhing tentacles. Among these lines were 2 eerie masks, silently observing him. The countless tentacles flailed about frantically, each seemingly endowed with a will of its own. Is this the Earth Grudge Fear? You are the rogue ninja Kakuzu from Takigakure. Uchiha Fox finally recalled that this was a rogue ninja of Takigakure, a formidable being who had once assassinated the first Hokage. Without a second thought, Uchiha Fox turned and fled. Kakuzu bellowed, his presence radiating an overwhelming aura, before retracting the Earth Grudge Fear and turning to face Fenghua. Fenghua was utterly dismayed. Is this how it ends? Am I really going to pay 50,000 Rio? You have barely lifted a finger. At the very least, you should have killed him or left him severely injured. I will report you to the Labor Bureau. Just try to escape. Yet, Kakuzu did not flee. Hey, kid. If you can't produce 50,000 Rio in 3 days, hehehe, Kakuzu approached with a smile, speaking gently to Fenghua. Tears welled up in Fuhua's eyes. Uncle, my master is nearby. Let us go find him. Uncle Akihiko, you must bring 50,000 ryo with you. Though he spoke thus, Fuhua's current predicament was dire. For the sake of the money, Kakuza gathered some firewood and ignited it with fire release. Crackling, the flames blazed fiercely, dispelling the chill within Fuhua's body and quickly drying his clothes. Sitting beside the fire, he restored a modicum of chakra and utilized healing palm technique to mend his injuries. Meanwhile, amidst the thick fog, the battle between Akihiko and Uchiha Rin was drawing to a close. Mirror heaven and earth turn. Uchiha Rin rebounded Akihiko's genjutsu and lunged forward for a strike, when suddenly, several explosive tags flew toward him, detonating and leaving him dazed. Akihiko roared, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. A massive shuriken shot forth, splitting into countless duplicates mid-flight, creating a rain of shuriken that rained down upon Uchiha Rin. Damn it! Uchiha Rin's three-tomo Sharingan spun wildly as he weaved through the downpour of shuriken. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. But in the next moment, he found himself ensnared by a tree. Damn it! Mirror heaven and earth turn. Uchiha Rin spun his three-tomo desperately, attempting to rebound the genjutsu, but this time, his eyes grew weary and he failed. Thud, thud, thud. A series of cold shurikens pierced his body, erupting in a shower of blood. Akihiko emerged with a cold smile. Did you truly believe you could deflect my genjutsu? With Uchiha Rin's demise, the dense fog finally began to dissipate. Akihiko confirmed that the brothers Inoue and Nakagawa lay unconscious from blood loss. After a hasty bandaging, he hurried to search for Fuhua. Following the trail of Fuhua's escape, he ultimately arrived at the tumbling cliff. Damn it! Akihiko refused to give up, leaping off the cliff and running across the surface of the river below, and at last, he spotted a figure on the opposite bank. Fuhua, are you all right? As the crimson sun descended, it approached Fuhua's side, simultaneously casting a wary glance at the man by the fire. His pupils constricted as he instantly recognized the identity of the man before him, Jiao Du, a rogue shinobi from the Takigakure village. Fuhua slowly opened his eyes, gazing at him with an expression that was neither entirely joyful nor sorrowful. Uncle Jinhong, did you bring any money with you? Yuri Jinhong found himself momentarily bewildered. Once Fuhua recounted the situation, Jinhong's reaction was immediate and animated. 500,000 ryo. Hehe. What are we to do without money? This presents quite a dilemma. At the side, Jiao Du narrowed his eyes, a cruel glint flickering within them. Could you possibly grant us a few days' extension? After all, we were on a mission and didn't carry much money. Jinhong sighed deeply. As a rogue shinobi from Takigakure, Jiao Du was considered a target for elimination by Konoha's shinobi, yet after recently enduring a fierce battle, Jinhong felt no confidence in confronting the formidable Jiao Du. Otherwise, he would have charged at him without hesitation. If you require a few extra days, interest will be added, Jiao Du replied amicably. Interest? Both Jinhong and Fuhua twitched at the corners of their eyes. How about a 10% daily interest? Jiao Du spoke casually, as though discussing the addition of 2 eggs to a bowl of ramen. Fuhua felt a wave of despair wash over him. This meant an additional 50,000 ryo per day. How utterly outrageous. Fuhua was on the brink of tears. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fox confirmed that Jiao Du had not pursued him before returning to the previous battlefield, only to discover the lifeless body of Uchiha Lin. Lin, damn it. Uchiha Fox was overwhelmed with a mix of hatred, rage, and indignation. Had it not been for Jiao Du, this mission could have concluded perfectly. He sealed Uchiha Lin's body within a scroll, erasing all traces of their battle before retreating to regroup with Danzo's route. The conflict between Konoha Esumbu and Root had persisted for some time, with neither side able to gain the upper hand, resulting in significant ecological devastation. Upon Uchiha Fox's arrival, the Root shinobi rejoiced, assuming that the mission had been successful. However, the Umbu sensed something amiss and hastily chose to withdraw, urgently seeking the whereabouts of Yuri Jinhong and others. Where is Uchiha Fuhua? A Root shinobi reached out towards Uchiha Fox. He is alive. Uchiha Fox spat in frustration. My comrade Lin was killed by Yuri Jinhong. What? What transpired? The Root shinobi, enraged, demanded. You and Uchiha Lin formed an alliance. Yet you could not handle Yuri Jinhong? It was Jiao Du. We encountered Jiao Du, the rogue from Takigakure, who rescued Uchiha Fuhua from my grasp. Uchiha Fox retorted. Several Root shinobi exchanged glances, and the leader, with a cold demeanor, declared, we need to ascertain the status of Uchiha Lin's body. After a moment of hesitation, Uchiha Fox summoned Lin's body from the scroll. One of the root shinobi stepped forward and brazenly extracted Uchiha Lin's 3-tomo Sharingan. What are you doing? Uchiha Fox exclaimed in fury. Uchiha Fenghua is protected by Anbu and Yu Rizhenhong, and with Jiao Du involved, our mission has become unfeasible. Thus, we must retreat. The shinobi stated, sealing the 3-tomo Sharingan. With your eyes, our journey has not been in vain. Not in vain. Uchiha Fox trembled with rage. Yet his rationality compelled him to restrain his shaking hands. Wait, our eyes? As Uchiha Kodo's eyes transformed, it was already too late. The root ninjas surged forward simultaneously, delivering a flurry of blows that claimed the life of the esteemed master. Eradicate all traces and retreat. Upon locating the Inoue brothers, Kodo finally encountered the 3 Anbu ninjas dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Their faces concealed by masks, their identities remained shrouded in mystery, though their uneven breaths hinted at recent combat. Kodo's spirits soared with anticipation. With the 3 Anbu ninjas and the formidable Akatsuki member, could they possibly eliminate Kakuzu? If Kakuzu were vanquished, the debt of 500,000 ryo would vanish. The mere thought sent waves of exhilaration through him. Kodo glanced at Akatsuki, seemingly reading his thoughts. Akatsuki gently shook her head. Kakuzu was a S-class rogue ninja, possessed of a peculiar and formidable strength, and the ever-looming presence of Danzo's root ninjas made a confrontation ill-advised. It is far too perilous. We must return to the land of Waterfall at once. Inoue's injuries have been tended to, yet psychological scars remain deep. Though we are grateful for your rescue, the mission's reward remains unchanged. Inoue Suki's expression darkened. The appearance of Kakuzu and the 3 Anbu ninjas weighed heavily upon him. Fearing a potential increase in fees, he was already bankrupt, merely a pitiful pauper. Rest assured, we will expedite your return to the land of Waterfall, and the mission's compensation will remain intact. Please trust in the integrity of the Leaf Ninjas. Akatsuki's demeanor was grave. The brothers were overjoyed and urged immediate departure. The Anbu ninjas continued their stealthy surveillance, with Kakuzu ominously trailing behind Kodo. They were already nearing the land of Waterfall, and after a fierce battle, they pressed on without pause. 2 days later, they officially entered the territory of the land of Waterfall. This day marked the 3rd day promised by Kaku. And beyond this point, Kodo's debt would increase by 50,000 ryo daily. Kid, it will take at least 10 days to reach the leaf from here. Kakuzu extended a finger. Can you produce 1,000,000 ryo? Kodo's brows twitched as he forced a laugh. What if I said I couldn't? Then I shall slay you now. Kakuzu's fury ignited. Akatsuki quickly stepped in front of him. Kakuzu, rest assured, you will surely acquire 1,000,000 ryo. But what? Kakuzu's tone turned cold. Do not forget your status. You are an S-class rogue ninja. After obtaining the 1,000,000 ryo, I cannot guarantee your safe departure from the leaf. Akatsuki declared with unwavering authority. Kakuzu erupted in laughter. I once assassinated your first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. If he could not end my life, what makes you think you can? Seeing the escalating tension, Inoue Suki hastily proposed to conclude the mission, urging everyone to return to their respective homes, vowing never to meet again amidst the verdant mountains and rivers. Hee. If that is the case, then let us make our way back to the leaf, Kakuzu proclaimed with more enthusiasm than Kodo. The group promptly retraced their steps, unhindered by the Inoue brothers, now taking a direct route through mountains and valleys, for no terrain could impede the progress of a ninja. Days passed, 1, 2, 10, and at last, they arrived at Konoha village. Kakuzu gazed at the leaf from a distance, noting how much it had changed since his last visit decades ago. He sneered coldly at Fenghua, saying, I shall await your arrival here. Remember, if you fail to repay the debt, I will continuously raise the interest until the day of reckoning arrives. The sun set, casting a crimson glow as Jinhong led Fenghua into the village. Heading straight for home. Uncle Jinhong, aren't we going to the Hokage Tower? Fenghua's heart raced. Rest assured, I can still manage 1,000,000 ryo. But consider this a loan from me, and you must repay it in the future. Jinhong maintained a businesslike demeanor, suggesting that the interest could be waived. Fenghua was deeply touched, tears welling in his eyes. As Jinhong returned home to fetch the money, the Yanbiyu ninja guarding them promptly reported everything to the 3rd Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen. What? Is Kakuzu outside the village, the very one who attempted to assassinate Master Hashirama? Sarutobi erupted in fury. Indeed, Hokage-sama, came the reply. Nearby, Kakashi Hatake furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. If it weren't for Kakuzu, perhaps Danzo's assassination plot against the Uchiha would have succeeded. In that case, humph. A million Ryo to save Feng Hua is no injustice, but he shall not escape the charges of attempting to assassinate Master Hashirama. Sarutobi declared, once Jinhong repays Shikaku, you shall personally lead a team to eliminate him. Understood. Outside the village, Kakuzu stood atop a small hill, gazing longingly at the flourishing Konoha. If I were to rob such a village, I could amass 50 million Ryo in just 3 days. He felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, shadowy gazes began to converge upon him from all directions. Humph. Even Konoha is ultimately limited in its capabilities. Kakuzu scoffed disdainfully, waiting in silence. Finally, Jinhong and Feng Hua's figures appeared at the base of the hill. Kakuzu, here is your million Ryo. Jinhong tossed the box toward him. Kakuzu caught it steadily, opened it to verify the amount, and then sealed the box within a scroll, hiding it close to his person. With a cold smirk, he said, very well. Our contractual relationship is hereby terminated. As he spoke, the hidden gazes around him erupted with fierce, murderous intent. Kill. Shikaka commanded from the shadows. One by one, the ANBU ninjas sprang into action. Fire release, lightning release, shurikens, kunai, various attacks rained down upon Kakuzu. Ha ha ha. Kakuzu laughed maniacally, unleashing the earth's resentment within him. Manifesting 4 doppelgangers, each adorned with peculiar masks, employing earth release, fire release, water release, and lightning release to counter the onslaught, while he himself wielded wind release. The 5 elemental jutsus clashed, pushing back the ANBU's techniques. Is this all the ANBU of Konoha can muster? Kakuzu bellowed, merging the 5 elemental jutsus into combination techniques, greatly amplifying their power, forcing the ANBU ninjas into retreat. Jinhong, along with Feng Hua, swiftly retreated, observing the chaotic battle from a distance. The earth trembled. The winds howled like blades, brilliant flames illuminated half the sky, torrents of water cascaded from above, and thunder cracked with ferocious intensity, creating a scene of astounding spectacle. This marked the first time Feng Hua witnessed a battle of such magnitude. His eyes felt insufficient to take in the spectacle. He immediately activated his double Sharingan. Eager to learn from the scene, the techniques unfolded before him. The water release, great waterfall technique. The wind release, great breakthrough. The lightning release, false darkness. And the earth release, rock lodging collapse. Was that a combination of ninjutsu? Alas, mastering such techniques required insight that could not be simply learned by observation. Nevertheless, Feng Hua was elated, fervently copying the techniques while drooling, feeling that the investment of 1 million Ryo was truly worthwhile. The battle raged from dusk until the cover of night, with dazzling phenomena illuminating the sky. Flames and lightning tore through the darkness, visible even from within the village. What transpired over there? Surely, it was a clash of ninjas. Had they come to disrupt the village, perhaps feeling that they had lived long enough? Among the crowd, an elderly man adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem strode with a grim expression, his steps agile as he navigated the various structures, making his way to a secluded grove. Danzo, come out, he called. With a soft patter of footsteps, a figure emerged from the shadows, partially illuminated by the distant flashes of lightning and fire. It was none other than Danzo. What do you want at this point? Danzo replied coldly. Damn it, Danzo, you know full well what you've done. You murdered Uchiha Kitsu and Uchiha Rin, stealing their Sharingan. You must provide an explanation. The Uchiha elder was instrumental in fostering collaboration between Danzo and the Uchiha clan. However, with the news of Kitsu and Rin's demise, he was met with skepticism from the other elders. In his fury, he directly confronted Danzo. No, you are mistaken. Uchiha Rin was not killed by my hand, Danzo stated coolly. However, their eyes are in my possession now. Consider it the price of our collaboration. Price? Why must we bear the cost? What about yours? You are Navi. Do you think you deserve to make me pay? Danzo suddenly erupted in fury, launching an attack with the wind release, vacuum sphere. With a whoosh, Danzo inhaled deeply, expelling a barrage of air bullets, sweeping across like a machine gun. Damn it. Fire release, great fireball technique. The Uchiha elder retaliated immediately. Yet, astonishingly, the air bullets pierced straight through the fireball, crashing forward. Body flicker technique. Despite his age, the Uchiha elder was swift and took off without hesitation. Though he was aging, Danzo was in his prime, and as a rogue ninja, Danzo was elusive. The elder dared not engage him alone. Futile. Danzo manipulated the air waves, drawing the Uchiha elder back toward him. Wind release, vacuum wave. A blade of wind erupted from his mouth, cleaving the elder in two. With a thud, The severed body parts transformed into wooden stakes amidst the smoke. Danzo smirked. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Boom, boom, boom. Countless air bullets rained down like a tempest, the attack encompassing a 180-degree arc. Echoing with the Uchiha elder's screams in the darkness, Danzo advanced, unleashing his ultimate technique. Wind release, vacuum continuous waves. Blades of wind raged forth. And amidst a spray of blood, the Uchiha elder met his untimely end. Due to the intense battle outside the village, the commotion here went entirely unnoticed. Danzo turned around. Observing the conflict beyond the village, his expression marred by dissatisfaction. How dare a mere rogue ninja act so arrogantly before you? Hiruzen, as Hokage, you are utterly inadequate. For the sake of Konoha, I shall have to take your place. Soon, the root ninjas emerged from the shadows to commence cleanup. Danzo squinted his eyes. The Sannin are of little concern, but the white fang of Konoha must perish. Ha ha ha. Hiruzen, do not blame me. Everything I do is for the village. On a small earthen slope, the battle between the Umbu and Kakuzu had reached a fever pitch. Terrifying ninjutsu had reduced the terrain to utter chaos. The earth riddled with countless fissures, torrents of water raging within them, fierce winds howling through the air, and thunderclaps echoing above. Kakuzu, growing ever more formidable, gained the upper hand. Is this truly the strength of a rogue ninja? The fire seal pondered. In the original story, Kakuzu and Haiden were swiftly defeated by Kakashi and Yamato, leading Team 7 and the young generation of Ino Shikacho, appearing weak, yet this was solely due to Naruto's presence. Otherwise, given Kakuzu's current power, Ino, Shikamaru, and Shoji would undoubtedly succumb to the violent aftermath of his jutsu. Isn't it about time to end this? Hinata spoke suddenly. The fire seal was taken aback. In the next instant, a blinding white light flashed before him, akin to lightning striking, momentarily illuminating the space as if thunder had struck on a rainy day. What is that? Fear surged within the fire seal. The brilliance of that white light was overwhelming, instilling an unparalleled sense of pressure from afar. The white fang of Konoha. Hinata revealed a faint smile. The Umbu leader had made his move. The white fang of Konoha? Kakashi Hatake has made his appearance? The fire seal's heart raced. This legendary ninja had not even made an appearance in the original, leaving only tales of his prowess. Boom. There, a mask of one of the Earthgrudge fear clones suddenly shattered, collapsing after a few breaths, black tendrils falling to the ground. Another flash of white light appeared. Another clone's mask breaking and subsequently falling lifelessly. Kakuzu's expression changed dramatically. The white fang of Konoha. Kakuzu had certainly heard of the white fang's reputation, yet he had always dismissed it as inconsequential. How could a mere white fang compare to the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju? It was inconceivable. He was Kakuzu, who had escaped unscathed after assassinating the god of shinobi. How could he possibly be concerned about a white fang? Yet now, the harsh reality was too much for him to accept. In the darkness, a white light flickered once more. Only one Earthgrudge fear clone remained beside Kakuzu. The white light reappeared. Terrified, Kakuzu dared not linger and immediately burrowed underground to flee. Bang! The last Earthgrudge fear clone was also obliterated, revealing the figure of the white fang, Kakashi Hatake, wielding a short blade. Earth release, earth shatter technique. Several Umbu ninjas leaped forth, unleashing ninjutsu towards the place where Kakuzu had vanished, attempting to force him out. Boom! The earth shattered in segments, torrents of mud surging. Yet Kakuzu's presence was nowhere to be seen. A shadowy ninja diligently employed sensory ninjutsu to probe the depths of the earth, yet after a considerable duration, he discovered nothing amiss. He has fled. It is time to regroup. Kakashi Hatake sheathed his short blade and turned to leave, his silvery hair glinting coldly under the moonlight. In the distance, the sunset cast a deep crimson hue as it returned to the village. FK, momentarily taken aback, struggled to comprehend the prowess of the Leaf's white fang. The clash between Kakuzu and the Umbu was a spectacle, with ninjutsu erupting like fireworks, dazzling and resplendent. In stark contrast, the white fang's actions were so understated, reduced to a singular beam of white light, embodying simplicity and a return to the essence of combat. While the fireworks illuminated the sky, Kakuzu remained vigorous, yet Kakashi transformed into that white light, extinguishing 4 of Kakuzu's clones with merely 4 strikes, prompting the latter to burrow into the ground in terror. Such formidable strength truly justified the acclaim of the Leaf's white fang throughout the ninja world. FK, how do you perceive this battle? Asked Akatsuki. Lord Kakashi is exceptionally strong, Kakuzu stands no chance against him, FK emphasized. Indeed, that is a certainty. Although Kakuzu hails from the era of the first Hokage, how could he possibly rival Lord Kakashi's strength? Akatsuki laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. FK wished to join in the laughter, yet a sudden realization clouded his thoughts. When he embarked on his mission to the land of waterfalls, it was the end of the 40th year of the leaf. Upon his return, it was now the 41st. If memory served him correctly, it was in this very year that the leaf's White Fang had taken his life due to malicious rumors. Hokage-sama, I deeply regret that Kakuzu managed to escape, he stated solemnly within the office of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The peculiar nature of Kakuzu's earth grudge fear indeed poses a challenge, a master of all 5 elemental ninjutsu. He is difficult to thwart, Hiruzen replied, his understanding evident. And what of FK, that boy? He has returned home, and he is safe, FK assured. I hope he can comprehend my intentions, Hiruzen thought, his emotions tangled. The Uchiha clan had maintained peace within the police force for a significant period. Yet as their renown grew, so too did their ambition. With Danzo lurking nearby for years, the situation in the Leaf had become increasingly precarious. Could Orochimaru shoulder such a burden? Or would Minato be a more suitable choice? Hiruzen pondered for a moment longer before declaring. The Uchiha have dispatched 2 Jonin to eliminate FK. He can no longer remain there. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. They dare to act within the village? We cannot gamble with FK's life. Let us arrange for him to stay elsewhere, Kakashi suggested. What if we allow him to reside with Akatsuki? It would facilitate her guidance. Hiruzen, in agreement, smiled and nodded. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the Uchiha estate was thick with tension. The clan leader, Uchiha Chikage, spoke solemnly. Yamato, you shall retire tomorrow, filling the vacancy among the elders. The position of captain of the police force shall be entrusted to Fugaku. Understood. Uchiha Yamato nodded in compliance. Clan leader, this is inappropriate. Fugaku interjected hastily. Fugaku, everyone believes in your capabilities. You will undoubtedly lead the Uchiha to greater heights. Uchiha Chikage asserted. But there are no buts. This is an order. Moreover, this is not a matter of mere enjoyment. One must understand that the position of captain within the police force is exceptionally arduous. Fugaku, do you possess the confidence for this? Indeed. Uchiha Fugaku nodded earnestly, asserting that he would not betray the expectations of the esteemed elders. In the corner, Uchiha Tenkin lowered his head, his eyes glimmering with a mixture of rage, hatred, and resentment. The position of police force captain, which he believed should rightfully be his inheritance, had seemingly been denied by his own father, leaving him feeling betrayed and filled with a tumultuous anger that ignited his Sharingan, causing it to evolve slowly into the 3-tomo form. After filling the void left by the deceased elder, the Uchiha leadership began to deliberate on the matter of Danzo. Danzo has gone too far. He must be eliminated. The eyes of Uchiha Kitsu and Uchiha Rin must be reclaimed. Compared to Uchiha Enho, Danzo poses a far greater threat. We should have realized this earlier. Collaborating with him is akin to inviting a wolf into our midst. Uchiha Chika stated, due to the incident involving Uchiha Enho. The 3rd Hokage will undoubtedly harbor discontent towards us. At this juncture, we must exercise caution and avoid any reckless actions that could be used against us. I can foresee that war is imminent. War? Uchiha Chika continued. Since the end of the Second Great Ninja War, the borders of the Land of Fire have known no peace. Humph. Without the instigation of those major ninja villages, who would dare provoke us? Hence, I am convinced that once the opportunity presents itself, war will descend upon us, and that will be the moment for the Uchiha to rise. Haha, well said. Once war breaks out, as the head of the police force, my foremost duty will be to maintain stability within the village. As for the war, that will be left to the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, ha ha ha. New grievances and old resentments will be settled with Danzo then. Several elders grew increasingly animated, their expressions brimming with excitement as they envisioned the Uchiha clan ascending to prominence within Konoha. But what of Uchiha Enho? Shall we allow him to grow unchecked? Danzo's root ninjas are elusive. It is not beyond possibility that they could assassinate Uchiha Enho. Uchiha Chika narrowed his eyes, a cold expression on his face. If Uchiha Enho were to fall victim to an assassination, as captain of the police force, I would bear the brunt of the responsibility. Uchiha Yamaya sighed. For this reason, I shall formally retire tomorrow. Ha ha ha, how splendid. Several Uchiha elders laughed heartily, filled with ambition. That night, several of the Uchiha's elite ninja infiltrated Enho's residence. But regrettably, they arrived too late. finding no trace of him, and more curiously, not a single change of clothing was left behind. The news reached the Uchiha ancestral home, inciting a furious uproar among the elders. Traitor! A treacherous wolf! How dare he abandon our Uchiha clan? Damn it! What does Sarutobi Hiruzen intend to do? This matter must be confronted face to face. Uchiha Fugaku, standing nearby, could not help but feel a peculiar emotion arise within him upon hearing such words. After all, having wielded a blade in murder, is it not tyrannical to deny others the right to flee? If I were to assume command of the Uchiha, I would never permit such elders to exist. Having held power for so long, their minds have twisted, intolerant of any provocation against the Uchiha's dignity, and they shall inevitably bring calamity upon us. At this moment, Fenghua found himself in a rather awkward situation. The adorable, wide-eyed Xiairi Hong was gazing at him intently, as if he were a rare treasure. You truly intend to reside in my home? Xiairi Hong's chubby cheeks flushed a delightful shade of red. Fenghua felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and thought, why are you blushing? You're only 8 years old. Are you overthinking this? If you keep this up, your father might break my third leg. Nearby, Xiairi Jinhong chuckled and said, Hong, you have class tomorrow. It's best to rest early. But, Dad, I want to play with Fenghua. Xiairi Hong protested, lifting her chin in dissatisfaction. Be good and get some rest. Fenghua has just returned from a mission and is quite tired. Xiairi Jinhong replied with a smile as he picked up Xiairi Hong and carried her back to her room. The Xiairi residence was spacious, with several guest rooms available. So Fenghua was quite pleased to avoid the sofa. As he placed his belongings in the guest room, he noticed Xiairi Jinhong standing outside. Uncle Jinhong. Fenghua's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively squeezed his legs together, silently repeating, I am only 8 years old. I am only 8 years old. Fenghua, you may feel a bit out of place at first, but do not worry or be afraid. Hong and I are your family, Xiairi Jinhong reassured him. He was concerned that the burden of the Uchiha legacy might distort Fenghua's young psyche. A twisted mindset at such a tender age could be utterly detrimental to his future growth. Yet, given that Fenghua possessed memories from 2 lifetimes, how could he possibly be twisted? Indeed, his mindset had already been warped in his previous life. Uncle Jinhong, rest assured, I am well, Fenghua shyly replied, feeling a warmth from being cared for. Get some rest now, Xiairi Jinhong said, closing the door behind him as he left, satisfied that Fenghua was indeed all right. Fenghua took a deep breath and flopped onto the soft bed. Danzo, Uchiha, you have no idea the kind of person you have offended. After the fierce battle between Kakuzu and the Umbu outside the village, a long-lost tranquility enveloped the village, with both Danzo and Uchiha behaving as if they were mere shadows. However, the undercurrents of turmoil beneath the surface had never ceased to churn. In the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant, the young trio of Akimichi Dingswa, Narashikaku, and Yamanaka Inoichi had recently been spotted frequently conferring in hushed tones. Their glances exchanged with subtle intrigue. What conspiracy lurked behind their seemingly innocent gatherings? Was it a distortion of human nature or a degradation of morality? Stay tuned. Well, it was merely a typical gathering. As a steadfast supporter of the Hokage lineage, Xiairi Jinhong maintained a good rapport with the Akimichi clan. To help Fenghua integrate more smoothly, Xiairi Jinhong began introducing him to his friends. Fenghua, my name is Akimichi Dingswa. My passion is eating. So feel free to invite me to the barbecue restaurant in the future. Akimichi Dingswa, at the youthful age of 18, was in the prime of his life, looking like a veritable ball of meat, capturing attention effortlessly. I am Yamanaka Inoichi, pleased to make your acquaintance, said Yamanaka Inoichi, sporting a ponytail and a handsome visage, particularly striking against the backdrop of Akimichi Dingswa. I am Nara Shikaku, added the seemingly languid figure, embodying the laid-back nature that explained Shikamaru's own demeanor. Fenghua realized it was his turn to introduce himself. He is 8 years old this year. Appearing quite youthful, yet exhibiting a remarkable sense of order in his speech and actions, resembling a little adult. The boar, deer, and butterfly trio quickly came to recognize him. Akimichi Chozo was exceptionally warm, frequently offering grilled meat to Kazuharu, urging him to eat more so he could grow as robust as himself. Isn't that just being fat? Kazuharu retorted. I've heard your taijutsu, jinjutsu, and ninjutsu are quite impressive. Perhaps we could have a friendly match sometime, proposed Yamashiro Kaichi, extending an invitation from the peak of the Purple Forbidden. In contrast, Kazuharu preferred Narashikaku, who maintained a perpetually disinterested demeanor. This guy despises trouble. Yet his intellect is remarkably high. He has never lost a game of shogi. Yamashiro Kaichi poked Narashikaku in the side. Hee. It's merely a matter of personal interest, Narashikaku replied, offering a second remark. Kazuharu was not skilled in shogi, but he knew how to play chess. Although Shikaku would certainly not engage in that. As the crimson sun set, Yuhi Kyurin observed with a smile. The boar, deer, and butterfly trio was approximately a decade younger than him, and Kazuharu was yet another decade younger than them. To him, this was the essence of legacy, the transmission of the will of fire. Following this, amidst his training, Yuhi Kyurin introduced him to the insect enthusiast Aburame Shimi and the dog walking Inazukatsume. All were devoted followers of Sarutobi Hizashi, and their families were rapidly advancing with Hizashi's support. Although they could not match the Uchiha or Hyuga clans in the near term, their united strength was already quite formidable. For Kazuharu, despite meeting many new friends, they were merely acquaintances, as he was separated from them by a decade, and thus faced a generational gap. His focus remained steadfast, training and becoming stronger. The shadow clone technique continued to be a standard in learning sealing symbols, and he often sought guidance from Minato Namikaze and Kushina. The practice of Jinjutsu became increasingly challenging, as Yuhi Kyurin finally acquired the Uchiha clan's Jinjutsu from Sarutobi Hizashi. Techniques such as Mirror of Heaven and Earth and Binding Illusion were not merely about hand seals, they required the Sharingan. With Kazuharu's current double Tomo eyes, he found it virtually impossible to master these illusions. This is so difficult. Yet, Kazuharu did not yield, diligently honing his Sharingan abilities. In addition to practicing Jinjutsu, he sought out Might Guy and his son in the grove. Uncle Guy, how advanced is the development of Lianhua? Upon entering the grove, Kazuharu found Kai sprawled on the ground, his body covered in bruises, his thick eyebrows furrowed tightly together, sending chills down Kazuharu's spine. Kazuharu, your timing is impeccable, Might Guy exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. Kai has been overexerting himself, disregarding his physical limits, and has even fractured a leg bone. Kazuharu thought to himself, isn't this an esteemed tradition inherited from you? Observing Kai's leg, he noted the promising curvature indicative of a fracture. Kazuharu utilized his healing palm technique, but even that could not fully mend a fracture in one go. He fashioned a few wooden splints from nearby materials, binding them to Kai's leg, and cautioned him against practicing taijutsu until his bones healed properly. Kai felt a sense of injustice. Fenghua, is there any way to resolve this? With only 3 months until the graduation exam, I must seize every moment to train and strive to pass on the first attempt. Fenghua offered him a bowl of chicken soup. Rest assured, this minor fracture will heal within a month. You will undoubtedly succeed in your graduation exam. Really? That is wonderful, Kai exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. Once I graduate, I will participate in the Chunin exams and challenge you. Fenghua cast a sly glance at Kai's other intact leg. Fenghua, I have good news. The development of the Biao Lianhua is nearly complete. Might Dai exclaimed, filled with excitement, attributing it to Kai's assistance. Truly, he is my son. Kai's expression turned fervent. Father, without your guidance, I could never have achieved this level. Ah, this is the essence of youth. Wait a moment. Why does it sound like this has nothing to do with me? How shameless. The two father and son, overwhelmed with emotion, wept together, only to remember Fenghua was still nearby and attempted to include him in their tears. Fenghua, however, insisted on dedicating his time to training rather than crying, earning high praise from Might Dai, who then set forth an intensified training regimen to thoroughly exhaust him. Fortunately, due to Fenghua's unique constitution, regardless of the brutality of the training, he could recover his strength after a single night's rest. Otherwise, Might Dai would have surely worn him down. After finishing his training in the small grove, Fenghua returned home, utterly fatigued. After a refreshing shower, he shakily prepared 2 dishes. By the time the setting sun heralded the return of Hinata Akane, dinner was ready. Fenghua, your cooking remains delightful. Hinata Akane, who previously consumed only half a bowl per meal, now found her appetite doubled since Fenghua moved in, able to eat 2 full bowls. Fenghua cautioned, Akane, do not overindulge. Otherwise, you will end up resembling Nara Shikamaru when you grow up. Akane tilted her head, pondering for a long while, unable to recall who Nara Shikamaru was. Meanwhile, Hinata Masahiro looked solemnly pensive before snatching Akane's bowl. Akane, Fenghua is correct. Overeating is detrimental to your health, and you might struggle to find a suitable partner in the future. Akane stole a shy glance at Fenghua and nodded in agreement. Masahiro's gaze toward Fenghua suddenly turned ominous. Open the door. Open it. Breakthrough. Feng Hua felt his entire energy dissipate, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the ground. Feng Hua, are you all right? Might Dai rushed over, concerned. Uncle Dai, it's still not working. Feng Hua spat out the blood from his mouth, breathing heavily. After nearly a year of practicing the 8 gates, he had managed to open 2 gates 6 months ago. Yet he still could not unlock the 3rd gate after half a year of effort. Do not rush. One cannot eat hot tofu in haste, Dai chuckled. You told me that. The 8 gates is a forbidden technique, and the process of training is inherently perilous, placing great strain on the body, something you should well understand. Uncle Dai, I know, but there are certain thoughts I cannot share with anyone, Feng Hua sighed, adding, do not worry, I will be cautious. Feng Hua, you seem troubled. Are you uncomfortable staying at Masahiro's? If so, you are welcome to stay at my home. Kai would also be delighted to live with you. Maida Dai emphatically slapped his chest, producing a resounding sound. Feng Hua, startled, exclaimed, that's impossible. Uncle Dai, I am quite comfortable here. If I were to reside in your home, heavens, I would be faced with 4 bushy eyebrows, and the constant lamentations would be unbearable. Is that so? What a pity. Maida Dai appeared somewhat discontent. Feng Hua, having narrowly escaped a predicament, promptly set aside his concerns and focused on his training. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted nearby, followed by a tremendous noise that shook the ground. Both Feng Hua and Maida Dai were taken aback, rushing over to investigate the source of the commotion. There, dust swirled, and a plethora of wood chips cascaded through the air. A sudden jolt of excitement surged through Feng Hua. Could it be that Kai had succeeded? Kai's feet had healed 2 weeks prior, and he had resumed his rigorous training, progressing steadily towards this moment of triumph. Indeed, Kai's jubilant laughter, punctuated by heavy breaths, emerged from the dust. Ha ha, I've done it. I've succeeded, Kai exclaimed, bursting forth from the debris, and upon seeing Maida Dai and Feng Hua, he joyfully extended his arms in a warm embrace. Father, Feng Hua, Maida Dai, unbeknownst to him, was already in tears, overwhelmed with emotion. You did it. Father, this is all thanks to your guidance. The father and son shared a heartfelt embrace. Their eyes glistening with tears, their deep green, form-fitting outfits pressed closely together. Feng Hua, unable to bear the sight of their thick, bushy eyebrows, found it quite an eyesore. Kai had successfully developed the Biao Lianhua technique ahead of schedule. Beyond the suggestions from Feng Hua, it was indeed Maida Dai's mentorship that proved invaluable. He had endured countless failures in his own attempts to develop Biao Lianhua, amassing a wealth of experience that ultimately transformed him into a successful mentor. Coupled with Kai's innate talent, success was almost inevitable. Furthermore, at the moment of this breakthrough, Kai had also unlocked the Xiumin technique. This signified that in the realm of the 8 gates of Duanjia, Kai had caught up to Feng Hua, truly the future emperor. Capable of delivering a kick that would astound even the 6 paths, was formidable when he unleashed his potential. Feng Hua, I challenge you, Kai declared, having shed his tears, issuing a challenge under the waning sunlight, an unfolding canvas of youth, each frame revealing itself through Kai's exuberance. All right, I too wish to witness the power of Biao Lianhua. Feng Hua, accept Kai's challenge. Feng Hua, infuriated, retorted, you duo of father and son. Just as you developed Biao Lianhua, you wish to use me as your test subject? This is treachery. Feng Hua initially refused, citing the lateness of the hour, yet Kai, with the tenacity of a stubborn adhesive, relentlessly trailed behind, interjecting with light-hearted banter. Feng Hua, accept my challenge. Even the setting sun is part of youth. How can youth ever retreat? Let us engage in a contest of vitality. Unable to endure the indignity, Feng Hua kicked Kai aside, declaring, unless I make you cry for your father today, I shall not bear my surname. Excellent, Kai bellowed, activating the 2nd gate and charging forward with fervor. Canoa Great Whirlwind. Canoa Gale. Feng Hua swiftly turned and executed a spinning kick in response. Bang. The feet of the two collided violently in midair, causing Feng Hua to raise an eyebrow, as his form was involuntarily propelled by Kai. Ever since Feng Hua was promoted to CH Nin, his time dedicated to physical training was halved due to the demands of illusion techniques. Fortunately, with the use of shadow clones to practice sealing techniques, he managed to maintain some balance. Otherwise, it would have been even less. In contrast, Kai had devoted himself wholeheartedly to physical training, and in recent months, he had even taken leave from school to train tirelessly alongside Mike Guy. His strength had surged immensely, and with the activation of the first 2 gates of the 8 gates, Feng Hua found himself momentarily outmatched. Leaf Gale, Leaf Great Gale, Leaf Rising Rock. Kai's eyes shining with fierce combat spirit beneath his thick brows, paired with his green, form-fitting combat attire, made him resemble two radiant stars upon the verdant plains. Feng Hua fought while retreating, his hands and feet numbed from the onslaught. This was a miscalculation. After forcibly opening the third gate and suffering backlash, he now found himself unable to open even the first two gates, rendering him incapable of matching Kai's strength. Feng Hua rubbed his hands together, summoning two azure spirals of chakra. Feng Hua, this is a contest of physical techniques. You cannot resort to ninjutsu, Might Guy declared with righteous fervor from the sidelines. Feng Hua was infuriated to the point of nausea. This was blatant bullying. With a crash, he crossed his arms to withstand Kai's leaf great gale, only to be sent flying, leaving deep grooves in the ground beneath his feet. Enough! You are bullying me, Feng Hua shouted in anger. Kai, fueled by combat enthusiasm, was no longer on the same wavelength, leaf rising rock. Oh no! Feng Hua braced himself but was overpowered, sent soaring into the air by Kai's kick. He inwardly lamented his misfortune. This was about to turn into a relentless combo. Kai, with your thick brows and bright eyes, how could you resort to such despicable tactics? I misjudged you. Indeed, Kai bellowed as he leaped forward, his bandages wrapping around Feng Hua like aquatic plants. Below, Might Guy's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight. Kai, go for it. It was a testament to the bond between father and son. In midair, once Kai ensnared Feng Hua, he hoisted him onto his back and began to spin wildly as they plummeted downwards. Yao Lianhua. Boom. The two spun at high speed, generating violent gusts of wind that swept in all directions. Boom. Finally, they crashed to the ground, creating a crater several meters wide, with dust swirling in the tempest. Kai executed a flawless backflip, landing steadily on the ground. Kai, splendid work, Might Guy shouted, rushing over with heartfelt enthusiasm. Father, Kai exclaimed, equally exhilarated. For utilizing a living subject was a vastly different concept than mere wooden training dummies. Wait, a living subject? The father and son duo suddenly felt that something was amiss. Feng Hua was indeed injured, but more so in spirit. The moment Kai had wrapped him in bandages, he had already utilized the substitution technique to evade. Otherwise, one strike from Biao Linhua would have surely broken his neck. Where is Feng Hua? Kai finally remembered the living subject. Rest assured, Kai, Feng Hua will be just fine, Might Guy asserted with unwavering confidence. Soga. Kai believed him, convinced that Feng Hua would be unharmed. Meanwhile, the hidden Feng Hua felt a chill run down his spine. The nerve of this father-son duo was astonishingly thick-skinned. At this rate, he would inevitably be toyed with to his demise. The surface Lianhua is satisfactory. However, the inner Lianhua, along with the morning peacock, the midday tiger, and the evening elephant, has left Feng Hua with a tingling scalp. Perhaps it would be wise to sever ties with them sooner rather than later. Alternatively, summoning Kakashi might prove to be a commendable choice. Regardless, the successful development of the surface Lianhua is undoubtedly beneficial for the trio. Kai imparted the surface Lianhua to Might Dai, and despite Feng Hua's numerous previous failures, Dai swiftly grasped the technique, mastering 70 to 80% of it upon first attempt. And within 3 days, he had successfully learned it. Conversely, Feng Hua struggled even after several days of practice. Feng Hua, I believe that with a few more personal attempts at the surface Lianhua, you will surely master this technique, Might Dai said earnestly. Come, Feng Hua. The decisive battle beneath the setting sun, youth shall never fade, Kai exclaimed, his blood surging with excitement. Having mastered the surface Lianhua, his fighting spirit soared. He yearned to kick anyone into the sky and then smash them into pieces with the technique, especially when facing Feng Hua, which stirred a fervent thrill within him. Kai, I believe that joy is best when shared. It is time for you to seek out Kakashi, Feng Hua suggested, diverting attention. As the saying goes, if Kakashi dies, so be it. I shall survive. Kai's eyes sparkled like brilliant light bulbs. Indeed, Kakashi. I shall go find him. Fueled by his passion for battle, Kai rushed off to locate Kakashi, his eyes aflame with determination. Nearby, Might Dai shook his head with a wry smile and remarked to Feng Hua, if Kai were to unleash his full potential, he would hardly be your opponent, would he? Feng Hua nodded in agreement. If he were to utilize his utmost strength, Kai would never have the opportunity to employ the surface Lianhua. Might Dai continued, true enough, while the surface Lianhua possesses great power, it necessitates first kicking the opponent into the air, and the use of bandages introduces uncontrollable variables. It is essential that we expedite the development of the inner Lianhua. The surface Lianhua involves launching an opponent into the air, wrapping them in bandages, and then spinning them down to the ground. In contrast, the inner Lianhua comprises a series of rapid, relentless attacks that leave the opponent unable to retaliate, allowing the user to seemingly walk on air before delivering a final blow to the back of the opponent's head, generating sufficient force upon impact to potentially cause their head to explode. Isn't that rather gruesome? Fenghua shuddered at the thought. Fenghua, since you conceptualized the inner Lianhua, I am certain you possess profound insights. We can develop it together. Might Dai extended an invitation for a collaborative endeavor. Goodness, am I addicted? Fenghua exclaimed. Uncle Dai. That's not feasible. As you've seen, to execute the surface Lianhua requires opening 1 or 2 gates, while the inner Lianhua demands at least 3. I am not yet worthy. Fenghua firmly declined. For now, it is imperative that you develop the inner Lianhua on your own. Might Dai frowned, acknowledging the validity in Fenghua's reasoning, lamenting the missed opportunity. Uncle Dai, I must head off to train, Fenghua said hastily, darting away to commence his rigorous training regimen. Meanwhile, Kai, brimming with enthusiasm, sought out Kakashi for a decisive showdown, only to encounter an unexpected scene upon reaching Kakashi's home. A crowd had gathered, buzzing with discussions and pointing fingers. Honestly, as a ninja, one must prioritize the completion of missions. How can one abandon a task without cause? I have heard that the task is of great significance to the village. Even for the legendary Konoha White Fang, such recklessness is unacceptable. While the lives of comrades are undeniably important, the welfare of the village must take precedence. If one individual's actions lead to the detriment of many, is that not a perversion of priorities? Upon becoming a ninja, one must possess the resolve to forsake their own life. It is astonishing that someone of his stature lacks even this basic understanding. Disregarding the rules of a ninja renders even the strongest among them useless. The villagers, young and old, male and female, spoke with an air of gravitas, their indignation palpable, as if they were the architects of fate, passionately voicing their opinions. Kai squeezed through the crowd, feeling somewhat bewildered, yet an ominous premonition arose within him. He dashed to the door and knocked, but after a prolonged wait, no one emerged. What had transpired? He hurried back to the grove. His back-and-forth journey had consumed over 2 hours, leaving Konoha White Fang utterly exhausted from training under Might Guy. Father, something terrible has happened at Kakashi's house. There are countless people surrounding it. Upon hearing this, Konoha White Fang immediately understood the gravity of the situation. The inevitable had finally arrived. In a classified mission, he had forsaken his duty for the sake of his comrades, leading to significant losses for Konoha and inciting scorn from many. In a cruel twist, even the comrade he had saved turned against him. Unable to bear the weight of such injustice, Konoha White Fang ultimately chose to end his own life. Might Guy's expression turned grave. Despite being a low-ranking ninja for years, he was aware of certain matters. Kai, this is not something you can intervene in. Do not involve yourself. Understood? But Kakashi will likely be preoccupied for some time. Do not worry. This situation will soon pass. Might Guy spoke softly. However, had he known that Konoha White Fang would ultimately take his own life, he might not have held such a belief. Konoha White Fang was engulfed in a multitude of emotions. Upon returning, he sought out Hinata Akihiko. I never expected even you would know, Hinata Akihiko remarked. Lord Kakashi indeed abandoned his mission for the sake of his comrades. Many believe he was in the wrong, asserting that those who do not adhere to the rules are worthless. What do you think, Konoha? What could Konoha possibly say? Naturally, he chose to forgive him. If those who disregard the rules are deemed worthless, then those who fail to cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. Konoha spoke with conviction. Hinata Akihiko's eyes gleamed upon hearing this. Indeed, those who disregard the rules are worthless, and those who do not cherish their comrades are even worse. Exactly, Hinata Akihiko exclaimed, giving Konoha a hearty pat on the shoulder. Konoha, you have articulated this beautifully. With that, he executed a body flicker technique and vanished, presumably to seek out the third Hokage. Konoha shook his head, reflecting on the time he had just crossed over. He had once fantasized about altering Konoha White Fang's fate. Yet, as time passed and the events unfolded, he realized how limited his capacity truly was. At merely 8 years old, a lowly chunin, and having offended Danzo and the Uchiha, with only a handful of allies like Hinata Akihiko and Might Guy, he lacked even the opportunity to engage in equal dialogue with Konoha White Fang. To think he could change his destiny? It was nothing short of a jest. He merely wished that his earlier words could reach the ears of Konoha's White Fang, urging him to step forth. The Hitaki household stood shrouded in silence. Its doors and windows firmly closed against the bright, unyielding sun outside, which failed to penetrate the pervasive chill within. Inside, an atmosphere of despair lingered. Hitaki Tsukumo slumped against the wall, his eyes dull and lifeless. Kakashi leaned against the wooden door, a look of helplessness etched across his face. Despite being a prodigy who had shattered the Nin record, he was merely 7 years old, devoid of memories from a past life, and could only stand by in impotent observation. "Father, it's time to eat," Kakashi murmured softly. "I have no appetite. You should eat first," Tsukumo replied, his voice raspy. At that moment, a cacophony of curses erupted from outside. "Hitaki Tsukumo, you worthless fool. How dare you disregard the village's interests? Unforgivable. How did you even become a ninja without adhering to the rules? You have brought such immense suffering upon the village. Do you think hiding will allow you to escape accountability?" Tsukumo closed his eyes in anguish, burying his head in the crook of his arm. Kakashi, seething with rage, was unable to restrain himself and rushed out to confront them, his youthful voice quickly drowned out by the taunts. He found himself at a loss. Unable to match their vitriol, his hands clenched in fury as he yearned to retaliate. These were ordinary villagers, lacking any combat prowess. Kakashi was confident he could defeat them all, yet at that moment, 2 imposing members of the Uchiha clan stepped forward. "Kakashi, what do you intend to do? As a ninja, do you truly wish to lay hands on civilians? As part of the police force, we cannot turn a blind eye." The 2 Uchiha activated their Sharingan, their eyes filled with provocation, seemingly daring him to strike, confident in the abundance of time ahead. Their words ignited further outrage among the villagers. Is this how Konoha's White Fang raises his son? No wonder he disregards the rules of the ninja world. To think he would even consider attacking civilians. Utterly disgraceful. The son of a failure is but a failure himself. What use is such a genius? Kakashi trembled with indignation, veins bulging on his forehead. "Kakashi, come inside." Tsukumo's hoarse voice called from within, imbued with an undeniable authority. "You coward, making your 7-year-old son confront this. Why don't you come out and face us?" The villagers jeered. "Tsukumo, you traitor, you have no right to remain in Konoha. You scoundrel, bringing such calamity upon the village, pretending to be a hero." The civilians swiftly redirected their ire, causing Tsukumo's expression to darken further. He had intended to save his comrades, yet found himself ensnared in this unexpected predicament, leaving him feeling profoundly unsettled. Kakashi shut the door firmly, his appetite lost in the turmoil, yet his heart was heavy with concern for his father. At the underground headquarters, Danzo listened intently to his subordinate's report, a smile playing on his lips as he gravely stated, "Continue to spread this matter throughout the village, fomenting public pressure." "Haha. Konoha's White Fang. You are but a disappointment." "Yes, Lord Danzo. Any movements from the Uchiha side?" Towanzo chuckled softly. Although his relationship with the Uchiha had soured irreparably, there remained opportunities for strategic manipulation. The Uchiha police force had stationed personnel at the residence of Hitaki Tsukumo to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Unforeseen incidents? How Navi. The emergence of such incidents would only exacerbate the situation. The Uchiha, in their foolishness, had truly disappointed him. Suddenly, Towanzo felt an overwhelming sense of pride in his own intellect. What nonsense about the foremost noble clan of Konoha. What tales of the White Fang and Yellow Fang of Konoha. Before him, they were but mere chickens and dogs, easily subdued. "Get to work," he commanded. "Yes." Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office grew increasingly tense. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Minato Namikaze stood in silent contemplation. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed furiously on his pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke. Yet it did nothing to alleviate the turmoil etched on his face. Even if Tsukumo abandoned his mission, causing losses to the village, it could not erase the merits he had established for it. This matter was far from straightforward. Sarutobi spoke with conviction. There must be someone stirring the pot in the shadows. He didn't need to speculate. Towanzo was undoubtedly involved, but without evidence, he was powerless against him. "Old man, I believe this is no cause for concern," Tsunade interjected nonchalantly. "It's merely the ramblings of some commoners. There's no need to pay heed." Jiraiya chimed in with a knowing nod. "Indeed, I've been scorned for years, yet here I am, thriving." Tsunade, annoyed, punched him into the wall. "You lecherous fool. You deserve it." Minato rushed over to pull Jiraiya from the wall. "Master, are you all right?" "Minato, don't you dare emulate this guy, or I'll have to deal with you too." Tsunade glared at Minato with a dangerous glint in her eyes. Sarutobi found himself increasingly agitated. For reasons he couldn't quite fathom, he felt that this situation was more complex than it appeared, although it seemed to be merely the outcry of commoners. There was an ominous undercurrent. Lord Hokage. Asuka Akimichi knocked and entered. Asuka, what brings you here? Sarutobi inquired. After exchanging greetings with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the others, Asuka replied. Today, Fu spoke to me about Lord Tsukumo, and he said something that resonated deeply with me. I believe it is essential to convey it to Lord Tsukumo. What was it? Sarutobi asked, taken aback. If those who disregard the rules are deemed worthless, then those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. Asuka declared emphatically, thus, Lord Tsukumo is not at fault. If those who disregard the rules are deemed worthless, then those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. Sarutobi's eyes brightened. Well said. Indeed. The will of fire is to cherish one's comrades and nurture the next generation, even if it means sacrificing oneself to ensure the flames of perseverance continue to burn brightly. Fu is truly a remarkable child. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the others exchanged thoughtful glances. Minato smiled silently. No wonder Fu is exceptional. Though young, his ideals are remarkably mature. Asuka, please call Fu over. I wish to hear his thoughts. Sarutobi inhaled deeply from his pipe, the smoke stinging his eyes and causing tears to flow. Humph. Tsunade remarked with a derisive smile. Not long after, a bewildered Feng-Huo was brought here. Ah, Lord Hokage, Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya, and Brother Minato. Feng-Huo was in a plight. Every time he encountered these individuals, he had to bow and greet them, only to receive a few punches in return. Indeed, Tsunade struck him on the head, leaving a sizable bump. You little brat. Do not forget your promise. She had saved the life of the medicinal master, Nanao Yu, in exchange for a commitment from Feng-Huo. Though it felt somewhat absurd in his heart, having been saved, he certainly had to be urged to grow more swiftly. Understood, Lady Tsunade. Cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted them. He turned to Feng-Huo and inquired slowly, Feng-Huo, you are aware of Shikamo's situation. What is your perspective? Shikamo was verbally attacked and slandered by the townsfolk. Although it did not inflict substantial harm, Hiruzen harbored an ominous premonition. Thus, upon hearing those words from Akane, he felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. Perhaps merely seeking some comfort. Feng-Huo, confronted with Hiruzen's question, felt a surge of astonishment. He had previously felt powerless, yet now such an excellent opportunity lay before him. He immediately responded, Lord Hokage, I believe this matter is quite serious. If not addressed promptly, the situation could escalate dramatically. Tsunade and Jiraiya furrowed their brows. Both believed it was merely a few insults from some townsfolk, insignificant enough that no major actions were required. They thought it best to quietly await the resolution of the matter, trusting that everything would return to normal. Hey, brat, what do you mean by this? There should be limits to your overreactions. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, bracing herself for a confrontation with Feng-Huo. Jiraiya shook his head, saying, Indeed. Even if there are those stoking the embers from behind, we cannot condemn Shikamo for this incident. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, disregarding his two disciples, and pressed Feng-Huo, Feng-Huo, elaborate on your thoughts. Honestly, Tsunade and Jiraiya were quite vexed, wondering who precisely was Hiruzen's disciple. Feng-Huo organized his thoughts and began with an age-old adage. Water can carry a boat, yet it can also capsize it. Huh, what does that mean? Tsunade, rather lacking in intellect, questioned. Are you suggesting we go with the current? Jiraiya, equally perplexed, inquired. Hiruzen felt his head spinning. Feng-Huo continued. The townsfolk are akin to the water in a river, while the village represents the boat afloat. We, the ninjas, are the ones steering the vessel. Therefore, the pressing question arises. What is paramount for the village to advance continuously? Surely it is the people within the boat. Tsunade posited, but her eyes widened in realization. No, it is the water. Precisely. Without water, no matter how many people are aboard, the boat would remain grounded on the riverbed. Feng-Huo regarded Tsunade with an expression of a teachable youth. However, what does this have to do with the matter at hand? Jiraiya queried, puzzled. The current situation is that a small fraction of the water desires a certain individual on the boat to depart, while we might choose to ignore it. If the entire river's water demands that person's exit, what then shall we do? Feng-Huo stated gravely. To ensure the boat continues its journey, we would have no choice but to push that individual into the water. The group was taken aback, a chill running down their spines. If the entire village of commoners truly demands that Kakashi Hatake leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grows increasingly somber. At such a juncture, would he dare to defy the will of the villagers and retain Kakashi? Moreover, there is Danzo lurking in the shadows. Such a scenario seems improbable, doesn't it? Minato Namikaze hesitated, asserting that Lord Kakashi is a hero, the White Fang of Konoha, who has made countless contributions to the village. Fuhan suggested intensifying the discourse. The commoners are like water, flowing with the currents. Should someone incite them from behind, the water could swiftly coalesce into a formidable wave. Which is the essence of public opinion. Someone is wielding public sentiment against Lord Kakashi. Public opinion? Tsunade and Jiraiya furrowed their brows in distress. Water, boats, and now public sentiment. It appeared they could no longer engage in a simple conversation. Can public opinion truly be lethal? Minato seemed to grasp the underlying implications. After hearing Fuhan's words, a shadow of foreboding enveloped Sarutobi's heart. If this were indeed the case, Danzo's machinations would be utterly terrifying. Furthermore, what if one day Danzo incited all the commoners to demand his resignation? Fuhan continued. Moreover, the significance lies in the fact that the greater the public discourse, the heavier the burden on the individual at its center, potentially leading them to despair. Despair? Sarutobi was taken aback. Fuhan elaborated. A person of integrity, falsely accused by the entire village as a vile and despicable individual, would find no avenue for defense, leaving only death as a means to prove their innocence. Sarutobi's brow twitched, his temper becoming increasingly difficult to restrain. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, contemplating Fuhan's words with gravity. It was indeed true. Kakashi, under such slander, would have no choice but to hide at home, and if he could not withstand the weight of such rumors, it could lead to dire consequences. They finally donned serious expressions. This cannot be allowed to transpire. It must be stopped. What should we do? Jiraiya queried. Public opinion. Tsunade exclaimed in frustration. Precisely. We must curb the discourse. A fierce glint appeared in Sarutobi's eyes. Lord Hokage, we cannot suppress public opinion. We can only redirect it, Fuhan interjected urgently. Sarutobi took a deep breath. After years in the Hokage seat, he quickly regained his composure, contemplating until clarity dawned. He nodded. Indeed. Forcibly suppressing public opinion would only incite greater discontent among the villagers. We should redirect the narrative towards Kakashi, since there are those who malign him. We must guide the villagers to praise him. Yes, let us use your phrase. Those who do not abide by the rules are worthless. Those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than worthless as a foundation to turn the tide of public sentiment. Fuhan glanced at Sarutobi, thinking to himself that indeed, the third Hokage was astute. With just a nudge, he had grasped the essence of public discourse. Furthermore, Kakashi has established numerous merits during the previous wars. We can articulate these accomplishments to garner more support for him. Minato suggested. Akane, this task is entrusted to you. Sarutobi declared, invigorated. Yes, Lord Hokage. Akane Yuhi's eyes sparkled with determination as she regarded Fuhan. As for Kakashi, it must be noted that he had been sequestered at home for days, with commoners surrounding his house daily, hurling invectives at Sarutobi. The more he pondered, the more uneasy he became. Had it not been for the fire warning, he might have indeed waited for the situation to subside. If Konoha's Shikamaru ever found himself in a dark mood, Tsunade and Jiraiya, you both must accompany him to the Hitaki residence. Ensure that he does not commit any foolish acts, understood? Sarutobi Hiruzen stated gravely. Understood, old man, you truly are a nag. Although she recognized the gravity of the situation, Tsunade remained unfazed. Funghua, this time, we owe you a great deal. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Funghua, his eyes brimming with a warmth more intense than chocolate, causing Fenghua's heart to flutter. Flutter? How dare you? Do not look at me with such eyes. Fenghua felt utterly awkward, discomfort enveloping him. As night fell, the actions of the Akatsuki were swift. Numerous civilians took to the streets, praising Hitaki Tsukumo for his previous feats. By the following day, a plethora of heated debates erupted in the alleys. Some civilians shouted in anger. Those who disregard the rules are worthless. Others vehemently countered. If those who break the rules are worthless, then those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. Proponents argued, he has brought immense glory to the village in the last war. Detractors retorted, he has caused the village tremendous losses. The verbal clash escalated, soon capturing the attention of Danzo. Damn it, how could his actions be so swift? In the shadowy depths of the root headquarters, Danzo seethed. Orchestrating the public's disdain for Hitaki Tsukumo had been his meticulously devised plan, With even more thrilling developments in store, he had persuaded the very ninja Tsukumo had saved, whose timely intervention could serve as a devastating blow to force Tsukumo out of Konoha. Yet now, the situation had shifted entirely. Lord Danzo. An increasing number of civilians are rallying in support of Hitaki Tsukumo. They have taken over outside the Hitaki residence, reported a root ninja coldly. Infuriating. Danzo's expression darkened. His fists clenched tightly. He had never anticipated Sarutobi Hiruzen's response would be so rapid, employing identical measures to garner support from the populace, coupled with Hiruzen's influence. Danzo found it impossible to act against Tsukumo. Yet, Danzo was unwilling to concede. Send more people to incite further unrest. We must rally more civilians. Yes, Lord Danzo. The Uchiha clan harbored similar intentions. Hitaki Tsukumo was Sarutobi Hiruzen's right-hand man. Eliminating him would yield countless benefits. They sought to exploit their positions within the police force to incite the masses, but alas, with the intervention of the Hokage's faction, their schemes became transparent. After a stern ideological education from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Chika subdued his rebellious spirit. Danzo, isolated and struggling, could only hold out for a few more days before deploying his trump card. The ninja saved by Hitaki Tsukumo publicly derided him, proclaiming his readiness for death and his pride in sacrificing for the village. Yet, despite his countless pleas for Tsukumo not to save him, Tsukumo had disregarded his wishes. Hitaki Tsukumo cares not for the village. Such a worthless individual is unworthy of respect. Everyone, please do not. Who threw that rotten egg? Smash! Smash! Soon, a barrage of various items was hurled from the enraged crowd. Foul socks, rancid underwear, soiled diapers, and a large mass of fresh excrement. You ingrate. Lord Kakashi saved you. And yet you utter such words? Are you even human? Such a person is unworthy of being a ninja. Drive him out of the village. He does not deserve to remain here. Indeed, it was for your sake that Lord Kakashi forsook his mission. Causing the village to suffer losses, all of this is rooted in you. The ninja stood there, dazed, trembling as he gazed at the furious citizens below. Was this not the script that Lord Danzo had described? Soon, the ninja was engulfed by the crowd, beaten to a pulp. Danzo, standing in the shadows with a grim expression, realized that the tide had turned against him. Meanwhile, at the Hitaki residence, Kakashi's father, Tsukumo, finally wore a hint of a smile. Lord Kakashi, we stand by you. A ninja with such humanity as you is the true hero of our village. We love you as mice love rice. Ahem, there was no doubt that this last remark had slipped from the lips of Anko. With such adoration, Tsukumo's mood could hardly dampen. Thank you, he said, observing Tsunade and Jiraiya engaged in a drinking contest, feeling that his earlier words had fallen on deaf ears. Thank us. Tsunade, tipsy and grinning, replied, You're mistaken, haha, do not thank us. Jiraiya, spewing alcohol, added, If thanks are to be given, it should be to that little brat. It's truly annoying how perceptive he is. Indeed, Tsunade raised her glass to clink with Jiraiya's, but the force was too great, causing both glasses to shatter, spilling wine across the table. Yet, they remained oblivious, drinking from the broken shards, tilting their heads back until they toppled over, collapsing into slumber. Tsukumo looked on in bemusement. Little brat? Could it be Uchiha Anko? Father. Kakashi entered from outside, his expression having returned to its usual state, though pride lurked beneath his cool demeanor. Kakashi, you should rest early as well. I have troubled you these past few days, Tsukumo remarked. I am fine, father. You have done nothing wrong. I support you. Thank you. Noticing a hint of hesitation on his son's face, Tsukumo inquired, What is it? Kakashi clenched his teeth. The ninja you saved. Tsukumo smiled gently. I understand. It is of little consequence. Tsunade and Jiraiya had already informed him of the public sentiment. And behind it all, a hidden hand was orchestrating events. The ninja, it seemed, was likely compelled to utter those words. Sighing with relief at his father's expression, Kakashi said, Father, I shall take my leave to rest. Tsukumo gently closed the door, a grave expression settling on his face. Public sentiment can be truly terrifying. In truth, over the past few days, being berated at home had left Tsukumo's spirits in ruins. Had it not been for Tsunade and Jiraiya's presence, had the external discourse not shifted, he might have succumbed to despair. This formidable power must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Kakashi Hitaki's eyes gleamed with determination. Perhaps it was time for him to change his position. The following day, in the Hokage's office, Kakashi formally submitted his resignation to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen, taken aback, exclaimed, Kakashi, Are you still harboring resentment over past events? They are behind us now. Why linger on them? Kakashi shook his head with a smile, replying, Lord Hokage, that is merely one reason. Regardless, the village has suffered losses due to my actions. Resigning from the Umbu can be seen as a fitting punishment. Are there other reasons? Hiruzen inquired, regaining his composure as he lit his pipe. Public opinion. This incident has illuminated the significance of public sentiment. Previously, we scarcely regarded the views of the common folk, but now we must heed them, Kakashi asserted. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully, indeed. The insidious nature of public opinion sent shivers down his spine. He feared that upon awakening the next day, he might find the entire village at his doorstep, denouncing him. If that were to happen, his tenure as Hokage would be irrevocably tarnished. So, you wish to monitor public opinion? Hiruzen queried, tapping the table. Kakashi awkwardly shook his head. Honestly, I am uncertain about the approach we should take. Perhaps there are those who know how to manage public sentiment. Hiruzen's eyes lit up. FK. It must be him. Kakashi chuckled. Lord Hokage, I kindly request your approval. Very well, I must acquiesce to your request, Hiruzen said, puffing contentedly on his pipe. Soon, with Hiruzen's endorsement, a new department named the Newspaper Bureau was established, with Kakashi at the helm and, surprisingly, the mere 8-year-old Uchiha FK as his deputy. Upon hearing this news, Danzo immediately stormed into Hiruzen's office, dragging along Tsunade and Mito. Hiruzen, you are being reckless. Tsunade scolded vehemently. Setting up a newspaper bureau is one thing, but what is this about appointing Uchiha FK, an 8-year-old child, as deputy? This is an abuse of power. Mito chimed in, her expression stern. As your advisory consultant, I must intervene. Please revoke Uchiha FK's appointment. Danzo smirked. Let us not forget, he bears the Uchiha blood. Should he become another Madara Uchiha, what fate awaits the village is a matter I need not elaborate upon. Hiruzen, tapping the table with one hand and smoking his pipe with the other, replied calmly, this decision has been made. I shall not alter Uchiha FK's appointment. Hiruzen, you are being obstinate. Tsunade retorted angrily. What has Uchiha FK said to you that you are so obedient to him? Hiruzen chuckled. Oh, do not fret too much. The newspaper bureau is merely a department for issuing newspapers, not a significant office. Moreover, it was Kakashi who proposed that FK serve as his deputy. This is not my doing. Hiruzen, with a sense of righteous indignation, declared, should any issues arise, I shall hold Kakashi fully accountable. The trio of Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito were left aghast. Such words could only deceive a 3-year-old. Anyone older would not fall for such nonsense. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's statements clearly indicated his unwavering resolve. Knowing that she could not alter his convictions, Tikido Kamaru suppressed her frustration and shifted the conversation. If that is the case, what exactly does this department known as the newspaper office do? And what is a newspaper? Hiruzen chuckled lightly, explaining that the essence of the newspaper office was to disseminate newspapers, which merely chronicled mundane family affairs and some supernatural tales. He added that Jiraiya, that fellow, had even submitted a story with aspirations of publishing it in the newspaper, hoping to become wealthy through this narrative. Danzo's brow furrowed at this. His complex relationship with Hiruzen made him acutely aware that the more ambiguous Hiruzen's explanations were, the more significant the newspaper appeared to be. He cautiously probed, Hiruzen, if this new department is short-staffed. Hiruzen shook his head while puffing on his pipe. No need. We have sufficient manpower. A sense of unease enveloped Danzo. Tikido Kamaru exchanged glances with Mito Kamizuki. If Hiruzen's assertions were indeed accurate, that the newspaper merely published novels and trivial family matters, it might not be of considerable concern after all. Is there any further issue? Hiruzen smiled while puffing his pipe. Danzo, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, if this department holds little importance, then its funding should not be excessive, I presume. Hiruzen slightly furrowed his brow. Casting a glance at the expressions of the three before him, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded, of course. Danzo scrutinized him deeply before rising and departing. After escorting Danzo and his companions back, Hiruzen stood by the window, gazing at the village's scenery with a faint smile gracing his lips. The newspaper office was conveniently located near the Ninja Academy, aptly named the Konoha Newspaper Office, a title that infuriated Minato Namikaze. This name is utterly uninspired. Why not call it the super invincible unmatched Great Wind newspaper instead? Minato, possessing a unique talent for naming, persistently proposed this to Kakashi Hatake and Enko, yet was met with relentless rejection from Enko. Minato lamented the decline of societal values. Kushina, supporting her husband, playfully tugged at Enko's ear, insisting he change the name. Ultimately, a consensus was reached. It would be named the Konoha Gale newspaper. Enko rubbed his ear and replied, "We shall abbreviate it as the Konoha newspaper." Damn. Isn't that essentially the same as before? Kushina, feeling sympathy for her boyfriend, rushed forward to strike Enko. With the sign now hung, the Konoha Gale newspaper was officially established. Naturally, the president of the newspaper was Kakashi Hitaki, with Enko as vice president, while Minato and Kushina secured editorial positions. What shall we do next? Collect stories? Kushina expressed great enthusiasm for these new undertakings. My teacher, Jiraiya, is currently writing. The first story will soon be completed, Minato informed. Kakashi looked towards Enko. To be honest, he himself was quite ignorant about the newspaper, relying entirely on Enko's knowledge. Without hesitation, Enko declared, "Of course. We must collect stories, but not by our own hands. However, since the newspaper has just been established, even if others have stories, they would likely only submit them for publication at a publishing house, wouldn't they?" Wolfing Watergate was aware that Jiraiya frequently submitted manuscripts to publishers. Thus he possessed some understanding of the intricacies involved. Finghua shook his head, remarking that although newspapers also publish novels, their paramount function remained the dissemination of public opinion. Shimu Tsukumo nodded in agreement, as his motivation for establishing this department alongside Finghua was to control the narrative. If they were merely to publish novels, it would be more prudent to simply form a publishing house. Finghua suggested that to prevent malicious interference from others, they might begin with inconspicuous matters. He chuckled, noting that there were numerous lower-ranking ninjas in the village, each diligently completing their assigned tasks daily, which provided an excellent source of material. Wolfing Watergate and Kushina exchanged glances, both harboring an ominous premonition. Shimu Tsukumo, being the esteemed Konoha White Fang, commanded great respect within the village. Thus, with a single command, many lower-ranking ninjas promptly documented their task completion processes, yielding over 100 pieces of material within mere hours. Finghua took it upon himself to demonstrate to Wolfing Watergate and Kushina how to embellish several pieces of material, crafting a series of eye-catching reports. Among the sensational headlines were inquiries into the frequent disappearance of the old sow from the neighboring pig farm, the nightly screams emanating from the widow's house during thunderstorms, and the mysterious misfortunes befalling the old lady's kitten. Wolfing Watergate felt a pang of embarrassment. Kushina continued reading, questioning whether the underlying issues were a distortion of human nature or a degradation of morality, urging readers to stay tuned for updates from the Konoha newspaper. Shimu Tsukumo, standing beside them, appeared increasingly perturbed. The three turned their gazes towards Finghua, whose demeanor had soured considerably. How does it feel to be confronted with such a monumental cliffhanger? Finghua asked nervously, only to be met with Kushina's fist hurtling towards him. Shimu Tsukumo's expression was far from pleasant. Wolfing Watergate wore an awkward smile, and Kushina glared at Finghua with evident displeasure. Finghua resorted to his trump card. I haven't finished my thought yet. A newspaper is, after all, merely a sheet of paper. We can divide it into several sections. One section could feature novels, another could showcase the sensationalized content I've just crafted to attract attention, along with some current affairs commentary. Haha. Shimu Tsukumo could no longer contain himself. But Finghua, how can we control public opinion with this approach? Finghua replied with a grin. The concept of a newspaper is actually quite simple to replicate. The challenge lies in capturing the market. However, as long as our Konoha newspaper can monopolize the village and dominate the market, we will dictate what the populace sees and knows. Their discussions will revolve around what we choose to present to them, rendering the management of public opinion a trivial concern. Shimu Tsukumo was left astounded. Could it truly be played this way?